Chapter 1. After killing 100 people, I became stronger. Late at night. The street lights in the community have just gone out. A man and a woman suddenly appeared on the dark lawn. The man calmly spread out a layer of straw mat, and it was obviously not the first time he had done this. The woman looked panicked and looked around cautiously. Xin Fei, are you sure you want to stay here? When he turned around, Xin Fei had already taken off his security uniform and folded it neatly on the lawn. Don't worry, I come here often, it's absolutely safe. He understood Li Shue's concerns. If someone found out, it would definitely become a hot topic in the community tomorrow. Xin Fei glanced at Li Shue and walked over slowly. Hurry up. Finish it soon so I can go back to my duty. Li Shue stood there in a daze, her heart pounding, and she felt a heat in her ears. Why don't you just come out in your pajamas? Xin Fei, slow down, don't tear my clothes. Li Shue pouted. Although she said that, her hands were not idle. I'll do it myself. Under the moonlight, the straw mats kept swaying, and crickets chirped on the roadside from time to time. Xin Fei, how come you are so powerful? Xin Fei just laughed evilly when the noisy cell phone ringtone beside him suddenly rang. Li Shue was frightened and quickly crawled forward 2 steps, picked up her cell phone and pressed the mute button. Xin Fei followed closely behind. You, are my husband. It's okay, just answer it, I'll do my own thing, it will be done soon. Will my husband come? Li Shue was not easy, but she enjoyed it. After hesitating for a long time, he did not press the answer button, but chose to turn off the phone directly. She felt like she was going crazy. This was a critical moment, and she didn't want to care about anything anymore. She gritted her teeth. Anyway, it doesn't count as cheating if I don't get caught. I feel a tightness in my chest, so what's wrong with going out for a run? Xin Fei is one of the few handsome men in the security industry. Not only does she have a model's figure, but she also has looks that even celebrities can't match, winning the hearts of countless women in the community. Even though there is the risk of being criticized, many women still want to win Xin Fei's favor. But Xin Fei is still very picky, not everyone is suitable. Because of this, he was envied by many dinosaurs, which gave him a bad reputation. Fortunately, no valid evidence was left and no one could do anything to him. Soon, after the matter was over, Xin Fei was cleaning up the battlefield alone, and the system prompt sound finally rang in his mind. Ding, successfully captured 100 true feelings, the rookie mission is completed. Obtain the Eye of Delusion. Combat power plus 10, current combat power 20, exceeding the average human level. Points plus 100, current points 100, can increase combat power, can exchange skills. Ding, since the host has smoothly passed the novice period, beauties below 90 points will no longer trigger any rewards. If you gain the true love of beauties below 90 points, there is a chance that you will be punished. For beauties with a score of 90 or above, every time they receive a true love, they will be promoted. Finally. Xin Fei clenched his fists tightly. Damn system, do you know how I've been spending the past few months? A few months ago, Xin Fei went to watch a meteor shower and was hit by a meteorite. When he woke up, he awakened the system. The indecent system is really indecent. Once it opens its mouth, it captures 100 true feelings. He was born in the countryside and had just entered the society. He was just a low-ranking security guard in a residential area. How could he get 100 true feelings? Fortunately, Xin Fei's appearance and figure have been systematically enhanced. Whether actively or passively, the first true love finally happened. After the first time, you will naturally become familiar with it. With the accumulation of word of mouth, he finally completed the task of killing 100 people. Above 90 points? Xin Fei raised the corners of his mouth and grinned, that's exactly what I want. It's time to say goodbye to the identity of security guard. But before that, Xin Fei still plans to stand guard for the last time. In the security room, Xin Fei saw at a glance that his colleague who was on duty with him was immersed in playing games. On a whim, he quietly opened the Eye of Delusion. Under the Eyes of Delusion, everything about that colleague was clearly visible, and there was even a line of text above his head. Name, Li Dezhuang, age, 35, combat strength 8, because his PC was arrested a few days ago, his wife is divorcing him, and he is in a low mood. Xin Fei, you're finally back. You're amazing for spending nearly 2 hours in the toilet. I'm losing tonight, help me win 2 games. As he spoke, Li Dezhuang handed the phone to Xin Fei, and his appearance did not show that he was worried at all. Xin Fei really didn't understand what the point of being a PC was. He had to spend money and effort, and yet he was easily caught. Xin Fei really wanted to tell Li Dazhuan that the only way to get it for free was to do it for free, which was safe and secretive, and he could occasionally get rewards. People should have some side jobs. In the past few months, the rewards I received from my labor alone amounted to more than 100,000 yuan. Xin Fei took the phone with a smile. After his combat power was systematically improved, all aspects of his mental strength were greatly enhanced. It's so easy to play a game, you can win it easily. Li Dazhuan watched Xin Fei's operation silently, sometimes distracted, sometimes uttering a few Chinese swear words. After a while, he fell into a sound sleep, and the sky gradually brightened without him noticing. Xin Fei looked at the time and it was already past 6 o'clock. As a colleague, I can't do anything for Li Dazhuan, so I'll use the last time I have to help him become the king. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, several loud noises broke the silence. Xin Fei just started a game and looked out. Seeing that there were not many people around, Xin Fei didn't take it seriously. After all, no matter how strong your curiosity is, can it be as important as the development in the first few minutes of the game? But just after killing a wild monster, he heard heavy footsteps, as if coming towards the duty room. Tisk. Xin Fei smacked his lips in displeasure. The most annoying thing about being a security guard was that someone would come and disturb him right when he started a game. He subconsciously glanced outside and saw a man with his lower body stained with blood. It was shocking. Blood was oozing out of his waist and legs. Help! Help! Security guy, someone is trying to kill me. The man shouted loudly and ran into the duty room as if he had used up his last bit of strength. Then he fell to the ground and fainted. Xin Fei raised his eyebrows. I'm just a crappy security guard. Do you really think this is a police station? Brothers, someone is dead here. Don't report me if I go offline for a while. Xin Fei locked his phone without waiting for his teammates in the game to send him greetings. Eye of Delusion. Name, Li Ergu, age, 39, combat strength, 13, wanted fugitive, robbed an ancient tomb and the spoils are not evenly divided, being hunted by his accomplices. Chapter 2. The gun is pointed at the wrong person, my beautiful policewoman. The wanted? Looking at the two bullets in the man's body, combined with the previous sound, Xin Fei's pupils shrank. Unlike other countries, Daxia has extremely strict gun control. Being able to commit crimes with a gun would cause trouble. At this moment, a man slowly appeared. The man was dressed in a suit and tie and wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. At first glance, he didn't seem like a bad guy. Name, Wang Hongliang, age, 43, combat strength 18, ruthless, cunning and fickle, wanted fugitive, committed multiple serial murders and robberies. With Xin Fei's current combat power, it should not be a problem to deal with the opponent. But in the suit man's jacket pocket, there was a pistol with 4 bullets in it. Xin Fei didn't think he could dodge bullets. 4 bullets were more than enough to kill him. Wake up! Xin Fei slapped Li Dazhuan hard to wake him up. Li Dazhuan opened his eyes drowsily, but when he saw the bloody man on the ground, all sleepiness disappeared instantly. Oh my god! What's wrong with this guy? There's no time to explain. Both those inside and outside are wanted criminals. Call the police immediately. Xin Fei looked solemn, staring outside the house. At this time, Wang Hongliang was less than 10 meters away from the security room. Xin Fei walked out cautiously. Wang Hongliang pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and smiled kindly. Brother, have you seen a bloody man? He is my relative, but for some reason he suddenly went crazy and injured himself. Yeah, I saw it. It should have gone that way. Xin Fei pointed in a random direction with a serious look. Wang Hongliang narrowed his eyes slightly, and Xin Fei only then noticed the bloodstains on the ground, extending all the way to the security room, and his lie was exposed. Oh my god! I was so careless. Xin Fei remained vigilant at all times, ready to run away as soon as the other party reached for the pistol. But Wang Hongliang did not show any hostility, but smiled slightly and said, Thank you. Can you let me in for a drink of water? As he said that, he walked towards the duty room step by step, not giving Xin Fei any chance to refuse. The other party took the initiative and Xin Fei swallowed his saliva. If the other party was really allowed into the security room, no one could guarantee that such a serial killer would not do anything out of line. It is said that a gun is fast at a distance of 7 steps, and is fast and accurate within 7 steps. Fortunately, it takes time for the other party to draw his gun. Moreover, as long as he was close enough to the opponent, Qin Fei was sure that he could catch the opponent off guard before the opponent pulled out his gun. 8 steps. 7 steps. Qin Fei held his breath the whole time and concentrated his mind highly. The closer the distance was, the greater his confidence was. 6 steps. Hello? Police station? But at this moment, Li Dazhuang's voice suddenly came from the security room. Although Li Dazhuang's voice was not loud, it was too quiet around. Wang Hongliang also stopped 6 steps away from Qin Fei. I'm in the security room of Jin Arc community. We found a wanted criminal covered in blood. Oops. Qin Fei secretly thought that this was not good. Now that his hidden cards had been revealed, it seemed that he had no choice but to strike first. Qin Fei's eyes focused and he gathered strength with his feet. At this time, Wang Hongliang smiled and said, "Goodbye." Having said that, Wang Hongliang turned and left. If it were someone else, they would definitely let down their guard because of Wang Hongliang's actions. But Qin Fei saw clearly that the other party seemed to turn around, but in fact he was just fainting, and one hand had already reached for the pistol hidden in his chest. But at this moment, Qin Fei moved. Qin Fei exerted force with his legs and jumped over the distance of 6 steps like a cannonball. Qin Fei's sudden action obviously caught Wang Hongliang off guard, but fortunately his hand had already grasped the handle of the gun. Next second. Bang! A bullet shot into the sky. When the gun went off, Wang Hongliang felt as if his chest was bearing a huge force of thousands of pounds. With a muffled groan, he flew backwards and the pistol fell to the ground. Seeing this, Qin Fei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The spear is faster at a distance of 7 steps, and the fist is faster at a distance of 7 steps. The ancients were right. The moment Wang Hongliang pulled out his pistol, Qin Fei struck his wrist with his palm, knocking the hand holding the gun off balance, and then he made a taishanko. Boom! Wang Hongliang was knocked to the ground with a dull thud. But then, Wang Hongliang stood up with a somersault, covering his heavy chest, with a trace of blood flowing out of his mouth. After recovering a little, Wang Hongliang threw his broken gold-rimmed glasses to the ground and crushed them, then spat a mouthful of blood on the ground, feeling mixed emotions. I was careless. I didn't expect that a small security room could hold so many hidden talents. Brother, you're just a security guard, why do you have to work so hard? Qin Fei felt very sad. He didn't want to get involved in this trouble, but the trouble happened to him. However, my combat power value has just exceeded 20, so it's not too bad to use this one with a combat power value of 18 to practice. Qin Fei also heard that there is a high reward for reporting wanted criminals. This means 2 people at once. Isn't that more than what I earned from the physical effort I put in for several months? Come on. Qin Fei shook his arms and legs, distanced himself from the attack, and then waved at Wang Hongliang. At this time, vehicles began to appear on the road one after another. In that case, Wang Hongliang's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, then die. As he spoke, Wang Hongliang also got into position. But the next second, he turned around and ran. Qin Fei was really impressed by this old six. It wouldn't be too late to try his skills after a few moves before running away. Stop. Don't run if you can. Just stop right there. If you can, don't chase me. Wang Hongliang heard with his own ears someone in the security room calling the police. If he doesn't run away now, will he be shot? However, he overlooked the fact that Qin Fei was prepared, and as he was injured, he was caught up by Qin Fei in just a few steps. Then, Wang Hongliang felt the force on his body, and Qin Fei kicked Wang Hongliang down with a flying kick. This scene happened to be seen by the arriving police car. The police car stopped quickly and a man and a woman walked out of it soon. The man was in his early 40s and looked extremely sophisticated. The woman was in her 20s, tall, and her police uniform showed off her curvy figure. Her appearance is rare, not inferior to many female stars, and she even has a unique charm. Li Biao, 43 years old, combat power 12, received a report that a wanted criminal was seriously injured, and wanted to take the credit. Zhang Mengmeng, 25 years old, appearance score 90, combat power value 6, first time to perform a mission, cold on the outside but warm on the inside, countless suitors, eager to have a passionate love affair but afraid of being fucked, so she has been single, hates bootlickers. Put your hands up and don't move. As soon as the two got out of the car, they took out their guns and pointed them at Qin Fei. The two of them saw clearly the scene of Qin Fei kicking the man in the suit. Although Qin Fei was wearing a security uniform, compared to the man in a suit, Qin Fei's behavior was more like the gangster reported over the phone. Chapter 3, I asked you to catch the fugitive, not to be a hostage. No, I. Qin Fei was speechless and was interrupted by the man in the suit just as he was about to explain. Police comrade, please save me. This murderer wants to kill me. Wang Hongliang raised his hands and stood up, looking innocent. After these words were spoken, the two looked at Qin Fei with more vigilance. At the same time, Li Dezhuang, who was hiding in the security room, finally came out when he saw the police car appear. Comrade police, this is a misunderstanding. This is my colleague. You have arrested the wrong target. Nonsense. Zhang Mengmeng blared coldly, I saw him hurt someone with my own eyes, how could this be false? Li Dezhuang was so anxious that he stamped his feet. We really didn't lie. He is the wanted criminal. There is another person in the security room covered in blood. If we don't send him to the hospital, he will die. Qin Fei rolled his eyes helplessly. It looked like this female police officer was not very smart. He even doubted whether her position as a police officer was legitimate or not. At this time, Li Biao heard that someone was covered in blood and was dying, so he finally stood up. You said someone is dying? Li Dezhuang nodded, it's in the security room. I've called an ambulance. Li Biao raised the corner of his mouth. No matter whether the seriously injured person was the wanted criminal mentioned by the person who reported the case, this trip was not in vain. No matter what, it's wrong for you to hit someone. Come back to the police station with me. Li Biao did not dare to be careless. No matter whether there was a wanted criminal among the three people, he would take them back to the police station first and there would be no chance of escape. Li Dezhuang opened his mouth and wanted to explain something, but finally closed it. In any case, it was only when they arrived at the police station that they could explain everything clearly. After all, Li Dezhuang was not sure whether the two were wanted criminals. Xiao Zhang, I'll take them back to the police station, and I'll leave the injured to you. Zhang Mengmeng nodded. But at this moment, a black shadow flashed by, and Li Biao felt like he was kicked by someone. Just as she was about to get angry, she saw that the man in the suit had already restrained Zhang Mengmeng. And in his hand, there was a small knife, and the tip of the knife was against Zhang Mengmeng's throat. Don't move. Li Biao and Wang Hongliang spoke almost at the same time. But Wang Hongliang didn't seem to take Li Biao seriously. He used Zhang Mengmeng's body to block the muzzle of Li Biao's gun, but looked at Qin Fei with a playful look. You, what do you want to do? Let me go. The coldness from her throat made Zhang Mengmeng's body tremble slightly, and her eyes were filled with fear. Qin Fei slapped his forehead, what a stupid teammate. Boy, you were quite capable just now. As Wang Hongliang spoke, he snatched the pistol from Zhang Mengmeng's hand and waved it proudly at Qin Fei. Let her go. Do you know that the person you are holding hostage is a police officer? Li Biao shouted at the side, trying to persuade Wang Hongliang to leave. Ha, police? Wang Hongliang smiled contemptuously, then turned fiercely, it's not like I haven't killed before. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone present froze, and Li Biao kept recalling the files he had flipped through in his mind. There are not many people who can match the person who attacked the police. Li Biao immediately thought of person number 1, but the other person's appearance has nothing to do with the photo in the file. You are Lao He? Are you the serial killer? Li Biao stared, unable to confirm for a moment. Surprising, right? Unexpected, right? Wang Hongliang had a ferocious expression and a playful, evil smile on his face. I spent a lot of effort to avoid your pursuit. Wang Hongliang indirectly acquiesced, and Zhang Mengmeng was terrified to the extreme, and tears could not stop flowing. What exactly do you want? Let her go, and everything will be fine. Li Biao felt as if his heart was hit by a heavy hammer. I regretted why I took on this mission alone, and I regretted even more my carelessness. There is someone behind Zhang Mengmeng. If anything happens to him, his career will be ruined. You ask me what I want? Wang Hongliang grinned, put the muzzle of the gun on his chin and tapped it, looking thoughtful. Yes, what do I want to do? What should I do with her? Wang Hongliang looked down at Zhang Mengmeng's tall and fair body, and everyone thought he was going to do something evil. The result was not what everyone expected. Instead, he put the muzzle of the gun directly on Zhang Mengmeng's head. His eyes became extremely vicious and he looked at the pistol in Li Biao's hand. You don't want anything to happen to such a beautiful girl, do you? If you know what's good for you, throw your weapon over here. Oh, by the way. Handcuff that guy again and bring him to me. As he said that, Wang Hongliang pointed at Qin Fei with his chin. After these words were spoken, Qin Fei opened his mouth, feeling extremely speechless. Damn, you stupid policeman, I asked you to catch the fugitive, not to send an idiot as a hostage. If he really fell into the hands of the murderer, and since he had offended him before, Qin Fei didn't think the other party would treat him well. After a brief thought in his mind, Qin Fei ran away without any hesitation. If you run away, you might get shot, but if you stay, you will definitely die. Qin Fei ran so decisively that everyone present was a little confused. Stop! You little bastard, don't run if you can. Wang Hongliang reacted immediately. He still clearly remembered the humiliation Qin Fei inflicted on him. How could he let the other party run away like that? I originally wanted to have some fun with Qin Fei and then kill him. Now he could not care about anything else. He quickly turned the gun around, pointed the sharp knife at Zhang Mengmeng's throat, and fired several shots at Qin Fei. Bang! 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 Not to mention Li Dezhuang, even Zhang Mengmeng and Li Biao had only seen such scenes in movies. After all, they were just ordinary policemen. The gun was only temporarily deployed, and although he had practiced many times, he had never fired a gun at anyone. Li Dezhuang was so frightened that he shrank into a ball and squatted on the ground with his head in his hands. Zhang Mengmeng was so frightened that she was shaking all over. On the other hand, Qin Fei was running with sparks and lightning all the way, as if he had eyes behind him. He moved in a strange snake-like manner, but not a single bullet hit him. Seeing that several bullets missed the target, Wang Hongliang became a little angry. He had not received any professional training, so he was fine at shooting at a fixed target, but shooting at a moving target was a bit difficult for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chased Li Ergu for 2 blocks and let him run into the security room here. In the blink of an eye, the most hated Qin Fei had disappeared, and he could only point the gun at Zhang Mengmeng's head again. Wang Hongliang had a ferocious expression and a hideous face. It seemed as if he was going to shoot Zhang Mengmeng to death on the spot. No, don't shoot. Li Biao tried his best to dissuade him, but in fact Wang Hongliang had no intention of shooting at all, he just wanted to threaten the other party. A top beauty like Zhang Mengmeng would naturally be used as his escape bargaining chip, and then kept until the end. Chapter 4, Brother, you should have told me earlier if you wanted money. Why don't you throw the gun over here? Do you really want her to die? He had been prepared to fight to the death, but he didn't expect that they were just 2 useless policemen. The most urgent task now is to eliminate Li Biao, who poses the greatest threat, and then drive away quickly. Li Biao frowned, and after thinking it over again and again, he put the gun under his feet. At the same time, Qin Fei had already run to the back of the security room and stuck half of his head out. In his hand, he was holding a pistol, which was the one that dropped during the fight with Wang Hongliang. System, exchange for gunmanship mastery. Ding, gun mastery exchange successful, 50 points deducted, currently 50 points remaining. Soon, Qin Fei felt a swelling in his head, and countless techniques related to gunmanship flooded into his mind. The next second, Qin Fei felt as if he was possessed by the god of guns, and he could shoot wherever he pointed. On the other side, Wang Hongliang raised his eyebrows at Li Biao's actions. Do you fucking look down on me? I told you to throw the gun over here, not to put it at your feet. Do you think I'm playing infernal affairs with you? As he spoke, Wang Hongliang pointed the gun directly at Li Biao's calf. Bang! Without any hesitation, Wang Hongliang pulled the trigger. Ah! The moment the gun went off, Li Biao fell to the ground in pain, with countless blood flowing from his thigh. At this moment, Wang Hongliang sniffed his nose and a faint fishy smell came out. He looked down and was so happy that he couldn't stop laughing. Ha ha ha, little beauty, are you scared to pee yourself? Don't worry, there's still a long way to go, and you'll have your turn to pee. As he spoke, Wang Hongliang had a lewd look on his face, and then he walked towards Li Biao. Little beauty, stand here obediently and don't move. Wang Hongliang picked up Li Biao's pistol and licked the gun body with his tongue, like a pervert. Zhang Mengmeng felt as if struck by lightning, especially when she heard the words, "There is still a long way to go." She could fully imagine the consequences of falling into the hands of the other party. I have just entered society and still have plenty of time and youth to spend. Now it's really over, everything is over. If there were any ifs, she would like to have a passionate love affair. Bang! But at this moment, 2 gunshots were heard from the direction of the security room. 2 bullets were fired at Wang Hongliang at an extremely fast speed. The powerful force of the bullets instantly pierced through Wang Hongliang's wrists. Ah!
Wang Hongliang immediately let out a wail, and the pistol in his hands fell to the ground.
Who? Wang Hongliang roared loudly, enduring the pain and picking up the pistol with both hands.
But the finger nerves had been damaged, and even with a pistol in hand, he was unable to pull the trigger. Zhang Mengmeng was frightened by the sudden change. His legs had already become limp due to the extreme intimidation and he could no longer stand, so he just sat down.
Bang! Another bullet came from a distance and accurately knocked the pistol that Wang Hongliang was holding tightly in both hands down.
At this time, Zhang Mengmeng finally reacted. She was saved. The two Poles reversed too quickly, and when they saw Qin Fei slowly walking out of the security room, a feeling of being touched, wronged, and ashamed surged into my heart, and I burst into tears.
Woo woo woo.
She felt that she had wronged Qin Fei again and thought that he had really run away. If she had not mistaken Qin Fei for a wanted criminal, what happened later would not have happened. At the same time, the sound of an ambulance was heard in the distance.
Damn it! It's you, the stinky security guard again. Wang Hongliang gnashed his teeth in anger, and the resentment almost overflowed from his eyes. Qin Fei responded with a smile. Having come this far, he should be able to get the bonus, right? Wang Hongliang's eyes darted, run.
Now that his hands are disabled, this is the only thought in his mind. As soon as Wang Hongliang turned around, Qin Fei understood what this old man was thinking. He always used the most arrogant tone and did the most cowardly things. Qin Fei threw away his pistol and chased after the fleeing Wang Hongliang like a running cheetah.
Zhang Mengmeng was a little dazed.
She didn't expect Qin Fei to be so decisive. For a moment, it was hard to tell who was the police and who was the security guard. Soon, the two crossed the end of the road and disappeared from sight. Zhang Mengmeng sighed with relief. She stood up with difficulty, covered her wet trousers with her coat, and then immediately went forward to check on Li Biao's injuries. At this time, Li Biao had already fallen into shock due to the pain and excessive blood loss, but fortunately his life was not in danger. At this time, the ambulance also drove over. Zhang Mengmeng glanced at Li Dezhuang, who was not far away. At this moment, the other party was curled up in a ball and shivering. Zhang Mengmeng sighed slightly, and the scene of Qin Fei defeating the enemy appeared in her mind from time to time.
Accurate shooting and agile skills, is this what a young security guard should look like? Mystery is often accompanied by attraction.
For some reason, she began to worry about Qin Fei's safety.
On the other side. Stop, don't run if you can.
Along the way, there were many passers-by scattered here and there.
Qin Fei chased them all the way and got closer and closer to Wang Hongliang. Ah!
When they saw Wang Hongliang covered in blood and Qin Fei in a security uniform, everyone stayed away for fear of being affected.
Wang Hongliang really wanted to cry. He was confident of victory and had even thought of an escape route.
I was just waiting to take the policewoman into the police car and then find a deserted place, but this stinky security guard came out again.
Just for a few $1,000s, is it necessary to risk your life like this? Also, what's with that accurate shooting? Brother, you are such a good fighter, why don't you do something else? Why do you have to be a security guard? I don't want to do it anymore. Today is the last day. Then there's no reason for you to work so hard. Wang Hongliang was really speechless.
If he ran at full speed, his hands would bleed faster.
But if he doesn't run, he will be shot. Why would I risk my life? Wouldn't it be nice to catch you and get a bonus? With this bonus, why would I be a security guard? After hearing this, Wang Hongliang's mentality exploded. No, big brother, you should have told me earlier if you wanted money. How much is the bounty? If you let me go, I'll give you 2 million. Qin Fei chuckled, your money is not clean, do you think I'm stupid? 5 million. 10 million.
Even after raising the price repeatedly, Qin Fei remained unmoved, which made him completely disappointed. He ran at full speed, but his body became colder and colder, and he even had hallucinations in his eyes.
Wang Hongliang shed tears of regret.
He seemed to see his entire life, and why he had come to this point. As long as he can stay safe and don't waste time, he is confident that he can live a carefree life.
But it's too late to say anything now. Ah. All right.
Wang Hongliang sighed deeply, began to slow down, and finally stopped.
He no longer resisted.
He was going to die anyway, but he could choose how to die. Being shot is better than running to death. Qin Fei thought that the other party was going to do something weird again, so he kicked him.
Chapter 5 The girl is pregnant.
Wang Hongliang rolled on the ground 4 or 5 times before he stopped. While rolling around, his body and face were more or less stained with dog shit on the ground and sputum that had not yet solidified. Ah, phew. Ugh. The damage is not great, but it is extremely insulting. Lao Hei Yi, is feared by the underworld and has committed countless murders. When has he ever been treated like this? The man, who was in his 40s, just fell to the ground and started crying. Qin Fei didn't care which profession the father was from, nor did he care how miserably the other party was crying. He walked up and grabbed the other person's back. When they returned to Zhenyi community, Qin Fei was holding Wang Hongliang in one hand, but the ambulance had already left. There were still many people standing at the entrance of the community, with worry written all over their faces. Qin Fei swallowed subconsciously, because among this group of people, besides the beautiful and stupid policewoman, there are also Li Shui, Zhang Qin, and a dozen young women who had affairs with him. When Zhang Mengmeng saw Qin Fei appear, her eyes lit up and she didn't know how to thank him. But at this moment, the women moved around her. Qin Fei, are you okay? A group of women gathered around, their eyes full of concern. More than a dozen pairs of hands were not idle, checking Qin Fei's body up and down. It seemed that he had forgotten that Qin Fei was holding an unforgivable murderer. It's okay. It's nothing. Qin Fei scratched his head and looked at their husbands awkwardly. They all had complicated expressions. It was really hard to explain now. But I'm going to resign anyway, so I'm not afraid of being retaliated against. However, he did not notice that Zhang Mengming's chest was rising and falling, and her face turned an ugly green. Everyone, disperse. Don't interfere with public affairs. Only then did the girls remember where Qin Fei was going and they cautiously glanced at Wang Hongliang who was in his hand. At the same time, a question arose in my mind: is this old man crying like a sissy a murderer? Although I am confused, now is obviously not the time to reminisce about the past, so I can only wait until midnight. Comrade police officer, you have fulfilled your mission. Qin Fei smiled faintly. Qin Fei smiled so handsomely that Zhang Mengmeng was touched. But when he saw this group of women with whom he had an unclear relationship, he felt very unhappy and immediately erased the feelings in his heart. Yeah. Zhang Mengmeng responded with a breath coming out of her nose, come back to the police station with me and we'll talk. Having said that, he got into the police car on his own. Qin Fei raised his eyebrows. After all, he had indirectly saved the other party. Why would he be so hostile? Goodbye, sisters. Qin Fei said goodbye to these young women who had helped him a lot one by one. But these young women thought that Qin Fei's goodbye meant see you at midnight, and they acted a little embarrassed. Hurry up and get in the car, are you done yet? Here it comes, here it comes. There was no conversation along the way. Although the other party's 90-point appearance was of great help to Qin Fei never forced anyone. What's more, the other party didn't give Qin Fei a very good first impression. The most important thing is that the other party wants to fall in love but is afraid of being fucked, which is exactly the opposite of Qin Fei. Qin Fei didn't want to spend a lot of energy on a woman who didn't give him anything in return. After all, with the support of the system nowadays, it is impossible to find a woman with 3 legs, but how many women can get 90 points? In the police station, Zhang Mengmeng and Qin Fei sat opposite each other. Name? Qin Fei. Age? 23 years old. Gender? No, are you done yet? Such obvious physical features, can't you see it? Zhang Mengmeng glanced at Qin Fei, her face slightly red, and said in a serious tone. I saw the address on your ID card. It shows that you live in the countryside? Based on your skills and marksmanship, I have reason to suspect that your ID card is fake. Qin Fei spread his hands indifferently. Does being brave and doing good deeds depend on birth? This is a police station, you can check whether the ID card is fake or not, right? Zhang Mengmeng frowned, she didn't know what was wrong with her. This isn't the right attitude towards her savior. This isn't her intention at all. But every time she thought of those women with whom he had unclear relationships, she felt suffocated, but she couldn't ask directly what the relationship was. After a moment of silence, Zhang Mengmeng continued to ask. Where did you learn these skills? You are so young, with such skills, why do you want to be a security guard? Ha! Qin Fei snorted coldly, what's wrong with being a security guard? Do you believe me when I say I'm a genius? Also, I'm not a prisoner and I have no obligation to answer your questions. Zhang Mengmeng felt a pain in her heart.
Why was their relationship becoming increasingly strained?
Just then, a middle-aged man with a square face walked in with a smile on his face.
Director Tian.
Zhang Mengmeng nodded to indicate that the person who came was the director here.
Director Tian looked at the two of them, then walked up to Qin Fei, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Good job, young man. On behalf of the police station, I thank you for your help this time."
Qin Fei quickly waved his hands and glanced at Zhang Mengmeng.
This is the attitude one should have towards people who bravely stand up for justice. You're too polite, Director Tian. This is what I should do. Director Tian sat down and looked at Qin Fei. Qin Fei, have you ever thought about resigning and changing jobs? Qin Fei nodded. I did think about resigning. Director Tian was silent for a moment. Actually, I admire you very much. If you are willing, I can help you arrange a better position.
Qin Fei smiled and said, "Thank you, Director Tian, for your kindness, but I have no plans to work for the time being."
Are you kidding? Working? I won't work for a living in this life.
I will just hang out for a while and then consider how to use the system's capabilities to achieve financial freedom.
Director Tian looked at Qin Fei with appreciation. Well, since you have made up your mind, I won't say much. If you need any help in the future, just come to me. Well, I really need Director Tian's help. Oh? Director Tian raised his eyebrows.
It was true that he wanted to recruit such a talent, and the request for help was just a courtesy. He didn't expect the other party to bring it up immediately, and it was a bit difficult to refuse.
What kind of trouble are you in? If there's anything I can do to help, I'll do my best.
When Zhang Mengmeng heard that Qin Fei was in trouble and wanted to seek help, her face became cautious. She was very curious about what had happened to the other party and was a little worried about Qin Fei. If I can help, it would be like repaying the other person for saving my life.
Yes.
It's just to repay the favor of saving my life, nothing else. Qin Fei scratched his head and chuckled. I wonder when the bonus will be paid?
That's it? Director Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Fei nodded. I heard that you can get a reward for helping to capture a wanted criminal.
Zhang Mengmeng rolled her eyes.
After all this time, it was all just for money? Don't worry, I've already submitted the application.
It's still going through the process.
I believe it will be issued soon. Director Tian glanced at Zhang Mengmeng and nodded. Yes, that's the case. Chapter 6. Is he your lickspittle number 1, or my lickspittle number N? After seeing Director Tian off, Zhang Mengmeng asked curiously, Qin Fei, are you short of money? No need. Qin Fei didn't give Zhang Mengmeng a good look. Why? Do you think the money is too much?
Zhang Mengmeng was choked by Qin Fei's words and didn't know how to ease the relationship.
After a moment, she had an idea.
It will take at least 10 days or half a month to complete the process.
If you don't mind, I can give it to you in advance. Qin Fei looked Zhang Mengmeng up and down.
He didn't believe that the other party would be so kind. But no matter what, only when the money is in your own pocket can it be said to truly belong to you. Just like falling in love, no matter how good the relationship is, if you don't have sex with it, it doesn't really belong to you.
What is the price?
What's your relationship with those women? Zhang Mengmeng muttered softly, her words unclear.
What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly.
Zhang Mengmeng blushed. If it weren't for you, I might still be in the hands of the criminals.
I should thank you, and you don't have to pay any price.
Qin Fei didn't know what was wrong with this woman, and his attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees.
Could it be that he saw that the director was friendly towards him?
For a moment, Qin Fei labeled Zhang Mengmeng as a snob.
How much is the prize money?
Zhang Mengmeng rolled her eyes and said, 1 million, maybe.
What? How much? 1 million? Qin Fei swallowed hard and pretended to be calm.
If I lose my composure in front of this woman, I will definitely be looked down upon.
Is it less?
Zhang Mengmeng said weakly.
How could it be less?
Qin Fei felt his heart floating.
I thought it would be good to have 100,000.
After all, many wanted criminals only have a few thousand, and some even have tens of thousands.
However, the actual bonus was only 100,000.
In order to thank Qin Fei, Zhang Mengmeng paid the other part out of her own pocket.
Qin Fei even suspected that the other party was joking with him and immediately took out his cell phone.
Come on, let V50 come over first and see its strength.
Seeing Qin Fei's eager look, Zhang Mengmeng smiled.
As long as the other party likes it, it can be regarded as an indirect way of repaying the favor. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Mengmeng picked up her phone from the desk and added Qin Fei as a friend.
Okay, turn around, take a look.
Qin Fei opened his phone and looked at the 6 zeros after the 1. He couldn't believe his eyes and confirmed it over and over again.
What kind of family does this girl come from? She just transferred $1 million without blinking an eye? Okay, got it, can I go now?
Zhang Mengmeng did not express her opinion and just stood there, not knowing what she was thinking. Seeing that the other party had nothing to say, Qin Fei turned around and left. First have a delicious meal, and then go to a foot massage parlor for a SPA to relax.
Wait a minute.
At this time, Zhang Mengmeng, who had been holding it in for a long time, finally spoke slowly. To show my gratitude, I'll treat you to a meal. Qin Fei thought about it and felt that having dinner with such a great beauty might not be a bad thing, so he nodded.
Sure, but this meal is on me. He had just taken 1 million from the other party. After all, he was a rich man. Qin Fei felt embarrassed to let him spend more money. Okay. Zhang Mengming's face was full of joy.
For her, as long as the result was achieved, it didn't matter who invited her.
Wait for me here for a moment. I'm going to change my clothes. Qin Fei nodded and sat back down. I looked at the time out of boredom.
I didn't expect that after all the hassle at the police station, it was almost noon.
Qin Fei was not too sleepy.
Every time he saw the extra 1 million, he felt it was worth it even if he had to work until late at night. After sitting for a while, Qin Fei saw a young man walking in with a bunch of roses in his hand.
He first glanced at Qin Fei, then frowned. Strange, didn't I hear that Meng Meng is here?
Only then did he realize that Qin Fei was wearing a security uniform.
Who is that? The young man looked down on everyone and pointed at Qin Fei. Have you seen Officer Zhang Mengmeng?
Qin Fei felt a little surprised. He didn't expect that Zhang Mengmeng's dog number 1 would appear so soon. Seeing that Qin Fei turned a deaf ear to his words, he crossed his legs and kept shaking them.
The young man felt humiliated and instantly became angry. Damn security guard.
As he said that, the young man took 2 steps forward, raised his foot and kicked towards Qin Fei. Seeing this, Qin Fei raised the corner of his mouth and his ankle trembled slightly.
The young man didn't even know what was happening.
He suddenly felt weightless and the flowers in his hand fell out of his hand. Then with a thud, he fell to his knees. At some point, the flowers had fallen into Qin Fei's hands. The young man still felt unbelievable.
How could a stinky security guard dare to attack him? You're looking for death. Do you know who I am?
As he was about to stand up, gravity hit him and Qin Fei had already put 1 foot on his shoulder. The young master was completely stunned, knowing that he had met a ruthless person this time.
What are you doing?
At this time, Zhang Mengmeng, who had changed her clothes, walked in.
Qin Fei glanced at her sideways.
The tight sports vest highlighted her figure, and the pink sports shorts showed off her slender legs. As for what shoes he wore and what color they were, Qin Fei had no idea.
Here, I'm looking for you,
Qin Fei said as he threw the rose to Zhang Mengmeng. Qin Fei's indifferent attitude made Zhang Mengmeng so angry that she wanted to stamp her feet. She said with a stern face,
Lu Hao, what are you doing here? Lu Hao pushed Qin Fei's legs away, stood up and smiled. Mengmeng, I heard that you caught a wanted criminal this morning. Are you injured anywhere?
Zhang Mengmeng looked at Qin Fei and felt a little embarrassed. Then she saw Qin Fei stood up and said, I won't bother you if you have something to say.
I'm hungry. Let's go.
As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Mengmeng's roar was heard.
Get lost. Lu Hao looked at Qin Fei with a smug look and said, You stinky security guard, did you hear me? No one here wants to keep you. Why don't you get out of here?
After spending a short time with Zhang Mengmeng, Qin Fei believed that Zhang Mengmeng could indeed do it.
But it doesn't matter. I have the stars and the sea in my heart. Continuing to engage in meaningless verbal disputes will only make myself more embarrassed. Qin Fei walked past Lu Hao calmly and reached the door.
But at this moment, Zhang Mengmeng grabbed Qin Fei's arm with a look of joy on her face.
Qin Fei, let's go. What delicious food are you going to treat me to?
As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room froze instantly.
Mengmeng, what do you mean?
Lu Hao felt a tightness in his chest, as if the sky had fallen in an instant. Qin Fei felt that his brain was not enough. He had only known Zhang Mengmeng for a short time.
Did she want to use him as a shield, or did she want him to be his nth concubine? How many times have I told you that I don't like you and told you to get out? Can't you hear me?
Zhang Mengmeng didn't even look at Lu Hao, but turned to Qin Fei with a flattering smile.
Chapter 7, Check in a room and take a shower. This brother is worth getting along with.
Watching the two people walking away, Lu Hao was unwilling to accept this reality and quickly caught up with them.
Meng, you must be deliberately trying to piss me off, right? What's so good about this stinky security guard? Apart from being a little stronger physically and looking a little more handsome than me, how can he compare to me? Isn't that enough? Please get out of my sight. Isn't that enough?
As soon as these words came out, Lu Hao was petrified on the spot, as if he was struck by lightning.
Could all these years of hard work be wiped out in one day? No.
Lu Hao covered his head in pain and stepped back step by step. He was unwilling to lose to a small security guard. Meng is just playing with the other person, and her family won't agree.
Yes. Thinking of this, Lu Hao's eyes lit up and he instantly woke up. As long as she doesn't have a close relationship with the stinky security guard, she will remain pure in my heart. When you get tired of playing with the stinky security guard, you will naturally come back to me. But before that, the two of them must not have any intimate actions. Qin Fei looked back at Lu Hao, shook his head, his eyes full of pity. But he found that Lu Hao actually followed him silently. What? You can't be a dog licker, but you want to eat dog food?
Soon, Qin Fei and the other man walked out of the police station. Smelling the fresh air, Qin Fei suddenly frowned. He sniffed his nose, then raised his arm and sniffed again.
Where does this foul smell come from?
As he spoke, Qin Fei cast a scrutinizing look at Zhang Mengmeng.
Zhang Mengmeng's cheeks turned red.
Although she had changed her clothes and her legs had been simply washed, some parts of her body were still difficult to deal with. Seeing that Qin Fei's nose was about to get close to her, Zhang Mengmeng hurriedly took a step back.
Go take a shower before dinner. You've been busy all night and you're all dirty. Qin Fei raised his eyebrows. Is it the smell on my body? Why can't I smell it? No, I do smell a foul odor.
Qin Fei was a little skeptical and raised his arm to smell it again. Zhang Mengmeng felt terrible and didn't want Qin Fei to delve too deeply into this topic. So in a hurry, he just pointed to the hotel in front.
Hey, stop smelling it, it's so dirty, let's go take a shower over there first. Qin Fei looked up and saw, Zhangcheng Hotel?
Seeing this, Qin Fei opened his mouth wide, stunned, and somewhat unbelievable.
Is this hinting at something?
The moment she said this, Zhang Mengmeng felt a little regretful. But seeing Qin Fei's appearance, he felt a little unhappy instantly.
What? I'm just taking a shower. Are you afraid that I'll eat you?
Qin Fei shook his head and smiled. It seemed that he was overthinking. Seeing Qin Fei walking towards the hotel first, Zhang Mengmeng couldn't go back on her word. After all, it was she who proposed the idea. Besides, the smell on his body made her extremely uncomfortable, so she took small steps and quickly followed.
Lu Hao stood there in a daze, completely dumbfounded. How could it be so easy for the white moonlight that I have been thinking about to check into a hotel with another man? Damn it! Damn it! After entering the hotel, Qin Fei walked straight to the front desk. Zhang Mengmeng was a little shy and kept hiding behind Qin Fei. Hello, how can I help you?
The receptionist smiled professionally.
Qin Fei scratched his head.
Although the man and woman were experienced, they had always been in the wild and had no experience in renting a hotel.
At this time, Zhang Mengmeng, who was hiding behind him, poked her head out and said, "Help us get a room."
Seeing this, the receptionist was a little surprised. It was the first time she had seen such a handsome man and beautiful woman, and she couldn't help but feel envious.
Please wait. Based on her many years of experience as a receptionist, she knew at first glance that the two people in front of her were a young couple checking into a hotel room for the first time, so they naturally wanted to leave a deep memory for each other. In order to avoid embarrassing them again, she directly booked a couple-themed room for them. When the door opened, Qin Fei and Zhang Mengmeng were both dumbfounded. Red heart decorations filled the entire room. Even the big bed in the middle was shaped like a heart. This. Zhang Mengmeng hesitated for a long time, not knowing what to say, so she could only bite the bullet and walk in. Anyway, I just came to take a shower, not to do anything else. But the more she thought about it, the hotter Zhang Mengmeng felt her cheeks get. Qin Fei didn't care. Whether to do it or not and how to do it depended on Zhang Mengmeng. Pa!
The lights were turned on, and pink light shone down, making the atmosphere in the room a little ambiguous for a moment. Zhang Mengmeng really wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, but she was the one who made the suggestion, so she had to finish the bath even with tears in her eyes. At this time, Qin Fei asked, "Do you want to wash first or should I wash first?" "Let me go first." Zhang Mengmeng had long been fed up with the smell on her body, and rushed into the bathroom in 2 or 3 steps. But soon, it ran out again with a dong 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 sound. Then he stood there with his head down, not saying anything for a long time. Qin Fei raised his eyebrows. "What's wrong?" The door is not locked." Qin Fei was speechless. "If there's no lock, then there's no lock. Are you afraid that I'll go in? Isn't it said that Zhang Mengmeng is cold on the outside but warm on the inside? Isn't she just a funny person?" Boom boom boom. Just then, there was a knock on the door. When Qin Fei opened the door, he saw that it was Lu Hao, the bootlicker. Before Qin Fei could speak, Lu Hao stuffed a box in his hand. Then he said with a serious face, "Be sure to take safety measures." Before Qin Fei could react, Lu Hao left in a hurry, leaving Qin Fei alone in the wind. Helplessly, Qin Fei could only look down at the box in his hand. The result, the word ultra-thin, is shocking. Combined with what Lu Hao just said, Qin Fei's smile suddenly became awkward, and he felt sorry for Lu Hao for a second. "I just feel that Lu Hao is a brother who was easy to get along with, and he is very thoughtful when encountering problems." Closing the door again, Zhang Mengmeng blinked her clear big eyes and looked at Qin Fei. "What is he doing here again?" Qin Fei waved his hand. "Nothing, maybe just to show your warmth." As he said that, Qin Fei threw the box of ultra-thin into the corner. "Hurry up, if it's not locked, then it's unlocked. I'm just staying in bed and not going anywhere." Back to the topic of bathing, Zhang Mengmeng nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. You are not allowed to peek." Qin Fei was too lazy to pay attention to her and just fell on the bed. After entering the bathroom, Zhang Mengmeng turned on the light. The white light formed a sharp contrast with the pink atmosphere outside. Only then did Qin Fei understand what Zhang Mengmeng really wanted to express. "I didn't expect city people to be so creative. The walls of the bathroom are made entirely of frosted glass." Although I couldn't see Zhang Mengmeng's appearance clearly, I could roughly see her outline. Maybe because of the poor lighting, after Zhang Mengmeng turned on the light, what she saw outside was extremely blurry, and she could almost see nothing. At this time, a kind of mentality of covering one's ears and stealing the bell arises. Since you cannot see the other person, you think the other person definitely cannot see you either. Soon, the sound of water was heard in the bathroom. Zhang Mengmeng pulled down her high ponytail, her long dark hair draped over her shoulders, her seductive legs slender. Chapter 8, No Time to Play House, accidentally entered the antique market. Qin Fei swallowed unconsciously. This kind of thing of taking advantage of someone's misfortune was not Qin Fei's style, unless he couldn't help it. But it wasn't really taking advantage of someone's misfortune, because she said I wasn't allowed to peek and I didn't agree. Besides, I didn't peek, I looked at it openly. In the bathroom, the naked Zhang Mengmeng was extremely nervous. From time to time, she would look towards the bathroom door, fearing that Qin Fei would rush in at any time. She was extremely regretful at this moment. She had only known Qin Fei for less than a day, but she was so unguarded. What should I do if Qin Fei really rushes in? I can't hit him, but I don't know if it will hurt. What if I have a baby because of this? All kinds of thoughts flew through Zhang Mengmeng's mind, and her body also felt somewhat strange. Soon, the heat rose and the bathroom door slowly opened. Qin Fei jumped up from the bed. "It's my turn." "Well, go ahead." Zhang Mengmeng walked to the bedside, and Qin Fei swallowed again. At first glance, under the wet long hair, there is a plumpness that cannot be concealed by the white bath towel. The arms are as crystal clear as jade, and the slender and straight pink legs are clearly visible. The sound of water in the bathroom was heard again. Zhang Mengmeng fell on the bed and looked around curiously. Through the glass, I could actually see Qin Fei's perfect muscle lines. Did he see everything just now? Thinking of this, Zhang Mengmeng's cheeks instantly turned like a ripe apple, and she immediately covered her head with a pillow. The comfort brought by the big bed made Zhang Mengmeng feel sleepy, and her eyelids became heavier. After a while, Qin Fei walked out of the bathroom, wiping his wet hair with a towel. "Let's go. Let's eat." Not getting a response, Qin Fei looked up. Zhang Mengmeng was found sleeping on the bed, without even having time to change her clothes. Yes, I guess he didn't sleep all night and was busy until 12 noon. Xin Fei sighed slightly and walked towards the big love bed. Under the white bath towel, the graceful figure was faintly visible. Xin Fei shook his head vigorously to get rid of those evil thoughts. Then he covered Zhang Mengmeng with a quilt, lay down on the other side of the big bed and closed his eyes. Ah! After an unknown amount of time, a scream woke Xin Fei up. I opened my eyes dazedly and found Zhang Mengmeng hiding under the quilt with only half of her head exposed. There was fear in her eyes. You, what did you do to me? Xin Fei slapped his forehead. Oh my god, are you going to let me sleep? Don't you know whether I did anything to you? After calming down, Zhang Mengmeng felt her body carefully. Indeed, there was no change, but why was she naked now? So, where's my towel? You ask me, how should I know? Xin Fei gave Zhang Mengmeng a displeased look. Zhang Mengmeng looked around with panic in her eyes, only to find that half of the bath towel was draped over the bed, while the other half was being pressed under her body. Zhang Mengmeng found out that she had misunderstood Xin Fei, and she felt relieved but also a little angry. Women are so contradictory. They are glad that Xin Fei didn't do anything to them, but they are also angry because Xin Fei didn't do anything to them. She discovered that Xin Fei was different from other suits and really had no feelings for her. For a moment, she began to doubt her own beauty. After a while, she moved with the quilt, and then stretched out her jade hand to grab her clothes. Then, there was a rustling sound of someone dressing under the quilt. Xin Fei understood what he meant and started to put on his security uniform. He felt that he was very angry now. He was frank with such a beauty and slept in the same bed with her. Not only did he not say anything that happened, but he was also misunderstood. At this moment, I just want to get rid of the other party as soon as possible, and then change my target to calm down. The journey is long, we will meet again if we are lucky. Goodbye. Aren't you going to treat me to a meal? Let's talk about it later. Xin Fei left his back, waved his hand, then opened the door and left. Zhang Mengmeng pouted in grievance, feeling as if she had done something wrong, but she didn't know where. But there was one thing she knew, that was Xin Fei was angry. When we left the hotel, it was already evening and the streets were extremely crowded with vehicles. Xin Fei found a snack bar and filled his stomach, but the fire in his heart was still burning. Anyway, I can't go back to the Jean Dark community. After all, duties with scores below 90 points will be punished. While I was thinking about the next step, Zhang Mengmeng sent me a message. Xin Fei, where are you? Xin Fei, I shouldn't have misunderstood you. I know I was wrong. Can we go out for dinner together? Xin Fei just wanted to fall in love but didn't want anyone to enter. He didn't have the time to play house with the other party and simply chose to ignore her. Where to find beautiful women? High-end bars are a must. Although I have never been there, I know there are good things there through what I have seen and heard. But before that, I have to change my clothes. After all, the security uniform is too eye-catching, and I might not even be able to get into the bar. After walking through several alleys and arriving at his rental house, Xin Fei changed into a set of handsome street stall clothes and walked towards Suwei Bar. Along the way, Xin Fei passed by an antique market, took out his cell phone and saw that it was just past 6 o'clock. It seems a little early to go to the bar now, why not go and see if we can find any bargains? Thinking of this, Xin Fei walked straight in. The antique market is a mixed bag, with street stalls and shops of all sizes lining the roadside. Probably because it was lunchtime, there were more people selling things than buying things. Brother, come and have a look. Someone in my family is in the hospital and needs money urgently. I'm selling this blue and white porcelain from the Qianqing period for 80,000 yuan. Xin Fei opened his eyes of delusion and took a look. The blue and white glaze from the Qianqing period was a complete fake. Not only that, there really wasn't a single thing anywhere I looked. There is an unwritten rule in the antique market, you have to pay first and then hand over the goods, and then you can leave. This is why many people can make a profit. Everything depends on your eyesight. If you buy a fake product and pay for it, you won't make trouble if you find a problem later. You can only blame your poor eyesight. The same principle applies to finding a bargain. As long as the transaction is reached between the two parties, the seller should not be jealous no matter how much profit is made. This is also the charm of the antique market. As he walked, a shop caught Xin Fei's attention. Inside the store, there are a wide variety of antiques on display, but few are authentic. Sitting in the middle was a middle-aged man who looked a bit listless, and seemed to be the boss here. Opposite him was a white-haired old man who looked vigorous and energetic, holding a dragon-carved cane in his hand. Mr. Xiang, please take a closer look.
This is a good item. 400,000 is not expensive. Chapter 9. So what if the routine is ruined?
The middle-aged boss carefully opened a rectangular wooden box. Inside the box was an exquisite porcelain vase.
Mr. Xiang put on his glasses and looked carefully at the porcelain bottle inside.
This was not his first time here, but he still couldn't make up his mind. If the porcelain vase is real, it will definitely be a huge profit. But if it is false, not only will the company suffer losses, but his reputation will also be damaged.
Fuck!
But at this moment, Qin Fei's exclamation suddenly came from outside the store. The middle-aged boss glanced outside and saw a guy in his early 20s, dressed in ordinary clothes.
Boy, why are you so startled?
If I get scared and break the porcelain vase, I won't be able to pay for it even if I sell you.
Xiang Lao looked at Qin Fei with a kind look, without any dissatisfaction. After all, he was still undecided.
Can't afford to pay?
It's just a broken bottle worth 500 yuan.
Why can't I afford to pay for it?
$500? The boss here was secretly unhappy about having his good fortune ruined, but he didn't show it on the surface. Boy, do you know that the person sitting in front of you is Mr. Xiang, a senior appraiser of the Dream Chasing Pavilion?
He holds a pivotal position in the entire Hansheng antique world.
If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Xiang Lao did not lose his way because of the middle-aged boss's flattery.
Instead, he looked at Qin Fei and smiled.
Young man, can you tell me why you are sure that this bottle is only worth $500?
The middle-aged boss narrowed his eyes, took a deep breath, and spoke to Lao Du, so it was not easy for him to chase him away.
I want to see if you can name a flower. Qin Fei spread his hands and did not argue with the boss.
Instead, he moved closer to the porcelain vase and pretended to look at it seriously.
Boy, I think you are just an amateur, go back to where you came from. Qin Fei raised his eyebrows. Mr. Xiang hasn't said anything yet, why are you in such a hurry?
The boss was indeed a little anxious.
Although he didn't believe Qin Fei could see anything, after what he did, Xiang Lao must have become even more suspicious. Why should Mr. Xiang care about what this kid said?
I think he has never seen such a good thing in his life. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Qin Fei preparing to take action, so he hurriedly spoke out to stop him.
Boy, don't damage the treasure.
Qin Fei stopped his hands in mid-air, shook his head and smiled, then took his hands back, not planning to pretend anymore. I have to say, the workmanship of this porcelain vase is extremely tricky to imitate.
It's easy to make a mistake if you're not careful.
But it's worth $500.
Boy, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. What evidence do you have to prove that this porcelain bottle is a replica? Mr. Xiang also became interested.
He couldn't even see clearly about the things he was looking for, so he didn't quite believe that the other party, who was so young, could see anything.
Young man, tell me why you think this thing is only worth 500 yuan? If you can explain it well, I will reward you handsomely. Isn't that simple? Qin Fei folded his hands, looking confident. Did Mr. Xiang notice the poem on the porcelain vase?
To be honest, if it weren't for the poem, I would have almost thought it was real just based on the workmanship.
What's wrong with poetry? Xiang Lao looked puzzled. He really couldn't see anything.
Mr. Xiang might as well take out his phone and check the internet to see the age of the poem. I'm sure he'll have the answer in his mind. As soon as these words were spoken, not only Mr. Xiang, but even the boss here took out his cell phone to check. You don't know until you check, and you'll be shocked when you do. A porcelain vase from the early Qing dynasty is inscribed with poems from the later Qing dynasty.
If this isn't fake, what is?
Humph.
You crooked cripple, you are so bold that you even deceived me.
He hit the old man with his walking stick, his eyes full of anger.
I don't know either, Mr. Xiang.
If this little brother hadn't reminded me, I would still be kept in the dark. Humph, this matter was caused by my poor eyesight. For the sake of this young brother, I will not bother with you.
Don't. Qin Fei complained in his heart, I didn't say anything, what do you mean by for my sake? Are you sure you're not trying to save face for yourself?
Xiang Lao looked at Qin Fei and smiled, little brother, today I am really grateful to you, otherwise I would be in trouble.
How about this? To express my gratitude, little brother, please choose any item in this room and I will buy it for you. How about that? Qin Fei waved his hand, don't do this, Mr. Xiang. It's just a piece of cake. Don't waste your money.
Qin Fei had noticed early on that there was a secret hidden inside the box containing the porcelain bottle.
Without knowing the other party, how would he explain it if he really asked the other party to spend money? How can this be possible? You, my little brother, have helped me a lot. Yes, little brother, I always keep my promises. Just choose one and I will definitely give you a reasonable price.
The boss thought, although he didn't cheat the other party this time, almost all the items in his room are fakes, so there will be a lot of room for maneuver. Seeing that Qin Fei remained unmoved, Xiang Lao looked at Qin Fei with another higher opinion. It is rare to have such vision and determination at such a young age, and his future prospects are limitless.
In this case, I won't force you. Little brother, leave me your contact information.
We can visit each other more often if we encounter any problems in the future.
Then I'll have to trouble you, Mr. Xiang. Qin Fei nodded absent-mindedly. Obviously, these were not what he cared about.
After the two exchanged names and contact information, Qin Fei looked at the porcelain bottle again intentionally or unintentionally.
Boss, I'm quite interested in this imitation. Why don't you name a price and I'll take it back and study it carefully?
The boss rolled his eyes and said, since it's a fake, and brother Qin Fei likes it so much, then take it away for 1,000 yuan. As soon as these words came out, Xiang Lao hit his cane with his face suddenly darkened. Crooked man, this is not how you do business.
Mr. Xiang, it's not easy for me to open a shop. There must be some profit, right?
Besides, I bought this porcelain vase at a high price.
At least it can reduce my losses, right? You bought it at a high price, so you can cheat your juniors like this? Xiang Lao expressed his dissatisfaction. No. Xiang Lao, 1,000 is 1,000.
At this moment, Qin Fei nodded with a painful look on his face, interrupting the two of them. It's really not easy for the boss to run a shop. I bought it for 1,000 yuan, including the wooden box. After these words were spoken, the crooked man and Xiang Lao frowned at the same time. Both of them were experts in this area, so they naturally understood what Qin Fei meant. The two of them were already tired of such crude tricks and realized that what Qin Fei really valued was not the porcelain vase inside. The wooden box outside is his real purpose. But no matter how you look at it, no matter how many times you look at it, it's just an ordinary wooden box.
At the other person's age, could it be that he has figured out something? But who is Mr. Xiang? It would be fine if he made a mistake once, but could he make a mistake every time? Mr. Xiang, what do you think?
Chapter 10, Make the most money and date the prettiest girls.
Xiang narrowed his eyes and said, business is based on mutual consent.
Since Qin Fei said so, I can't say much.
You can make your own decisions.
For him, staying out of it at this time is the best option. Seeing that neither of them noticed anything, Qin Fei breathed a sigh of relief, took out his mobile phone and prepared to pay.
Etc.
But at this time, YKZ pressed Qin Fei's cell phone. With more than 10 years of experience in picking up bargains, YKZ felt that this scene was extremely familiar. He always felt that he would lose something precious in the next second. But this wooden box has been in his shop for a long time. Although it is quite old, if it was really a treasure, it would have been obvious long ago.
But what if? The porcelain bottle is 1,000. If you want a wooden box, then add another 10,000.
$1,000 is not worth the risk for him. If he raises the price and finds out it is a real treasure, he will accept it. Qin Fei frowned and sighed inwardly. As expected of an old hand, he could see through my true intentions from just a few words. But I can only see the intention, otherwise the price would not be raised to only 10,000 yuan. After all, Qin Fei saw clearly that there was an imperial edict hidden in the wooden box, and its value was at least over 10 million. But in order to prevent the other party from continuing to raise the price, Qin Fei turned his gaze towards Xiang Lao. Mr. Xiang closed his eyes, hummed a little tune, and looked as if it had nothing to do with him. They are all smart people. It's no wonder that seeing Qin Fei's anxious look, if Xiang Lao didn't know Qin Fei a favor, he would have wanted to spend money to buy it and study it carefully. Seeing Qin Fei hesitating, YKZ had an idea in his mind. Even if the wooden box is really a treasure, I think its value is not much different from 11,000 yuan. But if something that so many people can't see is a treasure, it would be strange. All in all, this wave of blood profit is not a loss. Little brother, what do you think? I, the crooked lame man, will take anything I say. With old Xiang as my witness, I will accept it even if the wooden box is really a treasure. After the crooked lame man finished speaking, Xiang Lei said at the right time, Qin Fei, you have to think carefully.
you can't return it after you buy it.
Xin Fei nodded. Once the purchase is made, neither the buyer nor the seller can return or exchange it.
I understand this rule.
As he spoke, Xin Fei raised his phone again, and YKZ and Xiang Lao did not try to stop him.
Boss, the money has been transferred, take a look.
Okay. YKZ took out his cell phone and looked at it.
Got it, little brother. I wish you great fortune.
Xin Fei was still a little worried, so he confirmed again, Boss, then these porcelain bottles and wooden boxes belong to me, right?
Of course. Even if you want to smash it now, it is your own business. Bang!
As soon as he finished speaking, Xin Fei took out the porcelain bottle and threw it to the ground. The good porcelain vase was smashed to pieces in an instant.
Xin Fei is planning to go to the bar later, so he can't carry a porcelain bottle with him, right?
Xin Fei fell so decisively that the crooked man raised his eyebrows and his eyes fell on the wooden box in Xin Fei's hand.
Xiang Lao smiled and said, Xin Fei, tell me quickly, what is so special about this wooden box?
Really? Xin Fei saw that the two of them did not feel any regret about the broken porcelain bottle, but instead kept looking at the wooden box in their hands.
He is indeed a veteran.
There's nothing special about the wooden box, it's just a feeling.
Feeling? What feeling? Xin Fei grinned and said, you can't say that I saw it, right? I just feel like I'm going to be lucky today.
After these words were spoken, Xiang Lao shook his head, feeling secretly disappointed. The crooked lame man was extremely lucky, as the profit from this business was enough to feed him for several days. Xin Fei did not explain, but picked up the knife on the table and inserted it little by little along the gap of the wooden box. As the wooden box was opened bit by bit, the eyelids of YKZ twitched violently.
Xin Fei pretended to be surprised and said, sure enough. Just as I expected.
When the last piece of the wooden box was opened, revealing a hint of golden color, Xiang Lao jumped up from his chair, threw away his dragon-carved cane, and ran to Xin Fei in 3 or 2 steps.
Is this an imperial edict? I just don't know which emperor wrote it.
Xiang Lao was breathing rapidly, and Xin Fei was even more stunning in his eyes. As soon as the word imperial edict came out, YKZ was petrified on the spot. Anything related to the word imperial edict was worth at least millions, and even hundreds of millions.
Is it true? The imperial edict will be hidden in a wooden box?
The crooked man didn't believe it and went forward to see for himself whether it was real or not. At this time, Xin Fei slowly opened the imperial edict. The seal on the imperial edict, including every word, told YKZ everything.
You treat the other party as an enemy, and the other party treats you as a clown. Mr. Xiang, can you tell me how much this imperial edict is worth? Xiang Lao swallowed his saliva.
He was as shocked as the crooked man and almost couldn't breathe.
What's wrong with spending 400,000 yuan to buy a fake porcelain vase? The imperial edict in the wooden box is genuine.
Although he had a lot of resentment towards Xin Fei, he could also understand it.
After all, what was there to say if he was not as skilled as others? Besides, even if I bought it back, what would happen?
After finding out that the porcelain vase was fake, I would definitely throw the wooden box away as junk.
Alas!
The last imperial edict of similar quality was sold at a high price of 38 million.
38 million?
The crooked lame man opened his mouth wide and couldn't close it for a long time.
I haven't finished yet. Xiang Lao shook his head, not knowing whether he was happy or sad.
This imperial edict is even older than the other one, and its value is immeasurable.
Little brother, my dream-chasing pavilion just needs a treasure to keep it in the shop. I wonder if little brother Xin Fei has any plans to help?
Xin Fei smiled calmly. His appearance was calm, but his heart could not calm down for a long time.
38 million.
You know, the Eye of Delusion's assessment of this imperial edict was only a little over 10 million, but this time it has increased several times. It turns out that antiques themselves have no value. It's just that in this impetuous society there are too many rich people, so the actual value of antiques depends on demand.
Go to work? What kind of work?
With the existence of this plug-in system, there are only 2 things to do in the future.
Make money, make more and more money.
Pick up girls, pick up lots of girls who score above 90.
I'll make you an offer, as long as the price is about the same.
Don't worry, little brother. I can't make the decision on such a big matter.
Why don't you wait here for a moment and let the boss come and talk to you in person?
Xin Fei nodded. As soon as possible, after all, I have something else to do later.
Don't worry, it won't take too long.
Having said that, Xiang Lao quickly dialed the phone and walked out. Qin Fei turned his head and saw that the crooked lame man was still standing there in a daze, so he began to appreciate the antiques in the store.
Boss, how much is this bowl? YKZ came to his senses, looked in the direction Qin Fei pointed, and clearly remembered that it was just a fake. He was about to raise the price to save face. But just as the words came to his lips, he shook his head and said, "Not for sale." Chapter 11, Gambling, in the Dead of Night.
At this moment, he no longer dared to doubt Qin Fei's eyesight, and silently memorized the bowl in his heart, thinking that he must find someone to check it carefully afterwards.
Qin Fei smiled bitterly, shook his head and looked around. YKZ's eyes never left Qin Fei.
As long as Qin Fei stayed on an object for more than 3 seconds, he would remember that object.
No matter how high the appraisal fee is, he will appraise them one by one.
But only the first bowl was real, but it also allowed YKZ to make a small profit. After a while, Xiang Lao walked in and said with a kind smile, "Brother Qin, the boss is on the way, but the road is a bit congested. Please sit down and drink some tea first and wait for a moment."
Qin Fei didn't express his opinion, just nodded and sat down. It would be best to act as soon as possible. If you say you have something to do, it will only give the other party a sense of urgency. After all, what happened at the bar is not as important as getting the money back.
What's more, the bar becomes more beautiful as the night goes on. It's only around 8 o'clock now, and Qin Fei is not in a hurry at all. My dear friend Qin Fei, you have such good eyesight at such a young age.
I wonder where his teacher is from.
After Mr. Xiang said this, the crooked lame man immediately pricked up his ears and listened carefully.
YKZ also understood this truth.
Since his master had such good eyesight at such a young age, he must not be an unknown person.
Qin Fei shook his head and smiled. I didn't have a master.
I learned everything from books one by one with my strong willpower.
After these words were spoken, the two fell silent.
It was normal to be wary as long as the person behind Qin Fei didn't want to reveal his name, or Qin Fei was too unfamiliar with them.
Next, Qin Fei chatted with them in a random manner, and the topic was all about some interesting things in the antique market.
Not long after, a beautiful and heroic woman came in hurriedly. The beauty has her hair piled high on her head, her eyes are dreamy and full of unique charm, and under her tall figure she is wearing a black one-piece slit dress.
He walked with the wind, and the white spot on his chest looked like an agile rabbit. After just one look, Qin Fei couldn't help but open his eye of delusion.
Zhang Mengmeng, 28 years old, 93 points for appearance, 17 points for combat power, hot on the outside but cold on the inside, founder of Dream Chaser, assets over 1 billion. Due to family changes in her early years, she has prejudices against men, and is still single, eager to be independent, eager to break free from family constraints, and in the dead of night, she is a dark night judo master.
Qin Fei was speechless. Do all beautiful women have some serious illness?
Based on this introduction, she is even more difficult to deal with than that policewoman. Just with this combat power value of 17, plus the fact that he is a judo master, if Qin Fei fights with all his strength, he is not sure he can gain any advantage over the opponent.
But what does this mean in the dead of night? Could it be that the judo skills are enhanced in the middle of the night?
Suddenly, Qin Fei seemed to think of something and smiled evilly in his heart.
Xiang Lao. After Zhang Mengmeng entered the room, she greeted Mr. Xiang. Mengmeng is here? Let me introduce you to each other. This is the brother Qin Fei that I mentioned to you on the phone.
Little brother, this is the boss of our dream-chasing pavilion, Zhang Mengmeng.
Hello? Qin Fei nodded politely. Hello?
Zhang Mengmeng looked at Qin Fei and then gave him a charming smile.
Brother Qin Fei is really a promising young man. Not only is he handsome, but he also has a lot of skills. Boss Zhang, you are too kind.
I think Mr. Xiang has explained it to you clearly on the phone.
I wonder how much you can ask for this imperial edict.
Zhang Mengmeng was slightly stunned. She had never expected the other party to be so direct. Although what she said was just polite words, she had always been confident in her beauty. Relying on her beauty, she has always been successful in her flattery skills, but she was strangled to death in the cradle as soon as she opened her mouth.
Little brother Qin Fei, how much do you think is appropriate?
Zhang Mengmeng said in a soft tone. But it was this gentle tone that made Qin Fei feel like his bones were almost softening. If Qin Fei didn't know the other party's background in advance, he would definitely suspect that the other party was seducing him.
Boss Zhang, don't ask me. Just take a look first.
I, Qin Fei, am not a hesitant person.
As long as the price is right, it's fine.
Zhang Mengmeng frowned slightly. After a series of failures, she finally began to take Qin Fei in front of her seriously. It would have been fine if Qin Fei had just made an offer directly, but instead he kicked the ball back, which made Zhang Mengmeng a little confused.
Mr. Xiang, what do you think?
Based on her lack of understanding of Qin Fei, Zhang Mengmeng still wanted to hear Mr. Xiang's opinion. After all, he was a senior appraiser that she had hired at a high price.
Xiang Lao frowned, feeling a little torn.
When both sides are playing their cards openly, Qin Fei has such vision and experience. It is indeed difficult to satisfy Qin Fei and make the company profitable at the same time. Mr. Xiang took the imperial edict again and looked at it carefully from top to bottom, left to right, over and over again.
Time passed little by little, and Qin Fei and Zhang Mengmeng stood by silently waiting.
At this time, more and more people came into the store to watch the fun. Although most people don't quite understand, after all, many people know Mr. Xiang. Seeing Mr. Xiang showing such an expression, it must be that this transaction must be very important.
Crooked lame man, is that imperial edict true?
When one of them spoke, everyone pricked up their ears and looked towards the crippled man.
YKZ felt mixed emotions and silently.
Seeing this, everyone showed envy, jealousy, and yearning, all kinds of expressions. As more and more people gathered around, the one who felt the most uncomfortable was the cripple himself. He played a good hand of cards badly and could only smile at the side. He felt that he should be underground at this moment, not in the store. After a long while, Xiang Lao finally put down his work, looked at Qin Fei very seriously and said, "Little brother, I, Dream Chaser, offer you 30 million.
What do you think?"
Hiss.
30 million. Everyone present gasped.
Everyone looked in the direction the old man was looking. He was just a young man in his early 20s.
How could he achieve financial freedom at such a young age? Zhang Mengmeng folded her hands and looked at Qin Fei.
The price was not expensive for her, so she was just waiting for Qin Fei's reply. Suddenly, Qin Fei became the focus. For Qin Fei, who had just entered the antique market and had no connections, he could accept the offer of 20 million yuan. After all, it was a bargain, basically free money. Besides, many things in an auction are out of control and are very different from actual private transactions.
Giving 30 million is already very conscientious.
Qin Fei nodded, but just as he was about to speak, a man's voice came from outside the store.
"I'll give you 35 million.
As soon as these words were spoken, the already crowded shop suddenly became lively. People consciously made way for it and looked outside.
Chapter 12, A Hero Saves a Beauty, playing strange stories from a Chinese studio under the system's nose? It's the second son of G Group. I didn't expect to see the second son of the G family in this small antique market. What's the big deal? Even an imperial edict can appear.
I'm not surprised that the second son of the G family can come. That kid is really lucky. He thought he was lucky with 30 million, but he didn't expect to get another 5 million.
I just wonder if Dream Chasing Pavilion still has the ability to fight for it again?"
After seeing who was coming, everyone started whispering to each other. Qin Fei was also curious. He raised the price without seeing anything, as if he had Zhang Mengmeng in his arms.
How could this be such a coincidence?
Ji Budwan, 29 years old, combat power 11, his business includes jade, jewelry, and antiques. He is Zhang Mengmeng's competitor and also her pursuer. After being rejected several times, he turned his love into hatred. He wanted to destroy and annex the Dream Chasing Pavilion, and then show mercy and take Zhang Mengmeng into his pocket.
Ji Budwan, why are you everywhere?
Zhang Mengmeng's face was gloomy, and she even suspected that the other party had installed a positioning system on her.
Hana, there is such a good thing. If you can come, so can I. Ji Budwan looked Zhang Mengmeng up and down with naked eyes without any concealment. After that, he looked at Qin Fei with contempt. "Boy, give me the card number, I want the 35 million.
Qin Fei raised his eyebrows. He really couldn't stand the other party's arrogant attitude. Furthermore, he couldn't bear to see a beautiful woman fall into an embarrassing situation with his own eyes.
"Sorry, you're a step late.
I've already sold the Imperial Edict to the Dream Chasing Pavilion for 30 million. When these words were spoken, Zhang Mengmeng's eyes lit up and she felt extremely surprised. She thought Qin Fei was not attracted by her beauty, but why was he so biased towards her? Zhang Mengmeng couldn't understand it, but her opinion of Qin Fei improved a lot. Ji Budwan said with a smile, "Before the deal is completed, you can definitely make changes. Boy, I can give you another chance to reorganize your words."
Ji Budwan. Why do you insist on biting my dream-chasing pavilion?
Ji Budwan waved his hand. The market is cruel and the highest bidder wins.
Meng Meng, if you can't grasp it, you can't blame me.
Okay. Zhang Mengmeng gritted her teeth and smiled. Brother Qin Fei, I'll give you 36 million.
After the words fell, Ji Budwan didn't even frown and directly offered a price, 40 million.
As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar again.
Zhang Mengmeng's face was solemn.
It was obvious that the price of 40 million had exceeded her psychological expectations. At this time, Xiang Lao came over and whispered, continuous losses have a bad impact on Dream Chasing Club.
Why not increase it to 50 million directly?
This way, we can show the strength of our Dream Chasing Club and spread its reputation. Hearing what Mr. Xiang said, Zhang Mengmeng looked embarrassed. Mr. Xiang, I have made full preparations for tomorrow's rough stone appreciation auction.
Is 50 million a bit? Don't worry. Xiang Lao patted his chest and assured, we won't lose 50 million. If the other party adds more, we will just give up.
Seeing that Mr. Xiang was so confident, Zhang Mengmeng just went for it.
I'll give you 50 million. Wow.
As soon as these words were spoken, the field was completely boiling.
That's 50 million, not 50 million pieces of toilet paper. Even if you use them to wipe your butt, you can't use them all up. Is this imperial edict really that valuable?
After saying out the 50 million, Zhang Mengmeng felt a little regretful. But looking at everyone's reactions, she felt that it was worth it even if she suffered a little loss. But at this moment, a loud applause attracted everyone's attention. Ji Budwan walked out slowly, looking as if he had succeeded in his evil plan. As the applause stopped, the field suddenly became silent, and Ji Budwan smiled gently.
As expected of the dream-chasing pavilion, they are really powerful.
With just one imperial decree, they managed to raise the price to 50 million.
Humph.
Zhang Mengmeng snorted coldly, Ji Budwan, if you can't offer a price, just get out of here and stop being so sarcastic.
Ji Budwan was not annoyed, he laughed and said, Meng Meng, you are stupid, but do you think I am as stupid as you?
Although my Ji family is rich, we never do business at a loss. This imperial edict is worth more than 10 million, if you like it, I will give it to you.
More than 10 million?
At this moment, Qin Fei seemed to have figured out everything. It turned out that the system's valuation was correct.
So who made the mistake?
It seems to be self-evident. After all this time, it turned out that from the moment the imperial edict appeared, Zhang Mengmeng had fallen into the trap set by the other party. Strictly speaking, Qin Fei also has an unshirkable responsibility for Zhang Mengmeng's situation.
Master Ji, how can you be so sure without even taking a look?
Yes, this imperial edict is generally recognized to be worth more than 30 million.
How can you be sure that it is only worth more than 10 million? You're not really going to quit, are you?
We're still waiting to see some good shows.
Who is the recognized one? Ji Budwan's eyes focused and scanned everyone one by one.
After meeting Ji Budwan's gaze, everyone lowered their heads. Meng Meng, since you've already called out the price in front of so many people, you can't break the rules, right?
Mr. Xiang, what's going on?
Zhang Mengmeng frowned and asked in a low voice. Xiang Lao sighed, stood there with a painful look on his face, looking extremely remorseful. At this moment, looking at everyone pointing and talking, Zhang Mengmeng felt so lonely.
But even so, she never doubted the value of the imperial edict, nor did she doubt Xiang Lao's judgment. No, I mean, have you guys talked enough?
Just then, Qin Fei, who had been silent all the time, walked out. Seeing the appearance of the seller Qin Fei, everyone once again marveled at this boy's good luck. The original price of 30 million nearly doubled in a short time. Brother Qin Fei, give me your card number and I will transfer the money right away. One thing at a time, Zhang Mengmeng didn't want to bring the bad mood she got from Ji Budwan to Qin Fei, so she forced a smile. Qin Fei turned a deaf ear to him and said in a deep voice, I say, you guys are so old, how can you plot against a little girl like this?
Is that interesting?
Ji Budwan widened his eyes, as if Qin Fei's reaction was beyond his expectations. Kid, be careful with your words. I didn't force anyone, nor did I plot against anyone.
It's a matter of will and a fight. I've helped you make tens of millions more, so just be happy. Calculate? Zhang Mengmeng's pupils shrank. Little brother Qin Fei, what do you mean by calculate? Can you tell me? Qin Fei nodded, of course. Now that I have stood up, I want to expose the ugly faces of certain people.
As he spoke, Qin Fei put his hands behind his back and walked in front of Mr. Xiang.
Master Xiang, let me ask you, did you know the actual value of the imperial edict?
Chapter 13 Love is selfless, the rest is just greed for someone's body.
Mr. Xiang looked at Qin Fei in silence.
Regardless of whether the other party admitted it or not, Qin Fei continued, after you learned the actual value of this imperial edict, you deliberately leaked information, making everyone mistakenly believe that the value of the imperial edict should be more than 38 million.
Is that right or not?
At that time, the imperial edict was indeed auctioned off for 38 million.
Perhaps I am short-sighted. What does this prove? Everyone didn't understand what Qin Fei meant. Even the most powerful person can make mistakes sometimes. What does this have to do with old Xiang? Also, shouldn't he sell the imperial edict right now and leave with the 50 million? Why do you keep picking on Mr. Xiang?
Qin Fei smiled lightly, did not argue with Xiang Lao, and turned to look at Zhang Mengmeng.
Mr. Xiang said he was going to call you. Take out your phone now and check the time of your call.
Zhang Mengmeng took out her phone and looked at it, then said blankly.
The call lasted 2 minutes and 17 seconds.
Qin Fei nodded and looked at Xiang Lao again. The call lasted 2 minutes and 17 seconds, but the time you spent on the call outside was at least more than 10 minutes, and the boss here can also testify to that. The crooked lame man nodded, indeed, 10 minutes more, no less.
Then here comes the question. Qin Fei chuckled, the call lasted 2 minutes and 17 seconds, so what did you do during the rest of the time?
This.
He rolled his eyes, not knowing how to explain. Hypothesis. I'm just assuming. You can think about it carefully.
Suppose Mr. Xiang just finished the phone call, which took 2 minutes and 17 seconds, and then called the son of the Ji family. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present suddenly started to make noise.
I wonder why Master Ji is here.
That's right, you raised the price without even looking at it. It's not like you're panicking because you have too much money. Even though they knew that the imperial edict was only worth over 10 million, they still raised the price openly.
If you say there is no conspiracy, I won't believe it even if you kill me.
At this moment, Ji Budwan snorted coldly, this is just your guess.
I just got here and saw the excitement. What's wrong with joining in the fun?
Whether this is a fun or a plan, you know it clearly in your heart. Having said that, Qin Fei turned around and looked at everyone. Let's assume that Mr. Xiang made a mistake the first time.
Everyone still remembers, right? Mr. Xiang looked at the imperial edict for a long time. Could it be that with Mr. Xiang's eyesight, after looking at it for such a long time, he still offered 30 million?
In my opinion, it's not that he is unsure, but he is stalling for time and waiting for someone.
At this time, someone reacted. Yes.
Before Mr. Xiang made an offer, he would look outside the store from time to time. Not long after he made the offer, Mr. Ji appeared.
You are talking nonsense. Xiang Lao pointed at the man angrily, but his trembling hands showed that he was feeling guilty. If it's nonsense, why is Mr. Xiang sweating all over? That's right.
If he's innocent, just take out his phone and check if he has contacted Master Ji.
For a moment, everyone was talking at once. After Qin Fei's guidance, Ji Budwan and Xiang Lao's plan was instantly full of loopholes. That's enough.
Zhang Mengmeng gave a sweet cry. Everyone immediately stopped making noise, and everyone wanted to see what the victim would do.
Xiang Lao, do you have anything else to say? Xiang Lao sighed and lowered his head, I have nothing to say.
Zhang Mengmeng bit her lip lightly, as if her heart was hit by a heavy hammer. Although she had doubts in her heart, she never believed it and was unwilling to doubt it. As a result, reality taught her a good lesson. If it weren't for Qin Fei, she would still be kept in the dark.
Why are you doing this?
I, Zhang Mengmeng, think I treat you well. You wanted a quiet office environment, so I vacated my office for you and increased your salary.
Why are you treating me like this?
Zhang Mengmeng had a blank expression on her face, but everyone could see her inner fragility at the moment.
Zhang Mengmeng, you don't think that it's that easy to find a senior appraiser, do you?
From the beginning to the end, Mr. Xiang has always been a member of my Ji family.
Do you think Mr. Xiang has let you down? Are you worthy of me?
As soon as Ji Budwan opened his mouth, everyone pricked up their ears and listened carefully as if they had heard something earth-shattering. I sent Xiang Lao to you because I wanted to help you, but you rejected my pursuit time and time again.
What is it about me, Ji Budwan, that you, Zhang Mengmeng, don't like?
Zhang Mengmeng sighed and felt very tired.
What a shitty Ji family. She never took it seriously.
She just wanted to build a career and become independent so that she could make her own decisions about marriage. But the obstacles along the way were so overwhelming that she felt a little breathless.
Will I have to return to my family and accept my fate?
She was unwilling to give up, but as the deadline was getting closer and closer, a deep feeling of powerlessness came over her. But at this moment, Qin Fei came over and stood in front of her.
All right, stop making yourself sound so great. True love is giving silently without asking for anything in return.
You were just coveting her body.
You're so cheap.
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone burst into laughter. Zhang Mengmeng was stunned, and carefully savored what Qin Fei said.
Is true love unrequited?
He has no relationship with Qin Fei, so why would he help him?
Isn't what he is doing now just silently giving without asking for anything in return?
For a moment, Zhang Mengmeng looked at Qin Fei's back, which seemed even more majestic.
Boy, I have tolerated you for a long time. Are you sure you want to go against me, Ji Buduan?
Qin Fei smiled contemptuously, and without saying anything else, he kicked him.
You keep pretending. I've been putting up with you for a long time.
As he said that, Qin Fei went up and kicked Ji Buduan again, directly kicking him out of the store. Everyone felt relieved by Qin Fei's behavior, but also mourned for him.
Soon, 4 bodyguards in suits appeared and helped Ji Buduan up. You bastards, you only showed up after I got beaten? The 4 bodyguards lowered their heads at the same time and endured Ji Buduan's scolding. What are you all standing there for? Why did my Ji family raise you? Come on. I'm going to teach this bra a lesson today.
At the command, 4 bodyguards quickly rushed towards Qin Fei.
Qin Fei, stand behind me and let me do it.
Zhang Mengmeng took light steps and turned around to stand in front of Qin Fei. Qin Fei has no habit of being protected by women, let alone such a pitiful woman. Besides, the highest combat power of the 4 bodyguards does not exceed 15.
You should be standing behind me and let me do it.
As he spoke, Qin Fei walked briskly and arrived in front of the bodyguard in 1 step.
Next second. Pa 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 pa.
4 muffled groans sounded almost at the same time. The 4 bodyguards flew back just as they came.
Chapter 14, Matching Personalities, disappointed Qin Fei.
Zhang Mengmeng widened her eyes in disbelief. At this moment, Qin Fei became even more mysterious in her eyes. She wondered how many secrets he still had.
Boy, you're great. Let's wait and see.
Seeing that the 4 bodyguards were no match for Qin Fei, Ji Buduan said something harsh and ran away in shame.
Rubbish.
Qin Fei laughed and clapped his hands. When he turned around, he saw Zhang Mengmeng staring at him blankly. In his resolute eyes, there is a sense of vicissitudes of life, which makes me feel pity for him.
Xiang Lao, your master has left, but you are still here. Are you waiting for me to treat you to a midnight snack?
Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Xiang Lao coughed lightly with some embarrassment. Suddenly he felt a little embarrassed, then picked up the dragon-carved cane and walked quickly out of the store.
Qin Fei, thank you. Zhang Mengmeng's eyes were extremely sincere. Qin Fei waved his hand, there's nothing to thank you for. I hate to see beautiful women being bullied.
Zhang Mengmeng nodded and kept it in mind. After everyone left, Qin Fei and Zhang Mengmeng walked side by side on the way out of the antique market.
Qin Fei, give me your card number and I'll transfer the money to you. No need, this is just a farce. If you really want it, just give me 10 million.
Zhang Mengmeng smiled lightly with a hint of bitterness on her face. No, that won't work.
What I said is what it is.
Besides, if things get this bad, my dream-chasing pavilion won't be able to continue running.
No matter how much money I make, it will be useless. Just think of it as a souvenir. Qin Fei was surprised. Didn't the other party want to be independent and get rid of the shackles of his family? Why did he just stop doing it? Chasing dreams, chasing dreams. Qin Fei kept savoring these 2 words in his heart and could feel the other party's obsession. How painful would it be to pursue a dream for so long and then have it come to nothing? Okay, since you insist so much, I can't say anything else. I'll take the 15 million. Seeing Qin Fei nod, Zhang Mengmeng showed a hint of ease.
Soon, the 2 completed the transaction and exchanged contact information. Along the way, the 2 of them didn't say a word and soon walked out of the antique market.
Zhang Mengmeng pressed the car key, and a cool sports car came into view. Where are you going?
I'll take you there.
Qin Fei waved his hand, no need, I'm right in front, just 2 steps away.
At the time of parting, Jean Fei slowly said, "In fact, for some things, don't give up easily until the last moment."
What if? What if there is a turnaround tomorrow? Will you regret your decision today? This sentence was said to Zhang Mengmeng, but also to myself. Zhang Mengmeng's personality is very much to his liking.
Strong, independent, crying silently, always arousing his desire to protect. God gave him the system as a help, so he should not give up on what he wants to do.
Go back and think about it carefully. If you figure it out, call me and I can help you.
Zhang Mengmeng stood there in a daze, and just as she was about to express her gratitude, she saw Jean Fei walking away.
You just leave without saying anything. What an impolite guy.
Zhang Mengmeng smiled slightly. Until Jean Fei had disappeared from her sight, Zhang Mengmeng still stood there, savoring Jean Fei's words carefully. Sometimes he was in deep thought, sometimes he smiled foolishly, until tears came out, then he got in the car and drove away.
Entering the Solvay bar is like entering another world.
The lights were dim but colorful, and the air was filled with the smell of alcohol and nicotine. As the wine glasses clinked against each other, people were laughing and talking happily. In the middle of the dance floor, many people swayed to the music, and the carnival factor that had been suppressed for a long time was completely released at this moment. Many men and women rubbed against each other, looking for their other half for tonight. Although he had done his homework, Jean Fei still felt extremely uncomfortable in such an atmosphere, and even a little disappointed. Soon, Jean Fei was arranged by the waiter here to sit in a booth. The consumption was quite high, with a minimum of 2,000.
This is nothing to Jean Fei now. But can you really find decent beauties in such a decadent place?
Jean Fei had no hope at all and felt that he was crazy to come to such a place. But since you're here, just treat it as a rare experience in life. With Jean Fei's good looks and the fact that he was alone, he quickly became the focus of many women.
Handsome guy, are you alone? No appointment, thank you.
Jean Fei couldn't remember whether this was the 11th or 12th person he had rejected, and there were quite a few very beautiful women among them.
But none of them scored over 70 points.
You can tell why they look so good because they applied a thick layer of paint on their faces.
Damn it, why?
For what? A man sitting in the booth next to Jean Fei saw how popular Jean Fei was and instantly became unhappy. A friend next to him was more reasonable.
Old Yang, tell me why. If they really come to you, I would like to ask why. Is it because you are bald or because you have a fat belly? Old Yang was a little dissatisfied, but I have money. Forget about it. In this bar, appearance is justice. Who doesn't come to the bar to have fun?
If you have money, you should do what I did and find a hostess to have fun with instead of dreaming about those unrealistic things.
That's right, brother.
As soon as the man finished speaking, a heavily made-up woman beside him giggled and said, "How about I call all my sisters out so that you can pick one? Don't worry, they are all professionals.
As long as you pay enough money, they can give you any kind of true love." Old Yan looked unhappy, but finally nodded. Are there any female students?
Of course. The woman was instantly delighted. After all, if she sold one, she could get a commission. Today, a new student girl came. I heard she is still a virgin, but the price is a bit expensive.
Brother, what do you think? Old Yang's eyes lit up after hearing this. Newcomer? Newcomers are good.
As he said that, he threw a wad of money on the table.
The last thing I lack is money.
Hurry up and call her out to show her to me.
If she satisfies me, you will definitely get some benefits.
Okay, brother.
You wait here for a moment. After the woman left, the man next to Lao Yang pointed at Lao Yang and laughed. Good boy, Lao Yang, just now you asked me to order a drink with you, and you were pretending to be noble, but now you hear about the student girl, look how happy you are.
Old Yang patted his belly nonchalantly. Haha, if she's good looking, I'll take her down tonight.
Just as the two were talking, an enchanting and sexy figure walked past the brothers' booth.
The two of them knew without thinking that he must be going to find Jean Fei, and they couldn't help but take a look at him.
Chapter 15, A Ray of Light in This Dark World.
The charming figure raised her buttocks and sat on the table, waving at Jean Fei with her index finger raised.
Handsome boy, want a date?
As soon as these words were spoken, the two people in the next booth leaned against the partition, seemingly looking forward to the development of the plot.
Oh my God. This is really eye-catching. No wonder you look down on so many beauties. It turns out you like this. Alas. It's useless. I have a beautiful body, why do I like this?
Hearing the teasing from the two people next to him, Jean Fei looked up. The other person's rolling Adam's apple, strong chest muscles, and rough beard reveal his gender all the time, and even have a clip-like sound.
Roll. Handsome guy. I told you to get out. Chin Fei's face was terribly gloomy.
Seeing Chin Fei's firm attitude, the rough and charming man bit his lips lightly, with tears in his eyes, and ran away sadly with his hands raised with his fingers curled up.
What a shame. What a pity. The two people next to them shook their heads and sat back down.
Neither men nor women are welcome.
I don't know what he is doing in the bar. Chin Fei was speechless. He was brave once, but ended up being an introvert for life. What a painful experience. After this little episode, Chin Fei didn't plan to stay any longer. He would never come to such a crappy bar again in his life. But at this moment, the hostess next door came back, with a little beauty by her side. Chin Fei looked curiously and saw that the little beauty had a refreshing scent and a pure and beautiful face, like a beautiful melody. Her chest was slightly raised, not fully developed yet, her hair was shoulder length, she was elegant and refined, and under her big, beautiful eyes, there was fear, anxiety, and helplessness. Chin Fei wanted to see what kind of experience could make a person of such a lively and cheerful age so depressed. Eye of Delusion.
Nian Yuyu, 19 years old, combat power 5, appearance 90 points, likes to imagine and fantasize, is not confident, dropped out of sophomore year, originally had a happy family, but because of his father's gambling debts, he has been drinking all year round, and his mother is seriously ill and urgently needs high medical expenses. Looking at Nian Yuyu's message, Chin Fei sighed slightly.
Is this the legendary alcoholic father, sick mother, and broken family that depends entirely on her? Just right. Just right. This trip to the bar was really worth it.
Ah, come here, little sister, sit next to me. Bald old Yang's eyes widened, he stood up impatiently, stretched out his big hand and grabbed Nian Yuyu. But Nian Yuyu instinctively took a step back, leaving Lao Yang with no chance to catch her. Old Yang withdrew his hand awkwardly and scratched his head.
Nian Yuyu, why are you hiding? If you make Boss Yan unhappy, do you still want money to treat your mother's illness?
The hostess scolded him and Nian Yuyu immediately lowered her head.
Sorry.
Looking at the other person's pitiful appearance, old Yang almost drooled.
My pretty girl, it's easy to ask for money. Come and drink with me. $200 a glass, how about that?
When these words were spoken, the hostess' eyes lit up and she pushed Nian Yuyu with her arm.
What are you thinking about? Go now. Nian Yuyu's body shuddered.
She never drank alcohol, so she didn't know how many glasses she could drink. But when he thought about his mother who was still lying in the intensive care unit and needed money every day, he could only grit his teeth and sit down next to the bald old Yang. Smelling the unique body fragrance of Nian Yuyu, Lao Yang exhaled hot air through his nostrils.
Come on, little beauty, let's go first.
As he spoke, he raised the wine glass with one hand and reached for Nian Yuyu's back with the other. Nian Yuyu was highly alert throughout the whole process. When she felt the evil hand reaching out to grab her, she suddenly felt sick and immediately stood up and dodged.
Nian Yuyu. If you can't let go of this face, then get out.
The hostess shouted again, and Nian Yuyu felt so aggrieved that she almost cried.
I'm sorry. It's okay, no need to apologize, it's all in the wine.
As he said this, Lao Yang drank it all in one gulp. He knew that he was too impatient. The night is long, and he has plenty of opportunities to deal with such a little beauty. Seeing that Lao Yang didn't do anything out of line again, Nian Yuyu sat back and drank the wine in the glass tremblingly.
Okay. Come again.
Old Yang quickly clapped his hands and refilled his glass. After the second cup, Nian Yuyu felt her stomach churning, but she could still drink. Soon, one cup after another, Nian Yuyu counted silently in her heart. Just a few more drinks and I could earn enough to pay for my mother's one day in hospital. But my body felt extremely heavy and my head was dizzy.
Come. More. Lao Yang filled the glass again.
After a few more drinks, Nian Yuyu finally smiled with relief, and with her remaining consciousness, she fell on the sofa. Seeing this, Lao Yang immediately revealed an evil smile and glanced at the man next to him.
Okay, take your time and play. I won't accompany you anymore.
The man looked at the hostess beside him and smiled wickedly. How about the four of us go together? The hostess understood immediately, pretended to be coquettish and pushed the man, then threw herself into his arms.
You're annoying.
At the same time, Lao Yang's big hand was grabbing towards Nian Yuyu.
No. Don't.
Nian Yuyu moaned, but her body had already been numbed by alcohol. "Don't worry, little beauty, the brothers will take good care of you." Watching the big hand getting closer and closer, 2 lines of tears slid down Yin Yu's cheeks. She closed her eyes tightly, knowing what was about to happen to her. After tonight, she will no longer be complete, and returning to a normal life will become a luxury. But at this moment, the sound of wind came from my ears, followed by the bald old man's howling like a pig being slaughtered. "Ah! It hurts, it hurts. Let me go." Nian Yu slowly opened her eyes and saw a tall figure standing in front of her, just like a ray of light welcoming the dark world. And Lao Yang's wrist was being held tightly by the other party. Next second. Bang! Lao Yang flew backwards and knocked down all the bottles on the table. For a moment, the noisy sound became the focus of the entire bar. Seeing this, another man pointed at Qin Fei and said angrily, "Boy, are you looking for death?" Qin Fei didn't even look at the other person, but turned to smile at Nian Yu. "Are you okay?" Looking at Qin Fei's face, Nian Yu was completely stunned. With the help of alcohol, Qin Fei was like a prince charming in her eyes. When she was most desperate, he resolutely drew the sword from his waist. At this moment, the music suddenly stopped and the whole bar became extremely quiet. Immediately afterwards, the bar manager rushed over with a dozen people. "Who is causing trouble in my Solvay bar?" The man was checking Lao Yang's injuries. Seeing that it was the manager here, he immediately pointed at Qin Fei and said angrily, "It was him. We were drinking here, and he came up and started fighting without saying a word." The manager narrowed his eyes and glanced at the hostess, but the other party had already been frightened by this time, and then turned his gaze to Qin Fei. "Brother, what do you mean?" Chapter 16 The Black Tiger Gang is doing business, all outsiders please stay away. Qin Fei ignored the manager's words, took off his coat and put it on Nian Yu, and asked with concern, "Are you okay? Can you stand up?" Nian Yu shook her head, but her face was full of worry and guilt towards Qin Fei. Qin Fei gave Nian Yu a reassuring look, then turned to look at the manager. "I was the one who beat him up, what do you want?" As soon as these words were spoken, the whole bar instantly became lively. This guy is really brave enough to cause trouble in Suwei bar. What's the point of being brave? The Black Tiger Gang is behind this bar. I think this guy is tired of living. At the same time, the manager chuckled and said, "I'm really giving you a chance, brothers. Let's teach him a lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen thugs swarmed over him. The moment Qin Fei took action, he never thought that the matter could be resolved peacefully, and he had a very bad impression of this bar and had already made all preparations. What's more, although these dozen thugs seem extremely ferocious, none of them can actually fight. With one move, Qin Fei knocked them all down in an instant. Seeing this, there were exclamations from all around. Looking at his younger brother wailing on the ground, the manager's face changed drastically. He didn't expect Qin Fei to be such a good fighter. She whispered a few words into a waiter's ear, then smiled at Qin Fei. "Brother, what's your name? Which gang are you from? Do you know that this is the base of the Black Tiger Gang?" "Never heard of it." Qin Fei snorted coldly, no matter whether it was the Black Tiger Gang or the White Tiger Gang. He only knew that now that he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. After hearing what Qin Fei said, the manager realized that he was just a small-time punk who was only slightly capable of managing things. At this time, bald old Yang woke up from his coma and saw his companion looking in a certain direction, feeling a little at a loss. Then, he felt liquid passing across his face, so he reached out and touched it. At first glance, it was all blood. Old Yang woke up instantly and shouted angrily, "Damn it, I got beaten up. Call all the guys on the construction site." As he spoke, Lao Yang climbed up from the ground. At a glance he saw the man who beat him, as well as a dozen thugs lying on the ground pretending to be in pain, and countless eyes waiting to watch the show. Seeing this, Lao Yang swallowed his saliva, moved closer to his companion and whispered, "Brother, what happened? What the hell are you talking about? A dozen thugs are no match for that guy. You'd better save your energy. Let's see if this bar can give you an explanation." "Yes." After hearing what his companion said, Lao Yang's eyes lit up. How is causing trouble in the Black Tiger Gang's territory any different from seeking death? For a moment, Lao Yang felt that the kick was worth it and wanted to see how this guy died. At this time, Nian Yu saw Lao Yang wake up, and he stood up with his hands supporting himself on the sofa, muttering to himself, "Money, money, give me money." Qin Fei glanced at Nian Yu and couldn't help laughing out loud. He didn't expect that this little girl was still concerned about the income from her labor.
Are you ready to go? I'll take you home. Home?
Hearing this word, Nian Yuyu shook her head, trying to make herself sober. But anyone who has been drunk knows that this will only make you feel worse. The next second, he fell back again, tears flowing from his eyes again. Since dropping out of school, she has been homeless and spends every night in the hospital. Xin Fei could not see any light in her eyes and could completely feel her despair about the future. When the manager heard that Xin Fei was leaving, he hurriedly opened a bottle of wine and drank it all in front of Xin Fei. Brother, this is all a misunderstanding.
I wonder if the girl next to you is the new girl in our store. Not from now on. Xin Fei gave the manager an unpleasant look. Yes. Yes.
The manager smiled. Then, he pointed at a waiter and said, "Hey, please pour a glass of water for this girl to sober up."
Xin Fei was a little surprised.
He didn't expect this manager to be so capable. I just beat up his men, and his attitude changed so quickly.
He really is cut out for this job. Soon, the waiter poured hot water and brought it over on a tray.
But at this moment, there was a sudden noise outside the bar, and then countless strong men with machetes rushed in. The sturdy men all wore black shirts and black trousers, and their leather shoes were polished to a shine. At first glance, it was a sea of black people, with at least 100 people, which put a lot of pressure on everyone in the bar. Seeing this, the manager sneered again, his expression changed instantly, then he took the water glass from the waiter's hand and threw it to the ground.
Still want to drink water? I'll make you drink urine in a moment, ha ha ha. As he spoke, the manager quickly ran towards the group of burly men with machetes, nodded and bowed, pointing at Xin Fei.
Xin Fei was suddenly speechless and had only 2 words in his mind for this manager.
Awesome.
Faced with hundreds of burly men with knives, Xin Fei did not dare to be careless and immediately activated the Eye of Illusion. Immediately afterwards, countless pieces of information flashed by in an instant, but they were gone in a flash. The stinging pain in his eyes made him cover his eyes tightly.
Warning, warning, the Eye of Delusion has been overused, consuming too much mental energy, and has now entered the cooldown period. The remaining cooldown period is 11 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Xin Fei was secretly surprised. He didn't expect that the Eye of Illusion could be overused. And at such a critical moment? For a moment, a drop of sweat slid down Xin Fei's cheek. Because just at that moment, Xin Fei was able to clearly see the information of most people, and there were many among them whose combat power value reached 15, 16, or 17. Xin Fei's heart beat faster.
Even when facing Wang Hongliang, the armed murderer, he had never been as nervous as he was now.
This damn bar is really unlucky. Good days have just begun, but are they going to fail here? Xin Fei looked back at Nian Yuyu, feeling unwilling. Now all he could do was to fight. System, exchange for combat mastery.
Ding, combat mastery exchange successful, 50 points deducted, 0 points remaining.
Ding, 2 of the novice exchange is completed.
From now on, the skill points will be doubled for each exchange.
The Black Tiger Gang is doing business, outsiders please stay away.
At this moment, someone from the Black Tiger Gang raised his hand, and the voice echoed throughout the bar. Immediately afterwards, everyone tremblingly passed by the Black Tiger Gang.
Boy, I want to see whether you can die or not. Lao Yang felt extremely relieved at this moment.
After passing Xin Fei, he felt that the distance was safe enough, and then he raised his hands in front and behind to provoke Xin Fei. Seeing this, Xin Fei smiled lightly, instantly closed the distance between him and Lao Yang, and then kicked him again. The moves were smooth and flowing, and many people from the Black Tiger Gang saw it clearly. They thought to themselves, he is indeed a master.
Chapter 17, Bloody Battle at the Bar, Nizi falls in love.
With one kick, Lao Yang flew backwards, and his round body rolled on the ground for several times before stopping. Finally, with the help of his companions and the hostesses, he limped out of the bar, not daring to look at Xin Fei again.
Whoa, it's all my fault.
Looking at the crowd of burly men, Nian Yuyu sobbed quietly behind Xin Fei.
Xin Fei didn't think so.
No matter whether he was attracted by beauty or just felt pity for her, it was all caused by himself. He only knew that such a lovely girl should not be soiled by a dirty environment.
Don't worry.
I still have to treat your mother's illness.
Xin Fei grinned.
Looking at Xin Fei's deep eyes, Nian Yuyu felt wrapped in warmth and started crying even louder. At this time, the crowd had dispersed and a young man with a mustache walked out.
Boy, let me play with you first.
The young man with a small mustache shook his neck, clenched his fists, stretched his muscles, and walked towards Qin Fei. Seeing this, Qin Fei raised his eyebrows.
He didn't expect there would be such a good thing?
The opponent could obviously fight in a group, but he insisted on choosing a one-on-one fight, without even bringing a weapon.
How confident is he in his combat power value of 17?
Qin Fei stepped his left foot forward, put his right hand back, and opened his stance, but did not choose to actively attack. In order to survive against more than 100 people, he wanted to conserve his energy as much as possible. The young man with a small mustache walked faster and faster, and finally he just ran. When he was less than 2 meters away from Qin Fei, he jumped high into the air. Then he threw a straight punch towards Qin Fei's face.
Qin Fei stretched out his hand to block, followed by a whip kick. Bang! The move was as fast as lightning and hit the mustached young man in the abdomen.
The mustached young man felt like his dinner was about to be kicked out. His eyes bulged out, his tongue stuck out straight, and he instantly smashed the glass wine table next to him.
He didn't get up for a long time.
This scene happened so quickly that everyone in the Black Tiger gang was dumbfounded. I thought that even if the young man with the mustache was defeated, he could still fight back a few moves. I didn't expect him to be defeated after just one encounter. You know, the young man with the mustache is the leader of their Black Tiger gang, and he got to the top through his own strength. Even if he faced the leader of their Black Tiger gang, he couldn't be defeated so quickly. At this time, everyone finally began to take Qin Fei in front of them seriously. Another Hall Master waved his hand. Brothers, avenge Hall Master by. Come together and kill him.
Qin Fei frowned, extremely nervous. Is it finally here?
Looking at the flashing knife lights in front of him and the dense black shadows whizzing towards him, Qin Fei made an 8 sign with his feet and a circle with his hands, assuming a Bagua posture.
Kill him.
The strong men had ferocious faces and wide eyes. The moment the machete was swung down, a tremendous pressure came over her, frightening Nian Yuyu so much that she immediately stopped crying and covered her eyes tightly. It seems that only in this way can tragedy be prevented from happening. But the next second, what was heard was the waiting of the strong men. Nian Yuyu spread her fingers to open a crack and looked carefully, only to see 7 or 8 strong men lying on the ground.
But as soon as one batch fell, another batch followed. Fortunately, they were all easily resolved by Qin Fei.
Nian Yuyu felt her heart pounding, as if every move of Qin Fei was not hitting the enemy, but hitting his dead heart.
Who is he? Is he really the Prince Charming sent by God to save me?
At this moment, Nian Yuyu prayed silently in her heart, hoping that she could really survive this disaster and be taken away. She will spend her whole life to repay the other person. But things went against one's wishes.
The more one worried about something, the more likely it would come to happen.
Soon Qin Fei was injured. Nian Yuyu felt like her heart was bleeding.
Stop fighting! Stop fighting! Woo woo woo!
Her powerless cry seemed so insignificant amid the sound of fighting, and no one cared about her cry. Gradually, 20 or 30 strong men fell to the ground. Qin Fei had more and more wounds on his body, and his physical strength was gradually failing. For a while, he fell into a disadvantage. But Qin Fei did not give in. He kept the strong men out of the line and created a comfortable haven for himself.
Woo, 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 why are you so nice to me? Go away! Go away! Qin Fei didn't know what was wrong with this little girl.
She was suddenly so self-moved. The Black Tiger gang was obviously coming for him. What did it have to do with her? If she hadn't been so drunk that she couldn't move, no one would have noticed her if she had just walked out. Now, everyone knows that she has a relationship with me, so she can't leave even if she wants to.
Qin Fei sighed helplessly.
This was the reason why he couldn't fall down. God knows what cruel things the Black Tiger gang will do to her after he falls.
It is true that beauty is a disaster. Why is it so difficult to complete the system's task?
At this moment, the door of a Mercedes-Benz outside the bar slowly opened, and a man in a suit walked out of the car. The man in the suit raised his hand to check the time, frowned slightly, and then walked towards the bar. Looking at the fierce fight in the bar, the man in the suit seemed a little impatient.
What's going on?
A questioning voice came from behind, and the members of the Black Tiger gang immediately stopped what they were doing, and then stood in 2 rows respectfully, as if they were welcoming some important person.
Hey ye!
The noise was so loud that, except for a few who were unable to stand, everyone bowed respectfully to the man in the suit. Qin Fei was able to catch his breath for a moment, and without caring about the pain in his body, he followed the path vacated by the Black Tiger gang and cast a cautious look.
What the hell are you doing with this plane? Why hasn't it been solved for so long?
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the Black Tiger Gang lowered their heads, and no one dared to show the slightest disrespect. Under the dim light, Qin Fei finally saw the outline of the person coming.
He was wearing a black suit and walking with his back straight.
You could tell at first glance that he was a man who could do great things. His hands were wrapped in white gauze, as if he had been injured. Soon, the vision gradually became clear, and Qin Fei's eyes met with the man in the suit. They were both stunned for a second. But then, the man in the suit immediately lowered his head, as if he didn't dare to look Qin Fei in the eye. He slowly turned around, pretending nothing had happened, and walked out of the bar.
Wang Honliang? Qin Fei was a little uncertain.
If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have dared to believe his eyes.
What on earth was going on? Why was the wanted criminal arrested in the morning released at night? But considering the guilty look on the other party's face, who else could it be but Wang Honliang? Stop! Qin Fei shouted in a deep voice. The reversal happened so quickly that everyone in the Black Tiger Gang was stunned for a moment, not understanding what was going on. But the man in the suit waved his hand at Qin Fei from behind and said, "You got the wrong person." Chapter 18. You asked someone to chop me up, and you still call me big brother?
At this moment, a younger brother jumped out, pointed at Qin Fei and cursed.
Asshole, you dare to be so arrogant after meeting Master He? He Yi?
After hearing this, Qin Fei became more certain of his guess, so he smiled lightly and changed his tone to a cold one.
Lao He, is that you? Stop pretending, I know you are Wang Honliang.
As soon as he finished speaking, the whole place fell silent. The members of the Black Tiger Gang were at a loss as to what to do, and the younger brother even retreated directly.
What's going on? Does this guy know He Yi? Looking at the actions of the two, it seems that He Yi is still very afraid of this kid? But who is He Yi? He is a man who kills without blinking an eye.
His hands are stained with countless blood.
How could he be afraid of this kid? Ah!
But at this moment, a long sigh echoed throughout the bar. Everyone looked up and saw that He Yi had stopped walking, looking a little depressed.
All of you please go out. I need to talk to this little brother. Yes, Lord He.
At the command, all members of the Black Tiger Gang left the bar.
Qin Fei narrowed his eyes and looked at Wang Honliang.
He knew that he was somewhat inhumane when he arrested the other party.
Under normal circumstances, shouldn't the other party fight to the death with you? But what is going on now? Something is clearly not normal.
At this moment, the mighty and domineering He Yi disappeared, and instead came to Qin Fei and knelt down.
Brother, I was wrong. I had no choice before, but now I want to be a good person. Qin Fei was frightened by Wang Honliang's behavior.
He couldn't use the eye of delusion, for he was afraid that the other party was hiding some sinister tricks behind his back.
How did you get out?
Qin Fei stared at the other person with vigilance. At the same time, the young man with the mustache just woke up and happened to hear the voice of his gang leader.
So he looked up, only to see that his gang leader was kneeling?
Dream, this must be a dream, he slapped himself hard.
But the pain in his cheek made him stand there in a daze. This is not a dream?
At this time, the young man with a small mustache was a little overwhelmed.
After seeing the gang leader's dirty laundry, would he be killed to silence him? I wonder if it's too late to lie back down and continue playing dead.
But it was obviously not possible, because the noise he made when he woke up had already attracted the attention of Qin Fei and Wang Honliang. Suddenly, an idea came to him.
Oh, why did I suddenly become blind and can't hear anything? Oh, what should I do?
The young man with a mustache dressed in a very professional manner and stumbled out of the bar. After leaving the bar, the young man breathed a sigh of relief with a mustache. When he looked up, he saw the members of the Black Tiger Gang looking at him with curiosity.
Master Bai, what's going on in there? Master He and that kid.
The young man with the mustache was a little angry that he didn't even take him with him when he left the bar, causing him to have a near-death experience. If he wasn't as smart as he was, he would have confessed everything.
How could he possibly tell everyone what he saw? Why don't you go in and take a look yourself?
After these words were spoken, everyone in the Black Tiger Gang swallowed their saliva, knowing that He Yi had a bad temper, and in the end they did not have the courage to do so. However, they didn't know that the person they were extremely afraid of was kneeling in front of Qin Fei without any temper at all.
Brother, I was really wrong. Please don't put me in there again. Qin Fei frowned and looked Wang Hongliang up and down. He looked remorseful and it didn't seem like he was pretending at all. You don't hate me? I'm curious, how did you get out? I have. I even want to skin you alive and tear out your tendons. Wang Hongliang clenched his fists and spoke very decisively, but finally unclenched his fists and continued. But after I got out, I no longer hated you. Strictly speaking, I should thank you. It was because you stopped me in time that I didn't make the same mistake again. What's the meaning? I originally thought I was doomed this time, but someone from the higher-ups brought me out, and as long as I promised to be a good person in the future and serve Daxia, the past events could be forgotten. How is this possible? Are you kidding me? Qin Fei did not believe a single word of Wang Hongliang's lies, and even suspected that the other party had bribed someone to escape. But considering the discipline of Daxia, this is obviously unrealistic. Brother, what I said is true. Now I just want to be a good person. Please don't mess with me again. Qin Fei chuckled. Let's assume that what you said is true. You said you wanted to be a good person, so why did you ask someone to chop me up? Looking at the wounds on Qin Fei's body, Wang Hongliang's eyes rolled. Brother, you're okay. Besides, I didn't know it was you. Qin Fei's mind was still a little confused, but as long as the other party no longer wanted to deal with him, it didn't matter how he got out. Forget it, you get up first. Also, how old are you and how old am I? Why do you call me big brother? He. After hearing what Qin Fei said, Wang Hongliang smiled wickedly and stood up. You treated me so badly before, you totally deserve to be called brother. It's up to the other party how he wants to be called, and it doesn't seem bad to have such a little brother. Did the higher-ups tell you how you should serve the country? Wang Hongliang shook his head, looking serious. That's not the case, but they did mention something that seemed to be related to the meteorite from a few months ago. They said that I have some energy factor that can be used by Daxia in the future. Meteorite? Qin Fei instantly connected it with the meteor shower and his pupils shrank suddenly. Wasn't it the system I obtained at that time? Even someone like Wang Hongliang could be pardoned. Has the world changed because of this? Thinking of this, Qin Fei's mind moved. System, I wonder if anyone else has a system besides me? Reporting to the host, this system is the only one in the entire Blue Star. After getting the system's reply, Qin Fei finally felt relieved. After all, no matter what the world will be like in the future, it will never be wrong to work hard to become stronger before then. At this time, Qin Fei believed Wang Hongliang's words 90%. Well, then you should be a good person and serve Daxia. If you do evil again, I will come to get you. Brother, look at how sincere I am, how could I reveal my secret? Oh, that's not right. Feeling that he had said something wrong, Wang Hongliang quickly corrected himself. I will definitely be a good person. After the words fell, Wang Hongliang continued to ask, Brother, I wonder what job you are doing now. Are you still working as a security guard? Qin Fei shook his head. I think I am an unemployed vagrant now. Hearing Qin Fei say this, Wang Hongliang's eyes lit up. Brother, wait for me here. Having said that, he walked out of the bar. At this time, Nian Yuyu trembled as she stepped down from the bar, came to Qin Fei and asked in a low voice. What's going on? I saw that man just now seemed to be the leader of that group. Why would he kneel down to you? Nian Yuyu felt it was too unbelievable. Could it be that the other party was really sent by God? Qin Fei smiled slightly. You are one of my friends, don't worry, everything should be fine now. But just as she finished her words, the Black Tiger Gang rushed in again, causing her heart to rise again. Chapter 19 Secretly Rejoicing. Wang Hongliang was in the lead, and the Black Tiger Gang's younger brothers followed behind him. They soon formed two rows. Then, hundreds of people immediately bowed to Qin Fei in unison, brother. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. Having experienced Qin Fei's strength personally, they called him Big Brother completely from the bottom of their hearts. Brother, from now on, you are the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. I will lead all my brothers to follow your lead. Wang Hongliang said with a smile. Qin Fei raised his eyebrows, feeling extremely calm inside, and was not dazzled by the sugar-coated bullets in front of him. He believes that he has no relationship with the other party and even has a small grudge against him. This kind of unprovoked show of goodwill is just like those online pyramid schemes, which throw out high interest rates as bait but actually target your principal. So what is the unknown purpose of Wang Hongliang in front of us? At the same time, Nian Yuyu carefully hid behind Qin Fei.
The scene in front of her shocked her heart. She thought the other person was her Prince Charming, but he turned out to be an unattainable gangster. At this moment, she was almost sober and knew that all this was just a beautiful dream. When she woke up from the dream, she was still the ugly duckling. How can an ugly duckling who gets timid even when standing in the spotlight be worthy of being the big brother's woman? Before I knew it, tears started to flow again. At this moment, Qin Fei heard Nian Yuyu sobbing behind him, which just opened up his mind. No matter what, he was still very excited to have so many younger brothers. After all, a person's power is limited and he cannot do everything by himself. No matter whether Wang Hongliang has any conspiracy or not, once the cooling time of the Eye of Delusion is up, everything will be exposed. Besides, maybe his fighting power will be enhanced after tonight. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are just decorations. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Qin Fei turned around and asked with concern. She felt heat beside her ears, and Nian Yuyu's cheeks instantly turned red to the back of her ears. She couldn't understand Qin Fei's behavior at all. This group of people in front of him were so respectful to him, why did he leave them aside and instead care about himself so much? Am I more important to him than being his elder brother? Thinking of this, her heart was filled with happiness and her face was full of love. At the age of 19, she is looking forward to love and the underworld. Now that she has both, she instantly puts herself in the shoes of the eldest brother's woman. Since you are the eldest brother's woman, you naturally have to know the big picture. I'm fine, you go ahead and do your work, I'll just stand there for a while. The twisted body shows the posture of a little woman, and the misty eyes can even be drawn. Qin Fei saw everything. Having had the experience of killing hundreds of young women in the community, he instantly understood the other party's intentions. I didn't expect that before I did anything, the solid city wall would collapse on its own. They are both women with scores above 90, so why is there such a big difference? For a moment, the graceful figures of two other women appeared in Qin Fei's mind. He glanced at the members of the Black Tiger Gang. At this time, Wang Hongliang and others were waiting patiently. Qin Fei smiled softly and said, I'll send her home first, and we'll talk about it tomorrow. As he spoke, Qin Fei picked up Nian Yuyu and held her in his arms. Before Nian Yuyu could react, she felt her legs leave the ground. Looking at Qin Fei's handsome face so close, Nian Yuyu felt that every cell in her body started beating. The warm embrace, like a ladder leading to happiness, finally confirmed her place in Qin Fei's heart. Wang Hongliang frowned, obviously somewhat surprised. But since Qin Fei didn't block his words, there is still a chance. Brother, it's settled then. I'll wait for you here tomorrow night. Wang Hongliang smiled and took the initiative to give way. See you tomorrow. Qin Fei nodded, holding Nian Yuyu, and walked out of the bar. Upon seeing this, the younger brothers immediately made way for him and bowed respectfully. Farewell, brother, farewell, sister-in-law. Sister-in-law? After these words were spoken, Qin Fei and Nian Yuyu carefully looked at each other out of the corner of their eyes. Seeing that the other party didn't react, I was secretly happy in my heart. There's hope. Soon, he left the bar under everyone's respectful gaze. As the strong smell of alcohol subsided, a fresh and elegant fragrance filled the air. Qin Fei couldn't help but look down. Nian Yuyu's cheeks were flushed and she lowered her head shyly, looking like a little bird. Qin Fei swallowed. Where are you going? Hearing Qin Fei's question, Nian Yuyu became even more shy and buried her whole face in Qin Fei's arms. The thin mosquito said, all right. Qin Fei's eyes lit up, and he asked tentatively, go to my place? Anything works. Qin Fei let out a breath. If he had said that before, he just thought that this girl liked him. Now it is completely certain that the other party has the same idea as me. Then, Qin Fei looked around, and then, on a whim, he ran towards the nearest hotel. In one day, Qin Fei checked into a couple's room twice, but different stories happened. At the same time, in a villa, Zhang Mengmeng walked into the bathroom with a melancholy look on her face. He put the remaining half bottle of red wine aside, then untied the belt around his waist and slowly took off his clothes. In the bathtub, there was hot water already filled and decorated with countless rose petals. She bit her plump red lips, lifted her slender legs and stepped into the bathtub. Her long, shiny black hair fell like a waterfall, gently brushing against her fair skin and spilling into the bathtub. The image of Qin Fei handsomely saving the situation kept flashing through his mind. Don't give up until the last moment? Recalling what Qin Fei said, Zhang Mengmeng smiled and one hand involuntarily reached into the bathtub. Qin Fei
How many secrets do you have?
The next morning, Zhang Mengmeng woke up from her large double bed with a half-satisfied look on her face. There were 2 pillows, one was hers and the other was also hers, and one of them was lying in her arms.
Zhang Mengmeng put the pillows in order, slowly got out of bed, and then dialed the phone.
Hello, the number you dialed cannot be connected at the moment, please try again later. After trying twice, no one answered the call, and Zhang Mengmeng suddenly felt very upset. Soon, after washing up, Zhang Mengmeng sat in front of the dressing table and dialed the phone again, feeling extremely nervous.
Chapter 20 Growing Up.
Hey! Soon, a lazy voice finally came from the other end of the phone, instantly sweeping away the haze in her heart, and she secretly said happily,
Qin Fei, I've thought it through. You're right. I shouldn't give up until the last minute. Can you come with me to today's rough stone appreciation auction?
The call was finally connected, and Zhang Mengmeng said everything she wanted to say in one breath without any thought. But at this moment, the weak moan of a strange woman was heard from the other end of the phone.
Qin Fei, who is this? It's so early in the morning. Can't you let me sleep?
As soon as the words fell, Qin Fei suddenly woke up and rushed to the bathroom quickly, but there was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time, and the atmosphere became a little quiet for a while. At this moment, Nian Yuyu suddenly realized that the call was clearly from a woman.
Could she be Qin Fei's real girlfriend? Or wife?
All of a sudden, a great sense of grievance surged into my heart, and I became extremely inferior.
Nian Yuyu, what are you thinking about? It's good enough for someone like you to be noticed by the other party. What else can you expect?
You have become a gangster boss at such a young age and you are still so handsome.
You should be content.
Thinking of this, inferiority was replaced by fear. She was afraid that Qin Fei was just playing with her and that no one would recognize each other after they walked out of here.
What should I do?
Nian Yuyu bit her lips lightly. The impact Qin Fei had on her last night was so great that whenever she thought about a world without Qin Fei in the future, she felt a pain in her heart and difficulty breathing. At this moment, Nian Yuyu secretly made up her mind that no matter how many women the other party had, as long as he did not abandon her on his own initiative, she would not give up.
Well, just send me the time and address, and I will be there on time.
In the bathroom, Qin Fei took the initiative to break the deadlock. There was a pause on the other end of the phone, and finally Zhang Mengmeng's voice came.
Where are you now? I'll pick you up later.
Qin Fei didn't know how to refuse, or rather, he felt a little guilty and couldn't refuse. So he subconsciously raised his head, glanced at Nian Yuyu outside through the frosted glass, covered the phone and whispered.
Meet in 1 hour, at the entrance of the antique market yesterday. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Mengmeng didn't know what she was doing.
I just have some good feelings towards Qin Fei, why am I jealous for no reason? The other person has helped me so much and encouraged me not to give up.
There is a huge age gap between us, so why do I feel like I'm being cheated on? He wouldn't have heard anything, would he? This is so embarrassing. Zhang Mengmeng, come on. Since you have decided not to get married in this life, you must be firm. Isn't everything you do an effort to control your own destiny? On the other side, Qin Fei put down the phone in his hand, but what he was thinking about was what to do with Nian Yuyu outside. How come this system makes me look like a scumbag? No. I'm not a scumbag, I just want to give every girl a home.
After thinking for a long time without any clue, Qin Fei couldn't help but start to admire those time management masters. With helplessness, Qin Fei slowly walked out of the bathroom. Just as I was about to explain the phone call, I saw Nian Yuyu boldly giving me a hug.
Whoa, Qin Fei, I know you have something to do, go ahead, I won't affect you, I will go to the hospital to find my mother soon, whoa, I can't bear to leave you.
Qin Fei felt warm in his heart and was instantly moved, yet a little confused.
Normally, shouldn't you ask yourself, who did you call just now?
Baby, I don't want to leave you, but my friend really needs help.
I'll come to you later. Qin Fei said as his big hands moved. Well.
Okay, I'll wait for you. Nian Yuyu nodded heavily, with tears on her face, and gave Qin Fei a satisfied smile.
Ha? Have you grown up? Qin Fei looked down with a wicked smile. You're annoying.
Nian Yuyu punched Qin Fei's chest with her little fist, then shyly hid back under the quilt. Qin Fei grinned and shook his head. Although he had known Nian Yuyu for less than a day, such an interesting girl was worthy of his lifelong companionship.
As for how many people he will be with for the rest of his life, that is not something he wants to consider now. After all, he is not a scumbag. No matter if it works out or not, he will definitely give every girl a home. Baby, I'm sorry I can't go to the hospital with you today. Say hello to your aunt for me.
As he said that, Shin Fei transferred 1 million to Nian Yuyu. Nian Yuyu bit her lip lightly, feeling extremely conflicted. She didn't want the relationship between her and Shin Fei to be tainted by money, because this would doom the relationship between them to be extremely unequal. She also knew that none of those who were kept had a good ending, but now she really needed money, and this was not the time to have backbone for love. I can only keep this account in mind silently, and wait until my mother recovers from her illness, and I will repay Shin Fei well.
Tears slid down his face unknowingly. Shin Fei knew that the other party must be overthinking it and sighed secretly. Yu, don't feel too burdened. Since you've become my woman, you deserve better. I. Nian Yu was so moved that she cried.
Then, Shin Fei was getting closer and closer to her. After an unknown amount of time, the phone rang again, and Shin Fei realized that an hour had passed.
Hey, Shin Fei, I'm right at the entrance of the antique market, why don't I see you? Wait a moment, I'll be there soon.
After saying that, Shin Fei immediately hung up the phone and put on his clothes as quickly as possible. At this time, Nian Yu had just cleaned up and was walking out of the bathroom holding the bathroom glass. His legs were shaking and he was a little unsteady.
Shin Fei, are you going out? Rest a little longer before you go. If you can't do it, you must. You've suffered a lot, haven't you? Humph.
Nian Yuyu's face flushed red, and she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, but there was nowhere to hide at this moment. The next second, Shin Fei picked her up and threw her on the bed.
Chapter 21, You still want to pick up girls even though you are like this? You.
Nian Yu thought Shin Fei wanted more and wanted to refuse but didn't know how to start. But Shin Fei covered her with the quilt and kissed her on the forehead.
I really have to go. I'll come back to love you properly tonight.
Nian Yu nodded, with reluctance in her eyes, and silently watched Shin Fei leave. When the door closed, Shin Fei completely disappeared from her sight, and tears began to flow uncontrollably again.
Everything seemed like a dream.
She really hoped to see Shin Fei again at night. Even if she was tossed around a dozen times, she wanted to keep a place in Shin Fei's heart.
Shin Fei walked out of the room and got on the elevator.
Just as he was about to settle the system reward, he received a message on his mobile phone.
Shin Fei, where are you? Did you really resign?
Shin Fei looked and found out it was Zhang Mengmeng.
Shin Fei, you didn't treat me to a meal yesterday, how about I treat you today?
Shin Fei frowned slightly.
He really didn't have much good feelings towards this woman and even felt a little annoyed.
What's more, I have an appointment with Zhang Mengmeng now, so why would I have the time to engage in useless social activities? So I pressed the lock screen button decisively.
System, settle the rewards.
Ding, True Love is captured successfully, combat power value +5, current combat power value 25. Points +500, current points 500, can increase combat power, can exchange skills.
Ding, novice exchange completed, next time you exchange skill points, they will be doubled. Do you want to use points to exchange for combat power?
100 points equals 1 combat power.
No.
All of a sudden, Shin Fei felt that his vision became much clearer, and there was a breath of energy flowing through his body.
Could this be the legendary inner force? Shin Fei immediately made such a guess.
After all, by gathering this energy in both hands, one can clearly feel that the strength has been greatly enhanced. After walking out of the hotel, Shin Fei ran towards the antique market without stopping. Fortunately, the two were not far apart, and they arrived at their destination in just 5 minutes. At first glance, Zhang Mengmeng was leaning against the door of a red supercar with a sun hat on. She was wearing a white lace dress, a long ponytail, and elegant makeup. She looked like a princess from a fairy tale, about 17 or 18 years old.
Shin Fei was a little surprised.
Yesterday he had heard that the other party attached great importance to the Raw Stone Conference. I thought the other party would wear a professional suit today, but I didn't expect him to be dressed so young. But it must be said that just standing there with this tall and straight figure, the visual effect of a baby face and a big R, attracted the attention of many people.
Sorry, I'm late.
Shin Fei slowed down his pace in advance and behaved calmly. When Zhang Mengmeng saw Shin Fei appear, her eyes lit up and a charming smile suddenly appeared on her gloomy face.
Brother Shin Fei, don't fool me like this. I arrived half an hour early, but I didn't expect you to be so late again.
No one had ever made her wait so long before, but she didn't feel any resentment at all.
But you should always let the other person know you're suffering. This, that. Xin Fei scratched his head in embarrassment.
He had set the time himself, but he and Nian Yuyu went out together again.
He felt really guilty. Although Zhang Mengmeng has a charming smile now, who knows if she is disappointed in herself under her warm outward-looking but cold inward personality?
Poochie. But at this moment, Zhang Mengmeng covered her mouth and smiled. Although she had just met Xin Fei yesterday, he always gave her the impression of being calm and composed. It's worth waiting any longer to see Xin Fei's deflated look. At least it proves that in Xin Fei's eyes, I am still a woman. But he didn't notice that Xin Fei opened his mouth at this time.
He was stunned and even couldn't help swallowing. Why are you still standing there like a log? Get in the car. Oh.
Xin Fei scratched his head again and slowly got into the car as if he had never seen the world before.
Zhang Mengmeng opened the door for him.
But in Zhang Mengmeng's eyes, she found Xin Fei more and more interesting. Little brother Xin Fei, don't do this again next time.
You almost got yourself sunburned.
Okay. After the words fell, Xin Fei frowned.
What was going on with this inexplicable tension? Is this still me? You still want to pick up girls even though you are like this? And you want to pick up a 24K pure and beautiful girl?
No, you must put aside all distracting thoughts and instead of passive defense, take the initiative to attack.
Sister Mengmeng, I didn't expect you to be so beautiful today.
It took me a long time to come back to my senses. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Mengmeng's face suddenly flushed, but she hid it very well and pretended to be angry and said,
What? Are you saying that my sister didn't look good yesterday?
Zhang Mengmeng stared at Xin Fei and immediately regained the home court. Only then did Xin Fei realize that he had said the wrong thing, but Xin Fei had a lot of experience on this topic among those young women. She knew that this was not what the other person meant, but that he wanted to be admired for her beauty again. If we really compare yesterday with today at this time, we will really ruin a good game of chess, so trying to smooth things over is the best way.
How is that possible? No matter whether it's yesterday, today, or tomorrow, Sister Mengmeng looks good every day. Aren't you embarrassing me by asking this? This is a very difficult question to answer.
As he spoke, Xin Fei looked at Zhang Mengmeng with deep affection.
Zhang Mengmeng felt as if her body was electrocuted.
She immediately blinked her eyes, retracted her gaze, and even revealed the demeanor of a little woman. But she soon came to her senses and found herself in a state of conflicting emotions. She gently patted the steering wheel with both hands to hide her inner embarrassment.
I heard that you have a keen eye for antiques. Do you have any research on raw stones?
I can't say I've done research, but I know a thing or two.
Zhang Mengmeng nodded. If she only knew a little bit, it would be far from enough.
But she had actually been prepared for this in her heart. She asked Xin Fei out today just to get to know him better. After all, the other party has a deep knowledge of antiques at a young age, which is far beyond too many people. If one has such a strong eyesight when it comes to raw stones, is he still a human being? You said yesterday that you could help me, so why don't you come to my dream-chasing pavilion and be a senior appraiser? Zhang Mengmeng said half-jokingly.
You want to be my boss?
Xin Fei raised his eyebrows. It turned out that this was the real purpose of the other party asking him out.
May I?
Zhang Mengmeng turned around and looked at Xin Fei with burning eyes, not even noticing that one of her hands was tightly grasping Xin Fei's arm. Xin Fei could feel the other party's obsession, but it was impossible for him to work for a part-time job.
He didn't mind being the boss of Dream Chasing Pavilion. Let's talk about it after today. Chapter 22, Meet Ultra Thin Again.
Zhang Mengmeng withdrew her hand in disappointment. If you take the initiative to invite someone and they don't agree, it most likely means they have refused.
Is it because I'm not charming enough?
Zhang Mengmeng bit her lips lightly. Her beauty, which had always been so attractive, often made her feel unseen in front of Xin Fei.
Or is it because I am 5 years older than him, so he calls me Sister Mengmeng and treats me like an older sister?
Your girlfriend must be very beautiful. Zhang Mengmeng couldn't help but ask, the one who is prettier than me, otherwise why would she be indifferent to my invitation?
Xin Fei was slightly stunned. Aren't we talking about the Raw Stone Appreciation and Auction Conference? How come after so many twists and turns, he finally ended up with the topic he least wanted to face?
Now I am playing my open cards while the other party is playing his hidden cards. If I want to defeat the other party, there will be at least 5 more 10,000-meter high mountains in between. Xin Fei suddenly felt powerless, but he was a man with a system after all. If he didn't give up so easily, he might as well go to the factory to screw screws.
When does the auction start? Why haven't we set off yet?
Seeing that Xin Fei deliberately changed the subject, Zhang Mengmeng didn't want to go any further. There's still some time before the Stone King auction, and there are only some ordinary items now, but you can go and take a look.
Maybe you can get lucky and find a bargain.
Having said that, Zhang Mengmeng started the car. Xin Fei had heard something about the raw stone market, but this was the first time he heard of the word Stone King.
There will be a Stone King auction this time. I think a lot of people will come, right?
Of course, it is said that the quality of the Stone Kings this time is very good.
It is estimated that the 3 major families in Jiangcheng will come. The 3 great families in Jiangcheng?
Xin Fei asked this. Zhang Mengmeng looked at Xin Fei in surprise, but still explained, the 3 major families refer to the Ji family, the Lu family, and the Zhou family.
Among them, the Lu and Zhou families are both in the real estate business. They probably came to see the excitement.
You've also seen the people from the Ji family.
Yesterday, Ji Buoduan was the second son of the Ji family.
He dabbled in antiques, jewelry, jade, and so on.
So the Stone King is very expensive? From the look on your face, does it mean that if you can take a picture of the Stone King, you will make a profit? That's not necessarily true. Zhang Mengmeng smiled.
The Stone King has a high probability of producing top quality items, and the starting price of each Stone King is at least 30 million. However, if a top quality item is produced, its value is at least 300 million.
Is Mr. Xiang also an expert in this area? Zhang Mengmeng smiled bitterly. Of course.
The luck of Shi Wang's bidding is one aspect, but it also tests one's vision. Xin Fei nodded, and had a general idea of the Stone King auction.
Now the cooling time of the Eye of Illusion had ended. No matter how good your eyesight is, can it be better than my perspective plus text interpretation?
Soon, the two got out of the car. At this time, the entire venue was extremely lively, with people surging everywhere. The vendors were next to each other, with their stalls filled with stones of all sizes, extending all the way to the periphery of the venue. This talented man and beautiful woman stand out in the crowd and always attract the attention of passers-by. Before he had taken a few steps, Xin Fei stopped at a stall.
"Boss, how much is this stone?"
Xin Fei saw at a glance that there was something inside the stone, so he used the stone to pave a way for himself and let Zhang Mengmeng see what it meant to know a little bit. "If you like it, take the $5,000.
Will you sell it for 4,000?
The vendor's eyes turned around, and he was about to pull the trigger when someone shouted from a distance.
"Boss, I'll pay you 8,000.
I want this rough stone." Xin Fei felt that the voice was quite familiar. He turned around and saw that it was Lu Hao who gave him the ultra-thin gift. I don't know why, but I always feel sorry for him every time I see him. Xin Fei wanted to see what Lu Hao's strength was and whether he was qualified to snatch things from him. Lu Hao, 26 years old, combat power 6, the only son of Lu Real Estate, loves Zhang Mengmeng and will not marry anyone else. The more Xin Fei looked at him, the more he felt sorry for him, but he insisted on moving his face closer to him, and Xin Fei had no choice. At this time, Lu Hao also came over.
The boss asked, "Hey, little brother, are you really willing to pay 8,000 for my rough stone?" Lu Hao smiled disdainfully. "Yes. That's what I said. I'm not short of money, help me cut it." A loud security guard is imitating an adult in gambling on stones? Go back to your post.
As he spoke, Lu Hao took out his cell phone to pay the bill.
Stinky security guard?
Zhang Mengmeng looked at Xin Fei with a puzzled look on her face. Just as she was about to raise the price, she was stopped by Xin Fei.
"It's okay. Just give it to him if he likes it." "Boss, how much is that dollar?"
As he spoke, Xin Fei pointed to a piece of paper next to him and asked. In the entire stall, there was only that piece of stuff there. The reason why Xin Fei did this was just to see Lu Hao's attitude. Seeing that another beautiful woman wanted to stand up for Xin Fei, Lu Hao felt very uncomfortable.
The other party is just a stinky security guard. Why would my white moonlight check into a hotel with this stinky security guard?
And just one day later, a new beautiful woman appeared.
Could it be that she had been drugged by this stinky security guard? This piece looks average quality. If you want it, $3,000 is fine.
I'll give you 6,000. Xin Fei sighed helplessly and pointed to a piece next to him.
This one is 5,000.
I'll give you 10,000. Xin Fei sighed again, even looking a little depressed. Lu Hao felt extremely relieved, as if he was the sky at this moment. She even looked at Zhang Mengmeng with pride, as if telling her that this was the man she had her eyes on.
What about that one?
8,000. I'll give you 16,000. Lu Hao doubled the price without even thinking about it. The boss is also a businessman. It is obvious that the last two pieces are of inferior quality, but he is a rich local tycoon with a lot of money, so he doubled the price without even looking.
So you can't blame me for secretly raising the price. Keep going. Keep going.
The boss suppressed his inner joy and looked at Xin Fei with gratitude.
Lu Hao, are you sick?
What do you mean, you stinky security guard?
Don't we all come here to buy stones?
What?
You can buy but I can't?
Having said that, Lu Hao transferred 30,000 yuan to the boss.
The boss also jumped out at the right time and said, "This guy is right.
The stones are placed here to be sold.
The highest bidder gets them."
Seeing Xin Fei speechless, Lu Hao was extremely agitated. If he were to be humiliated in public like this, he would not be able to stay there with the dignity he deserves. It was also a good opportunity for the beautiful lady next to him to see the character of this stinky security guard.
What's the point of having money? You'd be awesome if you could make something good. Oh, open it.
Boss, help me open all the stones. Soon, the boss picked up the first stone and saw green with one cut.
Oh, there's water. Congratulations, little brother.
Seeing this, Lu Hao was even more proud. Boss, keep going. Soon, a palm-sized jade stone was opened out.
Chapter 23 Dog Man and Woman. Congratulations, bro.
I didn't expect to find something so good in one piece.
The preliminary estimate is probably over 30,000 yuan.
After hearing what the boss said, Lu Hao was so happy, he didn't expect that he was so lucky.
Could it be that God also couldn't stand this stinky security guard?
At this moment, Xin Fei's face sank.
Lu Hao, are you going to snatch everything I buy?
If you have the guts, buy all the stones I like.
Oh, just buy it.
Lu Hao looked up with his nose in the air, as if he was fearless.
Now that God was helping him, why didn't he take this opportunity to suppress Xin Fei's momentum?
When he lowered his head, he saw Xin Fei with an embarrassed look on his face, saying something in the beautiful woman's ear, as if he was trying hard to explain. After a while, the beautiful woman turned her head and walked away from Xin Fei.
Oh, that's so pitiful. You stinky security guard, didn't you think you were so handsome? Now you've been abandoned, right? Xin Fei glanced in the direction where Zhang Mengmeng left, then grinned.
You are so thoughtful, thank you for the box of super thins.
You what?
As he spoke, Xin Fei turned around, walked forward a few steps, and stopped at another stall.
Boss, how much is this? Brother, you have a good eye. I can't bear to open this one myself. If you want it, take it for 10,000 yuan.
I'll give you 20,000. Xin Fei glared at Lu Hao, put the stone down, and asked for a few more stones in succession, all of which she bought at twice the price offered by Lu Hao. Immediately afterwards, Xin Fei asked prices as he walked along, and without exception, all of them were bought by Lu Hao at double the price. Before long, Lu Hao had spent more than 30 million, and his expression gradually became more and more serious. Looking at the way the vendors were looking at him, he suddenly felt that something was wrong.
Why did he feel like he was being wronged?
Seeing Lu Hao stopped, Xin Fei turned around and laughed.
What? Are you still going to follow?
More than 30 million is not a bad amount for Lu Hao, but no matter how much money he has, it is not something that comes from the wind.
It is enough to see the other person being abandoned by a beautiful woman. It would be a bit not worth it to act on impulse now. The Stone King auction is coming up soon. I don't have time to play with you. If you want to play, let's meet at the auction.
But the prerequisite is that you, a stinky security guard, have to be able to get in.
Ha 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 ha.
Xin Fei shook his head, thinking it was a pity, then took out his phone and dialed.
Almost done, you can come back now.
After saying that, Xin Fei hung up the phone without even looking at Lu Hao, and walked towards the stall he came from.
Boss, payment has been made.
Xin Fei did not avoid Lu Hao's gaze and took out his mobile phone and waved it in front of the stall owner. Soon, the two seemed to have reached some kind of deal. Little brother, the 70,000 yuan has been transferred.
Take a look. Come to me next time if you have such a good thing.
Seeing this scene, Lu Hao was stunned for a moment, because he clearly remembered that he spent 140,000 yuan at that stall.
Did they all make an appointment? But how is this possible? He has been right under my nose the whole time. It's not over yet.
Qin Fei went up to each stall where he had spent money, and collected money half of what he had spent. This, you. After seeing Qin Fei's behavior with his own eyes, Lu Hao was so angry that he didn't know what to say. At this moment, a beautiful woman walked past him. Lu Hao took a look subconsciously.
Wasn't that the one who had abandoned Qin Fei before? Why are you back? Qin Fei, how come he is so weak? It's over in just a short while?
Qin Fei smiled and said, it's enough to be about the same.
We can't always focus on plucking the wool from one sheep.
We have made about 15 million this round.
As he spoke, Qin Fei bowed slightly to Lu Hao. Thank you, Master Lu. Thank you, Mr. Lu.
Zhang Mengmeng also imitated Qin Fei's greeting. I didn't expect that the time with Qin Fei would be so wonderful. He made 50 million from me yesterday, and today he cheated another victim. If she could make money at this rate, Zhang Mengmeng wouldn't even want to open the dream-chasing pavilion anymore and would just hang out with Qin Fei.
But where did he find this great enemy? Why is he so hostile to him?
Looking at the two of them singing the same tune, Lu Hao felt his nose sour.
Not only did he slept with my white moonlight, but how could he bully others like this? Good. You are really great.
I have plenty of money, just treat it as a little bit of water. Lu Hao said it easily, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that he had almost bitten his back teeth to pieces. At this moment, a peddler ran over and smiled flatteringly at Lu Hao. Brother, I have arranged all your rough stones for you.
Do you want to open them now?
Yes. Lu Hao's eyes lit up. Although he had spent more than 30 million, even if he paid double the price, it was still a real raw stone.
Today, we are blessed by God.
A raw stone worth 8,000 is worth more than 30,000.
Then, a raw stone worth 30 million must be worth over 100 million, right?
Now he is like a gambler who won't lose until the last moment.
Open. Open now, open them all.
Wait until I bring out the good stuff, and then I'll show you how I can give this couple a good beating in their arrogance. Zhang Mengmeng glanced at Qin Fei, and then she realized that although she had cheated the other party out of more than 30 million, she did get some raw stones in return. Qin Fei saw Zhang Mengmeng's worry and smiled slightly. Don't worry, as long as he dares to open it, I bet he won't be able to make back even a fraction of the profit.
Low cost? Why are you so mean?
Zhang Mengmeng chuckled, knowing that Qin Fei was cheering her up. After all, the other party has a grudge against Qin Fei, and she also hopes that the ending will be the same as Qin Fei said.
Humph. You two dogs are so proud of yourself.
You will have your moment of pride soon. As he spoke, Lu Hao walked towards where the raw stones were piled. Although they knew that Lu Hao was scolding them, the words bastards still made Qin Fei and Zhang Mengmeng feel warm in their hearts. The news that more than 30 million ordinary raw stones were cut in one go quickly spread. Soon, countless people gathered at the place where the raw stones were piled, and they surrounded it in 3 layers inside and outside, making it impossible to get in or out.
Everyone, disperse. Don't block my way.
Lu Hao blared at the crowd of spectators who were blocking his way, which immediately aroused public outrage.
Who is this? So arrogant. It seems to be the young master of the Lu family. Which Lu family? Is it that Lu family? Besides that Lu family, which other Lu family is there? Could it be that he is the owner of these rough stones? No wonder he made such a big fuss.
At this time, the vendor ran over.
Everyone, get out of the way. The real owner is coming. The real owner is here to mine the raw stone.
As soon as these words were spoken, they attracted countless eyes, and Lu Hao immediately became the focus of everyone. Looking at the star-like gazes, Lu Hao felt very pleased. This was a height that the stinky security guard would never be able to reach in his entire life.
Open.
Bring me all the rough stone cutting machines, and cut the rough stones for me.
Chapter 20. For the 3 major families in Zhengcheng gathered together. Lu Hao shook his hands, looking extremely arrogant.
As soon as these words were spoken, dozens of raw stone cutting machines were brought up, and the scene made the crowd of onlookers excited.
Oh my god, the last time I played something this big was last time. You are indeed the young master of the Lu family.
Heh, you seem to have said something nonsense and yet you also seem to have said nothing.
What does this mean to the young master of the Lu family? It's just an appetizer.
The real highlight is still the auction of the Stone King later. Listening to the constant chatter around him, Lu Hao suddenly felt a little dizzy. It seems that after cutting these 30 million worth of raw stones, it will definitely make a lot of money.
Open it for me. Following Lu Hao's order, dozens of rough stone cutting machines started to operate almost at the same time.
The spectators around held their breath and stared at this rare rough stone feast. Lu Hao looked around with great dominance, and when he saw the couple hiding in a corner, his face became even more smug.
It seemed that after today, Lu Hao would become the topic of conversation in Jiangqing City, and Zhang Mengmeng would also admire his amazing feat today.
But at this moment, sighs were heard from all around.
Oh my god.
I thought Master Lu was holding back something big, but he actually just pooped a huge load.
There are dozens of pieces of material, why is it that none of them are green?
After hearing this, Lu Hao was shocked and immediately looked towards the cutting masters. Dozens of pieces of material were cut in half, but not a single piece showed green.
Cut it for me again.
After a few more cuts, the stone was still stone, without any change. Lu Hao took a look at the raw stones piled up into a small hill, but didn't care too much.
It's okay, it's not a big problem.
I just cut a few dozen pieces, give me some new material and continue cutting. Soon, round after round, hundreds of pieces of material were thrown in, but there was no green at all.
Lu Hao's face sank.
The cutting master was dumbfounded. He had been cutting materials for so many years and had never seen such an unlucky person.
How can this be called cutting raw stones?
It's clearly just cutting bricks. After a few more rounds, the spectators became somewhat numb to the sight, as if not seeing green was the norm. Suddenly, a cutting master shouted loudly,
"Green! Green!"
As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd of onlookers came to their senses from their numbness and cast fiery glances at them.
Finally!
Lu Hao breathed a sigh of relief, as if what he heard was not a loss, but a profit. Lu Hao was seen running towards the cutting master, who was holding a stone cut in half in both hands, his body trembling with excitement. At this moment, everyone's attention was attracted by the raw stone.
Oh my god! This is also called green? Seeing how excited he was, I thought something good had come out. That's right.
It's just this ordinary stuff, and it's only a little green.
I wonder if it's enough to make a pendant.
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone burst into laughter, and Lu Hao suddenly felt a little embarrassed.
Open. Keep opening.
Then, the cutting masters took another piece of material and continued their work. Zhang Mengmeng opened her mouth wide and looked at Qin Fei in disbelief. If he only opened a few or dozens of dollars, it could be said that Lu Hao was unlucky.
But after opening nearly 1,000 pieces of raw stones, only this much stuff came out?
It is said that quantitative change can lead to qualitative change, and this cannot be explained by bad luck.
I just don't know if this was done intentionally by Qin Fei, or if the raw stone materials here are really that bad? Zhang Mengmeng could only attribute everything to the latter. After all, Qin Fei was not a god. How could he see every detail so accurately? Why are you looking at me? Go back to looking at the rough stone. There's still a small part that hasn't been cut. I bet the ones he cuts out later will be similar.
After these words were spoken, Zhang Mengmeng felt as if the whole world had been turned upside down. With a skeptical attitude, I continued to look over. Lu Hao looked like a madman, his eyes were bloodshot, and he stared at the cutting masters.
When you cut it into pieces, there's nothing. He thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure out which link went wrong and why he was so unlucky. This can't be related to that couple, right? After today, it will definitely become a topic of conversation in Jiangqing City. Seeing this scene, many people present swallowed their saliva.
With Lu Hao as a negative example, all the thoughts of making a fortune by picking up bargains disappeared without a trace as the raw stones were cut. Just then, a handsome young man in black walked out of the crowd. I was wondering who made such a big scene. It turned out to be our eldest son Lu.
What? The auction of the Stone King hasn't started yet, so they are just showing off some junk to attract attention? After seeing who was coming, the crowd immediately became lively again.
So it's the young master of the Zhou family.
I heard that the two families have always been at odds with each other. I guess there's going to be something interesting to watch. Zhou Mingjun. What are you doing here? Lu Hao suddenly turned around and looked. What? Is this your family's business? You can come but I can't?
As he spoke, Zhou Mingjun walked towards the pile of cut waste, picked up a few pieces and looked at them.
I wonder if Mr. Liu has produced anything good after all this big event? Lu Hao forced a smile and said, I have plenty of money.
Before the Stone King auction begins, I'll open a few stones to hear the noise.
This won't hinder you, Zhou Mingjun, right? Ha ha. Zhou Mingjun sneered, to say that you are trying to attract attention is to overestimate you. Listen to my advice. The water in the rough is too deep for you to grasp. Go home and be a second-generation rich man. Lu Hao waved his hand. That can't be helped. I'm the only child in the family. I like to spend money to find excitement when I have nothing to do. Unlike some people, they can't even be a good second-generation rich kid. Every day they think about how to fight for the family property. I guess it must be very stressful, right? As soon as these words were spoken, people all around started talking about it. Shut up! Shut up, everyone!
Zhou Mingjun shouted loudly, and the surroundings suddenly became quiet.
Lu Hao, I have invited an expert today. Do you dare to play a game with me at the Stone King auction? Lu Hao narrowed his eyes.
Since the other party had invited an expert, he must be well prepared.
If I refuse, I will definitely lose face in front of everyone.
If you agree, it will not be a matter of personal face, but will involve family interests. Lu Hao did not express his opinion, but turned to look at the group of cutting masters.
What are you all standing there for? Cut it for me.
Lu Hao, if you are scared, just tell me. Kneel down and beg for mercy and I will let you go. Lu Hao had his back to the other person at this time, but his teeth were already chattering from gnashing.
Don't be afraid, Mr. Liu. Why not let Ji lend you a hand?
Lu Hao looked in the direction of the voice and saw Ji Buduan walking out, followed by an old man.
Chapter 25, Conspiracy or Open Conspiracy? I didn't expect the Ji family to come too. The Ji family is an expert in this area. Eh? Could the person next to him be Mr. Qian? Yes. It's Mr. Qian. TSK. Mr. Qian is the chief appraiser of the Ji family and has a deep knowledge of jade.
Listening to the discussions around him, Lu Hao frowned. He just clearly heard Ji Buduan wanting to lend him a helping hand.
If that was true, then why was he still trying to stop Zhou Mingjun?
But the Ji family has never been involved in the feud between the Zhou and Lu families.
Why are they openly taking sides now?
For a moment, Lu Hao was a little confused about what Ji Buduan meant.
At this time, Zhou Mingjun spoke first, pointing at Ji Buduan and said, Ji Buduan, you are not going to make jewelry for your own good. Are you planning to represent the Ji family to oppose my Zhou family? Mr. Zhou, you've gone too far.
Ji Buduan smiled slightly. I just think it's unfair for Mr. Liu to take on the bet with you alone.
As he spoke, Ji Buduan nodded to Lu Hao, then pointed to the old man beside him and said, Mr. Liu, the person next to me is Mr. Qian, the chief appraiser of our Ji family. How about letting him stay with you until the Stone King auction is over?
Lu Hao always felt something was wrong, but Mr. Qian had already walked over.
Meet Master Liu.
Looking at Mr. Qian's weathered face gave him a sense of security.
Now that things had come to this point, what was there to hesitate about?
Thank you, Mr. Qian, for your trouble.
Mr. Ji, thank you very much. After Lu Hao finished speaking, he turned to look at Zhou Mingjun. Zhou Mingjun, what do you want to do?
If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I can let you go.
Humph. Let's play.
Seeing Zhou Mingjun so angry, Lu Hao felt extremely relieved.
Tell me, how do you want to play? Let me make it clear first.
If you play too small, forget it.
Lu Hao, can't afford to lose face. Lu Hao. Stop looking down on others. If you want to play, you should play big. I just don't know if you, Lu Hao, can handle it. Lu Hao spread his hands, looked around at the crowd in an extremely arrogant manner, and then chuckled.
I, Lu Hao, am the legitimate successor of the Lu family.
I am not like some people. In front of everyone, just tell me how you want to play. As long as you dare to say it, I dare to accept it.
Zhou Mingjun raised his lips slightly, with a hint of viciousness in his eyes. You said it, listen carefully. In this Stone King auction, whoever bids the highest total value of jade will win, and the loser must pay the full auction fee for the winner.
Do you dare to take the gamble with me?
As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar all around, and the noise even completely covered up the sound of the raw stone being cut.
This is a bit of a big deal.
What's being compared is the total value of the jade. So the more raw stones you bid, the greater your chances of winning. It would be more appropriate to say that it's a competition of financial strength between the two families rather than a stone auction.
Yes.
I wonder if Mr. Liu dares to play. Maybe this auction alone can determine the rise and fall of the two families.
How is this possible?
They are the three major families in Jiangchang.
You are stupid.
In order to win the first prize, the two families will definitely fight to the death for each piece of Jade King, and the price will be driven up to the sky. After all, the losing party pays the bill, and the winning party not only does not have to spend a penny, but also owns all the jade obtained in the auction.
Oh my God. Now that you put it that way, I understand. Do you really want to make it this big?
Young Master Liu must have been scared to death.
With these two bets, the organizers are making a lot of money this time. Quiet. Quiet.
Ji Budwan raised his hand to stop the noise around him. Let's see what the two families have to say. Soon, the surroundings gradually became quiet, and all eyes were focused on Zhou Mingjun and Liu Hao. Even the cutting master stopped what he was doing and looked towards the two of them. For a moment, you could hear a pin drop. Liu Hao felt as if he was being roasted on a fire. His whole body was burning and uncomfortable.
Where did Zhou Mingjun get the power to dare to play such a big game with him? There are probably at least a dozen Stone Kings this time.
If the competition continues like this, it will take at least several billion to make a profit.
I ask myself, the Liu family doesn't have such a large amount of cash, but does the Zhou family have it? Zhou Mingjun. Don't try to bluff me. Who in the Zhou family gave you the power? Was it your stepmother, or the mother of that hostess? Liu Hao. Please keep your mouth shut. Just tell me whether you dare to play or not. Liu Hao took a deep breath. How could the other party, with such an illegitimate identity, act as if he had it all his own?
Thinking of this, Liu Hao's gaze involuntarily turned towards Qin Fei, and saw Qin Fei with a sly smile on his face, looking like he was enjoying a good show.
Liu Hao frowned.
Why did this scene look so familiar? I just escaped from the trap set by that stinky security guard.
Could there be another trap waiting for me? Seeing Liu Hao's hesitation, Ji Bo stepped forward and said, Mr. Zhou, Mr. Liu, isn't this a bit too much? How about trying a different way of playing? Before Liu Hao opened his mouth, Zhou Mingjun asked, Ji Budwan, what do you think we should do?
Young Master Liu just said that he can't afford to lose face if we play too small.
Ji Budwan smiled and said, how about this?
The original rules remain the same, and the loser will also pay the full amount of the winner's auction. But the way to win will be changed. The winner will not be determined by the total value of the Stone Kings you two bid, but by the one with the highest value of a single Stone King.
Each family can only bid a maximum of 5 Stone Kings.
This will give other bidders some opportunities, and it will also test your eyesight. As soon as these words were spoken, Liu Hao's eyes lit up.
Yes. I have money and can win by strength. Why do I have to compete with financial strength? I have no objection. Liu Hao nodded and looked at Ji Budwan with gratitude. Since Master Liu has no objection, then I have nothing to say either. Let's just play it this way. Qin Fei, why do I feel like I'm smelling a conspiracy? Is Ji Budwan so kind-hearted? What does he want?
Zhang Mengmeng looked at Qin Fei and asked in a low voice.
Qin Fei smiled and said, be more confident. Your feeling is correct. Liu Hao is going to lose a lot of skin. You mean to say that the two families are acting out a play? Specifically targeting the Liu family?
Qin Fei smiled without saying anything, then turned away.
Let's go. Zhang Mengmeng was a little confused.
She felt like her feet had grown roots and was reluctant to leave.
Why did she want to stop watching the show when she was enjoying it so much?
She also wanted to stay and see what the results would be after Liu Hao cut the raw stones.
Where are you going? Don't ask so many questions, you'll know when you get there. Oh.
Seeing that Qin Fei had walked out of the crowd, Zhang Mengmeng followed reluctantly.
Chapter 26 We are all wanderers in this world.
Looking at Qin Fei's tall and majestic back, Zhang Mengmeng felt inexplicably at ease.
She quickly walked forward to be level with Qin Fei, and then asked.
Qin Fei, I have about 150 million yuan in funds available.
Do you think it's enough for me to bid on the Stone King? Qin Fei smiled after hearing this.
Originally, Zhang Mengmeng should have prepared 200 million, but she fell into Ji Budwan's trap and 50 million of it was given to him.
Aren't you afraid that you won't make the money back? Who cares? Just go for it. If I can make money, I'll make money. If I can't, forget it. Qin Fei nodded, understood Zhang Mingming's deeper meaning, and smiled brightly. Don't worry. I'm here. The Stone King needs to be filmed and the money needs to be made. Zhang Mingming looked up at Qin Fei in a daze. The light was shining at exactly 45 degrees. Qin Fei's smile was reflected in Zhang Mingming's eyes, and she couldn't help but stare at him in a daze. When she came back to her senses, her face turned slightly red and she gently pushed Qin Fei. I just want to make my sister happy, but my sister is very happy. Qin Fei turned his head and walked towards the stall where he had previously sold raw stones. Zhang Mingming asked again, where are we going? Make money. Make money? Zhang Mingming thought that Qin Fei had targeted some big enemy again and was ready to trick the other party, but then she saw Qin Fei squatting in front of a stall. Boss, how much is this material? Hey, brother, here you are again? How should I cooperate with you this time? The boss rubbed his hands, his face full of flattery. Boss, I'm here to buy raw stones, just give me a base price. After Lu Hao, that big villain, made a scene, everyone ran to watch the fun. Moreover, even after spending thousands of dollars, they still couldn't get anything good, causing the owners of these stalls to have very poor business, which can even be described as no one is interested in their customers. He, since little brother likes it, just take the 8,000 yuan. Qin Fei raised his eyebrows. After all, he had the experience of cheating Lu Hao so much, so he knew the price of the raw stone very well. Did this boss think he was a stupid rich man? Come on, will you sell it for 5,000? Sell, the boss shouted. Qin Fei shook his head, thinking that his price was too high. Now the raw stones were rotting on the stall, and he estimated that the other party would sell them even if he asked for 3,000. But forget it. Anyway, I am indirectly robbing money this time, so I have to leave a way out for these bosses. Soon, Qin Fei went to these stalls to purchase one by one. As long as the price offered by the boss was not much different from the actual value, Qin Fei was too lazy to bargain and just accepted everything. Zhang Mingming's beautiful eyes moved around, but she couldn't understand Qin Fei's meaning after looking for a long time, so she moved closer to Qin Fei. Qin Fei, who are you planning to trick this time? What's the script? Tell me so I can prepare in advance. Qin Fei smiled wickedly, there is no script this time, I'm going to open them all. Are you crazy? Zhang Mingming looked incredulous. Didn't you see what that idiot just opened? You bought more than 7 million in one go. No. You must have some plan, right? Tell me now, I won't mess it up. Zhang Mingming kept shaking Qin Fei's body. Qin Fei felt his bones were soft and he held Zhang Mingming's hand tightly. You've almost shaken me to pieces. I'll just say it. Zhang Mingming's face was full of anticipation, and she put her ear close to Qin Fei's mouth to listen. I mean it. I'm going to open them all. The heat spread from her ears throughout her body, and a blush suddenly appeared on Zhang Mingming's face. Zhang Mingming took several steps back before she realized what Qin Fei said. Are you serious? On the other side, the cutting of the raw stone that Lu Hao bought from the vendor was also coming to an end. Mr. Qian, what do you think is the problem? Why are there so many raw stones but only 2 with a little bit of green? Old Qian smiled and said, the good has already been cut during the mining process, or auctioned off as stone kings. The raw stones that can be sold to vendors are all inferior products. They are full of great uncertainty. Even though I have been studying this for decades, I am not sure that I can make money from vendors. Lu Hao nodded. After Mr. Qian's analysis, he felt that this was indeed the case. The person who knows it is a good thing and still sells it at the price of a raw stone is not stupid. Mr. Qian, so I am just unlucky? Old Qian's eyelids twitched. This was no longer a question of luck. From the time he came into contact with raw stones until now, he had never encountered such an outrageous thing. Even if he described Lu Hao as unlucky, it would be considered a compliment to him. Mr. Lu, don't take this little thing to heart. If it happened to anyone else, the result would probably not be any better than yours. Lu Hao nodded, and suddenly he understood. Mr. Qian is indeed an expert in this field. He speaks very clearly. But at this moment, the crowd made a commotion and quickly made way. Immediately afterwards, Qin Fei and Zhang Mingming, the couple, were seen walking out of the crowd, followed by several carts of raw stones. Mr. Qian, what do you think of those rough stones? Qian Lao frowned and shook his head. They are just some garbage bought from the vendors. They are not much better than what you cut.
After these words were spoken, Lu Hao narrowed his eyes and at a glance saw at least hundreds of raw stones. He instantly felt much better.
I think I've almost spent all my own money, right?
Just as he was about to make a sarcastic remark, he saw Ji Budwan not far away suddenly became a little excited and ran over in a few steps.
Meng Meng, why are you with this brat?
Looking at the handsome man and beautiful woman in front of him, Ji Budwan felt uncomfortable, as if the cabbage he had been planning to protect for many years suddenly jumped into someone else's field one day and was picked by anyone at will. And the cabbage turned around and told him, I am a holy cabbage, and it is not good for my physical development to stay in your field.
Get out. Don't block the road.
Zhang Mengmeng pushed hard. Ji Budwan retreated several meters and then fell to the ground.
Mr. Qian? What does Brother Ji mean?
At this time, Lu Hao's eyes were full of gossip.
Old Qian shook his head.
Alas, my young master is good in every way, but he fell in love with someone he shouldn't have.
Alas. Lu Hao also sighed.
We are both in this world together. After these words were spoken, old Qian's eyes widened and he looked at Lu Hao in disbelief.
He didn't expect that the other party and his young master fell in love with the same woman at the same time.
Old Qian looked at Zhang Mengmeng again, but he had to say, if he were that young, he would probably also be attracted by her beauty, right?
Brother Chabwa, are you done cutting? It's my turn now. Super thin brother? The onlookers around followed Qin Fei's gaze. Could it be that the other party was talking to the young master of the Lu family? But why is he called super thin brother? Chapter 27. It's my turn to perform. Hearing Qin Fei talking about ultra thin again, Lu Hao was not angry at all. Perhaps it was because Ji Budwan shared most of the pressure with him, or perhaps he was waiting to see Qin Fei's good show. I want to see if Qin Fei will still be as arrogant as he is now after cutting the raw stone. What's more, the other party is now involved with the woman that Ji Budwan likes, so he has no energy to mess around with the woman he likes. So why is he angry? Stop cutting. Lu Hao raised his hand to call for a stop. There were not many pieces left and he didn't want any more.
At this moment, I couldn't wait to see Qin Fei's expression after cutting. Seeing that the masters had stopped, Lu Hao made a polite gesture. Please. Everyone has become numb to the idea of cutting raw stones, as everyone knows that nothing good can be cut out of it. First of all, the attitude of the young master of the Ji family towards the beautiful woman next to him made him look like a rejected suitor. Then came the courtesy of the young master of the Lu family. What they were most curious about now was Qin Fei's identity. At this time, Ji Budwan got up from the ground, with a ruthless look on his face, picked up the phone and made a call. At this time, Qin Fei and Zhang Mengmeng had already arrived in front of the cutting master.
Master, thank you for your hard work.
Please help me cut those carts of raw stones. After he finished speaking, the cutting masters didn't move, which made Qin Fei feel embarrassed. One of the cutting masters smiled apologetically at Qin Fei, then looked at Lu Hao, and the other cutting masters also looked over.
Why are you all looking at me? Help him cut it.
Lu Hao couldn't wait to see the show, and thought that these masters were afraid of offending him and wanted to hear his opinion. But at this moment, one of the cutting masters scratched his head, then walked out with a guilty look on his face. Please, Mr. Lu, please settle the cost of cutting the rough stones. Each rough stone costs 100 yuan. We have cut more than 1,000 rough stones in total, so we will calculate it based on 1,000 rough stones. Mr. Lu needs to pay us 100,000.
Ha 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 ha.
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone burst into laughter.
It's really interesting.
Not only are so many raw stones not cut out, but we also have to pay extra for cutting.
This is simply a slap in Mr. Lu's face.
When the cutting masters heard this, they were not convinced and were filled with anger.
We make a living from this. We don't sell raw stones. Why do we provide free cutting services? That's right.
We are only responsible for cutting, not shipping the raw stones.
We collect the income based on your ability. If you have the ability, you can do it. Zhou Mingjun, who was standing by and watching the show, jumped out at the right time and said, My young master Lu, you don't even know this common sense, do you? All right. Lu Hao waved his hand. Although he was very unhappy, he was too lazy to care and quickly paid the fee. After collecting the fees, the cutting masters surrounded Qin Fei again.
For them, today was a good day to meet two big employers at once.
Normally they only cut 2 or 3 pieces a day.
Little brother, I'll give you 100 yuan to cut a piece of rough stone.
Are you still willing to cut it?
Lu Hao raised the corner of his mouth. The cutting masters were making things difficult for him, but also for Qin Fei. That little bit of money was nothing to me, but it might not be the case for Qin Fei, a security guard.
Cut. Cut it all.
Seeing Qin Fei's words, Lu Hao was very happy.
He didn't know if the money the other party earned from standing guard for a day was enough for him to cut a piece of raw stone.
But soon, the smile on his face froze.
Green. Green.
There's water. There's water.
Dozens of cutting masters shouted almost at the same time. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the room was shocked. What? Impossible. Oh my God. It's actually real. And every piece is green. What kind of shitty luck is this?
Haha, I originally didn't have any illusions about rough stones, but I didn't expect that my youth would return. The person who was most shocked was Zhang Mengmeng, because she watched Qin Fei select all these raw stones with her own eyes. Even though she saw it with her own eyes, Zhang Mengmeng still found it hard to believe and gently covered her mouth with one hand.
You really opened it? Qin Fei smiled faintly and said nothing, as if it was just a trivial matter.
Until the moment before, Zhang Mengmeng still thought that this was Qin Fei's script, but it was just not convenient for her to know it. But now that the facts are before my eyes, I realize that the other party was not joking at all.
He actually did it. But how did he do it?
Zhang Mengmeng felt like her whole world was turned upside down. She covered her mouth with her hands.
She was so excited that she almost cried. Yes, he must have seen it a long time ago.
Only in this way can Lu Hao's raw stones be explained. There are more than 1,000 pieces of raw stones. Whenever Zhang Mengmeng thought of Lu Hao's expression when he was cutting the raw stone, she wondered why Lu Hao was so pitiful.
Qin Fei is such a bad guy.
Lu Hao narrowed his eyes and felt very uncomfortable.
Mr. Qian, what's going on? Old Qian opened his mouth. He still wanted to know what was going on. Maybe he is just too lucky.
In fact, Lu Hao also felt so. After all, he felt the same way when he first opened the first piece.
The other party just won dozens of dollars in a row and was lucky. He must have nothing behind him. Little brother, do you want to sell these dozens of raw stones? I'll pay 800,000 for them.
Qin Fei looked up and saw a middle-aged man in his early 50s, with white hair on his temples and a square face.
Oh, let me introduce myself. I'm Tang Wushuang, the purchasing manager of Jade Jewelry International.
I heard there's a Stone King auction in Seoul, so I thought I'd come over to take a look. As he spoke, Tang Wushuang handed over a business card. Qin Fei took the business card and looked at it.
It was like a pillow sent to him when he was sleepy.
He had been thinking of selling the raw stone at a low price and then participating in the next Stone King auction, but the person who sent the money came to him himself.
You have to know the reputation of Jade Jewelry International. Qin Fei had seen it on TV commercials when he was very young.
It is definitely not comparable to the 3 small companies in Seoul.
Manager Tang, don't be impatient. Why don't you wait until I have opened them completely before we talk?
No, little brother, think carefully.
If you cut it again, the price may not be 800,000.
Qin Fei smiled and nodded. Thank you, Manager Tang, for your kindness.
I'm still going to give it a try.
As he spoke, Qin Fei walked towards the cutting master, then pointed to a certain part of the rough stone and said,
One knife here, one knife here.
After giving instructions one by one, the cutting masters started to work according to Qin Fei's instructions.
Every time the knife was cut, the crowd of onlookers were frightened.
After all, one knife can make you poor, one knife can make you rich, and one knife can make you sleep on the street.
No one knows how much of the 800,000 acquisition fee will be left if Qin Fei continues to cut it like this. Chapter 28, Make a Small Profit.
After everything was cut, everyone was dumbfounded. The cutting was done according to Qin Fei's requirements, and even the quality of each piece of jade was almost perfect.
Tang Wushuang felt incredible and didn't understand whether this was courage or vision. But no matter which one it is enough to prove that Qin Fei in front of him is not an ordinary person. Manager Tang, I think we can have a good talk now. For this batch of goods, how much can you offer? Tang Wushuang nodded and looked at the jade again and again.
Little brother, although the jades in this batch are of good quality, they are of average quality.
I will offer you 7 million for them. What do you think? Can 7 million?
Everyone rubbed their eyes, somewhat incredulous. With just a few cuts, the price has almost doubled tenfold? Why is there such a big difference when cutting the same rough stone? Everyone glanced at Lu Hao cautiously with their peripheral vision, but Lu Hao still saw everything.
Lu Hao waved his hand indifferently. It's just good luck. It's just a loss of tens of millions. Lu Hao, don't take it seriously.
Qin Fei glanced at Lu Hao and smiled faintly. Manager Tang, do you still accept the jade?
Take it. Take it as much as you want.
Qin Fei nodded, walked to the pile of raw stones and personally picked out a dozen pieces.
Tang Wushuang swallowed and looked at Qin Fei's actions with some confusion. He asked himself what did it mean to accept it or not. Is he planning to sell it freshly cut? Is he so sure that there must be something in that dozen pieces?
If this is true, then the value of this person in front of me is enormous. Zhang Mengmeng no longer had any doubts at this moment, and her eyes were full of admiration. At this time, Ji Buduan came back after finishing his phone call, but he felt that the atmosphere around him became a little strange. When he looked up, he saw Tang Wushuang standing next to Qin Fei.
Uncle Tang, why are you here too? Ji Buduan stepped forward quickly, appearing very polite.
Tang Wushuang narrowed his eyes, unable to remember who the person in front of him was.
Uncle Tang, it's me. I'm Xiao Ji.
We met last time when my father and I attended the provincial jewelry convention.
Oh. I remember you. I think your name is Ji Buchang, right? Ji Buduan felt a tightness in his chest, but he didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction.
After all, the Ji family was not of the same size as Jade Jewelry International.
Uncle Tang, you remembered it wrongly. Ji Buchang is my eldest brother. My name is Ji Buduan. Ah, yes, I have an impression. I have an impression.
Tang Wushuang nodded, but was a little absent-minded, and looked at Qin Fei from time to time.
Master, just cut it as I say. Ji Buduan frowned. Why is this guy everywhere? Uncle Tang, I wonder if you came to Jiangqing for the Stone King auction? Tang Wushuang raised his eyebrows and turned his gaze back to Ji Buduan. Why is this kid so annoying? I just happened to come by and take a look. Is this Stone King auction hosted by your family?
Tang Wushuang just said it casually, but Ji Buduan was shocked beyond words.
He thought that this matter was done secretly enough, but it still couldn't escape the eyes of Jade Jewelry International?
But the plan is still in progress, and even if the other party knows about it, they cannot admit it. But at this moment, the cutting master shouted excitedly.
Green! Green again! Ha!
Tang Wushuang walked quickly forward, picked up the piece of jade cut by the cutting master and took a look at it. But several other cutting masters also exclaimed at this time.
It's green! Mine is green too! And it's top-grade glass! Hiss! As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers took a deep breath. I have this too. Top-quality icy jadeite.
Without exception, all the raw stones cut by more than a dozen cutting masters were green, and they were all top quality. Tang Wushuang's hands were shaking, and only then did he realize that what he was holding in his hands was actually the rare imperial green.
This. How is this possible? Lu Hao's pupils dilated.
Although he didn't quite understand, he also understood the meaning of the word best quality in the jade industry.
How come this stinky security guard is so lucky? Mr. Qian, is this really luck?
Lu Hao cast a questioning look at Mr. Qian, but saw that Mr. Qian's hands and body were shaking, and he had lost all his previous calm temperament.
No. This is impossible.
This must be a trap, it must have been arranged in advance, no one in the world has such foresight. Seeing this, Lu Hao curled his lips and began to doubt the professionalism of this old guy.
Not only was he useless, but he also always misled his judgment. Ji Buduan was completely confused. He didn't understand what had just happened, and what the hell was happening now. Zhang Mengmeng hugged Qin Fei excitedly and couldn't help but kissed him on the forehead. Cuckold. Qin Fei.
Cuckold again, and it's still the best. Zhang Mengmeng realized her own loss of composure, quickly left Qin Fei's body and coughed awkwardly, but her heart could not calm down for a long time.
What kind of man is this? Not only is he skilled in martial arts, he also knows a lot about antiques and is also great at gambling on stones? Zhang Mengmeng clenched her palms tightly, wondering how many secrets the other person was hiding. Zhang Mengmeng's subconscious action gave Qin Fei hope of conquering Zhang Mengmeng. But no one noticed Ji Buduan's expression, which was terribly gloomy at the moment.
Tang Wuxuan looked at the raw stones one by one. In addition to the imperial green jadeite in his hand, there were also ice imperial green and other higher quality jades. If these dozen pieces are all green, it is enough to show Qin Fei's value. But these dozen or so pieces are all top quality.
If this is really Qin Fei's strength, he alone is worth the entire Jade Jewelry International. Brother, do you want to continue cutting?
I can offer 60 million for this batch of rough stones now. Although he made a bid, Tang Wuxuan still found it unbelievable and even expected Qin Fei to continue to surprise him.
Ji Buduan's eyes widened. Wasn't it just some top-grade jade? Was it necessary to lower his posture to that brat? Just then, people all around started to make a fuss. TSK. TSK. I don't know who said this, but some people were gloating, while others were excited about seeing the blind box open, and the slogan suddenly became unified. TSK. Tisk. Qin Fei smiled gently at Tang Wuxuan. With just this subtle gesture, the surroundings suddenly became quiet, waiting for Qin Fei to speak. Cut it. Having said that, Qin Fei walked towards the cutting master calmly and began to give instructions according to his own ideas. These two simple words are like a heavy mountain pressing on everyone's heart. The scene of more than 10 pieces of top-quality raw stones being cut together, except that they are a little smaller in size, is no less exciting than the Stone King auction. As the machine turned, Tang Wuxuan, who was used to many storms, looked solemn. But it was not because the raw stone being cut was priceless, but because he admired Qin Fei's courage. Who gave him the courage? Was it strength or luck? Chapter 29 Make a Fortune. It's shipped. It's top quality. The results came out very quickly, and both the color and quality were the best of the best. Mr. Qian, what do you think of this? I don't believe it. This is impossible. They must be fake. Tang Wuxuan's eyes never left the ship the whole time. When all the goods were shipped out, he was stunned on the spot and couldn't calm down for a long time. Qin Fei smiled and said, Manager Tang, please make an offer. Tang Wuxuan swallowed and did not walk towards the jade. Instead, he took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat off his hands, walked in the opposite direction of the jade, and soon came in front of Qin Fei. Mr. Qian smiled confidently, sure enough, they are all fake. With such a crude trick, do you think you can hide it from Jade Jewelry International? Lu Hao looked at Mr. Qian with doubt, and then waited for Tang Wuxuan to speak. But Tang Wuxuan extended a hand to Qin Fei with a smile on his face. Little brother, let me introduce myself again. I am Tang Wuxuan, the purchasing manager of Jade Jewelry International, and also one of the shareholders of Jade Jewelry International. Qin Fei stretched out his hand and shook hands with the other party. Hello, my name is Qin Fei. Tang Wuxuan did not show any dissatisfaction with the simple self-introduction. Instead, he said with a serious look, Qin Fei, on behalf of Jade Jewelry International, I formally invite you to join me. I offer you an annual salary of 100 million, plus 1% of the shares of Jade Jewelry International. I hope you can serve as our company's chief treasure appraiser. As soon as these words were spoken, they caused an uproar. Almost everyone envies Qin Fei's good fortune. If something like this happens, everyone knows what to choose. Mr. Qian, are you sure those are fake? Lu Hao asked weakly. Mr. Qian sighed deeply but said nothing. Lu Hao felt extremely speechless. I don't believe you at all. You are such a bad old man. How can you be the chief appraiser with such a character? This handshake between the two parties seemed to shatter the sense of superiority in Lu Hao's heart. Originally, the only advantage he had over Qin Fei was that he was rich, but now even this advantage has faded. Fortunately, the other party got together with the woman that Ji Buduan liked. If he continued to target Zhang Mengmeng, he would have no chance. At the same time, Zhang Mengmeng felt empty inside and lowered her head in inferiority. She felt like a clown. She had no relationship with Qin Fei and he had a girlfriend. How could she give up such an opportunity for her dream? Talents like Qin Fei deserve a broader world. At this moment, Qin Fei became the focus of everyone, and everyone was waiting for his answer. Thank you for your kindness, Manager Tang. We are open to cooperation. Just let me join your company. What? After these words were spoken, everyone felt that Qin Fei was crazy. There is absolutely no reason to refuse a condition, but the other party refused it. Isn't that crazy? Qin Fei, are you dissatisfied with your position or your salary? We can talk about it again. Tang Wuxuan frowned.
The other party was so young, he shouldn't refuse.
No.
Qin Fei waved his hand, then turned and walked to Zhang Mengmeng with a bright smile.
Can I invest in Dream Chaser?
You, what did you say? The sudden action made Zhang Mengmeng a little overwhelmed. It was like someone was confessing his love to her.
She couldn't even believe her ears. I mean, is there still a place for me in Dream Chasing Pavilion? I want to buy in.
After getting confirmation again, Zhang Mengmeng's body trembled with excitement. This was something that should have made me happy, but I nodded heavily with a slightly tearful tone, okay? Qin Fei was delighted when he got Zhang Mengmeng's consent. Knowing that Zhang Mengmeng was prejudiced against men, he was afraid that he would become the next Ji Buduan, but it seemed that he was overthinking it. Taking this opportunity, we are one step closer to capturing Zhang Mengmeng.
Zhang Mengmeng couldn't understand what Qin Fei liked about him and what he liked about Dream Pavilion?
I gave up such a good opportunity and confined myself to my own little piece of land.
Could it be that he is my destiny? No, he has a girlfriend, how could I think like that?
Even so, she still covered her cheeks with her hands, forcibly controlling the emotion in her heart and not letting her tears fall. But the harder I tried to suppress it, the more moved I felt, and tears kept welling up in my eyes. At this moment, Ji Buduan felt that the whole world had betrayed him. When had Zhang Mengmeng, who had always been strong, ever shown such a side of her?
The hatred of having your wife stolen from you is unforgivable. No matter what method he uses, he will kill Qin Fei. Ha ha ha. If the spring breeze has pity on flowers, could you allow me to be young again? Tang Wushuang smiled bitterly and shook his head.
As someone who had experienced this, he understood what was going on at a glance.
There are always some things in the world that are above everything else.
Qin Fei smiled apologetically. Manager Tang, let's take a look at this batch of jade.
Of course. Tang Wushuang also smiled.
It is best to cooperate with people like Qin Fei, but even if we cannot cooperate, we cannot offend him. After all, in his opinion, the methods Qin Fei has demonstrated so far are not something that the appraisers of Jade Jewelry International can cope with.
Tang Wushuang looked at the jade in a serious manner.
In fact, when the jade was fully opened, Tang Wushuang had already estimated its value at 800 million. However, in order to establish a good relationship with Qin Fei, he had to reconsider the price issue.
Soon, Tang Wushuang relaxed from his solemn expression and smiled kindly at Qin Fei.
My dear friend Qin Fei, let's not beat around the bush.
I think you have some idea about this batch of jade. I won't hide it. What do you think of the price of 1 billion?
Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around them took a deep breath.
Oh my God. No wonder you didn't accept such good conditions.
It turns out that this batch of jade is so valuable.
Yeah, the Stone King auction is just like this, right? If I had 1 billion, I would just lie down and not go to Jade Jewelry International.
Oh, don't compare you with Qin Fei. He has real skills, and he might not even care about 1 billion.
That's right. What's more, the other party is bending over for a beauty.
If I had a beauty like this, I wouldn't go even if you gave me an annual salary of 10 billion.
Pa, what are you dreaming about? Who has urine to help me wake him up?
I have diabetes and I can't let him have any sweetness.
Ha 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 ha.
Listening to the laughter around her, Zhang Mengmeng blushed slightly but did not stop it. Although these people's words were a bit rough, they were quite nice to hear.
Make a deal.
Watching the two of them complete such a big deal, Lu Hao opened his mouth and looked at old Qian, but said nothing and sighed helplessly.
Masters, thank you for your hard work.
Please help me cut the remaining rough stones. After saying that, Qin Fei shifted his gaze, wanting to communicate with his employer Tang Wushuang, but at this moment he saw a familiar face in the crowd.
Towards old age? Why is this traitor here? Is he the expert hired by the Zhou family? Chapter 30. The bet begins, sky-high bidding.
As the raw stones were cut piece by piece, the eyes of the onlookers became numb again. Although the quality is not high, every piece of raw stone can be shipped, which makes many people eager to buy it and they can't help but walk towards the raw stone dealers.
Soon, the Stone King auction officially began.
In a short period of time, Qin Fei's funds increased from more than 50 million to 1.2 billion, which is more than the assets of the entire Dream Chasing Pavilion combined. On the auction table, there were 15 raw stones of different sizes, and each stone was numbered from 1 to 15. A woman in Cheongsam was holding a microphone and introducing each Stone King. Under the strong light, almost every piece of raw stone emits strange colors. There were less than 100 people sitting under the auction table, and all of them had assets worth over 100 million. But assets do not represent funds, and having the right to auction does not mean having the strength to conduct the auction. Basically, they are just here to make up the numbers. As expected of the Stone King, almost every piece is emerald green.
Ha! How did Mr. Xiang get together with the Zhou family again? Zhang Mengmeng frowned. Don't worry about that traitor, you can rest assured that I'm here. Poochie. Zhang Mengmeng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Mr. Xiang is old after all, isn't it impolite for you to say that to him? Qin Fei smiled softly, then what are you so happy about? And I'm not wrong, you're already old and still jumping around, what else can you be but a traitor?
Zhang Mengmeng gave Qin Fei a displeased look, as if to say you are a bad guy, which made Qin Fei feel numb all over. Until now, Zhang Mengmeng still couldn't understand why Qin Fei wanted to join the dream-chasing pavilion. He was not after her as a person, nor was he after her money, which made her feel very insecure, as if Qin Fei would leave her at any time. Even the Stone King in front of him was not attractive to him anymore. His mind was full of thoughts about what means he should use to bind Qin Fei and himself tightly together.
Mr. Qian, which 5 pieces of raw stones do you think are the most valuable?
Lu Hao was confused by the pieces of Stone Kings and had no choice but to place his hope on old Qian again. According to my many years of experience, number 1 is outstanding in both appearance and weight, and should be listed as the first choice in this auction. Although number 3 is a rare red jadeite, many parts of it are not clear and there seem to be cracks. It should be the worst among this batch of Stone Kings. Except for number 3, number 6, number 8, and number 11, the others are all good, except that they are slightly lighter than number 1.
They can all be included in the auction.
Tisk.
Lu Hao secretly smacked his lips after hearing this.
Every time Lu Hao heard Mr. Qian talk about his years of experience, he felt it was particularly unreliable. Because for several times in a row, I never got it right once. On the other side, Zhou Mingjun frowned. Mr. Xiang, are you sure that Stone King number 5 is the most valuable?
No doubt about it.
All the Stone Kings come from our Ji family.
Each one has been inspected by many parties.
You just need to take the number 5 Stone King and you will win.
What did Lu Hao say? What do you need me to do? Don't worry, Mr. Zhou. His primary target must be number 1.
All you have to do is keep raising the price and call a halt at the right time.
What if he doesn't follow?
Xiang Lao smiled and said, don't worry.
He has a lot of money there, so he will definitely follow you. Even if he doesn't, you will definitely win. By then, all the expenses will fall on the Lu family, right? Zhou Mingjun nodded and his expression relaxed.
At this time, the Chongsam woman finished her introduction and the bidding for the first rough stone began. The starting price is 30 million, and each increase in price must not be less than 10 million.
50 million.
Tang Wushuan was the first to raise the sign and directly added 20 million. Although there were nearly 100 people sitting in the audience, they all looked at each other and few people raised the price, but the price still reached 80 million.
100 million. Tang Wushuan raised the sign again and added another 20 million.
This gentleman has bid 100 million for Stone King number 1.
Is there anyone else who wants to bid?
Seeing that everyone around him chose to remain silent, Tang Wushuan raised the corner of his mouth.
100 million first time. Mr. Qian, what do you mean? Young Master Lu, don't worry about the bidding.
If I'm not mistaken, the value of this Stone King is at least over 500 million. Lu Hao bit his lip, still feeling a little uncomfortable.
Is there anyone else who wants to bid?
The Chongsam woman asked again, and when no one answered, she continued, 100 million for the second time. At this time, Lu Hao finally raised his sign, I'll offer 120 million. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Mingjun also raised his sign.
150 million.
Seeing Zhou Mingjun joining the battlefield, Lu Hao's eyes were filled with anger.
Anyone can win the bet with the Zhou family, except the Zhou family. 200 million. Tang Wushuan raised his eyebrows. He thought he could get it with 100 million, but it doubled after a few rounds? When the profit exceeds 2 to 3 times, it is worth the risk. When the profit is proportional to the risk, it is equivalent to gambling. Obviously, this was no different from gambling, so Tang Wushuan chose to give up the bidding. 250 million. 300 million. 400 million. 500 million.
The two sides shouted more and more fiercely. Tang Wushuang arrived late and didn't understand what the point of the two competing like this was.
600 million. 700 million.
Tang Wushuang felt that these two people were crazy, but he didn't know how much courage it took to raise the price every time. When Lu Hao shouted out the number 700 million, his hands were shaking as he held up the sign. Mr. Xiang, it's already 700 million, almost there, right?
Don't worry, keep shouting.
At this point, the other party will definitely not stop easily.
Don't forget, you are sure to win this auction.
Zhou Mingjun swallowed and raised the sign again.
I'll pay 800 million. Lu Hao stared at Stone King number 1, his eyes full of bloodshot. This is 800 million, not 80 million.
If this piece of stone is really worth the most, the Lu family will still have to pay for it in the end.
Can't lose. I can't lose. Lu Hao raised the sign tremblingly, and everyone's eyes were focused on him.
Lu Hao opened his mouth and was about to shout out something, but then he put the sign back.
Wait. Why didn't that stinky security guard raise the price from beginning to end? Did he see something? But that's not right. It seems like we never gave him a chance to raise the price.
For a moment, two voices arose in Lu Hao's heart, influencing Lu Hao's thoughts. This caused the sign in his hand to rise and fall, repeatedly tugging at Zhou Mingjuan's heartstrings.
Lu Hao! Are you done yet? Hearing Zhou Mingjuan's urging, Lu Hao turned his head and looked, trying to find the answer from the other person's face.
Zhou Mingjuan's face was full of anger and his eyes were filled with worry. It was a rare moment of cleverness for Lu Hao, but he couldn't understand the worry in the other party's eyes. Was he afraid that he would continue to bid, or was he afraid that he would give up? After today, one of the Zhou and Lu families will be in trouble. Zhang Mengmeng said in a low voice.
Chapter 31 Out of Trust.
Xin Fei sighed slightly and shook his head. It has nothing to do with us, but it's good this way, it creates a lot of opportunities for the remaining Stone King auctions.
Oh? Is there anything you like?
Xin Fei smiled without saying anything and glanced at Tang Wushuang.
Only then did Zhang Mengmeng realize that although Tang Wushuang was several steps away from here, he stretched his ears very far.
At this moment, Lu Hao's tense body completely relaxed, threw the sign aside, and no longer had any intention of bidding.
Lu Hao! What do you mean? Don't forget the fate of the loser.
After hearing this, Lu Hao finally understood everything.
If the first Stone King was really that good, Zhou Mingjun should be thankful instead of using provocation.
Of course I know, but there are still 14 Stone Kings behind.
Do you think you will definitely win?
Lu Hao spread his hands.
Seeing this, old Xian came up to Lu Hao and whispered, Mr. Lu, are you really going to give up such a good opportunity? Lu Hao looked at old Xian in disbelief. What did this old guy mean by coming out to add fuel to the fire at this time? Also, shouldn't the Ji family be the ones who really need the jade? Why didn't Ji Boduan leave? For a moment, Lu Hao felt as if everything was clear. 800 million for the first time. 800 million second time. 800 million for the third time. Make a deal.
The final word was given, and Zhou Mingjun walked onto the stage reluctantly. This way and that meant he had lost 800 million yuan from cheating the Lu family, and he was so angry. At this time, the cutting master also came up and started to use the knife. It has always been the rule of Shi Wang auction to cut the items immediately after bidding. A full green raw stone like this is cut from the four corners. The cut surface is flat and smooth with one cut, and the preliminary estimated value is 300 million. Another cut revealed a crack. At this point, there was almost no doubt about the structure of the entire stone, and the price was cut in half. In the end, the organizer took back 130 million.
Lu Hao snorted coldly and looked at Mr. Qian again. Mr. Qian, what do you think?
I really didn't expect that such a good material would have cracks.
Well, it's not Mr. Qian's fault. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Mr. Qian didn't realize that Lu Hao's words actually had another meaning. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you." Lu Hao remained calm, but was deeply moved.
These bitches are indeed in the same group. Fortunately, when I was hesitating, I saw Xin Fei shaking his head, otherwise I would have been badly cheated. Just for this favor, as long as he doesn't continue to bother his white moonlight in the future, the matter of sleeping with her will be forgotten. However, the Stone King auction has not yet ended. It is obviously impossible to win this game completely by relying on this old bastard. Soon, the bidding for the second Stone King began, and the starting price was also 30 million.
But compared to the first piece, the second piece seems surprisingly calm.
In the end, it was bought by Tang Wushuang for 80 million yuan, making a net profit of 60 million yuan. Next, the auction for the third rough stone began, which was also the one that was least favored by everyone. Compared with other full jade, it can almost be said to be a piece of covered material. Under strong light, the range that can be seen clearly is only the tip of the iceberg. It is 1 inch smaller than other raw stones, but because it is an extremely rare red jade, the starting price is also 30 million. Rough stones like this are just used to make up the numbers, and there is a high possibility that they will fail to sell at a high price of 30 million. As expected, there was silence in the audience for a while, as everyone waited for it to fail to sell. Qin Fei looked around and saw that no one, including Tang Wushuang, showed any interest. Soon, the countdown to the failure of the auction began, and everyone looked relieved, waiting for the appearance of Stone King number 4. But Qin Fei raised the sign at this time.
Give me 30 million.
I just made some money and have nowhere to spend it, so I'll just take a little loss. As soon as these words were spoken, Tang Wushuang and Lu Hao's eyes lit up at the same time, and they immediately looked towards Qin Fei with full energy.
Tang Wushuang said with a smile, "My dear friend Qin Fei, you brought me a big order, how can I let you suffer a loss?" As he spoke, Tang Wushuang raised the sign, "I'll offer 40 million. TSK, TSK, TSK. Lu Hao smacked his lips, stood up, smiled provocatively at Zhou Mingjun, and also raised the sign. I felt bad that I didn't spend 800 million just now.
I'll pay 50 million.
Let me take the loss. No one can snatch it from me. Damn it."
The words sounded so nice, but they are all really smart.
Qin Fei cursed inwardly.
I thought I was being careful enough, but someone still came out to intercept me.
It's okay if Tang Wushuang is smart, but what about Lu Hao?
The landlord's stupid son was doing well, but he was a little uncomfortable when he suddenly became smart.
Mr. Xiang, how do you explain this? Zhou Mingjun asked with a frown. Xiang Lao shook his head. It's just an ordinary piece of jade. The quality is so-so. It's not part of the plan.
Zhou Mingjun nodded and looked at Qin Fei expectantly, hoping that the other party would not give up and play a few more rounds with Lu Hao.
There was no way.
Who would have thought that the organizer was the Ji family, and they already knew exactly which stone was the best and what its price was? Seeing that Qin Fei did not respond, Tang Wushuang continued to raise the price, 60 million. Although he was not optimistic about number 3 at all, since Qin Fei raised the price, he must have his reasons.
Coincidentally, based on his understanding of Qin Fei, Lu Hao thought the same. 70 million.
Qin Fei sighed slightly and raised the sign helplessly. I'll offer 100 million, and I won't take anything higher.
Thank you very much.
I'll add another 10 million, 110 million.
Tang Wushuang held up the sign and smiled at Qin Fei.
Lu Hao looked at Tang Wushuang and then at Qin Fei, and did not raise the price. In short, he would not move unless Qin Fei moved. Qin Fei rolled his eyes. It was really not going as he wished.
Would he have to return to the competition over price in the end?
Zhang Mengmeng looked at Qin Fei blankly. Even she knew that Stone King number 3 was not good, so how could Qin Fei not know?
Could it be that Qin Fei is causing trouble again? But it's understandable that he's targeting Lu Hao. He doesn't have any grudge against Tang Wushuang, right?
But at this moment, Qin Fei moved again and raised the sign high again.
200 million, I really don't want any more.
After Qin Fei finished speaking, Lu Hao didn't even hesitate for a second. I'll pay 210 million.
As expected. Zhang Mengmeng was delighted.
He had escaped the disaster of 800 million yuan, but a new disaster was always waiting for him. I felt sorry for Lu Hao for a second. Why did it feel like the whole world wanted to get him?
300 million. Qin Fei continued to raise the price.
Zhang Mengming's heart beat faster. She was afraid that Qin Fei would go too far. She grabbed Qin Fei's arm tightly with both hands but did not say anything to stop him.
Mr. Qian, what do you think?
Lu Hao turned around and looked at Mr. Qian, but before Mr. Qian could speak, he raised the sign again.
310 million.
Seeing Lu Hao continue to raise the price, Zhang Mengmeng finally let go of her worries.
Everyone was stunned.
It was just a piece of broken stone, at most a ruby, so why did they get so excited?
Chapter 32 Pigeon Blood Red.
Tang Wushuang had calmed down when the amount reached 200 million. Trust was trust, but more than 200 million was a bit too much. He had no idea what Qin Fei was doing. He. Qin Fei smiled, and Zhang Mengmeng also smiled proudly. Seeing this, Lu Hao's eyelids twitched.
Why did the scene feel so familiar? Was it directed at him again?
Last time, he had lost more than 30 million yuan.
What was he thinking now? He felt that more than 30 million yuan was not enough, so he changed it to 300 million yuan? But that's not right. Why did he rescue himself from the vortex of 800 million? Isn't it enough to be cheated by others, and only when you do it yourself can you feel a sense of accomplishment?
But at this time, Qin Fei spoke again. I'll make a final offer, 350 million, I'll give it to you if you raise the price. Seeing Qin Fei so confident, Lu Hao was a little confused.
Not only him, but everyone present was puzzled by Qin Fei's actions.
After thinking for a long time, Lu Hao still didn't have the courage to raise the price. Stone King number 3 finally fell into Qin Fei's hands at a price of 350 million.
Oh!
Zhou Mingjun let out a long sigh.
It's just one step away, why doesn't Lu Hao follow? Qin Fei.
Zhang Mengmeng looked at Qin Fei worriedly, her hand still tightly holding Qin Fei's arms. Qin Fei smiled and held Zhang Mengmeng's hand in his. I'll give you a gift.
As he spoke, Qin Fei pulled Zhang Mengmeng and walked towards the auction table. Master, cut it.
The cutting machine started to turn and everyone held their breath. For some reason, watching the cutting of Stone King number 3 was more exciting than watching Stone King number 1. After all, Stone King number 1 belongs to Mankey, so there is basically no suspense and its value is there. But Stone King number 3 is different.
Everything is unknown, just like opening a blind box.
However, one thing is certain, buying such a broken stone at a price of 350 million will undoubtedly result in a loss, it's just a matter of how much. With one cut of the knife, everyone's blood boiled, but this excitement came entirely from gloating and anticipation. They want it all. Human nature is so contradictory.
But no matter which one it is, they are happy to see it.
A thin piece of stone fell, and under the light, it immediately revealed a red glow.
Oh, the quality is quite good. But there seems to be a crack there? It's a crack. What a pity. It's good enough that it's worth 50 million.
Lu Hao let out a long sigh of relief.
Are you really trying to trick me again? Fortunately, I am no longer the same person I used to be.
Tang Wushuang shook his head, as if he had forgotten the shock Qin Fei had brought him, and began to doubt Qin Fei's eyesight.
Qin Fei, what should we do? Should we still cut it? Or should we sell it?
The person who felt the most uncomfortable in the entire auction was Zhang Mengmeng. Although she didn't spend a penny, she felt extremely sorry for Qin Fei. Everything was going smoothly for you, but now you have suffered such a huge setback.
It must be very uncomfortable, right?
She could understand such feelings very well and was afraid that Qin Fei would be unable to get over it. Feeling the warmth from his palm, Qin Fei understood Zhang Mengmeng's worries, but sorry, I was cheating.
Don't worry, master, keep cutting. After receiving the instruction, the cutting master started cutting from the other side.
A thin side was cut off, but there was nothing inside except stone, and the cutter was dumbfounded. In this way, not even 50 million is left. Zhang Mengmeng felt her breathing heavy and wanted to do something for Qin Fei, but found that she could do nothing.
Keep cutting, master, you don't need to look at me, just cut it all out. Everyone swallowed their saliva.
At this point, everything became clear.
Was Qin Fei planning to just go for broke?
After a while, the whole piece was cut, and a long crack was shocking.
The dilapidated state of the place was even worse than expected.
Tang Wushuang sighed slightly, fearing that he didn't even have 30 million left. Zhang Mengmeng didn't know how to comfort him, but she saw Qin Fei smiling with satisfaction.
Sure enough, it is indeed the case. Is this really the case? Everyone was a little confused, not knowing what Qin Fei was talking about. It's already cut into this state, what's the point of this confident smile? Master, keep cutting. Ah.
Hearing that Qin Fei wanted to cut it again, everyone thought that Qin Fei was crazy.
How else could he cut it? Boss, it's already been cut.
The cutting master stood there, not knowing how to cut. Qin Fei strode forward, took the machine from the master, and started turning it.
This is crazy. He can still recover some blood now.
If he gets another blow, there will only be half a mouthful of blood left. Zhang Mengmeng did not stop him, letting Qin Fei vent his anger. With one cut, red, crystal clear fragments flew everywhere, looking extremely shocking. Having seen the cutting of raw stones all the time, even Tang Wuxuan had never seen such a waste of the embryo. But after cutting it with a knife, a blood-red color appeared inside.
Call. Pigeon blood red? It's actually pigeon blood red?
Suddenly, the entire auction hall was in an uproar, and almost everyone stood up. If they thought Qin Fei was crazy before, now they are the ones who are crazy.
Lu Hao had no idea what was going on. He looked around, bewildered.
Even Mr. Qian beside him had a look of eagerness on his face at this moment.
Jade in stone, stone in jade? Tang Wuxuan murmured to himself.
Who could have imagined that within that tattered embryo, there was actually such a large piece of pigeon blood red hidden? If imperial green is the best, then pigeon blood red is definitely the best of the best.
And look, that head is as big as a fist?
This amount of pigeon blood red is worthy of being called a national treasure.
Call. Tang Wuxuan rushed directly onto the stage and looked at Qin Fei excitedly.
Friend Qin Fei, I'll take this piece of pigeon blood red.
Will you sell it for 2 billion? 2 billion? Manager Tang, you are right, right? This piece of scrap is worth 2 billion? Zhang Mengmeng was completely confused. What was going on?
To her, there seemed to be no difference except that the color inside was a little redder. Lu Hao opened his mouth wide, his whole body seemed to be petrified, and he even regretted it to the core.
If I had been more resolute at that time, then wouldn't the 2 billion be mine? With this piece of pigeon blood red, isn't it true that I am sure to win?
At this time, Qin Fei had taken out the pigeon blood red, walked towards Zhang Mengmeng and explained.
Scrap is indeed worthless.
But pigeon blood red is different.
My dear friend Qin Fei, do you want to buy pigeon blood? I'll offer 2 billion.
Tang Wuxuan's face was full of eagerness, but Qin Fei shook his head and instead stuffed the pigeon blood red into Zhang Mengmeng's hand.
I said I wanted to give you a gift before, do you like it?
Zhang Mengmeng's breathing became a little rapid as she felt a full feeling in her hands.
There are less than 2 years left in the 3 billion bet with my family, and now 2 billion is in my hands?
At this moment, she felt that everything in front of her eyes was like a dream, and she stared blankly at the pigeon blood red in her hand.
Chapter 33 The winner is decided. Qin Fei, you.
Zhang Mengmeng's mood at this moment was like riding a roller coaster, from worry to surprise to shock.
I didn't expect that Qin Fei would give me such a valuable thing.
She didn't understand why and wanted to refuse, but she met Qin Fei's unquestionable gaze.
Thank you, Qin Fei.
For her, she really needs something like this now, so she can only find an opportunity to repay Qin Fei. Qin Fei nodded with satisfaction, with a slight smile on his face. Soon, time passed by little, and the Stone King auction was still in full swing. In the suburbs of Jiangcheng City, Ji Buduan drove quickly into an orchard. This place looks like an ordinary orchard, but in fact it is the base camp of the Wolf Gang, a force secretly supported by Ji Buduan.
After the vehicle stopped, Ji Buduan hurried into a wooden house.
There was smoke inside and several men were playing cards. When they saw Ji Boyan come in, they quickly stood up and lowered their heads.
Master Ji. Ji Buduan looked serious and asked impatiently, "Where is the evil wolf?"
Just as he finished speaking, a burly man walked in. He had a long scar on his face and one hand on the doorframe. He looked extremely ferocious.
Master Ji, are you looking for me?
Boss. Seeing the man coming, several men lowered their heads again with fear in their eyes.
Get out.
The burly man waved his hand.
After everyone left, Ji Buduan looked at the burly man and said in a deep voice, "Evil wolf, what do you think about the spirit?"
Don't worry, Master Ji, we've already contacted the person, and we can do the deal tonight.
Ji Buduan nodded with satisfaction, that's good. But is that soul really worth 15 billion? Why don't we? After the evil wolf finished speaking, he made a gesture of wiping his neck. Ji Buduan smiled.
It was not easy to raise 15 billion.
It would be best if he could get the spiritual soul without spending any money. We'll see what happens later. Help me kill someone first. As he spoke, Ji Buduan handed over a photo.
This man's name is Qin Fei, he's quite powerful, take your weapons with you and be careful.
The evil wolf took the photo and frowned, so urgent?
Ji Buduan's eyes flashed with coldness, I can't sleep or eat unless he dies. At the Stone King auction venue, Zhou Mingjun stared at Stone King number 11 with bloodshot eyes. I thought I had won the bid for Stone King number 5 worth 580 million, but I didn't expect that Lu Hao would raise the price and snatch a piece of the material from Qin Fei and Tang Wuxuan for 700 million.
I really don't know where Lu Hao got the courage from.
A small piece of covered material was finally estimated to be worth 650 million, which was much higher than his. There were 3 pieces of blind material. One was unsold, one was bought by Qin Fei for 2 billion yuan, and the other was bought by Lu Hao, who surpassed himself. Now he has already bought 4 Stone Kings, and he only has one chance left. At this moment, he is like a gambler standing on the edge of a cliff, placing all his hopes on Stone King number 11, because Stone King number 11 is also a piece of blind material.
Qin Fei was really speechless. He didn't know what was wrong with Tang Wushuang and Lu Hao.
As long as I raised the price, they would definitely come out to grab it, resulting in me not being able to buy any Stone King except Stone King number 3. Qin Fei looked at Tang Wushuang and Lu Hao, only to find that they were both looking at him with smug looks on their faces. Qin Fei snorted coldly in his heart.
If you like to snatch, then come. I'll let you snatch.
The moment the auction started, Qin Fei immediately raised the sign in his hand.
Stone King number 11, I offer 200 million.
Zhou Mingjun was stunned.
What was going on? I hadn't even made a move yet, and the price had already been raised to 200 million? 300 million. 400 million. 500 million.
But in the blink of an eye, the price was raised to 500 million by Lu Hao and Tang Wushuang. Just as he was about to raise the sign and give it a try, Qin Fei shouted again.
600 million. I don't want any more.
Zhou Mingjun narrowed his eyes, feeling that this scene was extremely familiar. It seems that the same is true for Stone King number 3. The Stone King that was auctioned for 350 million yuan turned out to be pigeon blood red worth 2 billion yuan. He remembered all the magical things Qin Fei had done, as if his Ren and Du meridians were opened at this moment. But at this time, the price had been raised to 1 billion by Lu Hao.
1.5 billion. Zhou Mingjun gritted his teeth. He had no way out.
When this was said, everyone was dumbfounded.
What kind of stone could be worth this price? Even if it was pigeon blood red inside, it didn't look like it.
Even Qin Fei felt a little guilty.
He had wanted to trick Lu Hao, but he didn't expect another big enemy to show up. But at this moment, Lu Hao turned around and looked at Zhou Mingjun with an evil smile. Zhou Mingjun, you've already lost.
After hearing these words, Zhou Mingjun's heart skipped a beat. Qin Fei also reacted at this time. The two of them were involved in a gambling game, and the loser had to pay for the winner. Lu Hao only bought 3 Stone Kings in total, but the value of each one exceeded that of Zhou Mingjun.
As long as he keeps suppressing Zhou Mingjun, he will always be invincible. I offered 2 billion.
Lu Hao raised the price again, and Zhou Mingjun no longer had the courage.
It's over. It's all over.
Suddenly, Zhou Mingjun turned around and grabbed Xiang Lao's collar.
Where is Ji Buduan? Get him out. Great.
We said we would deal with the Lu family together, but it turns out that my Zhou family is your target.
Seeing Zhou Mingjun's murderous eyes, Xiang Lao was completely panicked.
That head covering material was originally used to make up the number.
I didn't expect that. I don't know anything. Where is Ji Buduan? If he doesn't come out and give an explanation today, this matter will not be over.
Zhou Mingjun held on to Mr. Xiang tightly, and then turned his gaze to Mr. Qian.
Zhou Mingjun, what do you mean? Are you throwing a tantrum? Lu Hao smiled contemptuously. Lu Hao. This is all a setup. It was set up by the Ji family.
Even the Stone King auction was organized by the Ji family.
So what? What does it have to do with me?
Lu Hao spread his hands.
It was the Ji family who set up the game, but it was your Zhou family who made the bet with me. The Stone King was held by the Ji family?
Qin Fei narrowed his eyes.
No wonder he didn't see Ji Buduan. What's the point of going through so much trouble? Also, for such a big gambling game, why did they only send 2 juniors? That's enough.
At this moment, a loud shout came from the auction table, and soon 3 middle-aged men walked out from behind the auction table.
Dad!
Zhou Mingjun said in a panic.
Lu Hao looked over, his face suddenly filled with joy and pride. Dad, why are you here too? I hope your son didn't embarrass you? Chairman!
Mr. Qian and Mr. Xiang also nodded at this time.
The 3 are Zhou Yifeng, the head of the Zhou family, Lu Yun, the head of the Lu family, and Ji Fei, the head of the Ji family. Qin Fei was a little confused. Why was the game between rich people so complicated? What was the purpose of all this? Chapter 34 Leaving, Zhang Mingming's Heart Knot. Okay, so you two families teamed up to get me.
Lu Hao's father, Lu Yun, looked at Ji Fei, then at Zhou Weifeng, feeling indescribably proud.
Zhou Mingjuan's father Zhou Weifeng said with a sullen face, but in the end, my Zhou family is still lost, didn't they?
I didn't expect that when I was looking for a few pieces of covering material to make up the number, something unexpected would happen.
Ji Buduan's father Ji Fei smiled awkwardly.
Then he rubbed his hands and continued, now that the matter of the spirit soul has been settled, the two of you should settle the accounts. As he spoke, Ji Fei waved his hand towards the audience. The Stone King auction has come to an end, let's all go.
The conversation between the three people left everyone confused. After leaving the auction house, Zhang Mengmeng boldly took Qin Fei's arm and said, Qin Fei, where are you going now?
I'll take you there. Feeling the softness in his arm, Qin Fei nodded and walked towards the underground parking lot.
Entering the parking lot, Qin Fei asked, Mengmeng, do you know what the spirit soul they are talking about is?
Zhang Mengmeng shook her head.
It must be some extraordinary treasure.
At this moment, a dozen strong men appeared at the entrance of the parking lot, pulled out machetes from their waists, wrapped them tightly with cloth strips, and rushed in quickly. Both of them noticed something strange, and Zhang Mengmeng frowned.
Qin Fei, there seems to be someone behind you.
It's okay. Qin Fei snorted coldly, it's probably Ji Buduan who called the thugs to come after me.
Stay behind me for a while. Ji Buduan?
Zhang Mengmeng raised her eyebrows. She always felt like a vase when she was next to Qin Fei.
Now it was finally her strong point. She had to perform well in front of Qin Fei no matter what.
At this time, a dozen strong men had come close. Looking at the murderous aura on them, they did not look like ordinary thugs at all. Qin Fei did not dare to be careless and opened the eye of delusion to take a look. Wang Gui, 41 years old, combat power 19, nicknamed the Evil Wolf, leader of the Wolf Gang, worked for Ji Buduan, robbed ancient tombs, resold antiques and cultural relics, used cruel methods, and killed many people. There are a dozen or so people left, and their combat power values are between 16 and 17. Qin Fei rubbed his eyes. He didn't feel anything when he looked at the raw stone. He didn't expect that living creatures would consume so much of the Eye of Illusion. The combat effectiveness of this group of people is nothing to Qin Fei at present, but the key is that Wang Gui has a pistol hidden in his hand, which is a bit troublesome.
Where did Ji Buduan find these desperate criminals?
They think highly of me.
Boy, I heard you are good at fighting?
The evil wolf scratched his chin and looked at Qin Fei and the others curiously.
After seeing Qin Fei, the evil wolf did not take Ji Buduan's words seriously at all.
Instead, he gave Zhang Mengmeng an obscene smile.
Brothers, it looks like we are in for a treat today.
Zhang Mengmeng frowned, tore open the hem of her skirt and strode forward. She had been practicing martial arts since she was a child, not for show.
This is a good time for Qin Fei to show off his abilities. No.
Qin Fei raised his hand, but caught nothing and sighed helplessly. Although he was not used to being protected by women, he did create an opportunity for himself now. Zhang Mengmeng quickly ran up to the leading wolf, raised her legs, made a gorgeous turn, and quickly kicked out a roundhouse kick. Seeing this, the wolf took the initiative and also raised his leg to collide with Zhang Mengmeng's foot. After the attack, the wolf did not retreat even a single step, but Zhang Mengmeng flew backwards 3 or 4 meters.
Girl, you're quite fierce. Ha ha.
The evil wolf had a playful smile on his face. Just as Zhang Mengmeng was about to fall, Qin Fei slowly followed and caught her steadily.
Qin Fei, hurry up. He's a master.
There was a little panic in Zhang Mengmeng's eyes, but more of it was worry.
Sorry, me too.
As he spoke, Qin Fei stood up and gathered all the energy in his body into his fist. At a distance of 3 or 4 meters, even if the other party pulled out a gun, Qin Fei would not hesitate at all.
Oh, I forgot something important. The wolf waved behind him with contempt on his face. Send him on his way. But at this moment, Qin Fei flashed, and in the blink of an eye he closed the distance with the wolf, and quickly threw a punch, making a violent impact sound. Bang! The wolf flew backwards instantly, spitting out blood from its mouth.
Seeing this, Qin Fei clapped his hands and chuckled, I told you I'm a master. Zhang Mengmeng felt as if she had been electrocuted and stood there in a daze. I knew Qin Fei was capable, but I didn't expect him to be so capable.
Apart from giving birth to a child, is there anything else he can't do?
At this time, the other strong men recovered from their shock and surrounded the wolf.
Boss!
The wolf's chest was sunken and it had stopped breathing.
There was even a scornful smile on its face. The leader of the gang is dead? Dead?
Xin Fei raised his eyebrows and looked at his fist in disbelief.
I thought that my full-strength punch would most seriously injure the opponent, but I didn't expect that the opponent would die? Is his internal force so strong?
Although it was unintentional, it was Xin Fei's first time killing someone, which still made his heart churn.
Calling the police is definitely not an option.
Even if the other party is not a good person, you will definitely get into a lot of trouble. Thinking of this, Xin Fei walked towards the evil wolf step by step. Seeing this, the other strong men retreated to the side with fear in their eyes. It's not that they didn't think about escaping, but in front of such a fierce man, escape means death. Xin Fei walked up to the wolf, searched his body for a while, and soon took out a pistol and a lot of bullets.
Take him and get out of here.
Hearing Xin Fei's words, a dozen strong men felt as if they had been pardoned. One of them drove over in a van, threw the wolf's body into the car, and fled quickly in shame.
Xin Fei, are you okay?
Zhang Mengmeng asked with concern, but Xin Fei did not answer. Instead, he walked up to Zhang Mengmeng.
There was only a pop sound. I asked you to stay behind me. Do you know how dangerous it was just now? Zhang Mengmeng blushed and said unconvincingly, I am a good fighter, right? Who knew the other party was so powerful? Next time you encounter something like this, just leave it to me, understand?
Zhang Mengmeng glanced at Xin Fei carefully, not daring to look him in the eye, and pouted.
No. Then, Zhang Mengmeng asked softly, Xin Fei, why are you so nice to me?
No matter what she did, Xin Fei gave her enough sense of security. Xin Fei found that the other party was not disgusted at all, so it seemed that he could speed up the progress.
So he half-jokingly said, need I tell you? Of course I like you. I.
Zhang Mengmeng was a little at a loss for a moment, but her heart was pounding. Because of her father's dissolute life, her mother died early, leaving her without maternal love since childhood. And not long after, she had a stepmother, who brought back a sister who was 3 years younger than her. She hated her father and all unfaithful men in the world, and felt that all men in the world were the same. She doesn't want to get married and doesn't want to be dependent on a man, but if the target is Xin Fei, it seems that it is not impossible.
Wrong. Chapter 35 Hidden Rules for Buying a House. But you have a girlfriend. What about your girlfriend? If he leaves his girlfriend to be with me, then what is the difference between him and my father? What's the difference between me and that stepmother?
At this moment, Xin Fei held Zhang Mengmeng's hand, and Zhang Mengmeng felt her mind go blank. I'm sorry, I can't control myself. I love my girlfriend, but I also fall in love with you. But don't worry, love is about giving, not taking. I just want to be by your side and protect you silently. After hearing this, Zhang Mengmeng's eyes welled up with tears and she felt extremely conflicted. How much she wanted to accept Xin Fei and accept this love, but there was always a hurdle in her heart that she couldn't get over. You're not afraid that your girlfriend will be upset if she finds out about this?
Xin Fei sighed slightly and turned away. If there is no perfect solution in the world, I will not let down the heavens nor you. I think even if she knew, she would understand me. Zhang Mengmeng felt like she was stuck in a quagmire and couldn't extricate herself. What did Xin Fei mean by this? You don't want her to know, do you? Can something like this be made public? Do you mind? Xin Fei turned around and asked.
Zhang Mengmeng pouted and said, if your girlfriend doesn't mind this kind of thing, then I don't mind it either. Xin Fei raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile.
He gently put his arms around Zhang Mengmeng's waist and whispered in her ear, you mean, if she doesn't mind, you can also be my woman? Zhang Mengmeng's body trembled.
She didn't believe that Xin Fei dared to do this, but she still had expectations and worries in her heart, and didn't know how to answer. Just when she was hesitant, Xin Fei spoke again, it doesn't matter, you don't have to answer me now, time will give the answer. After saying that, Xin Fei slowly let go of his hand, his eyes full of tenderness and determination. Zhang Mengmeng looked at Xin Fei, and the confusion in her heart gradually dissipated. She also wanted to see, if there really was a way to have the best of both worlds, then perhaps the tragedy would not have happened? Got off the car and said goodbye to Zhang Mengmeng. The first thing Xin Fei did was to buy a house. After all, he was a rich man now. He couldn't let Nian Yuyu live with him in that dark rental house, right? There are no other requirements, the house must be big and good, so that it can add a lot of interest to a happy life. Soon, Xin Fei arrived at the Shengshi Mingmen Villa district.
The houses here are ranked among the best in the entire Jiangqing city. Qin Fei looked up and saw 3 big words sales office written on the tall gate. Qin Fei nodded with satisfaction and walked in.
The entire sales office is built in a grand manner, with a huge sand table model in the hall, surrounded by a lot of people. Among them were people who came to look at the house, and everyone was dressed like a wealthy person. There are also sales ladies in the sales department, all of them wearing uniform formal attire, with professional smiles on their faces, carefully explaining things to the customers. Sitting on the chairs nearby were a few good-looking sales ladies. They were playing with their mobile phones at this moment, looking extremely leisurely, which formed a sharp contrast with the busyness in front of them. When he saw Qin Fei coming in, he just glanced at him and then looked away, with no intention of going forward to greet him. Qin Fei raised his eyebrows.
What does this mean? Can you tell my security temperament at a glance?
Qin Fei was happy to be alone with these snobs, and he looked at the sand table alone with his hands folded. Sister Yang, there's a guest there who's quite handsome.
Is it really okay for us not to receive him? Don't worry about him. He looks so poor.
I'm afraid he can't even afford a tile for the toilet. He must be a loser who comes here to enjoy the sight.
It's a waste of time to entertain him. We should focus our limited energy on big customers. Come and help me take a look at this suspender skirt.
As they talked, the two of them commented on the pictures on their phones.
Just at this moment, the busy sales lady came back after sending a customer away.
Seeing Qin Fei staring at the sand table, she instantly revealed a professional smile.
Hello, sir. I am Yu Qing, the salesperson here. How can I help you? Qin Fei looked up unexpectedly.
It was a woman who was nearly 40 years old. There was no trace of contempt on her tired face.
This surprised Qin Fei. Sister, do you think I look like I can afford a house?
Yu Qing smiled slightly. Sir, you are joking.
It is my duty to receive you.
As he spoke, Yu Qing enthusiastically introduced the products to Qin Fei, although he doubted Qin Fei's purchasing power several times.
But the pressure of life always tells her, what if? Qin Fei sighed as he was able to feel the other person's sincerity. You are quite different from them.
Yu Qing understood who Qin Fei was referring to and smiled bitterly.
There is no other way. Being young and pretty is their asset in a place like this.
I can only keep working hard to avoid being eliminated by the company.
Is youth and beauty an asset?
Qin Fei thought about it before he realized that he had heard that many sales ladies, in order to achieve sales results, would use their bodies as weapons to lure clients into making deals. No wonder he didn't even look at himself. It turns out saving energy is very useful. Qin Fei didn't have much time to spend here, so he pointed at the sand table and asked,
How much is the largest villa in the middle? After these words were spoken, many people looked over curiously. What's going on? Did I hear wrongly?
This is the prosperous and prestigious villa area.
He said he wanted to buy the largest villa? How is that possible? The biggest villa must cost hundreds of millions at least. Is he here to make fun of me?
With the cheap clothes he's wearing, I thought he was here to apply for a job.
Sir, you are joking. We only recruit women here.
At the same time, the sales lady sitting on the chair was also attracted by these words, and a light flashed in her eyes. But when he looked up and saw that it was Qin Fei, the light in his eyes was replaced by disgust. One of the sales ladies even stood up, curled her lips in disdain, folded her arms and walked towards Qin Fei.
What a lowly man.
He is so young and yet he still doesn't learn his lesson.
Why is he here pretending to be a big shot?
As she spoke, the sales lady turned her gaze towards Yu Qing again with a haughty look on her face. Sister Qing, even if you are not picky, at least be careful.
When did the threshold for reception become so low?
Yu Qing's face changed slightly. He felt very upset as his hard work was negated by just one sentence.
But when faced with colleagues with outstanding performance, I can't find any reason to refute.
Yu Qing's mood changed very quickly, and he smiled and said to Qin Fei, Excuse me, sir, this villa is indeed very expensive. If you really want to buy it, why don't I introduce you to other house types first?
No way? Sister Qing, don't you understand what I mean? This stinky loser is here to cause trouble. Please ask him to leave quickly and don't affect the mood of other customers. Chapter 36 How to Stuff the Model? Look at the house type, then stuff it. This sentence seemed to be extremely useful to other customers. While belittling Qin Fei, it also elevated their status.
One of the customers laughed disdainfully, "If this guy can afford it, I'll just eat the villa model." These words made Qin Fei laugh, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He glanced at the sales lady who was speaking, then turned to Yu Qing and said, "No need to introduce other apartment types. I want the largest one in the middle. But I want to ask first, how do you eat the villa model?" The sales lady was stunned, and the customers nearby also looked at him strangely, not understanding why Qin Fei was so confident. "What? You don't dare to eat?" Qin Fei looked at the customer who had just spoken and continued to ask. Looking at Qin Fei's sharp eyes, the customer felt a little uneasy. He pretended to be very busy and said nothing. "I'll eat it." At this time, the sales lady came to her senses and shouted. He has seen many pretentious people like Qin Fei, but others' pretense must have some preparation. He comes out to show off wearing cheap goods. Does he think everyone here is a fool? Qin Fei looked at the sales lady and immediately became interested. She was the one who was screaming the loudest just now. "What did you say? You came to eat the model?" "Yes. A villa worth 130 million, I'll eat it as long as you can afford it." "But what if you can't take it out? Should you get out?" "Listen carefully, get out. The people of Daxia have always been keen to watch the fun, no matter how big the event." They looked at the sales lady and then at Qin Fei. If there were any melon seeds for sale now, everyone would probably buy a bag. Qin Fei was too lazy to talk nonsense with the other party. He just took out his cell phone and threw it to the sales lady. The sales lady took the phone and glanced at it with disdain, but the next second her pupils dilated, making her look over again. Looking at the long string of numbers on the screen, she was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. She looked at Qin Fei in disbelief. He no longer looked poor as before. Instead, the cheap clothes she wore gave her an aura of being unattainable. Then, her expression changed, and she became flattering. She walked forward, picked up the villa model, and stuffed it into her mouth. However, the model was too big to fit in. Stuffing the model was just a way for her to apologize. In front of everyone, she actually flirted with Qin Fei and then seductively touched the model. That coquettish look immediately gave many men some ideas, but Qin Fei felt it was pathetic and disgusting. Seeing that Qin Fei was not fascinated by her beauty, she said in a delicate voice, "Sir, the thing is too big, I really can't put it in. Why don't I take you to see the house and show it to you in person?" At this moment, several sales ladies sitting on the chairs suddenly lost their composure, quickly climbed up from their chairs, picked up Qin Fei's mobile phone and looked at it. Looking at the long list of numbers, they nodded their heads, counted one by one from the end, and finally couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. 900 million? What? 900 million? At this moment, everyone's eyes looking at Qin Fei had changed greatly. "Sir, let me take you to see the house." "I can also make models," said another sales lady in a hoarse voice. After hearing this, the sales lady at the beginning lost her composure and pushed her forward. "Go away. This is what I agreed with this gentleman." But as soon as he finished speaking, several other sales ladies joined in and flirted with Qin Fei. "Sir, my apartment looks good, stuff mine." "Stuff mine." Looking at the young and beautiful colleagues who kept seducing Qin Fei, Yu Qing's eyes became dim and he sighed slightly. It's no wonder they are so crazy. After all, that's a villa worth 130 million. If they complete this deal, they can retire and enjoy their retirement benefits. Soon, the sales ladies started to attack each other, and it was like a big quarrel. Although Qin Fei was also very curious about how the model should be stuffed, if those who took shortcuts by relying on their physical strength were allowed to taste the sweetness, how would those who worked hard feel? Seeing Qin Fei took back his phone, the sales ladies immediately quieted down and demonstrated their skills again. Some even adopted unique eating postures, not caring at all about the occasion. Qin Fei was too lazy to take another look, and instead turned to Yu Qing and said, "I want the largest one in the middle, and you go and help me with the formalities." "Ah? Me? Yu Qing felt unbelievable. What did the other party mean by this? Did he want to stuff the model into his pocket? I have always despised this kind of behavior, but after several struggles, and Qin Fei is so handsome, it's not a bad idea to give it to him once. After all, it's time to retire after finishing this order." Seeing that Qin Fei actually chose Yu Qing, the sales ladies were stunned. The sales lady who provoked Qin Fei at the beginning never regarded Yu Qing as an opponent and had preconceived ideas. In an instant, all the blame was attributed to those people who came out later to grab the orders. "You little bitches. I have already made an agreement with this gentleman, but you insisted on coming out to cause trouble. You little bitches, I will kill you. She was not the only one who felt unbalanced. Everyone who had seduced Qin Fei before was also one of them. Why would he put down his dignity in public? Wasn't it for the huge commission? Now it's all in vain. In an instant, the sales office once again turned into a scene of a big fight among the sales ladies. Sir, would you like to go and look at the apartment layout now? Yu Qing avoided looking directly into Qin Fei's eyes, and his tone was extremely uncomfortable. What apartment type are you looking for? After hearing Qin Fei say this, he thought the other party wanted him to say it out loud, and he felt humiliated. But I really want this list. Maybe rich people have some special hobbies? I'll show you my apartment plan, and then I'll stuff the model. Qin Fei raised his eyebrows and understood instantly. I, Qin Fei, consider myself a pervert, but no matter how perverted I am, I wouldn't have any feelings for an old lady, right? No need to look, I don't have that much time. Can you help me with the procedures right now? Qin Fei's eyes were firm. Yu Qing glanced at him cautiously, then immediately retracted his gaze. He felt his whole body numb in an instant. After all this time, it turns out that the other party didn't think about it that way at all. Everything is just the reward for my own hard work. But the next second, Yu Qing felt that Qin Fei was teasing her. How could she buy a house without even seeing it? The other party didn't want anything from her. Well, if hard work is useful, who would take shortcuts? Sir, are you serious? That's the most expensive villa here. Are you really going to buy it without even going to see it? Is there something wrong with your house? Of course not. No matter the materials or decorations, the famous families in the prosperous times always used the best materials. That's fine, can you do it? If not, I'll go find them. Of course I can do it. Soon, Yu Qing helped Qin Fei complete all the procedures. Until Qin Fei was sent out, Yu Qing felt that everything was like a dream and so unreal. Chapter 37, Pulling Half a Leg Back from the Gates of Hell. Jiangcheng City Hospital. Nian Yuyu squatted alone in the corner, her eyes full of worry, with traces of tears still lingering on her face. Opposite her was the door to the operating room. The door was closed at this time, and it said, "In surgery." Because we didn't have the money to pay for my mother's surgery, we kept putting it off. My mother was still vaguely conscious, but she wouldn't wake up no matter how hard we tried to call her this morning. Now she has money, with the 1 million given to her by Qin Fei, but because she delayed it for too long, the success rate of the operation, which was originally 50%, is now only 20%. Time passed little by little, she bit her fingers so hard, she was extremely anxious and didn't even notice that her fingers were bitten and bleeding. Suddenly, the door of the operating room opened and a nurse came out. Nian Yuyu stood up hurriedly and ran forward. "Doctor, how is my mother?" The nurse took off her mask and shook her head with a look of regret. "We have done our best. Let's prepare for the funeral." Nian Yuyu felt as if struck by lightning, her body shaking. "Mom!" She cried out loudly, her voice echoing throughout the corridor. She didn't believe this was true. It was all because of her. If she had been able to raise enough money for her mother's surgery earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Their father didn't care about them, and even the 1 million given by Qin Fei seemed like a breakup fee. If my mother passes away too, I will have no one to rely on in this world. Suddenly, she felt a black screen in front of her eyes and she lost her balance and fell down. But he didn't land on the ground for a long time. She slowly opened her eyes, only to find that she was in someone else's arms. "Yu, it's me." Hearing Qin Fei's voice, she immediately found support and burst into tears again. At this moment, Qin Fei felt his heart was broken, but time was running out and it was not the time to comfort Nian Yuyu. "Yuyu, don't worry, I'm here to save your mother." As he spoke, Qin Fei helped Nian Yuyu to a chair and quickly rushed into the operating room. System, exchange for medical proficiency. Ding, medical skills mastery exchange successful, 100 points consumed, 400 points remaining. When Qin Fei arrived, he just saw Nian Yuyu burst into tears and immediately opened his eye of delusion. Combined with the introduction of the proficient medical skills, Qin Fei knew that he was not too late and there was a way to solve everything. "Who are you? What are you doing here? Roll." Without time to explain, Qin Fei pushed the surgeon in the operating room away, snatched the scalpel, and reopened the sutured wound. Qin Fei kept his false eye open throughout the whole process, with his mind highly concentrated, and he quickly found the cause of the disease. Due to the scab of blood in the heart, the blood transfusion to the heart is not smooth, which is difficult for ordinary people to detect. Moreover, the operation is extremely difficult, and if you are not careful, you may end up killing the patient.
You are killing people by doing this. Do you know that you are breaking the law now? Several nurses angrily accused Qin Fei.
Qin Fei didn't have time to pay attention to it, but his hands became more and more steady, and soon it was the critical moment. The doctor standing by was stunned.
What kind of operation was this? Who exactly is this person? Is it possible to perform millimeter-level internal surgery purely with the naked eye without the assistance of any instruments? Qin Fei did not blink, and his hands moved swiftly and accurately, which amazed the surgeon and the nurse.
But they also knew that they had entered a critical moment and dared not make any sound. At this time, Qin Fei already felt a stinging pain in his eyes. The use of the eye of illusion had reached its limit and would soon enter a cooling down period.
Faster! Faster! Faster!
Qin Fei felt like he was racing with death at this moment, with cold sweat covering his forehead, but fortunately everything went well and the blood clot was quickly removed.
Finally! Qin Fei breathed a sigh of relief.
Now he could only be considered to have dragged the opponent back halfway from the brink of death, but Qin Fei still did not dare to let his guard down. After all, the wound has been sutured once, and a second suture may very likely cause irreversible damage to the patient, and one careless mistake may also be life-threatening.
The surgeon also knew this.
Seeing that Qin Fei had such skills at such a young age, he thought that he had devoted himself to this field and probably didn't know much about suturing, so he said,
"Second suturing is too difficult, let me do it. Stay aside."
The surgeon was stunned for a moment, but didn't say much and took the initiative to help Qin Fei. With his cooperation, Qin Fei saved himself a lot of trouble.
Watching Qin Fei's operation, the surgeon was extremely shocked. What kind of person is this?
Not only is his medical skill amazing, his suturing skills are unmatched.
Every stitch is extremely precise.
You know, the skin is divided into 3 major layers and 5 minor layers, and each suture is extremely challenging for one's eyesight and concentration.
With this kind of suturing method, patients don't have to worry about any sequelae after recovery.
But when the suturing was halfway done, Qin Fei suddenly felt a sharp pain in his eyes.
Warning, warning, the eye of delusion has been overused, consuming too much mental energy, and has now entered the cooldown period. The remaining cooldown period is 11 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Qin Fei took a deep breath and gritted his teeth.
Without the eye of illusion, he could only rely on his physical eyes. Fortunately, Qin Fei's experience in half suturing has made him much more proficient, and now he has completely mastered the medical skills. Qin Fei did not dare to be careless throughout the whole process and was extremely careful with every injection. After the last stitch was done, Qin Fei finally relaxed and sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. The surgeon looked at the patient's recovered heart rate and blood pressure, and looked at Qin Fei as if he were a monster.
An operation that had originally declared the patient dead, but who would have thought that the patient could be saved by the other party? Miracle, miracle! How on earth did you do it? And that miraculous medical skill and the amazing suturing technique, where did you learn it from?
Qin Fei said nothing, but opened the door of the operating room and walked out.
Yu, your mother is out of danger.
Nian Yu raised her head and looked at Qin Fei with
tears on her face. Really? You didn't lie to me? Qin Fei nodded. When have I ever lied to you? If you don't believe me, you can go ask the doctor.
At this time, the surgeon also came out, looked at Qin Fei and then at Nian Yu.
Don't worry, the patient is out of danger and will recover after resting for half a month. After hearing the doctor's words, Nian Yu finally felt relieved and subconsciously threw herself into Qin Fei's arms. Wow, Qin Fei, that's great, my mom is fine.
Wiping away her tears, Nian Yu bowed to the surgeon with gratitude.
Thank you, doctor. Thank you for saving my mother. Oh, I'm so ashamed. All this is thanks to your boyfriend.
I've been doing surgeries for more than 20 years, but I can't even begin to compare to your boyfriend.
Nian Yu blinked in confusion, then looked at Qin Fei.
On his face, she could still see the fatigue that had not dissipated.
Chapter 38: The Origin of the Soul. Qin Fei, you rescued my mother? Qin Fei smiled faintly and stroked Nian Yu's hair. Nian Yu was completely stunned.
From the bar to the hospital, she had fallen into darkness countless times and was rescued countless times.
Thank you, Qin Fei. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would do.
Xin Fei smiled and shook his head. Don't say that, there's no need to be polite between us. Between us, Nian Yuyu finally showed a bright smile on her face. It turns out that there really is a God in the world, and it turns out that God really can save people.
Little brother, is your name Xin Fei?
Xin Fei raised his eyebrows, not expecting that the surgeon hadn't left yet.
What do you mean?
Seeing that Xin Fei didn't seem to want to pay attention to him, the surgeon clenched his hands nervously. It's like this, I wonder if Mr. Xin Fei has time tomorrow.
No.
Xin Fei refused to go outright, and the surgeon suddenly became a little anxious.
It's like this. I have an important surgery tomorrow and I'm not very sure. Important?
Xin Fei said as he stroked Nian Yuyu's back. In my opinion, the most important thing is family. Mr. Qin, we really need your help.
As long as you can come, we will definitely reward you generously.
The surgeon said hurriedly.
Xin Fei remained indifferent. He hugged Nian Yuyu and prepared to leave. 1 billion.
Please, Mr. Qin, this operation is of great importance.
As long as you can come to help, you can take 1 billion.
The surgeon clasped his hands together, with a hint of pleading in his voice. Xin Fei paused and looked at the surgeon with confusion in his eyes.
1 billion? One operation? Who is the other party? Xin Fei was a little confused. He was just an ordinary surgeon. How could he make such a decision? Is that okay?
If Mr. Qin is worried, I can transfer the 1 billion to him now.
Xin Fei raised his eyebrows. Where did you get so much money? Also, who do you want me to save? The surgeon glanced at Nian Yuyu and said, Can I have a word with you for a moment?
Seeing that the other party was so cautious, Xin Fei also wanted to see what was going on, making it so mysterious. Yuyu, go to the ward to see your mother first, I'll come find you later.
Yeah. Nian Yuyu nodded obediently.
After Nian Yuyu left, the surgeon smiled and said, Please follow me.
Xin Fei followed the surgeon to an office. After closing the door, the surgeon said, Let me introduce myself first. My last name is Wang Shua, and my family has some connections with the military. The military? Xin Fei frowned. So who do you want me to save? Save my brother. Wang Shua looked serious. Your brother? What happened to him? I wonder if Mr. Qin has ever heard of spirits. Soul? Xin Fei's pupils shrank. Why is it this thing again?
It's normal that Mr. Qin hasn't heard of it. Wang Shua pulled out a chair for Xin Fei to sit down, then sat opposite Xin Fei, crossed his hands on his chin and spoke.
This is a long story. Let me explain it to you slowly.
Xin Fei nodded, looking serious. About half a year ago, a satellite detected a meteorite falling into the sea. When it entered the atmosphere, many meteorite fragments were scattered all over the world. These meteorite fragments are what I call spirits.
As he spoke, Wang Shua took out his cell phone, pulled out a photo and handed it to Xin Fei.
Xin Fei took a look and saw a blue crystal the size of a fingernail, emitting a crystal luster.
Is this the spirit? What is the use of this thing?
Xin Fei's breathing became heavy and he soon connected with the system.
Wang Shua tapped the table lightly with his fingers.
What he was about to say next was a little unbelievable. He was wondering how to explain it so that Xin Fei could understand.
After a moment, Wang Shua said, Mr. Qin, do you believe that people really have inner strength?
After hearing this, Xin Fei frowned slightly. He didn't believe it before, but now he believes it because he has it.
Internal force? You are talking about the internal force in martial arts novels, right? What does this have to do with meteorites? Xin Fei pretended to be confused. Wang Shua smiled slightly. Internal force is roughly what you understand.
From the moment the meteorite fell into the deep sea, many things changed.
Oh? For example?
There have been large-scale mutations in marine life, and they are constantly evolving over time.
One day they will threaten humans. However, it is not just marine life that has mutated.
A small part of land life has also changed.
How did it change?
The body or some other aspect will suddenly surpass that of a normal person, and all aspects of the physical fitness will become stronger and stronger until internal force is generated.
Xin Fei narrowed his eyes. Could the other party be talking about the system?
But the system itself said that it was unique.
What's going on with that soul? Xin Fei asked.
Wang Shua continued, what I just said is only a very small number of people.
Most people are normal people. But if you want to become someone like them, you need to use your spirit soul. Oh? There is such a saying? However, the rejection reaction of the spirit soul is quite strong and varies from person to person. Not everyone can absorb it. But as long as you absorb the spirit soul, you can immediately gain internal strength. Qin Fei opened his mouth, a little surprised. So, isn't absorbing spirit souls more powerful?
Wang Shuo smiled and said, everyone thought so at first, but later we found out that the two are completely different.
Do you remember what I said, that their bodies or some other aspects will suddenly surpass normal people, right? Qin Fei nodded.
Wang Shuo continued, that kind of ability is called supernatural power, but absorbing spirits can only gain internal strength, not supernatural power.
Superpower? What kind of ability can be called a superpower? After saying that, Qin Fei frowned and thought, I don't seem to have this thing on me. I wonder if the system can be considered a superpower? Wang Shuo shook his head.
I have never seen superpowers, so I am not very clear about it, but I know that those with superpowers are called innate true warriors, and those who absorb spirits are just ordinary true warriors.
The two are not on the same level. Qin Fei thought secretly in his heart, I was also hit by a meteorite at that time, could that be the soul? So I am just a real warrior, and the system is just an extra benefit. That's not right.
I became stronger little by picking up girls. If I were a real warrior, I should have had internal strength half a year ago.
I totally don't understand it. It seems that the world has really become very different. Many things cannot be explained in just a few words. I guess you can only understand them if you really come into contact with them. So what does any of this have to do with saving your brother?
Hearing Qin Fei's question, Wang Shuo scratched his head unnaturally. Alas, absorbing spirits is done by swallowing them. If there is no rejection reaction, it means that he has become a true warrior. But he is just an ordinary person. He can't absorb it, but he still doesn't give up. He always finds various ways.
As a result, this is the problem. Chapter 39 Nian Yuyu's Inferiority Complex.
Qin Fei smiled, thinking that his brother was also a strong-willed person. Even if he had never met him before, he could already hear the unwillingness in his heart.
No, what on earth has happened to him?
He has actually reached the point where he needs surgery, and it's not just an ordinary surgery.
Well. Wang Shuo let out a long sigh. He couldn't absorb it from above, so he thought of trying from below.
As a result, after he put it in, the spirit changed its shape and almost penetrated his entire body.
Qin Fei's anus suddenly tightened, and he could hear the pain just by listening. I've told you what happened. Not many people know about this kind of scandal.
I was stunned when I heard about it at first. But he is my brother after all.
I hope Mr. Qin can help me. Wang Shuo clasped his hands together, appearing extremely sincere. Qin Fei sighed slightly.
It was difficult to refuse after getting so much information from the other party for free.
Okay.
I'll help you with this, but I have to make it clear that I won't be available if it's too early. Seeing Qin Fei agreed, Wang Shuo grinned and said, thank you very much. I'll transfer the 1 billion to you right away.
Let's talk about it after you get cured.
Qin Fei waved his hand. Soon, the two exchanged contact information, and Qin Fei found Nian Yuyu. It would take another day for her mother to wake up, so Qin Fei called Wang Shuo and asked him to take good care of her. Wang Shuo directly arranged her to the highest level VIP luxury ward. With Wang Shuo's care and several nurses taking turns to serve her, Nian Yuyu's pressure was relieved.
Are you hungry? Let me take you to eat first?
The two came to a roadside restaurant, ordered a few dishes and sat down.
Yuyu, are you going to go to your mother or to my place later?
Nian Yuyu frowned slightly and looked up at the sky.
She knew what Qin Fei was going to do.
But she finally met Qin Fei, and she didn't want to be separated from him.
Are you going to the bar?
Qin Fei nodded. I haven't finished dealing with yesterday's affairs yet, it may take some time. Although the Eye of Illusion has also cooled down, Qin Fei's combat power has been broken through, and he has a pistol with him, so he is not afraid of any conspiracy of Wang Hongliang.
Can I go with you?
Nian Yuyu pouted, her face full of anticipation.
Why are you following? I want to find something to do, otherwise I don't know what I should do. She actually wanted to make money as quickly as possible so that she could make up the 1 million and return it to Qin Fei. But at this moment, several shamat youths walked in carelessly and sat down at the next table. After sitting down, he looked around while eating melon seeds, and soon his eyes turned to Qin Fei's table. Brother Haonan, do you think that girl is pretty?
As he spoke, he whistled. Qin Fei's expression suddenly became serious and he looked over sharply.
After meeting Qin Fei's gaze, the shamat immediately quieted down.
But the yellow-haired man named Haonan turned his head to look, and when he saw Nian Yuyu, he climbed up from the chair with an evil smile on his face.
Hey, isn't this Jungda's campus beauty? Please do me a favor and come over to have a drink with us. Qin Fei chuckled. Yuyu, is this your friend?
Nian Yuyu shook her head. They are not friends.
They often collect protection fees in school.
As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Mao felt his whole body flying up and then crashed into the shamat behind him.
Ouch.
For a moment, several shamat were lying on the ground waiting.
Puff.
Nian Yuyu covered her mouth and laughed. When she was in school, Nian Yuyu saw that many students were living in fear of being dominated by this group of shamat. Now that they have met the real gangster boss, they are just a bunch of small fry. You garbage, get back into the trash can.
With Qin Fei's support, Nian Yuyu became much bolder, as if to eliminate the long-standing depression.
After hearing what Nian Yuyu said, the shamat young man ran out stumbling with viciousness in his eyes. At this time, the boss who had been hiding behind and watching finally came over with the dishes.
Young man, how about I pack it up for you?
They are well-known hooligans in this area.
If you mess with them, they will definitely send someone over soon.
Qin Fei was about to speak, but Nian Yuyu took the lead and said with a smile.
It's okay, boss. My boyfriend is awesome.
Looking at Nian Yuyu's proud look, Qin Fei smiled knowingly.
Seeing that the two were indifferent, the boss sighed and said no more.
After the boss left, Nian Yuyu noticed that Qin Fei was looking at her. She felt that she had gone a little too far and immediately lowered her head.
Sorry. Nian Yuyu felt a little regretful.
She didn't know where she got the courage from, but she became too proud of herself for a moment and buried her head even lower.
Sorry.
Qin Fei felt distressed when he heard the two sorry words in a row. At the age of 19, having such a terrible family can indeed make people feel inferior.
Maybe she subconsciously believes that she doesn't deserve to have a normal life?
What are you sorry for?
Did you do anything wrong?
As he said that, Qin Fei walked up to Nian Yuyu and hugged her.
No matter what happens in the future, don't let yourself down, because you are my woman.
The broad shoulders gave Nian Yuyu a sense of security.
Nian
Yuyu responded in a voice as soft as a mosquito, with a happy smile on her face.
Eat it now.
Qin Fei put the food into Nian Yuyu's bowl, and Nian Yuyu put the food into Qin Fei's mouth.
The boss in the distance looked at the sweet duo and shook his head. What a nice couple. Alas.
After a while, a group of young people came to the outside of the restaurant, among them were the shamat guys just now.
It's over. The boss sighed. You were asked not to leave just now, but now you can't leave.
Soon, a group of young people led by the shamat walked into the restaurant. The restaurant, which was not big to begin with, was instantly surrounded by people. Among this group of young people, many still have clear dullness and confusion in their eyes, and it is obvious that they are just here to put on airs and make up the numbers. Qin Fei glanced over and the yellow-haired Haonan subconsciously took a step back, fearing that Qin Fei would kick him again. But when he looked at his younger brother behind him, he immediately became rebellious again.
Kid, what kind of gang are you in? Do you know that this is my, Wang Haonan's, territory?
Just as he finished speaking, a click-click sound was heard from outside the restaurant from time to time. Haonan raised the corner of his mouth. The real ruthless guy finally came.
Boy, you messed with my Black Tiger gang. Today I'll let you know why the flowers are so red. Black Tiger gang? Hearing this name, Qin Fei and Nian Yuyu were both surprised.
Immediately afterwards, the group of brave young men made way for them and bowed their heads respectfully.
Brother Yong.
Looking along the vacated road, a big man in his early 30s limped in with one foot wrapped in plaster and the other hand holding a crutch.
Chapter 40, Innate True Warrior?
Although Brother Yon looks a little embarrassed now, he is the person these young people look up to, a real gangster boss.
Haonan, you said you wanted to give me a beauty, why not just give it to me directly? Why make such a big fuss?
As he said that, Brother Yong stopped and glanced at Haonan, and also wanted to see what the beauty the other person was talking about looked like.
Wang Haonan deliberately stood aside to give Brother Yong enough sight.
Qin Fei, they just found a cripple to deal with you.
Aren't they looking down on you too much?
Nian Yuyu smiled softly. Even though she was surrounded by so many people, there was no trace of panic in her eyes. because Qin Fei is God in her eyes, and she is God's woman.
How do you talk to my brother Yong? Wang Haonan looked at Qin Fei and the others with a ferocious and distorted expression.
If you didn't know better, you would think he had taken too much cocaine. But at this moment, I heard the crutch falling, followed by a thump.
Wang Haonan looked back and saw brother Yong kneeling on the ground.
Even the plaster on his feet had cracks, and his face was full of astonishment.
Wang Haonan had no idea what was going on and cried out, "Yong, brother Yong, what are you doing?"
Wang Haonan thought that brother Yong had slipped and fallen, so he immediately stepped forward and tried to help him up. But the youngsters saw it clearly, and were filled with doubts.
How could their eldest brother's eldest brother fall accidentally? It was clearly a spontaneous action, but why?
Then, brother Yong slapped Wang Haonan with his backhand, sending him flying. But Wang Haonan quickly got up from the ground, covering his cheek with one hand, his face full of disbelief.
Brother Yong, why are you doing this? I don't know you, who is your brother Yong?
Brother Yong's face was filled with resentment, but then he became a little aggrieved and said with a tearful tone, "Brother, sister-in-law, I really don't know anything.
It's none of my business."
When these words were spoken, everyone was confused.
They didn't understand who such a powerful gangster boss was talking to. Do you recognize me?
Qin Fei narrowed his eyes. Judging from the man's attire, he was undoubtedly from the Black Tiger gang, but I didn't remember seeing this person before.
Yes, brother, I can still remember your demeanor last night. Look at my legs. They were just like last night.
Having said that, he didn't dare to continue, because that was entirely due to the siege of Qin Fei. He was really scared. Even the gang leader, who was a ruthless killer, had to call the person in front of him big brother. In front of the other person, he was nothing. Beads of sweat slid down his cheeks and he quickly changed the subject.
Brother, I know what to do. I'll give you an explanation now.
As he spoke, he stood up quickly, and the plaster on his leg fell off completely due to the excessive movement.
The swollen leg was completely disproportionate to the other one. But he walked quickly to Wang Haonan, stretched out his big hand, pressed Wang Hanan's head, and slapped it against the wall. Bang! A dull crash sounded, shaking off the mural on the wall. But Wang Haonan stood up again as if nothing had happened, covered his head and said, "Brother Yong, what happened?"
Brother Yong opened his mouth, somewhat incredulous. He didn't expect this kid to be so tough.
But someone has to come forward to explain when something goes wrong. If Wang Haonan is fine, then he is the one who is in trouble. This is the rule of the underworld.
Then, brother Yong held the other person's head down again and slammed him against the wall, but Wang Haonan stood up again. Seeing such a strange scene, brother Yong didn't have time to think about it and stepped forward again.
All right. Qin Fei stood up and walked over.
Hearing the footsteps behind him, brother Yong stood aside in fear and lowered his head.
Brother, give me another chance, I will definitely get it done.
As he spoke, Qin Fei had already walked in front of him.
He felt like he was going to get cold, but he didn't know when.
For a moment, he forgot to breathe, and even his heart stopped beating. But Qin Fei just walked past him without even looking at him. However, brother Yong's pupils shrank at this moment, and he did not relax his vigilance at all. He was even prepared to be seriously injured again because he was familiar with this move. Many times, before their gang leader attacked someone, he would walk past that person. When the man thought it was over, there came a roundhouse kick. But it was obvious that everything was his imagination.
Qin Fei was not Wang Hongliang and would not launch a sneak attack for such a small matter.
And with Qin Fei's strength, there is no need for a sneak attack.
At this time, Wang Haonan finally knew who the big brother that brother Yong was referring to.
Watching Qin Fei walk up to him, he felt weak and helpless. He clasped his hands tightly to his chest, and his body leaned backwards in fear until the back of his head hit the wall. Big brother, I didn't know you were the big brother. Qin Fei looked at Wang Haonan's slightly red forehead, his heart full of doubts. He felt something was wrong at the time. It was impossible for a normal person to be full of energy after being kicked like that by him.
Could it be that the other party is a congenital warrior? Is the ability to withstand blows his special ability? Your name is Wang Haonan?
Wang Haonan nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, his mouth was like a big monkey, slightly open and unable to close. At this moment, a group of young people stood there feeling extremely uncomfortable. They even controlled their breathing very carefully, for fear of attracting Qin Fei's attention. Nian Yuyu rested her chin with one hand, staring at Qin Fei's back in a trance.
Do you know who I am? Wang Haonan shook his head, then nodded, his lips trembling constantly. You are, big brother's big brother. Qin Fei nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, do you want to hang out with me? Wang Haonan swallowed and looked at Qin Fei cautiously. When he found that the other party didn't seem to be joking, his anus suddenly tightened. But in the end, he nodded implicitly, I want to. She looked like an old sister-in-law. Nian Yuyu frowned slightly, not understanding why she was feeling so unhappy. All right. If you can take one of my palm strikes, I'll accept you into the Black Tiger Gang. If you can take one more of my punches, I'll make you the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. Wang Haonan blinked in confusion and subconsciously looked at Brother Yong, only to see that the other party was lowering his head and looked cowardly. Brother, are you serious? Wang Haonan swallowed again. Although he didn't quite believe it, the flame of desire in his heart was growing stronger and stronger. Qin Fei smiled slightly, raised his head and shouted, Boss! Check out! But to his surprise, he found that the boss had disappeared without a trace at some point. Qin Fei chuckled, took out his phone and paid 500 yuan, then looked up at Nian Yuyu, let's go out and try his skills. Seeing that Qin Fei was serious, and considering Brother Yang's attitude, the young people's eyes sparkled. Chapter 41 If you want to make a living, you need power. After walking out of the restaurant and finding a wide area, Qin Fei asked, are you ready? I'm ready, brother. Wang Haonan nodded and said very seriously. Seeing Wang Haonan standing straight, Qin Fei shook his head with a wry smile. It was a beating, not an interview. If he didn't relax his body, the damage would only be greater. But it doesn't matter. Even if he is beaten to death by himself, the Black Tiger Gang will back him up. Thinking of this, Qin Fei gathered his internal strength in his palm and struck Wang Haonan in the chest. Qin Fei only used 50% of his strength in this palm strike, but it was still several times stronger than a full-strength palm strike when his combat power value was 20. But this palm strike only made a dull sound, without any sound of breaking bones. Wang Haonan flew backward several meters and rolled on the ground for a few rounds. When his body stopped, he got up again. Brother! You are so awesome. I feel like I am flying. Doesn't it seem to hurt too much? A group of young people also looked at Qin Fei with admiration. Qin Fei, however, had a frown on his face. To him, this kind of compliment seemed more like a perfunctory response. But this palm made Qin Fei 100% believe that the other party was a congenital true warrior. Brother Yong was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Having personally experienced the battle with Qin Fei, he knew the power of that move. What's wrong with Wang Haonan? Why is he acting like nothing happened? You are quite capable. Are you ready to take my punch? As he said that, Qin Fei took a running start and without waiting for Wang Haonan's reply, he immediately used all his strength. At the moment when the fist touched Wang Haonan's chest, everyone even saw a slight wave of air spreading out. Wang Haonan's body, like a sandbag, kept rolling and rubbing on the ground, raising a lot of dust. Qin Fei stared at Wang Haonan, and when the other party's body came to a complete stop, there was no movement. But the next second. Ahem! Wang Haonan just coughed twice, then got up from the ground again, his face full of excitement. I am the Hall Master, I am the Hall Master. Qin Fei secretly envied him. What kind of ability to withstand a beating was this? He really wanted to take out his pistol and shoot him twice to see where his opponent's limit was. That's right, I'll accept you as my little brother. If such an innate true warrior is trained, he will definitely become a good human shield. Wang Haonan knelt down and bowed to Qin Fei. Brother! Thank you, brother. Seeing this, the other young people swallowed their saliva, feeling indescribably envious, and surrounded Wang Haonan chattering. Brother Haonan, congratulations! Brother Haonan, can I still hang out with you? Wang Haonan smiled proudly, ruffled his yellow hair, and then stood up. Then, he walked towards one of the shamat, patted him on the shoulder, and said in a condescending manner, Shanji, what do you think we rely on to get out there? Shanji patted his chest and said, Brother Haonan, I know that if you want to get involved in this business, you have to be loyal. Wrong. If you want to get involved in this world, you need power and background. From now on, my territory will be handed over to you. Yes. Shanji nodded vigorously, Brother Haonan, I understand. From now on, you are my power, you are my background. Nian Yuyu looked at this group of people, with a gleam in her eyes. A group of hooligans who used to bully others in school turned out to be just the henchmen of a younger brother of the Black Tiger Gang.
Even though Huang Mao has become the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, he is still several levels lower than himself. And all this is just because she is the eldest brother's woman.
Wang Haonan. Hearing Qin Fei calling him, Wang Haonan immediately trotted to Qin Fei and bowed his head. Brother, just call me Xiaonan. Xiaonan?
Qin Fei suddenly thought of a female character in a certain anime, and felt contemptuous. Forget it, I'll just call you Huang Mao.
Okay, big brother, what do you want to arrange for me? Let's go.
I'll take you to the Black Tiger Gang for a stroll.
When Wang Haonan heard that he was going to join the Black Tiger Gang, he was extremely excited.
He didn't expect that he would take up the position so soon. It turned out that he did not follow the wrong person. At this time, Brother Yong came over. Brother, I'll go arrange a car.
Qin Fei nodded.
As expected of a member of the Black Tiger Gang, his reaction was quick.
Your name is Brother Yong?
Brother, I don't dare.
Just call me Wu Yong. Please wait a moment. I will make the call.
Soon, two S450s drove over and stopped in front of the crowd. Immediately afterwards, two men in suits got down from the driver's seat and saluted Qin Fei.
Brother! Please get in the car. One of them Qin Fei recognized.
He was the mustachioed man from the Black Tiger Gang who was the first one he fought with. Greetings to Hall Master Bai and Hall Master Huang. Wu Yong nodded, and the young men bowed to the two men uncomfortably after hearing this. Greetings to Hall Master Bai and Hall Master Huang. The two glanced at the young men with great disdain, as if it was a shame for them to be called that by this group of young men. But at this moment, they saw a yellow-haired man walking towards them with a smile. Then, he stretched out his hands and shook hands with Hall Master Bai, and then with Hall Master Huang.
Hello, Master. Hello, Master.
Let me introduce myself.
My name is Wang Haonan.
People on the street call me Brother Haonan.
The two of them frowned at the same time. If Qin Fei hadn't been here, they would definitely kick him. Qin Fei smiled and pulled Nian Yuyu towards the car in front.
Upon seeing this, Master Huang hurriedly opened the car door. After the two got in the car, Wang Haonan wanted to follow, but was stopped by Wu Yong.
Brother Haonan, let's take the one at the back. Brother Haonan? Wang Haonan raised one eyebrow, looking very happy. Once upon a time, I was Wu Yong's henchman and accidentally became his big brother?
Wang Haonan straightened his faded shirt and glanced at Master Bai from the corner of his eye.
I thought, that's what men should wear. Then he looked at the S450 again. This car, isn't it expensive? As he spoke, Wang Haonan kept stroking the car body. This is the toy that a man should have.
Seeing this, Master Bai looked disdainful, gnashed his teeth and said in a low voice.
You bastard, why don't you get in the car?
If you scratch the car, I won't be able to pay for it even if I sell you off.
Wang Haonan subconsciously shrank his neck, then his cheeks twitched and he changed his mind. That's not right. I'm also the head of the hall, so what's wrong with touching it? At this time, Qin Fei's voice was heard. Yellow hair, why don't you get in the car? What are you doing standing there? Brother! I'm sorry.
Wang Haonan shrank his neck again, then sat in the car, thinking in his heart that he would ask his eldest brother to get him one later. Soon, the car stopped in front of the red carpet in front of the bar. At the door of the bar, there were more than 300 members of the Black Tiger Gang standing, all wearing black shirts and trousers, and their leather shoes were polished to a shine. The car door opened, and all the members of the Black Tiger Gang saluted in the direction of the door at the same time.
Brother! Chapter 42 Another Xian Tianjin Wu Master? Wang Haonan was extremely shocked by such a scene, and couldn't help asking. Ayong, who do you think my elder brother is?
I don't know, but he must be a more ruthless person than the gang leader.
Qin Fei got out of the car and walked out holding Nian Yuyu's hand.
He secretly regretted that he should not have brought Nian Yuyu with him.
There were only a few hundred people yesterday, and today all of them are out? So if we can't come to an agreement, you're going to leave me here?
At this time, Wang Haonan had already run to the Black Tiger Gang and shook hands with them one by one.
Brother, my name is Wang Haonan. Brother, I'm Haonan. Every handshake is a brief self-introduction to the other party.
This action left the Black Tiger Gang confused, and they had no idea which crevice this bumpkin had popped out of. But he came here with Qin Fei, so it was not right to shake hands, and it was not right not to shake hands. This made the members of the Black Tiger Gang feel as if they were just outsiders, and that the country bumpkin in front of them seemed to be the master here. Qin Fei chuckled. With such a shield, he could save a lot of energy if something really happened.
Where's Wang Hongliang? Brother, please come in. The boss is waiting for you. Qin Fei nodded.
This way he was not afraid of anything. At worst he would just capture the leader first.
With my current strength, can't I deal with Wang Hongliang?
Qin Fei switched from his left hand to his right hand, holding Nian Yuyu's small hand, while the other hand hugged Nian Yuyu's waist. Looking at the admiring eyes around her, Nian Yuyu felt extremely happy.
Is this the daily routine of Big Brother's woman? Yellow hair, let's go. Everyone in the Black Tiger gang was surprised to see Wang Hanan follow Qin Fei into the bar. I don't understand who this country bumpkin is and how he is qualified to enter the bar. Upon hearing the news of Qin Fei's arrival, Wang Hongliang paced back and forth excitedly.
When he saw Qin Fei coming in, he immediately opened his arms.
Brother, you are finally here.
Qin Fei subconsciously looked at Wang Hongliang and frowned immediately. The gauze that the other person had been wrapped with had long since disappeared, and the wound that had been pierced by himself had miraculously disappeared. At this moment, Qin Fei suddenly realized.
It turns out to be another Xiantian Jinwu master. No wonder.
No wonder such a vicious murderer could be pardoned. It seems that this crisis is more serious than I imagined. I don't know whether this crisis comes from the sea or from some other person or force.
Maybe both. Don't give me that. I don't like men. What's wrong with your hand? Oh, you're talking about that.
Wang Hongliang scratched his head and smiled. I guess it has something to do with some energy factor in my body.
I don't even know if I'm still considered a human being now.
Qin Fei naturally knew what was going on, but he certainly wouldn't tell the other party in detail.
Tell me, what do you want me to do? Wang Hongliang chuckled. I still can't hide anything from my big brother. Eh? Who is this?
At this time, Wang Hongliang noticed that there was a yellow-haired man following Qin Fei.
There were many things that a little punk was not qualified to hear. Wang Hanan knew that the man in front of him was the leader of the Black Tiger gang.
He seemed a little reserved from the moment he saw him, which made Wang Hongliang look down on him even more. This new little brother of mine is probably the same type as you.
Oh? Which category are you talking about, brother?
Qin Fei signaled with his eyes and pointed at Wang Hongliang's hands. Wang Hongliang understood instantly, and when he looked at Wang Hanan again, he immediately retracted his contempt.
But then, Wang Hongliang was shocked. Judging from Qin Fei's reaction just now, he didn't seem surprised at all? And he seemed to know a lot?
I originally thought that now that I had such ability, I didn't need to give Qin Fei too much face. But now Qin Fei has become even more unfathomable in his eyes.
Brother, do you still remember the man I chased outside the security room? Qin Fei nodded. Is his name Li Ergo?
Yes, that Li Ergo has some skills in stealing gold. I got a batch of good stuff from him, but I didn't expect that the other party was actually a member of the Wolf Gang.
The batch of good stuff also fell into the hands of the Wolf Gang.
I originally wanted to ask Big Brother to help me get those good things back, and then we would split it 50-50.
But now that I have recovered, I was thinking, can I do something bigger? Oh? How big is it?
Qin Fei raised his lips.
Another Wolf Gang? Aren't they Jeeb Wadwan's thugs?
He didn't care what Wang Hongliang's purpose was. As long as he didn't show his fangs in front of him and was willing to be his younger brother, Qin Fei didn't care.
Brother is interested? Wang Hongliang was a little surprised. He had thought of many arguments to persuade Qin Fei, but he didn't expect that the other party seemed to be more interested than himself. When you say something big, you don't mean you want to swallow up the Wolf Gang, right? Qin Fei smiled lightly.
Brother, you really understand me.
The most troublesome person in the entire Wolf Gang is the evil wolf.
If we really let him fight, I am no match for him.
I want to join forces with you. As long as we take down the evil wolf, we will be the largest underground force in Jiangqing City. The wolf is dead. What? Wang Hongliang widened his eyes, unable to believe his ears. Brother, what did you say? The evil wolf is dead? How did you know? I killed him.
Qin Fei smiled faintly, as if he was talking about a trivial matter.
Wang Hongliang was stunned on the spot, deeply shocked.
Wang Hanan's eyes were filled with fear, and he felt a sense of dread in his heart. When I heard Wu Yong say that Qin Fei was even more ruthless than the gang leader, I was a little skeptical.
But I didn't expect that the leader of the Wolf Gang was already gone? Why was I so blind as to dare to provoke Qin Fei? Wang Haonan rubbed his heart. Fortunately, he was lucky.
Not only did he not die, but he also became the other party's younger brother. Wang Holiang kept thinking in his heart that it didn't matter whether what the other party said was true or whether he killed another wolf with the same name.
Because the purpose was to annex the wolf gang and destroy its lair. As long as I am with Qin Fei, even if the evil wolf is not dead, let him die again.
A vicious look flashed in Wang Holiang's eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly.
Brother, since this is the case, let's go and take down the wolf gang's lair right now without further delay? Wang Hongliang asked tentatively. Qin Fei shook his head without any hesitation. Walk. Seeing Qin Fei so decisive, Wang Hongliang felt a little uneasy.
Some even suspected that Qin Fei was in league with the wolf gang, with the goal of joining forces to completely wipe out his black tiger gang.
Hiss. Thinking of this, Wang Hongliang took a breath of cold air.
However, although he had such doubts in his heart, he also thought that the other party had just learned about this plan.
Hiss. Wang Hongliang took a breath of cold air again.
But no matter what he thought, now that the brothers had been gathered together and things had come to this point, he had no choice but to go. At this moment, he felt like a chess piece on a chessboard, with his life and death in the hands of the other party. However, he didn't know that Qin Fei was so decisive for another purpose. As long as the wolf gang is completely wiped out, it would be equivalent to cutting off Ji Buduan's arm, and he would not be able to cause trouble for him in the future.
As for Wang Hongliang, this time bomb, will it backfire after it grows stronger? Ha, if he dares to bomb me, I will kill him. Chapter 43 Mysterious Masked Woman.
In a detached villa in a suburban orchard, there was a lightly dressed lady demonstrating tea art, and Ji Buduan was sitting opposite her.
Mr. Ji, please have some tea. Ji Buduan glanced at the moonlight outside the window with anxiety on his face.
He had always been confident in the wolf's skills, but to be on the safe side, he reminded the wolf to be careful before setting off. Unexpectedly, he still fell into Qin Fei's hands.
I don't know if the transaction tonight can continue without the contact person, evil wolf. You go down first.
After King Liang left, he picked up the teacup and took a sip, but a message came from the phone on the table.
Master Ji, someone is coming. Ji Buduan was delighted and quickly turned on the surveillance camera to take a look.
I saw a man walking into the orchard. He was wrapped up so tightly that his face could not be seen clearly. The iron sword on his back was particularly conspicuous. At this moment, nearly 100 cars drove to the foot of the orchard and stalled.
In a car, Wang Hongliang turned around and asked, "Brother, what should we do next?"
Qin Fei rolled his eyes.
The evil wolf is already dead, so the wolf gang is leaderless. I'm just here to make a cameo appearance. Do you need to ask me this? Okay.
Wang Hongliang sighed softly. Then, still unwilling to give up, he continued to ask, "Brother, aren't you going to show off your skills?"
What do you mean?
Qin Fei raised his eyebrows.
When have you ever seen a king bomb appear right at the start of a card game?
Wang Hongliang was speechless for a moment, took out the walkie-talkie and said, "Brothers, get ready and follow me up the mountain." After saying that, Wang Hongliang turned around and smiled at Qin Fei again. "Brother, I'll go first.
If anything happens, you must help me." After Wang Hongliang got out of the car, Nian Yuyu asked, "Qin Fei, is it really okay for you not to go?" Silly. Qin Fei rubbed Nian Yuyu's head. If I go, who will protect you?
Besides, since I dare to bring you here, I must be confident.
The Black Tiger gang is not weak, and we can rely on them. Yeah.
Nian Yuyu leaned on Qin Fei like a little bird.
Feeling the softness in his arms and smelling Nian Yuyu's body fragrance, Qin Fei was immediately immersed in it. Qin Fei, you.
Before she finished her words, Nian Yuyu felt herself being knocked down. Looking at the beautiful moonlight outside the glass window, Nian Yuyu's face suddenly blushed. At the same time, the door of the villa opened. Ji Buduan stood up and said with a friendly smile, "Welcome, please take a seat."
As he spoke, Ji Buduan looked the other person up and down.
I saw that the other person was wearing a windbreaker with a large hood covering his head and a mask on his face. Although I couldn't see the other person's face clearly, I could tell at a glance from her body curves that she was a woman.
It's you who wants the spirit? Is the money ready? As soon as the other person opened his mouth, Ji Buduan could tell his age.
Although the other person lowered his voice deliberately, he should be around 20 years old. Considering the other party's various behaviors, Ji Budwan immediately gave the other party the impression that he was weak and easy to bully, and was afraid of being in trouble afterwards.
15 billion, it's already been prepared, where's the spirit?
As he spoke, he took out a glass tube from his pocket and shook it in his hand.
The blue crystals made crisp collision sounds in the glass tube.
There was greed in Ji Budwan's eyes, but the next second, the other party put away the glass tube and spoke in a warning tone.
I advise you not to have any extra thoughts. With the 197 people lying in ambush outside, you can't stop me. After hearing this, Ji Budwan's pupils shrank slightly.
He didn't understand how the other party knew so much. But at this moment, the sound of fighting suddenly came from outside the villa.
Ji Budwan's face changed immediately and he was extremely angry.
No wonder the other party knew it so clearly, it turns out he had the same idea as me.
You're kidding me?
The face under the mask frowned, and then he saw a pitch-black gun muzzle pointing at him.
The masked woman said in an unhappy tone, I don't know what you are talking about. I don't even know those people outside. I advise you to put away your gun.
Your behavior is very dangerous.
Ji Budwan had a sinister expression on his face. As soon as the opponent appeared, something happened outside. Even a fool would know what was going on.
However, I had originally intended to keep the other person, and knowing that his soul was in him, it didn't matter what the process was like.
Without hesitation, Ji Budwan immediately pulled the trigger. Bang!
As the bullet was fired, the other party also moved. She drew out the iron sword behind her and swung it forward quickly. The bullet that came at her at high speed was split into two halves by her sword.
Ji Budwan opened his mouth in shock.
He thought the other party was just a weak soft persimmon, but he didn't expect that there was a monster hidden behind the soft persimmon. At this time, the 5 bodyguards who had been lying in ambush in the villa rushed out quickly when they heard the gunshots. Ji Budwan ran upstairs in fear, and while running, he fired several shots at the masked woman.
Dang dang dang.
The masked woman moved very quickly, waving the iron sword in her hand to block all the bullets.
What are you still standing there for? Shoot her to death.
At this time, the 5 bodyguards also reacted and reached for the pistols quickly without any hesitation. But the masked woman moved.
She was very agile and did a few backflips before coming in front of the 2 nearest bodyguards.
At this moment, the 2 bodyguards were about to pull the trigger, but they found that their hands had lost feeling. Immediately afterwards, he saw his hands leaving his body, and the next second, blood spurted out like a fountain.
Ah!
At the same time, the other 3 bodyguards kept pulling the triggers, and bullets rained down like raindrops.
Looking at the dense barrage of bullets, the masked woman did not panic at all.
It was as if he knew the trajectory of the bullets in advance. He blocked them with the iron sword while skillfully changing his body shape to avoid all the bullet attacks. Soon, the magazine was emptied, and the 3 bodyguards' eyes, which were focused on shooting, were suddenly replaced by complete fear.
Monster, monster! Monster! The 3 bodyguards ran out of the villa desperately. But as soon as he ran out of the villa gate, he saw that the battle outside had already ended.
The Black Tiger gang was surrounding them from all directions and was moving towards the villa.
Wang Hongliang frowned, totally confused as to what was happening. Why were there continuous gunshots in the villa?
At this time, the 3 bodyguards had been subdued and thrown in front of Wang Hongliang.
What happened inside? Wang Hongliang asked. Monster, monster. There's a monster in there. Monster?
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions suddenly became serious. Immediately afterwards, a masked man walked out, holding a bloody sword in his hand.
Chapter 44. How do you know I'm a woman?
The masked woman frowned, feeling annoyed as she looked at the 300 or so people outside who had gathered around her. Unexpectedly, the deal failed, and I was inexplicably involved in this battle. Suddenly, her eyes flashed, she turned around to look inside the villa, and then walked back.
Wang Hongliang raised the corner of his mouth and chuckled.
With his slender appearance, there was no way he could be associated with a monster.
Then, Wang Hongliang grabbed one of the bodyguards by the collar and said, I ask you, where is the evil wolf?
Evil wolf, the evil wolf has been dead for a long time. The bodyguard swallowed and had not yet recovered from the shock brought to him by the masked woman.
When did it happen? How did he die? Wang Hongliang stared at the bodyguard. Who are you? Why do you ask so many questions? Let me tell you, Master Ji is still in there. If anything happens to Master Ji, you will all be finished. Mr. Ji? Wang Hongliang snorted coldly, sorry, wrong answer. Having said that, Wang Hongliang broke the other person's neck without any hesitation. Then, Wang Hongliang turned his gaze to the other two bodyguards. How did the evil wolf die? When did it happen? Wang Hongliang's eyes were vicious, and the two bodyguards were almost scared to death.
One of the bodyguards said hurriedly.
During the day, the wolf went out for a while and came back as a corpse.
At this time, another bodyguard hurriedly added, I heard that he was beaten to death by a man named Qin Fei, and is now buried under the peach tree in front.
Killed with one punch? Wang Hongliang was secretly surprised. If that was true, how strong was Qin Fei? But is this really the case? Or are the two bodyguards lying to me? You two, go dig out the wolf's body.
Before seeing it with his own eyes, Wang Hongliang remained skeptical. Then, Wang Hongliang narrowed his eyes at the villa.
Come on, everyone. Catch him alive.
At a command, more than 300 members of the Black Tiger Gang pressed towards the villa.
Wang Hongliang stood by the peach tree and watched the two bodyguards digging. Not long after, the two bodyguards dragged a corpse out of the ground. Wang Hongliang stepped forward and took a closer look.
He found that it was indeed a vicious wolf, and that it had passed away peacefully, with a scornful smile on its face. Apparently, before his expression could change, he died. Looking at the other person's sunken chest, Wang Hongliang couldn't help swallowing and felt a little scared. At this moment, the image of Qin Fei as a law-abiding security guard disappeared in his mind, and he turned into a terrifying existence who could crush him to death at any time. Fortunately, I wanted to use Qin Fei to deal with the wolf gang, otherwise I would have been the one to die. At this moment, Wang Hongliang was completely conquered by Qin Fei and no longer dared to have any other plans or thoughts of revenge.
Inside the villa, Ji Buduan hid in a secret room, secretly counting his own heartbeats. I thought that the masked woman was unable to absorb spiritual souls, so she chose to exchange spiritual souls for money. But I didn't expect the other party to be so perverted that he could even split bullets. But at this moment, the door of the secret room slowly opened, and his heart skipped a beat. How many people did the other party mobilize to search for such a secret place? How could they find me so quickly? It's over. I'm dead. Ji Buduan felt extremely regretful.
Scenes flashed through his mind, counting the mistakes he had made.
Come out. Listening to the masked woman's voice, Ji Buduan's eyes were filled with fear. At this time, the masked woman urged again, come out. Hurry up, there is not enough time. Ji Buduan felt so helpless at this moment. His brain stopped thinking and he walked out numbly. When he saw the opponent's bloody iron sword, Ji Buduan subconsciously shrank his neck and instantly came to his senses. What did the other party mean by running out of time? Was he in a hurry to chop off his head? Thinking of this, Ji Buduan's nose felt sore and he cried, I really didn't mean it. Stop talking nonsense and transfer the money. Transfer money? Ji Buduan was surprised and looked up carefully. As long as the other party didn't want to kill him, money was a small matter. But the other party had his face covered, so it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. If I give you the money, can I still survive? Ji Buduan asked weakly. The masked woman herself raised her eyebrows. She had never thought of killing anyone, and she cut off the security guard's hands just to protect. That group of people outside really has nothing to do with me. Are you still going to buy the soul or not? If you want to, transfer the money. Ji Buduan opened his mouth. Now that he was like a fish on the chopping board, there was no need for the other party to lie to him. But if that's the case, then what about that group of people outside? Buy. Of course. Ji Buduan nodded vigorously and quickly took out his mobile phone. But at this moment, the masked woman sighed slightly, with a lot of helplessness in her tone. Here we go again. It's really annoying. I'll lead you out first, but we have a deal, not a cent less than 15 billion. Ji Buduan nodded in confusion, but soon he heard the sound of dense footsteps. Ji Buduan stared, not understanding whether this masked woman had a surveillance camera installed inside her body. Following the masked woman out, I looked around and saw that the hall on the first floor was completely dark. Black Tiger Gang? Ji Buduan suddenly realized what was going on, with anger in his eyes. If the other party hadn't come to interfere, I might have become a real warrior now. At this time, a young man with a mustache came out and said, the gang leader said, capture them alive. If you don't want to die, give up resistance.
Ji Budwan subconsciously glanced at the masked woman and saw that she was holding a sword and blocking the stairs to the second floor alone.
I really don't want to hurt anyone, please don't force me. Ji Budwan knew how powerful the other party was, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to lead him out, right? However, Ji Budwan still felt uneasy.
In order to make the other party more confident, he whispered behind him. Lady, as long as you take me out of here, I will give you an additional 500 million as a reward. As soon as these words came out, the masked woman turned her head sharply and asked, how do you know I'm a woman? Seeing the other party so excited, Ji Budwan opened his mouth, not knowing what to say, for fear that he would be stabbed by the other party if he said something wrong. At this moment, the man with a mustache rushed forward first.
The masked woman immediately sensed it and quickly turned around to fight back.
Although the masked woman was standing in the upper wind position, the young man with a mustache was very confident in his skills and had already simulated the scene of capturing the opponent during the attack. In the blink of an eye, the man with a mustache reached the second floor. Then he quickly lowered his body and attacked the masked woman's lower body.
Chapter 45 No More Holding Back.
There was a smug look on his face. As long as he hit the opponent's knee, the opponent would definitely lose his balance and fall forward. You can take advantage of this opportunity to pick up the other person by the waist and then throw him heavily down the stairs.
But the masked woman seemed to know what he was thinking.
The moment he swung his fist, everyone saw a flash of sword. The masked woman moved, with lightning-fast movements, as if she was playing golf, and quickly hit the mustache man's head with the back of her sword.
Bang!
The young man with a small mustache had bulging eyes and his tongue stuck out straight, and he fell quickly from the second floor like a spinning top.
Hall Master Bai.
Looking at the man with a mustache lying unconscious on the ground, everyone felt that this scene was extremely familiar.
I didn't expect that Master Bai would lose after just one encounter. Everyone looked at each other. The corridor was too narrow and it was impossible to carry out a siege. No one wanted to be the first to step forward. The two sides remained in a stalemate.
A few minutes later, Wang Hongliang walked in, looked up at the two people upstairs, and then looked at Master Bai who had fallen to the ground.
What are you all standing there for? Come on.
Wang Hongliang's words seemed to boost morale, and everyone rushed forward with machetes raised and shouting.
But they went up quickly and came down quickly too.
Fortunately, the Black Tiger Gang had a large number of people, and as soon as one group fell, another group took over.
Wang Hongliang narrowed his eyes, wondering when the Wolf Gang had such a master.
At the foot of the Orchard Mountain, an S-450 was swaying rhythmically in the moonlight. At this moment, the phone suddenly rang.
Seeing Qin Fei press the answer button, Nian Yuyu covered her mouth tightly. Soon, Wang Hongliang's voice was heard. Brother, there are still experts in the Wolf Gang, and many brothers have been injured.
Qin Fei outputted steadily while he said impatiently, I still have some things to do, you guys hold on for a while, didn't Wang Hanan go too?
If it doesn't work, let him hold on for a while.
After saying that, Qin Fei hung up the phone directly, and then the car began to sway violently.
Wang Hanan?
Wang Hongliang muttered to himself as he listened to the beep sound coming from the other end of the phone.
Yes, if Wang Hanan was not a master, how could Qin Fei allow him to be his younger brother?
But in his impression, there didn't seem to be any trace of Wang Hanan. Thinking of this, he raised his head and looked around, and finally saw a tuft of yellow hair in the crowd. Looking closely, I found that he had changed into a black suit and was squatting in an inconspicuous corner. Wang Hongliang frowned and walked towards the other party, only to see that the other party was shaking his head, looking like he was doing nothing and just hanging out.
Seeing this, Wang Hongliang raised his eyebrows. Is he a master even with this appearance? Is he trying to use him as cannon fodder? But it doesn't matter, this is what Qin Fei asked for. Wang Hanan, what are you doing here?
Wang Hanan looked up and saw that Wang Hongliang had already walked in front of him.
Help, boss. Wang Hanan stood up straight instantly, as if he had met his head teacher. Why are you dressed like this? Wang Hanan rolled his eyes, chuckled, and scratched his head.
He didn't dare to say that he had taken these things from his brothers in the Black Tiger Gang. Big brother asked me to be the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, so I just wanted to adapt in advance. Hearing what the other party said, Wang Hongliang laughed and said, your elder brother also told you to go up and take the lead.
Wang Hanan subconsciously looked up at the masked woman and swallowed.
Wang Hongliang continued, don't worry, just go ahead, and you will be the deputy leader of my Black Tiger Gang after this.
After these words were spoken, Wang Hanan's eyes lit up.
Even though the masked woman was extremely strong, she would attack with the back of her sword every time.
Every hit would result in a replacement for a deputy gang leader. Could there be a better deal than this? Brothers, stand back. Your deputy gang leader, Brother Hanan, is here.
Having said that, Wang Hanan rushed forward. Seeing that someone came to take over and asked them to step down, everyone seemed to have found an excuse to avoid being beaten and made way for them. Even the few people who had just rushed forward retreated. Seeing this, Wang Hanan's body suddenly froze, but looking at the burning gazes around him, he enjoyed this feeling immensely. Even though his heart was about to jump out of his chest with fear, he still had to show the courage that a deputy gang leader should have.
Wow!
He let out a strange cry to give himself courage, then rushed forward with heavy steps, not looking like a martial artist at all. Without any surprise, the masked woman pulled him back at the first sight. Looking at Wang Hanan rolling down, he looked like a clown in everyone's eyes.
He only shared the pressure for everyone for a dozen seconds.
But then, after Wang Hanan stopped rolling, he actually stood up again.
Wang Hanan dusted himself off, a puzzled look on his face. That's not right. It doesn't seem to hurt too much. But why did others lose their fighting ability or fall into coma after being hit like this? Are they all acting? Thinking of this, Wang Hanan felt angry for no reason.
As the deputy leader of the Black Tiger Gang, he didn't want such an atmosphere in the gang. In order to teach the Black Tiger Gang a lesson, Wang Hanan rushed forward again. The masked woman herself admitted that she had held back on the other party. Seeing that the other party did not look threatening, she really could not bring to do it.
But since it's blocking your way, just get some good sleep. Bang!
He slapped Wang Hanan on the face again, sending him flying. Then, the masked woman said in a deep voice, "I don't know who you are, and I don't want to know.
If you don't get out of the way, I won't hold back."
The sound was not loud, but it was deafening.
Everyone knew that the other party was not bragging.
If they had not used the back of the sword to attack, they would have been covered in blood by now. Wan Holiang couldn't figure out where the Wolf Gang found this expert, and he wasn't even sure he could survive a few moves from the other side. But at this moment, a sound was heard in the corridor.
Come again.
Everyone looked towards the corridor in disbelief, only to see Wang Hanan rushing up again.
What? No one understood how Wang Hanan did it. They didn't expect that such a huge power was hidden in that small body.
At this moment, Wan Holiang seemed to remember what Qin Fei said, but how could he be the same kind of person as me? I just healed faster, but what's wrong with him?
Iron shirt?
There was anger in the masked woman's eyes.
She had just made a harsh remark, but she didn't expect to be slapped in the face so soon? Court death.
The masked woman's eyes narrowed, and she no longer intended to hold back. She turned the sword and swung it towards Wang Hanan.
Crack! After one sword strike, Wang Hanan felt a chill in his belly.
Immediately afterwards, a long cut appeared on the black shirt.
Chapter 46, Breaking the Defense. Qin Fei appears. Damn it!
Wang Hanan broke out in a cold sweat and subconsciously held up his stomach with both hands to prevent his intestines from spilling out onto the floor.
But when he looked down, Wang Hanan was stunned. Your sword is a toy?
After hearing what Wang Hanan said, the masked woman opposite was also confused. Through the slit of the shirt was a snow-white belly, which didn't look like it had been cut by a sword at all. At this moment, the masked woman was shocked and doubted her own perception for the first time. Due to perspective issues, Wan Holiang and others are not clear about Wang Hanan's current situation. For a moment, the whole villa was dead silent.
Wang Hanan suddenly realized that the other party didn't seem that scary. What kind of master? It was simply too much.
In front of the Black Tiger Gang, he thought this was a good opportunity to show off, so he quickly moved forward and tried to snatch the iron sword from the masked woman's hand.
The masked woman took a few steps back and frowned.
She realized that the person in front of her was not an ordinary person, so she naturally couldn't treat him in the same way as an ordinary person. The next second, the masked woman used her internal energy to attack Wang Hanan continuously. Every time the sword was swung, a muffled sound was heard. The masked women were secretly surprised, wondering what kind of monster they were facing.
The feeling was clearly like cutting on countless thick cotton.
Fortunately, the opponent didn't seem to have any means of counterattack, and was beaten back repeatedly after a few encounters.
At this moment, Wang Hanan's eyes showed panic again.
Every time he was hit by the opponent's sword, he felt a burning sensation all over his body, followed by unbearable pain. Almost there. He felt that he had already made it this far, and his position as deputy gang leader should be secure. If he continued like this, he would be in great pain. As soon as I had the thought of running away, my body moved on its own and I was at the stairs in a blink of an eye.
But the masked woman seemed to be bloodthirsty.
When had she ever suffered such a blow? She just flipped sideways in the air and chased after him. Hearing the noise coming from behind him, Wang Haonan had the illusion that he was being chased by a ghost. But before he could react, he was kicked hard in the back, and then he broke the railing and fell from the second floor, landing flat on his face. Everyone secretly exclaimed in shock at the sudden change.
At this time, Wang Haonan's appearance had changed drastically.
His entire body was covered in bruises, and he looked extremely creepy. At this time, the masked woman followed closely, jumped directly from the second floor, stepped on Wang Haonan's back, then raised the iron sword in her hand and stabbed him. Hiss! There was no time to stop it, everyone gasped, and the iron sword had already pierced into Wang Haonan's body. The next second, the iron sword shattered, Wang Haonan screamed and then became motionless, blood instantly flowing from his back.
Call!
Seeing this, the masked woman breathed a sigh of relief, as if she had finally killed the devil in her heart at this moment. Then she picked up a machete from the ground and looked around intently. Who else? No one dared to look the masked woman in the eye, fearing that they would be the next to be killed by her. Even Wang Hongliang carefully hid behind a younger brother.
At the same time, Ji Budwan poked his head out from the second floor.
Seeing that all the members of the Black Tiger gang were frightened by the masked woman, he went downstairs with peace of mind. But at this moment, a familiar voice was heard outside the villa.
Get out of the way!
Ji Budwan stared towards the gate of the villa, only to see the members of the Black Tiger gang respectfully making way for them.
Then, a man and a woman walked in. Xin Fei.
Ji Budwan's gaze at this moment seemed to be able to eat people, and his voice was high-pitched and hoarse.
Ha! Xin Fei chuckled, Ji Budwan, I didn't expect you to be here too? Ji Budwan gritted his teeth. Why? Why could the other party always act so calm?
Also, why is Zhang Mengmeng, who has already provoked him, still holding hands with other women?
He couldn't stand it anymore, he didn't want to see the other person alive for a moment. Lady! Help me kill him, and I'll give you an extra 500 million.
The masked woman looked at Qin Fei and shook her head. She could clearly feel that Qin Fei was not easy to deal with and there was no need to add variables for the sake of 500 million.
Let's leave first and talk about the rest later. Don't forget that we still have a deal. Trade? What kind of deal do you have? Can I join in? Qin Fei chuckled and looked the masked woman up and down.
Without the help of the eye of falsehood, I can't see the other person's appearance at all, but his figure is definitely top-notch.
It has nothing to do with you, please get out of the way. The masked woman glared coldly.
Qin Fei smiled faintly, patted Nian Yuyu on the back, then pointed at Wang Hongliang, moving her to go first.
Wang Hongliang, keep an eye on Yuyu. If she loses even a hair, you'll be the companion of the evil wolf.
After these words were spoken, everyone was silent, but Wang Hongliang's eyes lit up. Don't worry, I'm here, big brother. He knew that Qin Fei's real intention was to prepare to take action, and he also wanted to see how strong Qin Fei's true strength was. After seeing the wolf's corpse with one's own eyes, face no longer mattered, because all face was based on strength.
The most important thing now is to completely wipe out the evil wolf gang.
Big brother? Hearing Wang Hongliang calling Qin Fei like this, Ji Budwan suddenly realized what was going on and was even more shocked.
Okay, Qin Fei.
It turns out that you are the one behind all this.
The masked woman frowned. Stop talking nonsense. Do you still want to go out? If not, let's make a deal now. She felt extremely upset. It was just a simple transaction, but things went wrong again and again.
Then, she took out the glass tube, handed it to Ji Budwan and said, transfer the money and I'll give you the thing. The moment the glass tube was taken out, Qin Fei was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth.
Could the small crystal inside be a soul? At this moment, Ji Budwan panicked, this. He sighed deeply, then glared at Qin Fei fiercely and said through gritted teeth, go. I'm leaving. Qin Fei raised the corner of his mouth and spread his hands, leave? Where to go? When did I say I would let you go? Do you think you can keep me here?
The masked woman frowned and said in an unquestionable tone. Qin Fei looked at the many injured brothers and Wang Haonan who had fallen to the ground. He knew that the woman in front of him was not easy to deal with, but after being exhausted for so long, how much strength would she have left? Beauty, you can leave if you want.
Take off your mask and leave your things behind, and I will let you go. You're dreaming. As soon as the words fell, the masked woman jumped out instantly.
Everything Qin Fei said was beyond her bottom line, and now the only option was to fight.
Chapter 47. Who was cheating?
The masked woman moved very quickly, slashing at Qin Fei with the knife in one hand.
Qin Fei raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and dodged by gently turning sideways.
The body of the masked woman was exposed at this time.
Qin Fei took the opportunity to swing a punch and hit the other person's chest. However, he didn't expect that the masked woman seemed to be prepared.
She chopped the air with a knife and kicked out with a whip kick at the same time. In desperation, Qin Fei could only stretch out his hand to block, but even so, he was kicked several meters away by the opponent.
Qin Fei! Nian Yuyu exclaimed immediately. Wang Hongliang also swallowed his saliva at this time.
He didn't expect that Qin Fei would be at a disadvantage after just one fight. After standing firm, Qin Fei smiled softly. There's something. As he spoke, Qin Fei snatched the machete from one of his younger brothers. He admitted that he had underestimated his enemy at the beginning, and he circulated his internal energy and attacked again. The blade flashed with cold light and whizzed towards the masked woman with fierce momentum. A hint of surprise flashed in the masked woman's eyes, but she did not retreat. Instead, she raised her knife to block. At the moment the weapons collided, sparks were even produced, accompanied by a slight gust of air. Qin Fei chased him relentlessly, swinging his sword several times in succession. His knife skills were so sharp that they dazzled people's eyes.
Ji Boduan was shocked and angry. He knew Qin Fei was strong, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. The younger brothers retreated again and again, looking at the deep knife marks that appeared from time to time on the floor, fearing that they would be affected by the two men. But Qin Fei's swing seemed a bit clumsy in the eyes of the masked woman. She found his flaws several times, and Qin Fei suffered a great loss.
Qin Fei snorted coldly, feeling very unhappy. After a fight, he could feel that the opponent's strength was not very strong, but he could accurately predict his movements every time and fight back, which gave Qin Fei a headache. After another round of fighting, the two separated with one strike.
The masked woman said,
"You are no match for me, please get out of my way." Qin Fei chuckled and said, "Don't speak too early.
You can leave if you want, but leave your things behind."
As he spoke, Qin Fei took out his pistol and pointed the gun at the masked woman. However, he did not expect that the other party was not afraid at all and attacked him directly.
Qin Fei sighed slightly.
He didn't want to be so cruel, but now there was nothing he could do.
Bang! A bullet hits the opponent's arm accurately.
But the imagined scene did not appear, instead the sound of metal collision was heard.
Nema, blocking bullets? What kind of operation is this? Everyone was stunned. Qin Fei's face was full of disbelief.
He was extremely confident in his marksmanship and thought that all this must be a coincidence. Then he quickly stepped back a few steps and fired 2 more shots.
Ji Boduan raised the corner of his mouth.
Familiar taste, different recipe.
Are you surprised? Ding ding.
The sound of 2 metal collisions was heard again.
Qin Fei was shocked.
This time, Qin Fei saw clearly that when the bullet was fired, the other party seemed to know the trajectory of the bullet and had prepared for it in advance.
What the hell is this perversion? Is it a supernatural power? For a moment, Qin Fei even wondered who was cheating.
However, at this time, the masked woman had already rushed over. System, use all points to exchange for combat power. Ding, 400 points consumed, combat power plus 4, current combat power 29, remaining points 0.
Not good.
Seeing Qin Fei motionless, everyone shouted in surprise and warned him. At this moment, the masked woman had already swung the knife down, but suddenly felt that Qin Fei's breath had changed. Realizing that something was wrong, she was about to retreat when she saw Qin Fei quickly swing his knife upwards. In panic, she immediately resisted, but Qin Fei's strength was too great and he knocked the machete out of her hand.
Good. Big brother is awesome.
There was applause from the younger brothers. The masked woman did not dare to be careless. She quickly jumped back a few steps and stared at Qin Fei.
Qin Fei smiled evilly.
He felt that he was terribly strong. He threw the machete aside and rushed towards the masked woman quickly without giving her a chance to breathe. Seeing Qin Fei coming in front of her in an instant, the masked woman's pupils shrank and she hurriedly dodged Qin Fei's attack. She bit her lips hard and felt like crying. She really couldn't understand how a good deal had come to this point. First there was the buyer's misunderstanding, and then there was a pervert who couldn't even cut the wood. At this time, he was in a dilemma. There is an obvious shift in the strength of the two, and their movements and speeds are not even on the same level. After several fights, although Qin Fei was kicked several times by the opponent, he was as if nothing had happened. On the other hand, the masked woman was tired of dodging Qin Fei's attacks and was already sweating profusely. Smelling the other person's unique body fragrance, Qin Fei felt puzzled.
He didn't know why he would have a reaction at this time?
Soon, the masked woman's strength gradually ran out and her speed slowed down. Even if she had sensed it in advance, it was too late to respond.
Pa.
Her breasts and buttocks were attacked successively, and she suddenly felt unwell. He quickly took a few steps back and pointed at Qin Fei in shock and anger. You.
Qin Fei spread his hands. What do you mean? I didn't do anything ruthless, shouldn't you be grateful?
The masked woman clenched her fists tightly. If Qin Fei had the eyes of falsehood at this moment, he would definitely see tears in the other person's eyes. She found out that Qin Fei was not a good person and was extremely terrified. If she fell into Qin Fei's hands, she could imagine what would happen to her.
She gritted her teeth and looked back at Ji Buoduan unwillingly.
At this time, Qin Fei attacked again and hit the same position twice.
Pa. The masked woman instantly got furious and didn't want to care about anything anymore.
She took out the glass tube and threw it directly into the sky. Looking at the small blue crystal in the air, Qin Fei was not sure whether it could withstand falling, so he flew up and caught it.
Ding, special energy detected. Host, do you want to absorb it?
After absorption, the combat power value will increase by 2 points.
No.
At the same time, the masked woman took advantage of Qin Fei's daze and ran out with a cruel remark, "Asshole.
Just wait for me."
When the younger brothers saw the masked woman rushing over, they wanted to step forward to stop her, but under the woman's sharp eyes and unquestionable momentum, they involuntarily retreated and unconsciously made way for her to have an unobstructed escape route.
Useless. A bunch of useless. You can't even stop a woman. What's the point of me supporting you good-for-nothings?
Wang Holian's voice was full of reluctance and anger, but his eyes were looking at Qin Fei. In fact, he just wanted to show Qin Fei his attitude. After all, he doesn't even dare to approach such a pervert, so how can he count on his younger brothers?
It's okay, the goal has been achieved anyway. Qin Fei waved his hand and turned his gaze to Ji Buoduan.
Seeing Qin Fei looking at him, Ji Buoduan's face showed a barely perceptible tension and vigilance.
Qin Fei, what do you want? Chapter 48, Dividing the Loot.
Qin Fei curled up a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth.
He slowly took a step and walked towards Ji Buoduan step by step. Every step put great pressure on Ji Buoduan. Ji Buoduan, do you think I don't know that the evil wolf is your man? Do you still think I can't do anything to you?
Qin Fei's voice was low, and every word he said was like a heavy hammer, striking Ji Buoduan's heart, making him feel uneasy.
Ji Buoduan swallowed and was about to explain something.
Suddenly, Qin Fei's body stretched out suddenly, with an astonishing speed.
He did not give Ji Buoduan any time to react. His right foot swept out like lightning and hit Ji Buoduan's knee accurately.
There was only a crisp click sound, which sounded particularly harsh in the quiet villa. The blood instantly drained from Ji Buoduan's face and his eyes widened with disbelief and pain.
Ah! What are you doing?
He fell to the ground, hugged his injured leg tightly with both hands, and groaned in pain. The pride and arrogance that he once had were completely shattered by Qin Fei at this moment.
He no longer had any chance.
In this remote place, no one would know even if he died.
He finally faced the reality and felt that Qin Fei really wanted to kill him. Fear gradually spread, and Qin Fei beside him instantly turned into a terrible devil. You, don't be impulsive. I can give you money. As long as you don't kill me. I can give you money.
Ji Buoduan endured the pain and screamed at the top of his lungs. Seeing that Qin Fei was not moved at all, a lot of sweat instantly seeped out from his forehead.
I'm serious. I'll give you all my money if you promise to let me go. Money?
Qin Fei patted his shoulder and smiled evilly, but I'm more interested in your death.
No. Ji Buoduan's face was full of fear.
He crawled forward a few steps, trying to break free from Qin Fei's hand. Qin Fei stood up and smiled slightly. At this moment, Ji Buoduan was like a dead dog in his eyes.
10 billion. No.
As long as you let me go, I will transfer the 15.8 billion to you right now. Hiss. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked.
Why are they willing to join the Black Tiger Gang and work for it? It's because the Black Tiger Gang gave too much.
But it's just a little more than ordinary people.
Compared with Qin Fei, it's simply unbearable.
Big brother.
Wang Hongliang swallowed his saliva.
He was really afraid that Qin Fei would kill the other party directly.
You know, that's 15.8 billion.
The batch of treasures he got some time ago was worth no more than 500 million at most. But he didn't dare to make the decision for Qin Fei, for fear that Qin Fei would kill him before killing the other person. Fortunately, at this time, Qin Fei smiled heartily.
Master Ji, this is really a misunderstanding. I hope I didn't hurt you.
As he spoke, Qin Fei helped Ji Boduan up.
Come here, this is my card number. I'll send you to the hospital right away after you transfer the money. Hearing Qin Fei's reassurance, Ji Boduan breathed a sigh of relief.
Then he looked at his legs bent forward at 90 degrees, and without delaying for a moment, he quickly transferred the money. As long as he goes to the hospital immediately, maybe his leg can be saved.
When the money arrived, Qin Fei smiled, and Ji Boduan also smiled along. Qin Fei, take me to the hospital. Qin Fei nodded and waved at Wang Hongliang. Seeing this, Wang Hongliang did not dare to delay for a moment and trotted to Qin Fei. Qin Fei hugged Wang Hongliang and said with a smile, "What should we do next?" "I don't need to remind you, right?"
Qin Fei deliberately made his words unclear. As for how Wang Hongliang understood it, it had nothing to do with him.
"Don't worry, bro. I'll definitely satisfy you."
As he spoke, Wang Hongliang grabbed Ji Boduan by the back of the collar and walked out of the villa.
"Wait, I'm a patient. I'm a patient. I paid for it, can you be gentle to me?" Wang Hongliang ignored Ji Boduan's crying.
The reason he did this was obviously because he was not sure about Qin Fei's true thoughts. Seeing that Qin Fei didn't react, he knew what to do. After Wang Hongliang left, Nian Yuyu walked up to Qin Fei and gently took his arm, without asking or saying anything. Although she was worried and confused in her heart, from the moment he entered her body, Qin Fei was everything to her. Qin Fei rubbed her head and took out the soul.
"Yuyu, try eating." Nian Yuyu took the glass tube and took out the soul.
Looking at the blue crystal, she put it into her mouth without any hesitation.
Even if this is poison, she will eat it if Qin Fei asks her to.
But suddenly, cold air came out of Nian Yuyu's mouth, and the soul that she had just swallowed was directly spat out.
Qin Fei frowned. Is this an immune response?
It seems that Nian Yuyu is not suitable to be a real warrior.
"I'm sorry, Qin Fei, I didn't mean it." Qin Fei smiled lightly and shook his head, "Silly. How can I blame you? I thought you would become a master like me after eating it, but it's a pity that it doesn't seem to choose you."
Nian Yuyu widened her eyes, looked at the blue crystal in her hand in disbelief, and swallowed it again. But not long after, another breath of cold air came out and the soul was spit out.
Qin Fei smiled bitterly, "Silly, don't try. Even if you can't become a master, don't you still have me?"
But as soon as he finished speaking, Qin Fei saw Nian Yuyu spread out her palm and then lifted up the glass tube. Immediately afterwards, the glass tube was covered with thick frost at a speed visible to the naked eye.
This.
Qin Fei found it unbelievable and burst into laughter.
"Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Qin Fei, what's going on?" Nian Yuyu was a little scared.
When she swallowed the soul for the second time, she felt as if a switch in her body was triggered. She was afraid that Qin Fei would dislike her and think she was an outcast.
That's good. I'll explain this to you when we get back." Because at this time, Wang Hongliang came back from outside. "Brother, it's done." Qin Fei nodded, "Thank you for your hard work.
Since you are working for me, I will not treat you unfairly." Wang Hongliang looked up and found that Qin Fei seemed to be in a good mood.
So he asked, "Big brother, can you support me with 200 million? Qin Fei smiled lightly. This Wang Hongliang was not greedy.
After all, he saw with his own eyes that I embezzled 15.8 billion, so he could have been bolder.
Qin Fei quickly transferred the money.
Wang Hongliang counted over and over again on his phone with a hint of fear in his eyes.
"Brother, did you lose an extra zero? What do you think?" Seeing that Qin Fei was serious, Wang Hongliang's eyes became moist and he immediately knelt down. "Brother, I won't say anything more.
From now on, even if you ask me to climb a mountain of swords, I will never go into a sea of fire.
Wang Hongliang patted his chest and made the promise.
Xin Fei raised his hand and signaled the other party to stand up.
It's not that serious.
You help me with things, so I won't treat you unfairly.
But if one day I find out that you're doing something behind my back. Xin Fei didn't say anything next, but sneered instead.
At this moment, Wang Haonan, who was lying on the ground not far away, suddenly moved.
Chapter 49 Services.
Wang Haonan slowly opened his eyes, and suddenly he felt pain and his whole body felt burning. Then, as if he remembered something, he sat up abruptly and looked around in fear. Until I saw Xin Fei, my fear was immediately replaced by joy. Big brother. But at this moment, he suddenly found himself covered in blood. His pupils shrank sharply and he kept searching his body for wounds.
I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Xin Fei also felt strange.
When he first saw him lying in a pool of blood, he thought he was already cold, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Seeing Xin Fei coming over, he hugged Xin Fei's arm as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw.
Brother! Am I going to die? But I just became the deputy gang leader, I don't want to die yet.
Xin Fei looked down and found a piercing mark on his back, so he opened his shirt and took a look. After seeing this, Xin Fei was speechless and kicked the other person away. Immediately afterwards, Wang Haonan was about to step forward again, but Xin Fei kicked him again, directly sending him flying.
After getting up from the ground, Wang Haonan looked frustrated. Big brother? Have you given up on me too? Where the hell do you get so much emotion from? It's just a little skin break, why are you crying? Stop embarrassing me.
Xin Fei looked at him with disdain.
Broken skin?
But, brother, I feel dizzy.
Brother Haonan, it's normal to feel dizzy after losing so much blood.
Wang Hongliang said with a smile.
Brother Haonan?
Hearing Wang Hongliang calling him like that, Wang Haonan's face immediately filled with enjoyment. He was sure that his position as deputy gang leader was absolutely secure.
Ahem.
He coughed twice softly to cover up his previous embarrassment. Then he glanced at the members of the Black Tiger Gang and found that everyone's eyes were on him. He immediately felt his face burning.
That.
He put his hands behind his back, looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and pretended to be serious. Just now, I demonstrated to you what the Black Tiger Gang's negative example is.
This is also the first lesson I taught you after becoming the deputy gang leader. With my demonstration, you must not make the same mistake again.
After the words were spoken, everyone was dumbfounded.
How thick-skinned must a person be to say such a thing?
However, in front of Wang Hongliang and Xin Fei, no one dared to express any doubt and pretended to be humbly seeking advice. While Wang Haonan was speaking, he kept his eyes on Xin Fei. Seeing that the other party's face gradually darkened, Wang Haonan hurriedly spoke.
Brother, I feel like I'm different from normal people.
When he said this, he actually didn't have much confidence, so he picked up a machete from the ground and tentatively cut his hand with the blade. After making sure that he really couldn't break the defense, he simply grasped the blade with his palm, and finally wiped the blade gently on his neck.
Brother, look, I'm really fine. Wang Haonan's actions immediately caused amazement among those around him.
Even Nian Yuyu had an expression of disbelief, and couldn't even tell whether what she saw was reality or whether she had been dreaming from the beginning. From the moment she met Xin Fei, she felt that everything had overturned her cognition. Xin Fei frowned, then looked at the members of the Black Tiger Gang.
Get in the car first. In the car, Wang Hongliang was driving, with Wang Haonan sitting next to him, and Xin Fei and Nian Yuyu sitting in the back.
Then, Xin Fei repeated almost exactly what Wang Shuo had said to him.
Great. Wang Hongliang slapped the steering wheel excitedly. So, we are both the most powerful Xian Tianjinwu practitioners? That's the theory. Xin Fei shook his head. As for how powerful they are, except for Huangmao, I haven't seen you and Yuyu so far.
As soon as these words were spoken, the joy on Wang Hongliang and Nian Yuyu's faces immediately shifted to Wang Haonan.
But you don't have to be discouraged. Do you know why a true warrior can instantly gain internal strength but cannot be compared with an innate true warrior?
The three of them fell silent.
After a moment, Nian Yuyu asked, is it because of supernatural powers? That's one aspect.
I think the most important thing is the potential for growth. I think once your own strength becomes stronger, your supernatural powers will gradually show their power. Xin Fei finished speaking, smiled, and then said, but how to grow, how to become stronger, this is the problem. After the words were spoken, the three of them fell silent again.
Then, brother, what kind of special power do you have? Wang Hongliang asked. These words stumped Qin Fei.
No matter whether he was a true warrior or a congenital true warrior, he felt that he was nothing in everything. There was no conversation along the way, and the four of them soon drove into Jiangqing City. The next morning, golden sunlight shone into the spacious and luxurious bedroom of 100 square meters. As time passed, the sunlight became brighter, illuminating a corner of the bedroom. Qin Fei's eyelashes trembled slightly, and then he slowly opened his eyes. Nian Yuyu was sleeping beside her, and there was a smile of happiness and satisfaction on her lips.
Qin Fei shook his head and smiled slightly. As his combat power increased, all aspects of his body improved. He was afraid that one day he would harm Nian Yuyu.
Qin Fei stood up and walked into the bathroom, turned on the shower, and let the hot water wash over his body. He was thinking about his next plan, but the image of pushing Zhang Mengmeng down kept flashing through his mind. As a DCA person, he might be born with a fear of insufficient firepower.
Without system points, he always feels insecure.
At this moment, a smooth and soft skin came up from behind.
Looking at Nian Yuyu's appearance, Qin Fei raised the corner of his mouth.
Woman, since you insist on doing this, be prepared to be punished. But after he finished speaking, Qin Fei felt that something was wrong with Nian Yuyu.
Why was she looking at him like that? What's wrong? Qin Fei frowned.
Qin Fei, I seem to have become stronger.
It's true that you've gotten stronger. Qin Fei smiled wickedly. It's good to be young, you have so many tricks. It's not what you think.
Nian Yuyu blushed. Qin Fei, I'm talking about superpowers. As she spoke, Nian Yuyu pressed her hands to the ground, and then her mind moved. Immediately afterwards, the accumulated water on the ground instantly froze into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Chapter 50 Strange Woman.
Qin Fei was stunned for a moment.
No. No way? Could it be because of what happened just now?
Nian Yuyu pursed her lips and said, most likely, after eating it, I feel like a completely different person. As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Fei was petrified on the spot.
What the hell? Can I help others improve their strength? Qin Fei couldn't help but look down at himself.
Afterwards, Nian Yuyu went to the hospital and Qin Fei finally calmed down. He lay in bed, feeling somewhat unbelievable and puzzled.
Why did Nian Yuyu become stronger after eating it? Could it be that thing is his own superpower? Outrageous. It's really outrageous.
However, it is a good thing to make his woman stronger, and he doesn't want to dwell on this issue too much. He turns his head and looks at the soul placed on the bedside table. Why not give it to Zhang Mengmeng to try?
And just then, the phone rang. I thought it was Zhang Mengmeng calling, but it turned out to be Wang Shua.
At this time, Qin Fei realized that he had made an appointment with the other party yesterday. After learning the other party's address, Qin Fei hung up the phone.
What a coincidence, Wang Shua actually lives next door.
Qin Fei rushed into the bathroom again, washed off the smell, and then went out. But just after taking a few steps, he saw a blue Maserati whizzing past him and quickly stopped in front of his villa. Then, the car door slowly opened and a beautiful leg stretched out from the driver's seat. Then she twisted her hips and a beautiful woman with elegant figure and fair and delicate skin walked out of the car.
Qin Fei looked closely and saw that the other person was wearing a purple dress with an indescribable charm.
Looking at the other person's beautiful face, Qin Fei had an indescribable feeling, as if he had seen the other person somewhere.
Eye of Delusion.
Su Shijuan, 20 years old, appearance score 94, combat power score 26, a disciple of Qingyang Taoist Temple, not very experienced in worldly affairs, left the mountain a few months ago due to changes in the mountain gate. At this time, the beauty also noticed Qin Fei's presence and looked at him curiously. When the two looked at each other, the beautiful woman's eyes were evasive and she unconsciously took a step back. Then, he acted as if nothing had happened.
Qin Fei was surprised. What was the other party's reaction? Could it be that he really knew the other party? But my glorious life has only lasted a few days. How could I possibly have any contact with such a person? Looking at the way the other person is dressed and his temperament, you tell me that this is called being naive? Also, what's going on with the other party's combat power? Could it be that he is a true warrior who has absorbed the spirit soul?
All kinds of questions flashed through his mind, but no matter what, adhering to the principle of not letting go of someone he has seen before, Qin Fei smiled friendly.
Hello, my name is Qin Fei.
But Su Shijuan didn't even look at him, turned around and walked towards the next room, leaving Qin Fei alone in the wind.
Is this so aloof?
Qin Fei scratched his cheek awkwardly and followed slowly. Feeling the man following her, Su Shijuan frowned and remained alert at all times. At this moment, Wang Shua just walked out of the villa. Looking at the two people walking in front and behind, Wang Shua was slightly stunned.
Su. Master Su? I didn't expect you to come. Su Shijuan said nothing, just nodded. Master Su, Qin Fei, do you two know each other? I don't know him.
Su Shijuan looked indifferent, and Qin Fei also spread his hands. Feeling that the atmosphere between the two was not right, Wang Shua did not say much, but warmly invited them in.
As soon as you enter the door, there is a large garden.
Although it is smaller than your own, it is full of various precious flowers and plants, and you can smell the fragrance of medicine from time to time.
Soon, Wang Shua led the two into the dining room.
As soon as I entered the door, I saw a large round table with many people sitting at it. Seeing the three people walk in, everyone frowned.
I thought I was waiting for something awesome, but after waiting for so long, what on earth did this turn out to be?
Seeing this, Wang Shua hurriedly said, "Let me introduce to you all, this person is Master Su Shijuan from Qingyang Taoist Temple. Master Su, these are all my friends, and they all have a certain status in the medical community."
Master Su from Qingyang Taoist Temple?
At this moment, everyone's eyes toward Su Shijuan had changed greatly. You know, although Su Shijuan is not well known, she is very familiar with her master. That being can revive the dead and turn bones into flesh and blood. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for it to go down the mountain. It is said that Su Shijuan has inherited the true teachings from her master. It is obvious without any doubt that her medical skills are definitely better than those of everyone present.
Hello, Master Su. Hello, Master Su.
Su Shijuan nodded, then looked at Wang Shua and said, "Dr. Wang, let me make a deal first.
If I can cure your brother, I will use that soul as a reward."
Yes, yes. Master Su, rest assured, as long as you can cure it, in addition to the soul, my Wang family will also reward you handsomely. Qin Fei raised his eyebrows and looked at Su Shijuan again. He thought it was an illusion that he felt the other person was familiar, but even this voice seemed to have been heard somewhere before. At this moment, one of them pointed at Qin Fei and asked, "Who is this?"
Oh, sorry, I forgot to introduce this to you all. This is the medical genius I mentioned before, Qin Fei.
After these words were spoken, everyone looked up and down at Qin Fei, who was dressed in ordinary clothes. It did not cause much reaction, but instead earned everyone's contemptuous gazes. Then, one of the old men with white hair pushed up his glasses and said,
"Young friend Qin Fei, right? I don't mean anything else, I just want to ask who your master is?" Qin Fei felt a little unhappy, so he spread his hands and said, "Why? Do I not deserve to sit here without a master?"
After hearing this, the old man frowned and shook his head.
He didn't expect this young man to be so rude. At this time, another middle-aged man asked, "How can you talk like that? Do you have it or not?"
Everyone waited for a long time, but they didn't expect that they were waiting for such a young boy, and they were all very angry. For a moment, many people raised questions. Wang Shua kept trying to dissuade them, but was unable to reverse the situation. Seeing Qin Fei's face darken, Su Shijuan thought something was wrong, then she slammed the table and stood up.
"All right. Stop talking."
Seeing Su Shijuan getting angry, everyone shut up tactfully. Soon, the meal ended with praises from all sides, but Qin Fei had nothing to do with it. Because all the compliments were directed at Su Shijuan.
Chapter 51, Container? Life? On the dim and silent hospital bed lay an emaciated man.
He seemed to have been completely drained of his vitality by an invisible force. His skin was tightly attached to his bones and looked unhealthy and pale, like the last dead leaf in winter, which could be blown away by the wind at any time. The man's eyes were closed, his chest rose and fell slightly, and every breath seemed extremely difficult. And those cold forced stands became his only lifeline at this moment. The transparent liquid dripped slowly through the thin catheter and was injected into his body drop by drop, barely maintaining the weak life of this fragile body.
Snap! The light suddenly came on, dispelling the darkness and bringing the man's world back to reality.
He suddenly opened his eyes, and complex emotions flashed in his deep eyes. When he saw Wang Shua and the people around him, his complex eyes were filled with hope for life.
"Brother, are you ready?" Wang Shua held the man's hand tightly.
"I have invited Master Su from Qingyang Taoist Temple to help you. Wang Shua continued, with a barely perceptible excitement in his tone. When Master Su was mentioned, the atmosphere in the ward seemed to perk up, and almost everyone's eyes turned to him involuntarily. Seeing that everyone was so respectful to the little girl in front of him, he took a deep breath. Although his body was still weak, his eyes were extremely firm, as if he was ready to face all challenges.
Master Su, thank you for your help. Su Shijuan nodded, walked to the bedside and took the man's pulse. Gradually, Su Shijuan's expression became solemn.
At this time, Qin Fei stood in an inconspicuous corner and opened the Eye of Delusion. It seemed as if the spirit had come into life and had taken root in the man's body, unlike its original appearance. It turned into countless fine and sharp spikes, each of which merged with the flesh and blood, and finally became closely connected with the internal organs. Like a parasite, it constantly sucks the life out of men to grow stronger. Looking at such a complicated situation, Qin Fei shook his head secretly. I thought it was just an ordinary operation, as Wang Shua said, but I didn't expect it to be so complicated. Even Qin Fei was not very confident.
Master Su.
Seeing Su Shijuan withdraw his hand, the man's voice trembled, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from the depths of his throat with difficulty, with an urgency and pleading that could not be ignored. Is there any hope for me?
I feel like I really can't hold on any longer.
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes were fixed on Su Shijuan, and they even controlled their breathing very carefully, waiting for her final conclusion.
I'm not too sure.
Su Shijuan sighed softly, with a hint of helplessness in her tone. But when these words were spoken, everyone's eyes lit up.
So there is hope?
They all examined the man, but everyone concluded that he was beyond help. Normally speaking, a normal person like him would have died 800 times already, but the other person is miraculously still alive.
Qin Fei also looked at Su Shijuan in surprise. Master Su, go ahead.
No matter what the outcome is, I won't blame you, the man said with a hint of relief on his face.
Seeing Su Shijuan frowning, Wang Shua said, Master Su, go ahead. No matter what, this soul will be your reward.
Okay, let me try.
Immediately afterwards, Wang Shua gave his brother general anesthesia.
The moment her body was cut open, Su Shijuan was stunned, because the real situation was far more complicated than she had imagined. Time was of the essence.
Su Shijuan took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Then he concentrated his whole body and did not dare to relax for even a moment.
Everyone was shocked by the scene and knew that this was not an operation that could be completed by one person.
But no one dared to step forward.
After all, no one was sure because of its complexity and it would easily injure the patient's vital parts.
Just then, Wang Shua finally remembered someone.
But the other party has been neglected since entering the villa. Because he was busy taking care of Su Shijuan, he gradually ignored the other party's feelings.
Wang Shua pondered in his heart, asking himself if he were treated like this, would he still lend a helping hand?
Just as he was struggling internally and almost giving up the slim hope, Qin Fei had already come to his side quietly.
Do you need help?
This voice was like a ray of light in the dark night, penetrating all the haze and anxiety.
Wang Shua suddenly looked up and his eyes met Qin Fei's. At that moment, he seemed to have seen a life-saving straw, and the shame and gratitude in his heart intertwined into a complex emotion surging in his heart. Can I?
Qin Fei smiled slightly, that smile seemed to be out of tune with everyone else, and he seemed so calm and unhurried. I'll try. These three simple words fell on Wang Shua's heart like a heavy burden, making him feel unprecedented strength and courage. Upon seeing this, everyone looked at him in surprise, wondering why, at such a critical moment, Wang Shua would place all his hopes on the boy they had always looked down upon.
But this was Wang Shua's family affair.
Although they were also filled with disdain and contempt in their hearts, things had come to this point and they had nothing to say.
Qin Fei immediately stepped forward and used the Eye of Illusion.
In his field of vision, the distribution and trend of the spirit souls were clearly visible. Everyone held their breath, fearing that they would interfere with Su Shijuan and Qin Fei's operations.
They didn't expect that Qin Fei, whom they looked down upon at all, would become so brilliant at this moment. Looking at Qin Fei's skillful and precise techniques, Su Shijuan was secretly surprised.
She didn't expect that the other party was good at cheating and hurting people, and he also had his own way of saving people.
Time passed minute by minute, and the operation was successfully carried out halfway. Su Shijuan was impressed by Qin Fei's medical skills.
Qin Fei's original assistant gradually changed to assisting Qin Fei from the side. The true form of the spirit also appeared at this time, and the atmosphere in the room instantly became extremely tense.
Ding, special energy detected. Host, do you want to absorb it? After absorption, the combat power value can be increased by 3 points.
Looking at the system's prompt, Qin Fei was slightly stunned, but he ignored the fact that the system also had the function of absorbing spiritual souls.
But why is there an extra point of combat power this time? Could it be that the reason why this spirit is like this is because it regards humans as a vessel for its own growth?
Suddenly, a wave of energy spread out from the soul. Before Qin Fei could absorb it, a large amount of flesh and blood quickly grew in the man's body, wrapping the soul again. The man's body also shriveled up rapidly at this time, as if the spirit had taken away his life essence. On the screen, the man's heartbeat curve was slowly declining in a wave-like trend. Every beat seemed so weak and powerless, as if it would stop at any time. The people around looked at each other, their hearts sank to the bottom as their heartbeats gradually weakened.
Chapter 52, Scent of a Woman, Impeccable Horror. How could this happen? Wang Shua's voice echoed in the empty room.
Every word seemed to be weighed down by a heavy block of lead, revealing endless helplessness and confusion. He looked ahead with empty eyes, as if the world before his eyes had suddenly lost its color. All his efforts and hopes turned into nothing at this moment, scattered all over the ground into pieces that could not be picked up.
It's hopeless.
Su Shijuan shook her head weakly, the strands of hair on her forehead stuck to her skin due to sweat, making her look even more tired and weak. Although she came here for the soul, this result still made her feel uncomfortable. Her eyes had lost their former luster, sweat soaked her clothes, and a familiar fragrance mixed into the air, causing Qin Fei's mind to go blank in an instant.
It turned out to be her.
Qin Fei looked at Su Shijuan, as if he saw the figure under the mask last night. Although I was extremely shocked, now was obviously not the time to think about this.
There is still hope,
Qin Fei said calmly. His voice was not loud, but full of determination.
What did you say?
Upon hearing that, Su Shijuan's beautiful eyes suddenly widened with an expression of disbelief. I said he can still be saved, don't give up. Qin Fei spoke in an unquestionable and firm tone. She widened her eyes, but Qin Fei had already picked up the scalpel, and an indescribable feeling surged in his heart. She also moved, her movements were swift and precise, and every step was in perfect coordination with Qin Fei, as if the two of them had already practiced this life and death rescue countless times. The belief of the two spread quickly among the crowd like wildfire. Hope was rekindled among the people, it was a persistent pursuit of life and an infinite yearning for miracles.
Ding, special energy detected, host, do you want to absorb it? After absorption, the combat power value can be increased by 3 points.
When he came into contact with the spirit's body again, Qin Fei chose to absorb it without any hesitation. Immediately afterwards, the soul turned into a stream of energy and entered Qin Fei's body. Ding, special energy absorption successful, combat power value +3, current combat power value 32. Looking at the suddenly disappearing soul and Qin Fei's aura becoming instantly stronger, Su Shijuan widened her eyes again. You. Seeing Su Shijuan suddenly spoke incoherently, Qin Fei felt secretly guilty. No matter what the result is, it is a foregone conclusion that this soul belongs to Su Shijuan.
But as long as I don't admit it, who can be sure that this matter has anything to do with me? Don't be dazed, treat the wound quickly,
Qin Fei said seriously. Su Shijuan came back to her senses and started the action, but her mood was extremely complicated, mixed with joy and worry. Good news, the soul in the man's body chose Qin Fei, and the fundamental problem was solved. Bad news, her soul is gone, Qin Fei has become a true warrior, and his strength has become even stronger than before.
Qin Fei sighed in his heart, what a miserable worker.
Although everyone didn't know what happened, they were full of admiration for Qin Fei when they saw the man's heart rate gradually stabilizing.
Qin Fei, what's wrong? Wang Shua asked.
Now we just need to clean up the extra flesh that the spirit created, and it will most likely be fine. After these words were spoken, Wang Shua finally let go of the worry in his heart. But just as the two men moved their knife, the man's heart rate stabilized and dived into the water, and in just a few breaths, it completely returned to zero.
Qin Fei, what happened? Wang Shua asked immediately.
But no one answered his question, because the man's body was beginning to rot at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a pungent stench instantly filled the entire room.
Qin Fei's pupils shrank slightly.
With the help of the eye of illusion, Qin Fei actually saw a strange energy that was constantly converging towards the man. The next second, Su Shijuan quickly jumped back a few steps. At this time, everyone gathered around with strange looks on their faces.
Don't go over there. It's dangerous, Su Shijuan warned, but it was of no use.
An indescribable solemnity flashed across Qin Fei's brows. His sharp eyes instantly captured the subtle changes on the back of Su Shijuan's hand. I saw that the other person's hair stood up inadvertently, and there was great fear in his eyes, as if he had seen some incredible scene. Out of caution, Qin Fei slowly retreated. The man's body seemed to be corroded by an indescribable force at this moment, and the speed at which his flesh and bones decayed suddenly accelerated. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, it eventually turned into a pool of inky black sewage, quietly spreading on the ground. What's even more creepy is that this pool of sewage is not a dead thing. It seems to have self-awareness and begins to slowly wriggle like a demon awakening from the abyss, emitting a heart-pounding chill. Suddenly, it leaped up with incredible speed, like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey, and pounced towards the nearest person. Before the man could recover from his shock, he was tightly wrapped by the dark sewage and drowned in an instant. Before he could even let out a scream, he had already turned into a white skeleton. The air around seemed to freeze, and time seemed to have lost its meaning at this moment. But the dirty water did not stop and rushed towards the person next to him again. Qin Fei's heartbeat quickened, and he could feel an unprecedented sense of crisis surging towards him like a tide. Wang Ken, 55 years old, combat power 28, genetic mutation, possessor of demonic power, lives by devouring flesh and blood, a former doctor of the Institute of Biology, was ostracized due to differences in research philosophy, and has a twisted mind. Qin Fei widened his eyes and watched the pool of dirty water quickly pounced on another person, and the other person's strength also increased at this time. Wang Ken, 55 years old, combat power 29, genetic mutation, possessor of demonic power, lives by devouring flesh and blood, a former doctor of the Institute of Biology, was ostracized due to differences in research philosophy, and has a twisted mind. Without having time to think, he picked up an instrument and threw it at the sewage. Bang! A huge force came roaring in and hit the sewage accurately, smashing the bones inside into countless pieces. The sewage just had a huge hole, and it returned to its original state the next second. The others then woke up from their dreams and began to scream and flee in all directions. However, the sewage did not seem to let them go. It followed them like a shadow, chasing them relentlessly. Wherever it went, there was a tragic scene. What now? Seeing that the road they came from was blocked by sewage, Su Shijuan turned pale and subconsciously moved closer to Qin Fei. Qin Fei frowned and asked, "Can you see his weakness?" As he spoke, Qin Fei raised his pistol, aimed at the sewage, and fired continuously. However, the bullet hit the sewage and disappeared like a stone in the sea, without causing any impact. Chapter 53 Answers. Wang Shua's legs seemed to be hit by an invisible hammer. He suddenly lost all strength and fell limply to the ground. The changes in these scenes were too sudden and too cruel. He didn't understand why it turned out like this. Just a few minutes ago, those old friends and familiar faces turned into bones all over the ground. The sewage, which was originally filthy and disgusting, now spoke human language, and every word seemed to hit Wang Shua directly in the heart. Great! It turns out that the feeling of being above everything is so intoxicating. As soon as he finished speaking, the sewage quickly gathered and took shape, eventually transforming into the appearance of a young man. Looking at the young man's familiar face, Wang Shua's heart suddenly skipped a beat, as if his memory was pulled back to the distant past. Brother! Brother, is that you? Wang Shua blurted out, because the person in front of him was none other than his biological brother when he was young, Wang Can. Wang Can burst into laughter, his laughter echoing throughout the room, and his expression gradually became evil. Yes, it's me, Wang Shua, my good brother. You never thought that I would be reborn. Brother, how is this possible? What on earth have you been through? Why did it become like this? Wang Shua's voice was trembling, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth with difficulty, full of confusion and fear. He tried to get the answer from Wang Can's eyes, but what he saw was an endless abyss. It turned out like this? Wang Can covered his face and laughed wildly. My dear brother, wake up. All this is just an experiment of mine. The shackles that shackle mankind have been broken. And we, will eventually become the masters of the world. As he spoke, Wang Can walked towards Wang Shua. No, brother, this is not the real you. You are no longer the person I know. Wang Shua looked terrified and took a step back. Wang Can stopped and smiled playfully. Brother, you are still too naive. Power and desire can completely change a person, believe me. When you also have this power, you will understand. Seeing that Wang Can's heart had been twisted to the extreme, Wang Shua knew that it was useless to say anything and he stepped back step by step. If he wants to become like his brother, he would rather die. But at this moment, his eyes narrowed slightly. Qin Fei rushed over quickly, then raised his fist without saying a word and hit Wang Can on the head. Under the powerful force, Wang Can's head exploded and turned into dirty water on the ground. But at the moment the fist was retracted, the sewage quickly moved towards Wang Can's body, and finally returned to its original state.
Seeing this, Qin Fei's pupils shrank and he was horrified.
When the other party was sewage, he had no idea where to start. I thought that the opponent had turned back into a human, and my combat power was much higher than that of the opponent, so I could kill him with one blow if I attacked by surprise. It turned out that I was overthinking. The other party had completely deviated from the category of human beings. That disgusting pool of sewage was the other party's true form. Without time to think, Qin Fei launched an attack again. No matter whether the opponent was really immortal or not, he would know after trying.
Pa pa pa.
Qin Fei swung his fists continuously, each punch carrying a force of several thousand pounds.
In the blink of an eye, Wang Can was beaten to the point of no human form, and all the black liquid fell to the ground.
But Qin Fei's fist had already turned red due to the strong corrosiveness of the sewage, and he felt a stinging pain.
What kind of demon have we rescued?
Su Shijuan murmured to himself. Even though the opponent's body had been smashed to pieces by Qin Fei, the entire room was still filled with Wang Can's evil aura. Immediately afterwards, the sewage moved quickly on the ground and immediately turned back into Wang Can's appearance. He turned around slowly, looked at Qin Fei and Su Shijuan, and an evil smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect that my soul could actually create such a strong true warrior.
It seems that another experiment was successful. What experiment?
Qin Fei raised his eyebrows.
Wang Can smiled faintly. Do you believe that there are gods in this world?
Seeing that the three were silent, Wang Can continued to laugh and said, if there were no gods, where would humans come from? In other words, gods are humans, and humans can also become gods.
God? Human? Wang Shua muttered to himself, frowning and thinking, brother, are you crazy? What do you want to say? Silly brother, do you know the true purpose of the spirit soul? Isn't it to allow people to possess inner strength and become true warriors?
Wang Shua's voice echoed in the empty space, with a bit of confusion.
Yes, that's right.
Wang Can shook his head, with a bit of bitterness and helplessness in his smile, but its real purpose is to allow those true warriors who stand out to become immaculate souls that nourish the innate true warriors.
Pure soul? What does that mean? Qin Fei frowned.
For some reason, he felt vaguely uneasy in his heart. Wang Can smiled sinisterly, with a hint of madness in his eyes, because the innate true warriors themselves cannot directly absorb the spirit soul, but they can absorb the pure soul and the body of the true warrior. After hearing these words, Qin Fei took a deep breath.
So according to what you said, if the spirit of a true warrior is absorbed, what will happen to the person who is absorbed? What do you think? Wang Can smiled contemptuously.
As soon as these words came out, Qin Fei's expression froze.
He was not sure what he really was. If he was a true warrior, would he one day become food for others' growth? But that's not right.
The soul was clearly eaten by the system, and I don't have only one way to become stronger.
But Wang Can didn't know. He must have mistaken me for a real warrior.
Thinking of this, Qin Fei immediately looked at Wang Can vigilantly. Wang Can narrowed his eyes. Don't worry.
I don't want to do anything to you. Overall, I should thank you too. If it wasn't for your help, I might still be lying on that dark hospital bed. What does that have to do with the other experiment you mentioned? Qin Fei asked with a frown. It's a big deal.
Through my experiments, I can make the soul grow stronger.
For example, the immaculate soul in your body is stronger than any true warrior currently.
Su Shijuan's pupils shrank when he heard this, and an indescribable chill surged into his heart. So, you plan to use humans as containers to nourish and cultivate these spirits? Wang Can did not answer this question, but looked at Qin Fei and Su Shijuan meaningfully, and continued. The road to becoming a god is inevitably lonely.
I admire you two very much. As long as you are willing to join me, I can make you stronger.
Qin Fei and Su Shijuan looked at each other and got the answer from each other's eyes.
But Qin Fei did not rush to refuse, but asked, you mean, a true warrior can also absorb the immortal soul? I can also become stronger?
Of course.
Why do you think it's called the Immaculate Soul?
Wang Can raised the corner of his mouth, and then raised the stakes. Although you are just an ordinary true warrior, as long as we keep researching, I believe it is not impossible to make you an innate true warrior. Qin Fei raised the corner of his mouth slightly, then nodded.
One last question.
I heard that you were just an ordinary person before, not a true warrior, nor a congenital true warrior.
So what are you now? Chapter 54, Tricks and Counter-Tricks. Can you still be considered a human being now?
Qin Fei's question was as sharp as a blade.
I.
Wang Can's smile froze for a moment, because even he didn't understand what he was. It seemed that such doubts had always remained in Su Shijuan and Wang Shuo's hearts. The air seemed to freeze at this moment, and they stared at Wang Can without blinking. Wang Can's eyes were deep and his tone was cold as he said, God is human, and human can also become God.
What do you think I am now?
Qin Fei smiled contemptuously, I don't think you look like a human, let alone a god. Instead, you look like a ghost, like an evil ghost crawling out of the abyss. After these words were spoken, Su Shijuan felt that the temperature around her seemed to have dropped a lot, which made her shudder.
What do you mean? Do you want to rebel?
Wang Can narrowed his eyes, a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he instantly changed his body shape and pounced towards Qin Fei.
Ha!
Qin Fei sneered, the word rebellion is well used.
But people with different ideals cannot work together.
As he spoke, Qin Fei circulated his internal energy and punched out directly. In a short while, the two exchanged more than 10 moves, but Wang Can's attack method was single and he was always passively beaten. But even so, Qin Fei didn't feel good. Every time he beat his opponent, his fist would be corroded to varying degrees.
Have you thought it through? Do you really want to be my enemy? Wang Can shouted sternly after he recovered.
But the next second, Qin Fei gave the answer and punched out again, defeating the opponent again. It was Wang Can who started the fight first, and it was also Wang Can who negotiated the peace.
How could things be so simple in the world?
Only strength is the hard truth.
Since this road is blocked, use your fists to open it.
The reason why Qin Fei was so confident was that he found that every time he defeated the opponent, the recovery speed changed slightly.
This also indirectly shows that the opponent is not invincible. Although he may not be able to keep the opponent, he will not be afraid of him. After all, his fighting power is real.
Okay. After several rounds of one-sided confrontation, Wang Can quickly ran to the corner of the wall, then regained his human form, turned around and gave Qin Fei a vicious look.
Since you are so ungrateful, next time we meet, I will take the immaculate soul from your body.
After saying these harsh words, Wang Can turned into sewage again, and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye with Wang Shuo.
Garbage! Qin Fei snorted coldly.
But Qin Fei knew in his heart that Wang Can was not shooting in the dark. As long as the other party devoured flesh and blood, he would be able to grow rapidly.
Looking at myself, the other party must think that I became stronger by relying on his spirit, right? But sorry, I'm also cheating.
Su Shijuan held her breath the whole time, and only when Wang Can completely disappeared did she let out a long sigh. But at this moment, he met Qin Fei's beast-like gaze.
Master Su, we meet again. You, what do you mean?
Su Shijuan avoided his gaze, glanced cautiously at the door behind Qin Fei with her peripheral vision, and subconsciously took a step back. She didn't know how Qin Fei did it. He could fight her on equal terms last night, but soon he crushed her with his absolute strength. Now he was so strong that she didn't even have the courage to fight back.
What do you mean? You want me to give you a hint? Qin Fei walked towards Su Shijuan step by step with an evil smile.
Su Shijuan's eyes were wide open, filled with fear and helplessness. She was frightened and backed away repeatedly until her back was pressed against the cold stone wall and she could no longer retreat. The stone wall behind her was like her last line of defense, but also like the starting point of her real despair. Her hands were clasped tightly across her chest, as if she was trying to ward off the unknown and fear that was about to come. Every breath was rapid and disordered, and every heartbeat was accompanied by a violent tremor.
You, don't come over here. I'm warning you.
Looking at the white bones all around, the air was still filled with the smell of decay, as if this was not the human world, but purgatory. There is a sense of powerlessness, as if no one is responding to my calls to heaven or earth. Soon, Qin Fei's body was getting closer and closer. At this moment, she finally remembered everything about this bad guy. She closed her eyes in despair, and what was going to happen next seemed to have already passed through her mind.
Then, I heard a hot voice next to my ear. Do you need me to give you another hint? Masked man? Su Shijuan opened her eyes suddenly. You knew? How did you know? Qin Fei approached her body, took a deep breath, and said in a magnetic voice. I will never forget the smell of you.
Su Shijuan was breathing heavily, her heart beating fast, and she lowered her head slightly.
What do you want?
The tone was less fearful but more charming, which made Qin Fei's heart beat fast. Qin Fei pressed one hand against the wall, stared at her, and asked, "What do you think I should do to you?" Su Shijuan's mind went blank and she stood there in a daze. At this time, Qin Fei had already been approached.
No. Don't. Su Shijuan hurriedly pushed Qin Fei away.
She looked up at Qin Fei, then lowered her head again. "Not here, let's go to another place, okay?" There was a cry in her voice, but Qin Fei was happy in his heart.
I just wanted to play a trick on the other person, but I didn't expect everything to go so smoothly.
Qin Fei looked around and saw that it was indeed a horrible sight, so he said softly, "Then let's go to my place. I live next door, and my bed is big and soft."
Su Shijuan nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Come.
Qin Fei took Su Shijuan's hand and walked out of the house. After walking through the living room, out of the garden, and past her blue Maserati, Su Shijuan suddenly stopped.
What's wrong? Qin Fei asked, turning around.
Su Shijuan still had her head down, with a thick blush on her face. Su Shijuan said, Qin Fei, wait for me here for a moment, I'll go get something from the car." The voice was as thin as a mosquito, but it sounded like the sound of nature.
Qin Fei smiled. No need for that, my stuff is good stuff, it's good for you. Su Shijuan didn't understand what Qin Fei meant. She didn't know which one it was? What good thing was he going to give me?
But no matter what Qin Fei said, she still let go of Qin Fei's hand, then magnified her perception, and walked slowly towards Blue Martha like a snail. But the moment the car door opened, she jumped in quickly like a nimble rabbit. Then he quickly closed the door, started the engine, shifted gears, stepped on the accelerator, and did it all in one go, rushing out in a flash.
Qin Fei was left alone in the wind. Chapter 55 Helper.
Su Shijuan sat in the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel tightly with both hands, her fingertips turning slightly white due to excessive tension. Her eyes kept glancing at the rearview mirror until the car was far away from the villa area. Only then did she dare to relax her tense nerves and let out a long sigh. As vehicles shuttled through the city, her eyes turned slightly red and a sour emotion surged in her heart.
"Why?" she whispered softly, her voice full of confusion and fatigue.
Every encounter with Qin Fei was like a trap carefully set by God.
It seemed to have many benefits, but every time it almost cost him his life.
After a while, she parked the car steadily on the side of the road near the club, looked up at the big words Heaven on Earth Spa High-End Club, and felt aggrieved. The car door slammed shut. Seeing this, the waiter at the door had a flash of surprise in his eyes. He then quickly picked up the intercom and lowered his voice with a hint of urgency in his tone.
Quickly inform young Master Lu that the woman is here again."
There seemed to be some instructions coming from the other end of the intercom, and the waiter's eyes immediately became more cautious. At the same time, deep in the club, a flurry of footsteps broke the original tranquility. In a secret private room, the lights suddenly came on, and several women in scantily clad clothes hurriedly grabbed their clothes like frightened deer, and quickly disappeared through the side door, leaving the room in panic and the lingering smell of perfume.
"Hello, distinguished guest, welcome."
Seeing Su Shijuan walk in, the waiter's voice rang out at the right time, with a professional smile, but it was difficult to conceal the curiosity and a hint of sympathy in his eyes. Su Shijuan frowned, she could feel that there seemed to be something wrong with these waiters.
"I'm looking for Lu Bai, where is he?"
Just then, a receptionist wearing an exquisite cheongsam and with a pretty face came over.
"Please wait a moment, sir. I will ask for you." As she spoke, she quietly turned aside, touched the intercom with her finger, and lowered her voice. "Are you guys ready? That woman is coming in." "Got it, everything is ready, you can let her in."
After receiving the instructions, the woman at the front desk smiled professionally again and led the way for Su Shijuan.
"Hello, distinguished guest. This way please."
After Su Shijuan left, a group of waiters immediately began whispering to each other.
"You are so beautiful, how could you still lack a man? Why are you so persistent?" "Yes, it was her last night too. She almost scared me to death.
I didn't expect that she would come again today after being driven away."
"That's right, ah."
The private room's door opened and Su Shijuan walked in with a sullen face. The unpleasant smell of perfume still lingered in the room.
Su Shijuan frowned and saw a woman giving Lu Bai a foot massage.
"Junior sister, why are you here?
Is the matter done?"
Lu Bai smiled seriously. Seeing Su Shijuan sitting on the chair opposite him without saying a word, her face looked terribly gloomy. Seeing this, Lu Bai waved at the technician, and the technician tactfully retreated.
At this time, Lu Bai joked, "No way, no way? Junior sister, you can't even do this?" After hearing this, Su Shijuan felt extremely angry. "How dare you say that? Last night I asked you to come with me, but you came here to get your feet massaged. Today I asked you to come with me, but you're still here to get your feet massaged? You're so cool, are you going to take care of the Mountain Gates affairs?" Lu Bai chuckled and scratched his head. Didn't Master say that everything should follow the natural way? Tao follows nature?
Su Shijuan was not used to Lu Bai's carefree look at all. She felt a tightness in her chest and gritted her teeth and said,
"Okay. Come and tell me, is it Master who instructed you to stay in this place all day?" No. Junior sister, you don't understand this. Foot massage is also a way, and the technique is also a method. I believe that the Master will understand me. Otherwise, I will find a technician to help you massage, and you can also feel it?" After Lu Bai finished speaking, he saw Su Shijuan seemed to be looking for something everywhere. Lu Bai still didn't realize the seriousness of the matter, and continued to speak in a conscientious manner. "Junior sister, you can't even do these two small things. Shouldn't you reflect on yourself? Think carefully, is it because you haven't worked hard enough?" But the next second, a flash of cold light appeared. Hey. Junior sister, why are you drawing your sword? That's my precious sword." Lu Bai immediately jumped up from the massage bed and took a defensive posture. At this time, he finally knew what Su Shijuan was looking for. "Junior sister, don't be impulsive. Listen to my explanation. I am doing a good deed." "Good deeds?" Su Shijuan frowned, somewhat puzzled. "Yes. It's a good deed, put down your sword first." "Ah." Lu Bai sighed deeply, looking ashamed. "My father is a gambler, my mother is sick, my younger brother is sensible, my husband is abusive, and my family is broken. Junior sister, if I don't help her, who will?" Su Shijuan raised her eyebrows, unable to find the words to refute for a moment. Seeing that Su Shijuan had calmed down, Lu Bai waved his hand gently, and the sword in Su Shijuan's hand disappeared and returned to Lu Bai's hand. "Junior sister, tell me, what exactly happened?" Lu Bai sat back and began to be curious about the reasons why Su Shijuan failed twice. Su Shijuan took a deep breath and told Lu Bai what happened both times. The more Lu Bai listened, the more bizarre it seemed to him, and he secretly felt a little scared. "I have watched Su Shijuan grow up since she was a child. Their relationship is not that of siblings, but it is better than that of real siblings. How dare you flirt with my junior sister?" Lu Bai's eyes were filled with anger. Su Shijuan smiled bitterly. "Brother, forget it, I am also a wild child with no one to care about me anyway. How can this be possible?" Lu Bai stood up in a flash. "Where are you going?" Su Shijuan asked. Lu Bai snorted coldly. "Of course I'll help you teach that bastard a lesson. And take back the soul by the way." Su Shijuan laughed secretly, then it settled. But at this moment, Su Shijuan felt nervous again for no reason. Soon, the two walked out. Before getting in the car, Lu Bai looked back at the club and muttered to himself. "Love starts with the bell, and it's hard to calm down when the bell stops. Fate starts with the bell falling, and the bell falls with the beauty. Wait for me. I will come back." "What are you mumbling about? Are you going or not?" "Go." "Of course." After a while, the two returned to the villa area again, but they didn't know that Qin Fei had already taken a taxi to Dream Chasing Pavilion. "Brother, the person is not here, what should I do?" Lu Bai scratched his head and chuckled. "Junior sister, how about sending me back to the club first and come back in the evening?" After hearing these words, Su Shijuan stamped her feet in anger and glared over immediately. "Humph. Don't even think about it. Just wait. Wait till you die." Chapter 56, Change of Mind. Qin Fei got out of the taxi and looked up. A medium to large store not far away came into view. It is like a shining pearl in this bustling neighborhood, shining brightly among the surrounding slightly dim buildings. The shop's doorfront is even more unique, with the three big words Dream Chasing Pavilion engraved in golden letters. Qin Fei smiled slightly and walked in. But as soon as I entered the door, I was stunned. The huge shop was almost empty, and Zhang Mengmeng was sitting on a rocking chair at the counter, as if she was asleep.
As if she heard some noise, Zhang Mengmeng raised her head and looked. When he found out it was Qin Fei, he immediately smiled.
Qin Fei, why did you come just now? Qin Fei looked around and asked in confusion, why are you alone? Is there a thief here? No.
Zhang Mengmeng stood up from the rocking chair and said with a smile, I sold all the things at a low price and fired all the employees.
What does this mean? Are you going to close the door?
Qin Fei raised his eyebrows.
Zhang Mengmeng smiled slyly, how can selling antiques be as profitable as gambling on stones?
From now on, you will be responsible for driving, and I will be responsible for selling.
Why should she eat coarse grains when she is addicted to eating fine bran?
As long as there is a master like Qin Fei, he can just sell it to Tang Wushuan when the time comes.
It's simply making money without doing anything.
Qin Fei was slightly stunned. At this time, Zhang Mengmeng had already taken Qin Fei's hand and walked out of the store.
Where are you going? Qin Fei looked confused and followed him out reluctantly.
Zhang Mengmeng smiled mischievously but said nothing. It was not until Qin Fei was thrown into the car and driven onto the highway that Qin Fei could no longer control his curiosity.
Is this the way to the provincial capital? You're not going to drag me to gamble on stones right after we meet, are you? How could that be? Zhang Mengmeng blushed slightly, I'm taking you to my house for dinner. Your home?
Zhang Mengmeng lowered her head slightly, her expression somewhat unnatural, and she didn't even notice that the vehicle had gone off the track. Hearing the crazy horn sounds from behind the car, Zhang Mengmeng finally came to her senses. She slowly adjusted the steering wheel, feeling a little scared. Qin Fei was also speechless. If he knew how to drive, he would have at least gone up and done a few things. He secretly made up his mind that once he got some system points, he would definitely learn how to become a skilled driver.
Of course, eating is one thing, but the most important thing is that I want to take you to meet my dad. Dad? It's my dad.
Zhang Mengmeng corrected hurriedly, then raised her eyebrows and said in an unquestionable tone, why?
Are you unhappy? I just want you to play my boyfriend. Oh? Qin Fei smiled wickedly, what do you mean by acting? It is what I am talking about.
Don't worry, I will definitely perform well in front of our dad.
Don't give me that.
Zhang Mengmeng rolled her eyes at Qin Fei.
Have you told your girlfriend about our relationship? You just want to take advantage of me.
This. The atmosphere was awkward for a moment, and the car soon drove into a manor. After getting out of the car, Zhang Mengmeng took Qin Fei into the living room. A handsome and elegant middle-aged man was sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper. When he saw Zhang Mengmeng and Qin Fei come in, he put down the newspaper and stood up. Dad, this is the boyfriend I mentioned, Qin Fei.
Zhang Mengmeng introduced. Hello, uncle. Qin Fei greeted politely. Well, sit down.
Father Zhang nodded, then looked Qin Fei up and down with a scrutinizing look.
Qin Fei felt a little uneasy and could only hide it with a smile. You opened the pigeon blood red and gave it to Mengmeng? Yes, uncle. Qin Fei replied respectfully, I think Mengmeng deserves the best. Zhang's father's eyes were filled with disdain. What do you do for a living?
Qin Fei thought to himself, and for a moment he really didn't know what he was doing.
Forget it, it's not important. Father Zhang waved his hands, a little impatient.
At this moment, Zhang Mengmeng hurriedly said, he is now the boss of Dream Chasing Pavilion and has close ties with Jade Jewelry International. At the same time, she held Qin Fei's hand tightly and looked very sweet.
However, Zhang's father frowned slightly, What time is it? Still thinking about making a little profit, what use is this to our Zhang family?
That cold snort was like a chilly winter wind, instantly lowering the temperature in the room by a few degrees.
Zhang Mengmeng's face froze, but Zhang's father seemed to know what Zhang Mengmeng was going to say, and continued. Mengmeng, don't look at me like that. I'm doing this for your own good.
In the past, I may have been too indulgent and left you with a shadow, but now the whole world has changed.
I've had enough of playing with you.
You should, and must, plan your future well and contribute a little to our Zhang family.
Contribution? Zhang Mengmeng smiled coldly, tears in her eyes. Dad, isn't it too late for you to talk to me about contribution now? Have you made any contribution to the Zhang family? Don't forget, that's what Grandpa promised me.
If I can earn 3 billion by my own efforts before I turn 30, no one in the Zhang family will interfere with my freedom, not even you. As soon as these words came out, Zhang's father stood up excitedly. What I just said is what your grandfather meant. Seeing that the atmosphere between father and daughter was not right, Qin Fei hurriedly interrupted them.
No, uncle, you said making billions is useless, then what do you think is useful? Father Zhang sneered, what's the use? Come out with me.
Having said that, Zhang's father walked out with a sullen face.
Our dad looks difficult to deal with. Qin Fei whispered into Zhang Mengming's ear.
Zhang Mengming said angrily, don't worry about him, he just can't stand seeing me doing well, let's go back. Qin Fei shook his head and smiled confidently at Zhang Mengming.
Let's go and take a look first. I think I understand what dad means. Maybe he will change his mind after a while. Are you sure?
Zhang Mengming looked up at Qin Fei and pouted. If you can't save your face later, I won't take care of you. For some reason, she now felt a vague sense of anticipation in her heart. Because every time Qin Fei showed such an expression, he never let her down. When the two of them walked out, they saw Zhang's father standing under a crooked tree that was as thick as a bowl. He turned around to look at Qin Fei and grinned, watch out, kid.
I'm going to tell you what works now.
Before he finished speaking, Zhang's father stretched out his body, pushed the ground hard with his feet, and turned into a black lightning, rushing straight towards the seemingly fragile crooked tree.
Bang! A deafening roar broke the tranquility of the manor.
Under Zhang's father's punch, the tree trunk was as fragile as paper and broke in an instant, with branches and leaves flying and wood chips scattering everywhere.
Zhang Mengming was stunned. When did her dandy father become so powerful? Humph! Boy, now you know what my Zhang family needs, right?
Please leave my daughter immediately. Just at this moment, a black extended car drove in and slowly stopped. Then, a tall and beautiful woman got out of the car.
Chapter 57. I'm really not familiar with her.
Qin Fei couldn't help but look over there, but when he saw it, he was stunned for a moment.
Isn't this the beautiful policewoman Zhang Mengming? What is she doing here?
Just when Qin Fei was puzzled, Zhang's father beside him immediately changed his expression.
Mengming, you're back? Father Zhang's voice was full of tenderness and his eyes were filled with deep joy. Dad, eh? Sister? Why are you here too? Zhang Mengming's voice was clear and pleasant, with a bit of surprise and confusion. Dad? Qin Fei felt unwell and looked at Zhang Mengming with wide eyes.
Zhang Mengming just responded indifferently without even looking at Zhang Mengming. At the same time, Zhang Mengming's eyes wandered among several people, and she immediately found Qin Fei among the three.
Qin Fei? Zhang Mengming blurted out and stood there in a daze.
She looked at Qin Fei in disbelief. She never expected to see him here. Her heart beat faster and a blush appeared on her face.
Do you know each other? Zhang's father asked curiously.
At this time, Zhang Mengming turned a deaf ear to him, and her whole mind was on Qin Fei, so she ran over with a cheerful step and boldly took Qin Fei's arm. Qin Fei, you are such a fool.
Why didn't you reply to my message? Why are you in my house?
Zhang Mengming suddenly felt her heart beating fast.
Could it be that he came here to propose marriage?
At this moment, Qin Fei was completely numb. He immediately pulled his hand back and coughed awkwardly.
I don't know her well. But even though Qin Fei said this, Zhang Mengming and Zhang's father's faces were still terribly gloomy.
Zhang Mengming was a bit unwilling to give in, and she held on to him again. Qin Fei, how can you say that?
We have checked into a hotel together, how come we are not familiar with each other anymore?
The word book a room came like a bolt from the blue. Zhang Mengming suddenly remembered the female voice that came from the phone call with Qin Fei that day.
Could it be that Zhang Mengming is Qin Fei's real girlfriend? Father Zhang closed his eyes tightly and took a long breath.
This was really retribution. Immediately afterwards, the conversation between them kept flashing through the minds of Zhang Mengming and Zhang's father.
Why don't you reply to my message? I don't know her well. We have checked into a hotel together.
From these fragments of information, both of them came to the same conclusion, that is, after Qin Fei had played with Zhang Mengming, he abandoned her. At this moment, Zhang Mengming's good impression of Qin Fei suddenly dropped to zero, and she even felt a lot of disgust towards him.
At this time, Qin Fei pulled his hand out again. What room? Don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with you.
But in the eyes of Zhang Mengming and Zhang's father, such behavior further confirmed his label as a scumbag.
Look. Is this the boyfriend you were looking for?
Zhang's father questioned Zhang Mengming, but he suddenly realized that this also applied to Zhang Mengming.
For a moment, he was extremely angry.
Just relying on his looks and talent, he actually played with his two daughters at the same time.
Father Zhang's veins suddenly popped up and his eyes turned red. You bastard.
Then he punched Qin Fei fiercely. But the punch that could easily break the crooked tree seemed as slow as a snail to Qin Fei, and he dodged it by simply turning sideways.
Father Zhang was stunned for a second, wondering how Qin Fei dodged it. Was it luck or strength?
At this time, Zhang Mengmeng was still immersed in happiness, completely unaware of Zhang's father's psychological activities, and suddenly burst into tears.
Dad, are you crazy? Why did you hit him? He's my boyfriend.
It would have been better if she didn't say it. Instead, after she said it, Zhang's father instantly lost his mind and immediately launched a crazy attack on Qin Fei. It is said that men don't shed tears easily, let alone when they reach middle age.
Father Zhang kept waving his fists, but he still couldn't touch Qin Fei.
He felt like he was going crazy. He never expected that one day the little girl he had taken such good care of would actually lie in the arms of this scumbag, and there would be two of them at once.
Bah, what a scumbag! Zhang Mengmeng snorted.
Not understanding why her sister was like this, Zhang Mengmeng sat on the ground and started crying.
Wow, he's my boyfriend. Why don't you like him, Dad? Stop hitting me.
Father Zhang gnashed his teeth in anger, pointed at Qin Fei and angrily said, Mengmeng, he dumped you and now he's messing with your sister, and you're still protecting him? But this was not what made him most angry. What made him even more angry was that he knew that the other party had ruined his two daughters, but he could not vent his anger.
I have just become a true warrior not long ago. Why can't I even touch the opponent with all the strength I am so proud of?
Zhang Mengmeng blinked her big watery eyes. Sister, you and Qin Fei.
I don't know him.
Zhang Mengmeng folded her hands over her chest and said firmly.
But the anger on his face didn't seem to be the case.
At this moment, Zhang Mengmeng seemed to understand why Qin Fei was here and why her father was so angry. She also understood why Qin Fei didn't reply to his message. It turned out that he and his sister were a couple. No wonder it all came to this, it was all because of me. But it doesn't matter, everyone has the right to pursue happiness. At the same time, Qin Fei looked at Zhang Mengmeng, then at Zhang's father, and felt that he was more wrong than Doi, but he had no way to defend himself.
It's true that we checked into a hotel, but I really didn't beat her with a stick. No, Mengmeng, Dad, oh no, Uncle, I really don't know her well. How dare you say that? Zhang's father was immediately furious.
This time he even used his hands and feet to launch another fierce attack. Qin Fei sighed helplessly. How could things turn out like this?
Then he stopped dodging, blocked Zhang's father's fist with one hand, and then held it tightly. You? Father Zhang's face was filled with horror. He didn't expect that with just one simple attack from the other party, he would instantly lose his fighting ability? So, if the other party wants to kill me, does that mean?
At this moment, he finally calmed down, like a deflated ball, and instantly aged dozens of years.
He said dejectedly, Alas! You are indeed qualified to be my son-in-law.
After hearing this, Zhang Mengmeng and Zhang Mengmeng were extremely shocked.
They immediately looked at Zhang's father, wondering why the other party changed so quickly. Qin Fei shook his head secretly. If he had known that force was so effective, why would so many mistakes have happened?
But then, Zhang's father seemed to regain his heroic spirit, turned around and said with gritted teeth, But you can only choose one.
After the words fell, Zhang Mengmeng looked disdainful.
Zhang Mengmeng looked at Qin Fei with anticipation, as if the words choose me were written on her face. Qin Fei sighed slightly and said, Uncle, Mengmeng, it's really not what you think. Then, Qin Fei recounted how he met Zhang Mengmeng in the process of checking in a hotel to take a shower, with some omissions.
Chapter 58 Retention. Really?
Zhang Mengmeng looked at Qin Fei suspiciously. Qin Fei nodded vigorously, then pointed at Zhang Mengmeng and said, If you don't believe me, you can ask her. Although nothing really happened, we were honest with each other.
What do you have to say?
Zhang Mengmeng raised her head unconvinced.
This. Qin Fei couldn't understand how someone could say such words. Was he planning to rely on him?
But the other party only has two daughters, so he would be satisfied to accept Zhang Mengmeng as one. What's more, she really doesn't have much good feelings towards Zhang Mengmeng, so the most important thing right now is how to get over this matter. At this time, Zhang's father walked up to him with a big laugh, his face full of smugness.
Mengmeng, we are all family, so let's just leave it at that.
You must handle your relationship with your brother-in-law well in the future. He thought that both daughters had already, but nothing could make him happier than learning that Zhang Mengmeng and Qin Fei did not have a deeper relationship. And these words have clearly shown his decision. Zhang Mengmeng turned her head away and pursed her lips. Who said I want to marry him? There was joy, as well as grievance and dissatisfaction in his tone. Then, she suddenly thought of a question. Since the female voice she heard on the phone was not Zhang Mengmeng, it meant that Qin Fei's girlfriend was someone else. She didn't mind Qin Fei having multiple women, but she did mind how Qin Fei should properly handle this relationship.
If you don't marry me, I will.
Zhang Mengmeng stood up and walked forward to hold Qin Fei's arm again, but was stopped by Zhang's father. Father Zhang smiled softly. Mengmeng, you must maintain a good relationship with your brother-in-law in the future.
Don't forget that we are a family now. Regarding Zhang Mengmeng's refusal, Zhang's father just thought that she was angry with Qin Fei.
Besides, no one would feel good about such a mistake. The eldest daughter must have done something with Qin Fei, and he would never let the second daughter get involved.
His greatest contribution to the family was giving birth to two beautiful daughters.
After all, it is better to exchange one daughter for a master who marries into the wife's family than to exchange one for two daughters.
Dad, are you confused? Where did I get a brother-in-law?
She's not getting married. You should tell her that you must handle your relationship with your brother-in-law well in the future.
This.
Father Zhang held Zhang Mengmeng's hand tightly and dared not let go, for fear that she would slip into Qin Fei's arms.
Mengmeng, come on, express your opinion.
I know you've always given in to Mengmeng since we were little, but this time I'm making the decision for you. Zhang Mengmeng had tears in her eyes and her lips trembled as she said, if she wants to marry, let her marry.
I won't marry anyway. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Mengmeng's eyes suddenly lit up. Okay. You said it.
This.
Qin Fei stood there feeling a little overwhelmed. How about just forget it? Hearing Qin Fei say this, Zhang's father and Zhang Mengmeng said almost in unison. What counts? Although they have the same pronunciation, they express two different meanings.
At this moment, a slightly charming voice suddenly came from a distance.
What are you doing here? I've been looking for you for a long time but can't find you.
Qin Fei looked up and saw a middle-aged woman in noble clothes standing under a willow tree. She looked 50% similar to Zhang Mengmeng, but with a different charm that was hard to describe. Qin Fei narrowed his eyes.
If he guessed correctly, this mature woman was Zhang Mengmeng's biological mother and Zhang Mengmeng's stepmother. Hey! Mengmeng is here too? Who is this?
The mature woman felt that the atmosphere between the few people was a little strange, and wanted to see if she could find out what had happened through the mouth of an outsider. But at this moment, Zhang Mengmeng lowered her head shyly and said, Mom, I'm getting married, and this is my fiancé. The mature woman looked Qin Fei up and down and nodded with satisfaction. He is quite a handsome man. Seeing that the mature woman did not object, Zhang's father said in a deep voice, Baiji, don't listen to Mengmeng's nonsense. He is Mengmeng's boyfriend, and I agree to their marriage.
Zhang Pinghan.
The mature woman placed her right hand on the back of her left hand, posing as if she were noble. I don't care who Zhang Mengmeng wants to be with, but you are not allowed to separate the person my daughter likes.
Oh. You woman, you don't understand anything. Father Zhang was a little anxious.
He quickly stepped forward, pulled the mature woman aside, and then explained in a low voice.
Zhang Mengmeng took this opportunity to quickly hold Qin Fei's arm. Qin Fei, when did you and our sister meet? Don't do it. Qin Fei pulled his hand out again. We really don't know each other well.
Humph. Zhang Mengmeng put her hands on her hips, looking annoyed. Qin Fei, just wait for me. Soon, the mature woman came back with a complicated expression. Don't just stand there, the food is getting cold.
Father Zhang walked up to Qin Fei, hugged Qin Fei, and was indescribably happy. Come on, let's go, we must have a good drink today.
Zhang's father enthusiastically pulled Qin Fei towards the dining table, saying as they walked, Qin Fei, we are a family from now on, you must treat Mengmeng well. Qin Fei nodded, and seeing Zhang Mengmeng had a stern face, he secretly groaned in his heart. Although things developed too quickly and beyond his expectations, it might not be a bad thing. At the dinner table, Zhang Mengmeng kept picking up food for Qin Fei, her eyes full of love. Qin Fei looked at Zhang Mengmeng somewhat awkwardly, only to see that she just lowered her head to eat and didn't seem to care. Soon, Zhang Pinghan and Qin Fei started drinking one cup after another. After 3 rounds of drinks, Zhang Pinghan finally asked the questions in his mind.
Qin Fei, you also absorbed the spirit soul, right?
Qin Fei raised his eyebrows and said, Uncle, could it be that you also?
After receiving Qin Fei's affirmation, Zhang Pinghan frowned, expressing his confusion, but we both absorbed the spirit, why are you so powerful? I thought I was invincible.
Qin Fei scratched his head with a dry laugh, then toasted Zhang Pinghan again. Slowly, the two of them drank one cup after another, and Qin Fei felt a little drunk. At this time, Zhang Pinghan raised his wine glass again. Qin Fei was about to refuse when Zhang Pinghan fell headfirst onto the dining table. Upon seeing this, a barely perceptible hint of color flashed in the eyes of Zhang Mengmeng and her biological mother at the same time. Zhang Mengmeng's biological mother smiled at Qin Fei apologetically. He is just like this. When he is happy, he can't help but drink a few more glasses. Qin Fei, you drank a lot too, right? If you don't mind, you can stay here tonight and go back tomorrow? Chapter 59, Offense and Defense Change. Qin Fei felt his whole head was confused. He had a brief phone conversation with Nian Yuyu in a daze and then stayed there. In the middle of the night, Qin Fei was half sober, but still groggy and felt very thirsty, so he got out of bed to get some water. But on the way back, I unexpectedly heard a faint panting sound coming from a room. With his blood boiling, Qin Fei curiously opened the Eye of Illusion and took a look. But he discovered that Zhang Mengmeng was playing the symphony that should have been completed by two people alone. Looking at the scene in front of him, Qin Fei was numb. With half the effect of alcohol and half the passion, Qin Fei broke into the room directly. Zhang Mengmeng was frightened and stood there in a daze, maintaining the same posture, without moving. Mengmeng, I didn't expect you to be this kind of Zhang Mengmeng. Qin Fei licked his lips frantically and rushed forward quickly. Don't come over here, what are you doing? Don't, ah. Ding, true love is captured successfully, combat power value +5, current combat power value 37. Points plus 1,500, current points 1,500, can increase combat power, can exchange skills. Ding, the score exceeds 1,000, and the special skill has been activated. Covered in dark clouds and deep in the woods, a military base is located. On this pitch-black night, the wind was blowing through the woods with a biting chill. Two fully armed soldiers stood at the entrance of the base, unaware that danger was approaching. On the ground, a dark, unidentified object was moving at high speed without making any sound. What's that stinky smell? A soldier frowned and sniffed hard. The sound echoed in the empty space, carrying a bit of uneasiness and confusion. The torch in his hand flickered, and the faint light barely illuminated a few steps ahead. Just as he was trying to identify the source of the strange smell, the ground under his feet suddenly became unusually soft and slowly swallowed him up like a living thing. He didn't even have time to shout before he lost consciousness in an instant. Not far away, another soldier keenly noticed the abnormality of his companion, but just before he was ready to take action, the black shadow arrived as expected. After dealing with the two soldiers, the black shadow quickly transformed into a human form, then glanced at the base and smiled evilly. You didn't expect it, Wang Can is back alive again. Afterwards, he dived to the ground again and quickly rushed into the base. At the same time, Su Shijuan and Lu Bai were still waiting outside Qin Fei's villa. Junior sister, it's almost 1 in the middle of the night. Do you think that guy will come back? Su Shijuan glared at Lu Bai, eyes filled with anger as he said, Brother, you were not like this before. How long have we been down the mountain? Why are you becoming less and less focused? Junior sister, it's not that I don't have the willpower, but I have a card over there. Do you know how many broken families are waiting for me to save them? Su Shijuan frowned. She had waited for so long. If she gave up now, wouldn't it be a waste of time? No. Wait for me. Wait till death. On the other hand, Zhang Mengmeng fell from the heaven of ecstasy to the earth several times and gradually woke up from her dream. Looking at Qin Fei busy around in front of her, her tears instantly flowed down, beating against Qin Fei's chest. How could you do this? Bastard! How could you, ah! Her voice trembled, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth. At the moment when her emotions were about to explode, her moist red lips were blocked by the other party, and her consciousness was once again lost in the storm at this moment. When the last acre of land was plowed, Qin Fei leaned close to her ear and whispered softly. I have already planted a mark on you. For the rest of our lives, we will be closely connected and inseparable. Zhang Mengmeng was breathing heavily, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She didn't know what was wrong with her. She knew she shouldn't do that, but her body was out of control. She pushed Qin Fei hard, tears in her eyes, and said angrily, What do you mean by never parting? You are a scumbag, don't think I will give in. After hearing this, Qin Fei became a little angry. He stood up and looked down at her.
It seems that I was too gentle to you just now. Haven't you learned enough of your lesson yet?
Qin Fei's gaze was upright and firm, and Zhang Mengmeng suddenly felt weak and helpless. But soon, Qin Fei used practical actions to tell her that her feeling was correct. After a long time, both of them lay tiredly on the bed and looked at the ceiling. Zhang Mengmeng suddenly said, "I think we should all think about this carefully."
Qin Fei said nothing and put on his clothes silently.
Before walking out of the room, Qin Fei turned around and glared at Zhang Mengmeng. "I don't care what you think, I care what I think.
If you want to end your relationship with me, wait until next life."
Having said that, Qin Fei slammed the door shut and returned to his room.
It is said that everything is difficult at the beginning. Qin Fei is not in a hurry.
If one time doesn't work, he will try 5, 6, 7, 8 times, 100 times. For a long while, Zhang Mengmeng stared at her door in a daze.
After an unknown amount of time, she smiled softly. "So this is what love with a man feels like?"
After saying that, she turned off the desk lamp and prepared to greet the morning light of the next day. In the second half of the night, Qin Fei had already fallen asleep in his room alone. However, just as the dream was about to reach its climax, the untimely sound of a door opening woke Qin Fei up. In the dark room, a figure walked in stealthily.
Step. 2 steps. 3 steps.
Finally, the figure stopped beside his bed, and even his breathing became cautious.
Qin Fei was curious. Who on earth broke into his room in the middle of the night?
At this time, the other party had already taken off his clothes.
Although it is not clear, the gender of the other person can be clearly identified from the outline.
Immediately afterwards, before Qin Fei could react, the other party had already pressed his entire body against him. Feeling the other person's cool and tender skin, Qin Fei's mouth corners raised subconsciously.
Could this familiar touch be Zhang Mengmeng? He pretended to be asleep on purpose, wanting to see what the butt was going to do. But the other party just twisted around without taking any further action, which made Qin Fei very angry. So he just turned over and changed the offense and defense instantly. Qin Fei couldn't see the other person's expression clearly, but he could clearly feel the other person's nervousness from his trembling body. You are really a woman who says one thing and thinks another. Qin Fei chuckled.
Chapter 60, Double Kill, the most worrying thing happened. Ding, true love is captured successfully, combat power value plus 5, current combat power value 42. Points plus 500, current points 2000, can increase combat power, can exchange skills. Whether it was the system prompt or the changes in the other party's channel, Qin Fei immediately felt something was wrong.
According to the nature of the system, there shouldn't be any prompts.
Nian Yu's appearance score of 90 points is worth 500 points, and Zhang Mengmeng's appearance score of 93 points is worth 1,500 points.
So what is this 500? Pa!
When the lights turned on, Qin Fei was stunned for a moment. Zhang Mengmeng covered her cheeks with her hands, spread her fingers a little, and was secretly observing Qin Fei. Seeing Qin Fei motionless, Zhang Mengmeng asked in a whisper, "Qin Fei, what's wrong with you?"
What a sin!
Qin Fei sighed deeply in his heart. Qin Fei thought of Zhang's father and Zhang Mengmeng, and felt terrible.
You said you wanted to have a relationship but you're afraid of being fucked? Can you have some bottom line? Is this the legendary sacrifice for love? But how many times have we met in total? Alas! Qin Fei felt overwhelmed. Now that the matter has been settled, let it be. Since God doesn't want me to live a decent life, I don't want to care about anything.
At the same time, Lu Bai and Su Shijuan were still staying outside Qin Fei's villa.
Junior sister. Su Shijuan raised an eyebrow and interrupted the other party directly. It's already late at night, are there still broken families waiting for you to save them? What he wanted to say was said by Su Shijuan, and Lu Bai smiled awkwardly, of course not. After a while, Lu Bai spoke again, Junior sister, do you think it is possible that the other party has more than just this one house? As soon as these words came out, Su Shijuan opened her mouth immediately, yes. Why didn't I think of it? That's right, Junior sister. You told me that something cruel happened in the villa next door. It's very likely that the other party won't come back for several months. Then what's the point of us waiting for so long? Su Shijuan suddenly became annoyed. It's just meaningless. Lu Bai said, clapping his hands. Su Shijuan frowned. Although what Lu Bai said was indeed very likely, she always felt that as soon as she left,
Qin Fei would appear right after.
No. Wait any longer. I have a feeling he will show up again. No, oh, my junior sister.
Lu Bai felt very helpless, with a bitter face, and felt that time was passing more and more torturous. It's not that he doesn't want to help Su Shiju and vent her anger, but what's the point of waiting if he can't even meet the other person? Besides, we've been waiting for so long, it should have appeared a long time ago. Seeing that it was almost dawn, Lu Bai spoke again.
Junior sister, we've been waiting for almost a day, you must be tired, right? Why don't we go into the villa and lie comfortably on the sofa and wait?
After hearing this, Su Shijuan stomped her feet.
How can that be? We are in the right to come and cause trouble for him. If you let him see us breaking into his house, wouldn't we be in the wrong right away? Ha!
Lu Bai felt like his brain wasn't enough. He just wanted to deal with the other party, so why would he care about whether he was right or not? But since his junior sister was so insistent, there was nothing he could do. At this moment, Su Shijuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Brother, how about this?
Seeing Su Shijuan's reaction, Lu Bai immediately perked up. How about it? Junior sister, do you want to stop waiting? I have a card at the club, but it's a top VIP. How about I take you to have a comfortable massage?
Lu Bai gestured with his hands and feet, trying to increase his persuasiveness, but Su Shijuan just smiled faintly.
Brother, you misunderstood. What I meant was, how about you just stay outside and I go in and take a nap?
Hearing the other party's outrageous remarks, Lu Bai was completely stunned and stared at Su Shijuan in a daze.
Master, junior sister, why is it that the words you say from your 37-degree mouth can instantly seal my heart? Brother, it's not what you think.
Su Shijuan smiled. I have a strong sense of perception, it's the same here as inside.
If you guys start fighting, I will definitely be able to find it first.
Seeing Lu Bai standing there expressionlessly without making any statement, Su Shijuan continued.
Then I will dig it out without anyone noticing. Brother, what do you think? Isn't I smart, junior sister? If you didn't see it, you wouldn't be at fault. How is it, senior brother? Su Shijuan kept shaking Lu Bai's hand.
If you hadn't stayed in the clubhouse twice and refused to help, there wouldn't be so many problems. After hearing what Su Shijuan said, Lu Bai didn't know what to say, but then he thought, this might be a good way to escape. Anyway, it's still unclear whether the person I'm waiting for will show up, so I might as well take advantage of my junior sister's sleep, I'll take care of 2 broken families, and it probably won't delay anything.
Thinking of this, Lu Bai said righteously, Junior sister, you are right. It is all my fault. Go ahead and rest assured. I will guard this place.
In the early morning, the first ray of sunlight had just shone on the earth, but Qin Fei had just fallen asleep not long ago. In his arms, Zhang Mengmeng blinked her big eyes from time to time, as if she was thinking about something, or waiting for something. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door.
Boom boom boom.
Qin Fei opened his sleepy eyes painfully, but Zhang Mengmeng in his arms immediately became alert at this moment.
In a daze, Qin Fei saw the other party pull the quilt over and wrap up the beautiful body, turned around and smiled at him, then walked out. The door opened and Zhang Mengmeng's puzzled voice came, Mom, why are you here? At this moment, Qin Fei suddenly sat up from the bed with a start. Looking at his bare body, he was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly searched for his clothes and put them on. Hiss. But suddenly, he gasped and saw the stains on the sheets. At this time, the mature woman had already walked in. She looked at Qin Fei coldly, then at Zhang Mengmeng, and her face instantly darkened. How can you be so shameless? Zhang Mengmeng lowered her head and said nothing. Qin Fei did not express his opinion. The mature woman covered her forehead and shook her head and said, What can I say to you guys? What should I do now? Chapter 61 Beat him until he submits. Qin Fei took a deep breath and muttered to himself, this joke is too big, isn't it? How could he be caught red-handed? Now that there is evidence, it seems that there is no point in saying anything. Auntie, this is my fault. I will take responsibility. How can you be responsible? The mature woman glared at him with a barely perceptible smugness in her eyes. You and Mengmeng are nominally brother-in-law and sister-in-law. You can't turn around and marry my daughter, right? Why not? Qin Fei immediately said in a firm tone, making Zhang Mengmeng beside him very happy. Zhang Mengmeng walked up, took her mother's hand and shook it, and said in a coquettish tone, Mom, I like Qin Fei, I will not marry anyone else but him. Oh. You kid.
The mature woman shook her head, her face full of doting. Then she looked at Qin Fei and sighed again. Forget it. Since things have come to this, forget about your relationship with Zhang Mengmeng. Just treat our Mengmeng well from now on. Qin Fei narrowed his eyes, feeling that all this was too coincidental, and why were they all developing in the same direction? No, auntie. I will take care of your daughter. I also want Zhang Mengmeng. As soon as Qin Fei finished speaking, Zhang Mengmeng and the mature woman were stunned at the same time, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. The two men's eyes met and they looked at Qin Fei at the same time.
Qin Fei's eyes were firm, as if no obstacles could shake his determination.
The mature woman raised her lips slightly and let out a hearty laugh.
You have great ambitions, but do you think it's possible?
There was a hint of sarcasm in her tone, as if everything was still on track.
However, Qin Fei responded fearlessly, what is impossible? As long as I have enough strength, what can't be achieved?
As he spoke, he squeezed lightly, and his powerful internal force burst out instantly, directly crushing the bedboard with a deafening sound.
Isn't your family's standard for judging people based on their ability? I think with my current ability, I am fully qualified to be in your eyes. It's true that you are capable.
The mature woman smiled bitterly and shook her head. I don't object to your idea, and I believe Mengmeng thinks the same, but I'll tell you the truth, Mom, Zhang Mengmeng held the mature woman's hand tightly. The mature woman smiled slightly and pulled her hand out. It's okay, leave it to me. Zhang Mengmeng looked nervous, but still nodded. Then, the MILF continued, to tell you the truth, the fact that I'm standing here now was all planned from the beginning.
Qin Fei raised his eyebrows. Mengmeng, could it be that? Zhang Mengmeng's face flushed red.
She didn't dare to look at Qin Fei and lowered her head shyly.
Yes.
The mature woman nodded and smiled. I arranged it all.
No, why? Qin Fei couldn't figure it out. How could someone be so eager to send his daughter away? Could it be that he was deliberately trying to break up Mengmeng and me? Of course it's because Mengmeng likes you.
The mature woman replied immediately, and then changed the subject, but that's just one of the reasons.
I don't want Mengmeng to marry someone she doesn't like. Qin Fei snorted lightly, isn't this just right? It doesn't seem to conflict with my idea. You're dreaming.
The mature woman sneered, let's not talk about whether Zhang Pinghan agrees or not, but the old man will never let this happen.
Why? Qin Fei asked.
Because they think this deal is not worth it, and they have already found a target for one of them.
You are just an accident.
After these words were spoken, Qin Fei's face darkened, and Zhang Mengmeng's eyes also revealed deep sadness.
Isn't it ridiculous?
The woman snorted coldly, being a woman of the Zhang family, your fate is so miserable.
You are like a commodity and can never decide your own destiny.
So for the sake of my daughter, I have no choice but to do this.
I believe you can understand my feelings as a mother. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha.
Qin Fei laughed like a madman, then his expression changed and he looked at the mature woman coldly.
I can understand you, but I can't accept it.
I said, I will be responsible for your daughter, and I want Zhang Mengmeng too.
Alas.
The mature woman sighed and shook her head, you still don't understand what I mean.
No. You didn't understand what I meant.
I said, I will be responsible for your daughter, and I want Zhang Mengmeng too.
If anyone refuses to obey, I will beat him until he obeys.
The mature woman felt helpless, knowing that it was useless to say anything now. She probably would only understand what it meant to accept her fate when Qin Fei hit a wall.
Anyway, it's a good thing that you have this idea. I support you, and Mengmeng also supports you. But no matter what the final result is, Mengmeng must be your first choice. The mature woman looked sincere, and Zhang Mengmeng also looked expectant.
Qin Fei had no choice but to nod helplessly. The other party was even willing to send his daughter away, so it was not impossible that he would kneel down in the next second. What a shitty Zhang family.
With his current combat power, Qin Fei has never seen anyone who can fight with him in a fight.
The sun gradually rose. In the dining room, the servants prepared breakfast and the aroma filled the air. Father Zhang stretched and walked in, and found that the 4 people had already started enjoying the food.
Why didn't you call me?
Really? He complained, then frowned and muttered to himself.
Why were his 2 daughters so happy just after one night? Qin Fei. Did you sleep well last night?
As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Mengmeng and Zhang Mengmeng looked at Qin Fei at the same time. The former hopes that Qin Fei will keep his mouth shut, while the latter hopes that Qin Fei will take the initiative to explain the process of the crime. But Qin Fei said nothing, but smiled slightly, as if he was the owner of this manor.
Uncle, come and sit down.
After we finish our meal, we will discuss the secrets of martial arts alone.
Oh? The secret of martial arts?
As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang's father's eyes suddenly lit up, and the doubts in his mind disappeared instantly. He was thinking about what kind of surprise Qin Fei could bring him. Soon, the two walked out of the manor and went up the mountain.
Father Zhang followed behind silently, already eager to try. He wondered if Qin Fei brought him here to teach him some martial arts secrets.
The further he walked, the more excited he became, and soon he followed Qin Fei into the depths of the dense forest. The sunlight shone through the dense tree canopy onto Qin Fei's face, revealing an intriguing smile. After a while, Qin Fei slowly turned around. His eyes flashed with the light of a wild beast in the morning light, and he looked at Zhang's father as if he was looking at prey.
Father Zhang took a deep breath and felt a chill on his back.
An invisible pressure emerged from all directions, causing him to unconsciously take several steps back.
Chapter 62. The female thief comes to your door. Qin Fei, what happened? Zhang's father's heart was subconsciously filled with fear.
He was ready to send his daughter away and had no idea how he had offended the other party. But at this moment, Qin Fei retracted his gaze and smiled slightly, as if the warm sunshine in spring made him feel a little warm.
Uncle, what do you think of my strength?
Realizing that he was overthinking, Zhang's father breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, he is above me. But as soon as he finished speaking, Qin Fei's expression froze.
Then how many moves do you think you can withstand from me?
His tone seemed to be filled with endless murderous intent, as if it could stab Zhang's father in the chest at any time. Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhang's pupils contracted sharply, his face turned pale as paper, and beads of sweat instantly oozed out of his forehead.
Qin Fei raised his lips again and smiled coldly. I'm going to take your 2 daughters, what do you think? Father Zhang opened his mouth in disbelief. After all this time, he actually targeted his 2 daughters at the same time?
Even though he was unwilling in his heart, he understood. The reason why Qin Fei brought him to this place was not that he had any intention of discussing with him, but to threaten him verbally. Just as he was thinking about how to defraud Qin Fei, he saw Qin Fei's figure approaching like a ghost. He was secretly frightened, and a fear of death surged in his heart. Fortunately, Qin Fei did not attack him, but stopped less than 1 meter away from him. Immediately afterwards, Qin Fei quickly turned into a residual image and disappeared.
The next second, a powerful collision sound came from all directions. Boom, boom, boom.
Along with the sound of impact, leaves flew everywhere and large numbers of trees fell down. Mr. Zhang was so shocked that he couldn't speak, and his body was shaking with fear. As the last big tree fell, Qin Fei returned to his sight again with a faint smile on his face.
Uncle, with my strength, how many moves do you think you can take on me? Or, how many moves do you think your new son-in-law can take on me? Father Zhang swallowed, then let out a breath.
After a complex look in his eyes, he lowered his head dejectedly.
I understand, but I can't make the decision. I will report your situation to the old man. Qin Fei nodded with satisfaction. Okay? Then I'll wait for your good news.
As he spoke, Qin Fei patted his shoulder again. Uncle, I believe you are also a smart person,
you will definitely not let me down, right?
This.
Father Zhang looked embarrassed. Qin Fei, how about this? I can help you arrange a time and a place, so that you can meet with the old man in person some other day?
Okay.
It's settled then.
Qin Fei chuckled. When dealing with this group of people, reason will not work.
Only force can intimidate them.
When they returned to the manor, they only saw Zhang Mengmeng and her daughter. They were wondering what Zhang's father had experienced in the mountains. Why did he follow Qin Fei up the mountain with a smile on his face, but look so lifeless when he came back?
Seeing that neither of them said anything, they didn't dare to ask.
Just at this moment, Zhang Mengmeng drove over, rolled down the window and gave Qin Fei a displeased look.
What are you standing there for? Why don't you get in the car? Do you really think this is your home? Hearing Zhang Mengmeng's tone, Qin Fei grinned. It is said that when you drink water, you should remember the person who dug the well. But she put on her clothes and didn't recognize me. Could it be that she didn't pose enough last night?
When Qin Fei returned to his villa, he looked up and saw a wild beauty sleeping on the sofa.
Qin Fei frowned and looked at the other person's slender figure. It didn't look like Nian Yu at all. Could it be that there was a thief in the house?
At this moment, the other party suddenly woke up, revealing Su Shijuan's beautiful face. When she saw Qin Fei right in front of her, she immediately turned into a panicked deer.
Qin Fei, how did you get in? Shouldn't I be the one asking you this? This is my house, you're lying on my sofa, and you're asking me how I got in?
Qin Fei walked towards her step by step with a wicked smile. Su Shijuan opened her eyes wide, she felt that all this was so unreal.
Why didn't I sense any fighting sounds? Was it because I was sleeping too soundly? But that's not right. Could it be that my senior brother is not his opponent either?
Only then did he realize that Qin Fei had become stronger again, and not just a little bit stronger.
You! What did you do to my brother? Senior brother? Qin Fei frowned, then looked around. Is there another outsider here?
Qin Fei held his breath and listened carefully, but heard no movement.
Tisk, stop acting, come on. Let's blend in.
As he said that, Qin Fei flashed in front of Su Shijuan. Before Su Shijuan could react, Qin Fei picked her up.
You smell so good. Qin Fei couldn't help but exclaim.
As soon as these words were spoken, Su Shijuan felt as if struck by lightning and reacted immediately.
Ah! What do you want to do, you bastard? Put me down if you can. Heh, if you want to die, keep screaming.
Su Shijuan was stunned for a moment, like a frightened puppy, lying motionless on Qin Fei's chest, not daring to make a sound, thinking that as long as she didn't resist, she would not be hurt. But at this time, Qin Fei carried her into the room. Seeing this, she twisted her body again. Asshole, where are you taking me?
Let me go. Qin Fei smiled evilly. What do you think?
At this moment, a large bed came into view, and Su Shijuan felt her breath stagnate.
It's over.
She knew that as long as she got on the bed, she would have to follow every step of the procedure. Maybe this bastard would even put her in various positions and then do something with her casually.
No. I can't just sit there and wait for death.
She applied all her perception to Qin Fei, and when Qin Fei threw her onto the bed, her eyes suddenly lit up.
The time is now.
The moment she broke away from Qin Fei's palm, she immediately turned into an octopus and firmly attached herself to Qin Fei's upper body.
Qin Fei was stunned. At this critical moment, he didn't expect that the other party would do such a trick. Not only that, the other person's soft body also successfully blocked his sight. Come down. No. Well, that's what you said.
I gave Su Shijuan a chance, but she didn't know how to cherish it. The next second, Qin Fei instantly turned into a judo master, but Su Shijuan gritted his teeth and still held tightly.
Chapter 63 Su Shijuan's growth rate.
Su Shijuan's face flushed and she secretly groaned in her heart. Senior brother, you have caused so much harm to my junior sister.
Ah!
She couldn't help but let out a strange cry, and Qin Fei raised the corner of his mouth. As time went by, Su Shijuan found that her body was weak and she had no strength at all. Just as her mind was wandering, her body lost its gravity and she fell onto the bed.
No! No! No way!
She looked at the man in front of her who was almost losing his mind and kept moving backwards, but Qin Fei was getting closer and closer to her.
No! Don't come over here! Ah! No!
She closed the door tightly, tears couldn't stop wetting her face, but Qin Fei's cruelty was beyond her expectation. But at this critical moment, the system's prompt sounded in his mind, which calmed him down a lot.
Warning, warning! The subject is out of control and will not receive any rewards this time.
Looking at the other person's thigh that was broken purple by him, Qin Fei frowned secretly.
What is the difference between such behavior and that of an animal? Can power and desire really change a person completely? But now I'm really angry.
At this moment, Qin Fei felt very embarrassed, constantly struggling with reason and desire. Su Shijuan was on edge the whole time.
Seeing Qin Fei not moving, she immediately cried.
Please, Wowo, as long as you let me go, you can let me do anything.
Oh? Qin Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. Really?
Hearing Qin Fei's question, Su Shijuan's heart, which had sunk to the bottom of the valley, was rekindled with hope.
Really, as long as you let me go, I'll do anything.
As he spoke, he kept moving his body backwards to keep a distance from Qin Fei.
You can ask me to let you go, but I'm very angry now. What do you think I should do? Qin Fei grinned. Su Shijuan nodded numbly.
Although she had just come down the mountain, the internet was well developed, so she naturally knew what Qin Fei meant. Qin Fei had a wicked smile on his face. The other party did this voluntarily, so he shouldn't be considered a beast, right? After more than 10 minutes, Qin Fei watched Su Shijuan leave with a look of satisfaction and pride, looking forward to their next meeting.
He really didn't expect that Su Shijuan had such a strong ability to learn in order to leave.
On the other hand, Su Shijuan was absent-minded all the way, and only breathed a sigh of relief when she completely walked out of the villa.
Damn it! Damn it!
She stomped her feet in anger. Although her innocence was preserved, it was not completely saved. Whenever she thought of this, she felt like crying.
3 times, she didn't get any advantage, and each time she escaped death.
She hated Qin Fei so much, but she could do nothing about him.
Her legs even trembled when she thought of Qin Fei's face. However, the next second, she was completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at the empty space in front of her.
Where's my car? Gradually, a layer of frost appeared on her face.
At the Tianchong Renjian Club, Su Shijuan saw her blue Maserati at first sight.
Without saying a word, he rushed in with a kitchen knife.
As soon as she entered the room, she amplified her perception, locked onto Lu Bai's position, and walked over angrily.
Seeing this, the staff did not dare to stop it and hurriedly communicated using the intercom. Upon hearing the news that Su Shijuan was coming to kill him, Lu Bai hurriedly pulled up his pants.
However, at this moment, bang! Su Shijuan broke into the room. Ah!
Several women who were lightly dressed were so frightened when they saw Su Shijuan's appearance that they immediately ran away.
Lu Bai's eyelids twitched. Master, junior sister, please listen to my explanation.
But before he could finish his words, a kitchen knife came down and scared Lu Bai so much that he quickly dodged.
Crack!
With one blow, with a strong internal force, he directly split the massage bed into 2 halves.
Junior sister, are you serious? Ah!
Junior sister, please listen to my explanation.
Ah!
Junior sister, senior brother is Ron.
Ah!
Although the entire private room was filled with Lu Bai's screams, his figure was like a ghost.
In the narrow private room, he managed to easily avoid every attack of Su Shijuan. After a while, the whole private room became a mess.
Su Shijuan was tired of chopping and just threw the kitchen knife away.
Save your words for the master to explain.
As she spoke, Su Shijuan immediately shed tears of grievance, picked up the car keys on the ground, turned around and left.
As soon as these words came out, Lu Bai's pupils shrank, and he quickly stopped Su Shijuan, saying with a bitter face, "Junior sister. Master is at a critical moment, so why don't you disturb her?"
At this moment, he happened to see tears flowing from the corners of Su Shijuan's eyes.
"Junior sister, what's wrong with you? Did something happen? That person can't really come back, right? What do you think?" Su Shijuan's tears flowed more and more, and she looked at Lu Bai fiercely.
Seeing this, Lu Bai's heart suddenly skipped a beat and he slapped himself twice.
"Junior sister, let's go. I will avenge you now."
Inside the villa, Qin Fei looked at the soul that disappeared from the bedside table and frowned secretly.
First, rule out Nian Yuyu. If she had taken it, she would have told me in advance.
As for Su Shijuan, I stripped her naked and couldn't see where her soul was hidden. But it is not ruled out that she hid her soul in advance.
There is another possibility, that is Wang Can.
His method of ignoring the terrain, combined with the route he took to escape, was right in the direction of his villa.
System, open the special skills mall.
Ding, learning a special skill consumes 1000 points, and the points will be doubled next time you learn.
I knew it.
Qin Fei curled his lips into a bitter smile and shook his head helplessly. As the thought moved, dozens of special skills appeared in Qin Fei's mind. It would be more appropriate to say that they are special abilities rather than special skills. Among them are those with iron skin and bones similar to Wang Hanan, as well as means to increase their own strength, and even skills to make body parts larger. Qin Fei studied them one by one, but felt a little strange.
Why didn't he find any skills similar to Wan Hongliang and Nian Yuyu's abilities? Qin Fei sighed secretly, the points were still not enough.
He can only choose one from so many skills. Facing Wang Can, who may appear at any time, he wants both a strong body and powerful means of attack. For a moment, he was actually a little troubled. At this moment, the blue Masha quickly stopped at the door of the villa, leaving a long break mark.
Chapter 64 Gap. Bang!
The door of the villa was knocked open, interrupting Qin Fei's thoughts. Qin Fei looked up and saw a plump man in his early 30s, shirtless, holding an unsheathed sword in his left hand, wearing a pair of special massage pants for clubs, and walking in with an angry look on his face. Qin Fei raised his eyebrows and was about to explode when he saw Su Shijuan standing by the door, timidly sticking half of his head out. Meeting Qin Fei's eyes, she quickly retracted her head and whispered, "Brother, it's him." Lu Bai narrowed his eyes and stretched out his right hand as if drawing a sword.
"You are the one who humiliated my junior sister again and again?" Qin Fei opened his mouth and couldn't help but blurt out, "Oh my god, she really has a senior brother?"
Lu Bai, 33 years old, combat power 37, the eldest disciple of Qingyang Taoist Temple, a frequent visitor to the fireworks land, a master of swordsmanship, extremely fast.
Qin Fei was secretly shocked.
He didn't understand how the other party could reach such a level.
Could it be that he absorbed a huge amount of pure soul? But it doesn't matter. There is a huge gap between his fighting power and mine. Can he kill me? What humiliation! Don't say it so harshly. Ask her yourself, isn't it her own will? Voluntary?
After saying this, Lu Bai frowned, and actually turned around to look at Su Shijuan and asked, "Junior sister, what's going on?" Su Shijuan wanted to say something several times but stopped herself, but how could she say such a thing? Finally, he glared at Lu Bai and said, "Brother, you talk too much nonsense.
Can you do it? If not, I will go find the master." At this time, Qin Fei sneered, "You still want to leave? You said that as long as I let you go, you can do anything for me. What do you mean now? You eat my good things and don't admit it?"
As he spoke, Qin Fei walked out.
You.
Su Shijuan was shaking with anger. At this moment, Lu Bai shook his wrist, and the sword quickly flew out of his body and swung directly at Qin Fei.
Qin Fei smiled contemptuously, thinking that Lu Bai was crazy.
There was still a distance of more than 10 meters between them.
Was he cutting the air?
But the next second, the swung sword turned into a wind blade and came close to Qin Fei in the blink of an eye. Qin Fei's pupils shrank and he quickly twisted his body, and the wind blade almost passed by Qin Fei's body. The wind blade hit the wall behind, creating a hole, and in mid-air, a strand of hair was slowly falling.
Qin Fei was shocked. What kind of operation was this? Sword chi was released? Why the hell couldn't I do that?
Before he could think about it, Lu Bai kept changing his body shape and waving the sword in his hand wildly.
Da-da-day.
Sword energy shot out one after another, and Qin Fei felt that this move was simply awesome.
It's just that the speed is a bit slow, but if you are prepared, you can easily avoid it. It's my own villa. TSK. If you want to fight, go out and fight. Don't destroy my house.
Having said that, Qin Fei rushed straight out the door, which scared Su Shijuan so much that she turned around and ran away. It was this action of hers that attracted Qin Fei's attention. He rushed forward and pinched her buttocks.
Ah!
Su Shijuan's hair stood on end and she immediately ran to the side. This scene made Lu Bai, who was chasing closely, very angry. He used the wind power under his feet to rush behind Qin Fei without anyone noticing, and then changed his attack method.
"You're looking for death, you little brat."
Seeing Lu Bai approaching him, Qin Fei dodged left and right hurriedly, looking a little embarrassed, and got injured accidentally. But Lu Bai did not give him any chance to breathe. His feet were as fast as the wind and his figure was so fast that it could not be caught by the naked eye. Qin Fei tried to fight back several times, but all he hit was the afterimage left by the opponent. He dodged Lu Bai's attack again and at the same time secretly sighed his bad luck.
He really had an irritating temper.
Why did he pinch him like that for no reason? At this moment, a black jeep slowly came into the sight of the three people. But Lu Bai had no intention of letting Qin Fei go. She was a little skeptical at first. But when she saw Qin Fei humiliating her junior sister with her own eyes, it was not difficult to imagine what her junior sister had experienced before. After several rounds of fierce attacks, Qin Fei also saw some tricks from the opponent's methods and smiled lightly.
"Brother, are you a Xian Tianjinwu? Is your body movement a supernatural power? Who is your senior brother?" Lu Bai said angrily.
Seeing that Qin Fei was already at a disadvantage, but still had the energy to laugh with him, Lu Bai's pupils instantly became bloodshot. "I feel that if I don't kill the other party today, my Taoism heart will be unstable." Su Shijuan looked at the jeep parked behind her and felt strange. The fact that it could avoid her unconscious perception showed that the person in the car was quite powerful. So with a thought, he spread his perception into it.
A woman was sitting upright in the passenger seat.
Her figure was tightly wrapped in a dark blue military uniform and she wore a pair of large black sunglasses on her face. In the back row, two men sat side by side. They were dressed exactly like the woman, in dark blue military uniforms that were straight and majestic. The man on the left had muscular lines faintly visible under the tight clothes, revealing an unquestionable sense of power.
The man on the right looked a little thin.
He was holding an instrument in his hand, and the screen was jumping with waves from time to time. Soon, his expression became serious.
"Big sister, I found out, these two are really powerful."
"Oh?"
The woman in the passenger seat took off her sunglasses.
Then, the thin man handed over the instrument and said, "One is band 37, one is band 42, and there is also the pretty little beauty, band 27, the big sister."
"Do you think they are related to that person?"
The woman looked heavy-hearted and said slowly, "No hurry, let's take a look first."
The muscular man was eager to try. "Big sister, who do you think will win in the end?"
The woman narrowed her eyes and did not answer directly. Instead, she smiled and said, "Although there is a huge gap in strength between the two, it is still too disadvantageous for a true warrior to face an innate true warrior." At the same time, Xin Fei had enough of playing with the other party, and it was time to change his identity. System: exchange for bronze skin and iron bones. Ding, copper skin and iron bones exchanged successfully, 1000 points consumed, 1000 points remaining. The next time you exchange for a special skill, you can double it. Immediately afterwards, Xin Fei raised the corner of his mouth and raised his hand to grasp Lu Bai's sword. Seeing that Xin Fei did not dodge or evade, Lu Bai was very surprised. He subconsciously wanted to pull the sword back, but he couldn't pull it out no matter how hard he tried.
Immediately afterwards, Xin Fei hit him on the chest and he flew backwards far away. Seeing Lu Bai fall into coma after being hit by a palm strike, Xin Fei laughed. "What a fragile person."
"Seen your brother."
Su Shijuan was immediately frightened.
Seeing this, Xin Fei smiled and said, "Don't worry, he's fine."
I held back.
After all, Su Shijuan's true love has not been won yet, so how could he let anything happen to his senior brother? Then, Xin Fei walked towards Su Shijuan step by step with a strange smile on his face.
"Although your brother is fine, you will be in trouble next."
As he said that, Xin Fei dodged and picked up Su Shijuan, then sniffed her again with an extremely perverted expression. "I didn't expect you to come to my door again so soon.
What do you think we should do this time?" Chapter 65 Spider.
Inside the jeep, the three people felt that their perceptions had been overturned.
How could this be? The instrument clearly showed that he was a real warrior, so why did he win without any suspense?
The woman muttered to herself, staring at the instrument in her hand in a daze.
Impossible.
The thin man was also extremely shocked.
Is there something wrong with the instrument? TSK. Why think so much? Just give it a try and you'll know.
As he spoke, the muscular man bent his body, opened the car door and walked out. At the same time, Xin Fei was still thinking about how to train Su Shijuan when he saw a strong muscular man walking towards him, who was nearly 2 meters tall. That body with clear lines seemed to contain endless power, and just standing there could exert an invisible pressure on people.
Is there something?
Xin Fei raised his eyebrows unhappily. The muscular man curled up an unruly smile at the corner of his mouth, then swung his arms and ran towards Xin Fei without saying a word.
Boom, boom, boom.
Every step he took made the dust on the ground shake. Su Shijuan was frightened by the other party's momentum. She clenched her fists nervously and grabbed Xin Fei's collar tightly. Without having time to use the Eye of Illusion, Xin Fei quickly put Su Shijuan down and patted her buttocks. He lowered his voice and whispered, "If you don't want me to chisel you open, just stand aside and wait." Xin Fei looked at the muscular man who was getting closer and closer with cold eyes. He did not retreat or dodge, but rushed forward directly. The two of them collided with each other in an instant, making a dull loud noise.
Boom!
But under the strong inertia, Xin Fei directly retreated 7 or 8 steps, while the muscular man only retreated 2 steps. But Xin Fei was as normal as ever, while the muscular man felt a burning pain all over his body, and his internal organs were in turmoil. After the attack, Xin Fei snorted, nothing more than that. Then, he leapt over the muscular man and delivered a powerful punch.
The muscular man reacted quickly and threw a punch immediately. When the two men's fists collided, there was another loud noise. Boom!
With one punch, the ground beneath the muscular man's feet cracked, and Xin Fei was knocked 5 or 6 meters away, finally landing steadily. Afterwards, Xin Fei approached the muscular man again. The muscular man groaned secretly. Although his body was in pain, he was not afraid of him.
Boom, boom, boom.
Soon, the two of them exchanged dozens of punches.
This is unscientific.
Inside the jeep, the thin man frowned. The big guy's band is 39, and the opponent is just a real warrior with a band of 42. But I feel that if I don't take action, the big guy will be beaten to death by the opponent.
Ha!
The woman laughed coldly. He disobeyed orders and acted on his own. That's his own fault. Although she said this, the worry on the woman's face was no less than that of the thin man. Don't worry, he won't die in a short time, so let him suffer a little more.
Go, don't let those two Xintianjin warriors get away.
I'll watch over this big guy. After hearing what the woman said, the thin man also noticed Lu Bai and Su Shijuan, who had woken up from their fainting. At this time, the two of them were taking advantage of the chaos, moving forward cautiously and stealthily. Seeing this, the thin man couldn't help but smile. Don't worry, big sister.
Senior brother, you are so useless.
Su Shijuan said in a low voice with contempt.
No, that guy is weird. What can I do about it?
Lu Bai said excitedly. Keep your voice down, I don't want to fall into his clutches again.
Again?
Lu Bai looked at Su Shijuan in confusion. Junior sister, did anything happen between you two before?
Don't ask.
Su Shijuan glared at Lu Bai angrily. Lu Bai felt a pain in his heart.
Although Su Shijuan didn't say anything, he felt as if he knew everything.
Then he looked Su Shijuan up and down and sighed deeply. Hey, junior sister, think positively. The other person is not bad looking and has decent strength. If you think about it from a different perspective, you won't be at a disadvantage. Su Shijuan's face suddenly darkened, and Lu Bai immediately shut his mouth. Then, he rolled his eyes and continued, Junior sister, if it doesn't work, I'll get you a card.
I believe it will make you feel better.
Get lost. It's all your fault.
If it weren't for...
Before he could finish his words, Su Shijuan's eyes suddenly fixed.
Careful.
She pushed Lu Bai hard, and then used the force to jump far to the side. Lu Bai was pushed a few meters away, feeling somewhat bewildered.
Didn't they agree to run away together? Why did they make such a big noise? Aren't they afraid of being caught and tortured again? No, why again?
At this moment, he looked back and saw that there were suddenly several spider silks as thick as his little finger at the place where he was originally.
Then, his pupils shrank.
The spider silk made a 90-degree turn like a living thing and came straight towards him.
What the hell? Lu Bai's eyelids were twitching, and he didn't care about anything else.
He just swung out a wind blade and cut the spider silk. Then he turned his gaze and looked towards the end of the spider silk. I saw a tall, thin, and wretched man fiddling with his hands, controlling the spider silk to attack Su Shijuan directly. Su Shijuan seemed to have anticipated this and came to Lu Bai's side after a few rolls. Lu Bai swung out another wind blade, cutting the spider silk, with anger in his eyes.
How dare anyone covet my junior sister? Don't you even look at what you look like?
As he spoke, Lu Bai moved as fast as the wind and appeared in front of the thin man in a flash. A sword was swung out, and the thin man raised his hand to block it. The sword blade cut the man's arm, and there was a ding sound. The next second, the thin man's limbs quickly turned black, and along with the sound of strange bones, for strange black spikes grew from his back.
Lu Bai felt numb instantly.
He had already thought that the other party looked ugly, and now he had turned into an ugly humanoid monster with 8 legs.
Nima. Lu Bai quickly retreated and returned to Su Shijuan.
Junior sister, what do you say?
Do you want to run?
Su Shijuan glanced at Qin Fei subconsciously, then shook her head. The opponent's strength should be on par with yours.
You can't leave.
Why don't you stay and cover us while I go first?
Listening to the two's plan, the skinny man with 8 black legs frowned. Leave? If this allows you to leave, I can also give up this set of clothes on me.
At the same time, before Lu Bai could marvel at Su Shijuan's incredible speech, he saw the thin man's 8 legs slightly gathering strength on the ground. Then he jumped more than 10 meters high and passed directly over the heads of the two people, blocking their way.
Oh my god, he jumped so high? Sure, junior sister, are you sure I am on par with him? Chapter 66 Greed. Su Shijuan rolled her eyes at Lu Bai and said, Can junior sister really deceive you?
I think he just jumped a little higher, but you are so fast, senior brother.
Just jumped a little high?
Lu Bai sighed helplessly, then his eyes focused and his whole aura changed. Then he took 2 steps forward and slowly reached his hand back. But when the thin man became alert and thought Lu Bai was going to attack, Lu Bai took out a slightly yellowed white card from his trouser pocket, then changed his attitude and said with a smile, "Brother, look what this is." The thin man frowned, looking confused, totally unaware of what the other party was up to. At the same time, I saw Su Shijuan moving step by step towards Blue Martha. At this moment, he suddenly realized that all this time was just to distract himself. He didn't argue with Lu Bai anymore, but directly spit out a ball of spider silk. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In the blink of an eye, the blue masha was covered with a layer of white. My car. Su Shijuan lowered her head weakly, then walked back to Lu Bai and pouting. Brother, it's all your fault. Lu Bai scratched his head after hearing this. He had no idea about the thin man and Su Shijuan's psychological activities, but he had his own plans. Then, he smiled at the thin man and said, "Brother, how about you give me some face and let us go?" As soon as he finished speaking, what responded to him was a ball of spider silk. He swung his sword to cut off the spider silk, then said with a smile, "Of course, I won't let you do this for nothing. You should know that I am a senior VIP of the Tianshang Renjian Club. Next time you go for a foot massage, you can just put it on my account. How about it?" Lu Bai said this while fiddling with the cards in his hand with a look of pride on his face. But the thin man became a little angry after hearing this. "I'm just a high-level VIP. Are you pretending? I'm a supreme VIP in the provincial capital. Besides, what good stuff can there be in such a small place? Supreme VIP?" These words shocked Lu Bai's young mind, and he felt greatly insulted. "You know nothing. What's so great about being a supreme VIP? What's so great about being a provincial capital? The skills of technician number 68 are something you will never be able to experience in your lifetime. Haha, you country bumpkin, have you really been to the provincial capital? What the hell is technician number 68? Ugh. Licking me is too low class for me." As soon as these words were spoken, the air around them suddenly turned cold. Lu Bai, with bloodshot eyes, rushed forward with a sword in hand. "You are not allowed to talk about my technician number 68. In an instant, Lu Bai's feet flashed and his sword shadowed, and his speed reached the extreme. Even if the thin man had 8 legs, he can only defend himself. Ding 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 ding. Seeing the two of them suddenly fighting each other, Su Shijuan was completely stunned and felt speechless. What kind of men are these? Then, she subconsciously turned her head and glanced at Qin Fei. Although the muscular man had been beaten black and blue by Qin Fei, and his body was covered with bruises, he obviously still had the strength to fight. Now that both sides are caught in a tough battle, it has created an opportunity for me to escape. Thinking of this, a seductive smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she turned and ran. But unfortunately, after running 2 steps, she felt a dangerous aura and looked back in confusion. I saw the door of a jeep open and a pair of slender black silk legs stretched out. Immediately afterwards, a plump and tall woman got out of the car. Beneath the woman's pretty face, there was a hint of coldness as she stared at Su Shijuan quietly. Then, she gently hooked her finger at Su Shijuan, and an electric current appeared out of nowhere. Su Shijuan's pupils shrank, but the speed of the electric current was too fast. When she was about to react, the electric current had already passed through the void and hit her chest accurately. In an instant, Su Shijuan's eyes went dark and she fell down without any consciousness. Next, the woman did not look at Su Shijuan again. Instead, she clasped her hands tightly against her chest, slightly spread her legs, and watched the fight between the two sides majestically. At the same time, Qin Fei knocked the muscular man back with a punch, and his eyelids twitched. He was so immersed in the exciting battle that he ignored the purpose of this group of people appearing here and attacking him. Now that I have calmed down, I realize that the 3 of them are dressed in the same uniform, and each of them is extremely powerful. Qin Fei first looked at the muscular man, then looked at the beautiful woman standing in front of the jeep, and finally looked at the thin and wretched man. Li Gang, 29 years old, combat power 40, former member of the assassin team, current member of the Six Gates team, affiliated with the Daxia Supernatural Organization. Sume, 27 years old, combat power 44, appearance 92, former member of the assassin team, current captain of the Six Gates team, affiliated with the Daxia Supernatural Organization. Wang Chang, 36 years old, combat power 38, former member of the assassin team, current member of the Six Gates team, affiliated with the Daxia Supernatural Organization. Combat power 44? Qin Fei thought he was invincible, but he didn't expect that someone was even more brave than him. However, I still have 1,000 points. Since the other party is not willing to talk nicely, there is no need to give him too much face.
Qin Fei rushed forward without any hesitation and gave Li Gang a flying kick. Li Gang resisted with great difficulty.
The pain in his body had already made him want to retreat. But at this time, Qin Fei kicked again. Li Gang dodged sideways, but his speed was already far behind, and he was still kicked back a few steps by Qin Fei. Big sister.
Li Gang couldn't stand it anymore.
He admitted that he was a little arrogant and looked at Su Mei for help.
Seeing this, Su Mei's eyes turned cold, and an electric current instantly condensed in her hand and shot towards Qin Fei.
Qin Fei dodged it narrowly, but the electric current seemed to have its own tracking function.
Before Qin Fei could make the next move, he was hit accurately by the electric current that was tracking him. Sizzle!
The next second, Qin Fei's whole body twitched, and a tingling sensation jumped up and down, making him feel very uncomfortable.
But it doesn't mean I can't move. Ha!
Qin Fei let out a loud shout and then stomped his foot to the ground.
Immediately afterwards, a wave of air exploded from Qin Fei's body, dispersing the electric current around him.
Then, he stretched out his body and rushed directly towards Su Mei.
In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two was shortened.
Su Mei frowned, feeling a little surprised.
She didn't understand why the other party, who was just a real warrior, had such amazing defense. And even when it is 2 bands lower than its own, it can still react quickly?
However, there was no trace of panic in her eyes, but instead a lot of greed.
Chapter 67, Reverse Tiangang, You cut me, I cut you. The energy band of 44 is the watershed of superpowers and an insurmountable gap. Although there have been clear instructions from above, one cannot absorb the pure soul of a true warrior without permission. But the man in front of me is obviously stronger than many true warriors. Maybe by absorbing his immaculate spirit, I can take a step further.
Thinking of this, she sneered inwardly. I originally just came here to investigate Wang Can's affairs, but unexpectedly I discovered such a surprise. The more she looked at Qin Fei, the more she liked him. It was like looking at a rare delicacy, so tempting. However, at this time, Qin Fei had already appeared in front of her, and stretched out his palm and attacked her chest. Su Mei raised the corner of her mouth, dodged sideways, then grabbed Qin Fei's palm, released the electric current, and sat on Qin Fei's shoulder with a gorgeous somersault. Qin Fei had no consciousness at all, and he fell down limply as if he had lost all power. At this time, Su Mei almost pressed her entire body on Qin Fei's back, then leaned close to Qin Fei's ear and smiled faintly. Meeting is fate, but don't worry, I will make good use of your pure soul. As he spoke, he quickly pulled out a sharp dagger from his waist, pointed it at the back of Qin Fei's heart, then gathered strength in both hands and raised the dagger high.
Fuck! I am just a pure innate warrior, where did I get the pure spirit?
Qin Fei secretly felt unhappy and wanted to explain something, but his mouth was numbed by the electricity and he could only utter incoherent moans. However, Su Mei did not pause at all and stabbed forward with force.
Puff! But the next second, Su Meiren was stunned.
Not only was the sharp dagger unable to break the opponent's defense, but her hands were also hurt by the shock. Everything was too unbelievable, and Su Mei began to doubt her life.
I wonder if this is a new ability that a true warrior has after reaching a wavelength of 40, or if the other party is not a true warrior at all? Is there something wrong with the instrument?
Su Mei's eyes were filled with reluctance, but no matter what, Qin Fei was already her meat on the chopping board. Whether he is a real warrior or not, the truth will be revealed once he kills him. Then, she twisted her buttocks and quickly changed her position. Then, her body continued to release electricity, and she reached out and pinched Qin Fei's buttocks.
Hee. I can't be wrong about the touch. I'll see if you can survive this time.
As she spoke, she stabbed the dagger again.
But the next second, he still couldn't break Qin Fei's defense, and even knocked the dagger in her hand away.
For a moment, Su Mei was a little annoyed, then she took out a dagger again and directly pulled Qin Fei's pants open to his knees.
Qin Fei couldn't help swallowing.
He seemed to know what the other party wanted to do, so he tried his best to resist, but found that he still couldn't do anything.
He was suddenly shocked.
When Qin Fei first saw Su Mei, he had a lot of thoughts in his mind. Her appearance score of 92 meant combat power and points were completely delivered to his doorstep.
But I didn't expect that the other party was so unethical and simply went against Tiangang.
As a pure-blooded Xia man, he had no intention of being chiseled open by a woman, and he quickly had an idea. System: use all points to exchange for combat power.
Ding!
Consume 200 points, combat power plus 2, current combat power 44, remaining points 800, insufficient points, next upgrade the host will be reborn, points consumption x 10. There was no time to express my speechlessness. Although it only increased the combat power by 2 points, it was definitely not as simple as 1 plus 1. Even though the body is still unable to move, the immunity has been increased to some extent. At the moment the dagger fell, Qin Fei immediately clamped his hips.
Wow, is this possible?
Sume stopped her hands in mid-air, raised her eyebrows, and couldn't help but exclaimed. But the next second, she seemed to have thought of something and suddenly smiled wickedly.
Ha, you can block it quite well in the back, but there are always some places that you can't block, right?
As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Fei's pupils suddenly shrank.
Could it be? Could it be that she wants to?
However, at this time, Sume had already stood up and was ready to turn Qin Fei's body over. It was at this moment that Qin Fei got a moment to breathe.
Qin Fei just swept Sume to the ground with a kick, then rushed forward quickly and held Sume's body down.
Even though the electric current on the other person still made Qin Fei feel uncomfortable, as long as the physical contact did not exceed 50%, Qin Fei's movements could not be restricted at this time. At the same time, Su Shijuan woke up in a daze, looking confused. Her originally smooth hair had now turned into explosive, sky-high hair that even the Shamed dared not touch. Her dull eyes paused for a moment, then she looked around and then regained color.
But the next second, it turned into tension and disbelief.
Because she saw Qin Fei not wearing pants, and at that moment he was pressing down the disembodied girl.
Could it be that he wants to?
Su Shijuan gently covered her mouth, and it seemed that a picture had appeared in her mind, and a blush suddenly appeared on her face.
No wonder this bad guy let me go at that time, it turns out that this is what he really likes. For a moment, she felt somewhat relieved and somewhat sympathetic. It seemed that the sparkling girl in front of Qin Fei would become her replica in the next second. You. How is it possible? Sume's eyes were full of disbelief.
She struggled desperately and tried her best to flirt with him, but to no avail. Instead, Qin Fei snatched the dagger away, patted her pretty face, and then slowly moved it down her body.
Big sister! Li Gang exclaimed immediately and rushed over.
But what greeted him was a kick from Qin Fei. At the same time, Wang Chang, who was fighting with Lu Bai, also discovered Sume, who was restrained by Qin Fei. He wanted to go up and help, but at this time he was entangled by Lu Bai and couldn't get away at all.
Who the hell are you? A real warrior can't be as strong as you.
There was anger in Sume's eyes, and she felt like she was being teased.
Even a congenital true warrior might not be afraid of her electric current.
Qin Fei smiled without saying anything, and kept slashing her body with the dagger.
Then, Qin Fei asked in a threatening tone, "Let me ask you, how can you be sure that I am a real warrior? Also, what is your purpose in coming here? Are you coming for me?"
Ha!
Sume smiled contemptuously, "You are worthy of it?" Qin Fei raised his eyebrows, wondering where the other party got the courage from. They have already fallen into my hands, how can she be more arrogant than me?
Then, Qin Fei's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness, and the strength in his hands increased a bit, leaving shallow cuts on the opponent's body from time to time. In an instant, bright red blood flowed out from the wounds.
You dare to touch me? Do you know who I am?
Sume glared at Qin Fei, her momentum not weak at all. Qin Fei smiled contemptuously, "I don't care who you are. Just now you wanted to cut off my things, now I can also cut off your things." As he spoke, Qin Fei pointed the dagger at Sume's chest. "Tell me quickly, what is your purpose in coming here?"
Chapter 68, Standpoint.
Looking at Qin Fei's next move and the electric girl covered in blood, Su Shijuan shuddered subconsciously.
I thought Qin Fei would.
I didn't expect Qin Fei to be so cruel, actually wanting to do this in front of everyone.
This man is so scary.
She subconsciously looked down at herself. If it were her, she would rather make him happy again than be cut by him.
However, Sume's momentum remained undiminished, and strength continued to accumulate in her body. Qin Fei was speechless.
It is said that a gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. He originally wanted to use this to scare the other party, but why was this guy so stubborn? Seeing the cold dagger against Sume's chest, Li Gang couldn't bear to look at it. She was afraid that half of her big sister would be gone in the next second, so she hurriedly said, "Don't.
Brother, we can talk it out, it's all a misunderstanding." Yes. At this moment, Su Shijuan finally reacted.
She had been thinking about how Qin Fei would deal with the electric girl, but she ignored why this group of people appeared here.
Misunderstanding?
Qin Fei raised his eyebrows.
You came up and beat me up without saying a word, and now you tell me it's a misunderstanding?
Hearing Qin Fei say this, Li Gang's cheek twitched. Brother, what a misunderstanding. We just happened to pass by here, we really didn't mean to target you.
Why are you wasting your time talking to him?
Su Mei glared at Li Gang. If he likes it, just let him cut it off.
Do you think this will make me surrender?
Oh, he doesn't deserve it.
Oh, my big sister.
Li Gang complained in his heart, not understanding what happened to her today. It was obvious that the other party had not held back when he attacked. Besides, it was not a big deal and it would be fine if he just explained it clearly.
Did he have to give half the reward? Do you really think I dare not cut it?
Qin Fei was embarrassed by Su Mei, but Su Mei grinned fiercely.
The next second, Qin Fei felt his whole body numb again and he couldn't move. Countless electric currents burst out from Su Mei's body, surrounding her and forming layers of protective shields.
Qin Fei's hand was still on the other person's body, continuously drawing the electric current over, causing his body to twitch continuously.
Who is cutting whom?
Su Mei winked at Qin Fei gently, then snatched the dagger from Qin Fei's hand, and kept waving it on his body. In an instant, she cut Qin Fei's clothes open, revealing his strong chest muscles.
It's over.
Qin Fei was secretly shocked. It is said that villains die because they talk too much, which is absolutely true. He didn't expect that the other party actually had a big trick.
Now I have no backup plan and I don't know if I can withstand the humiliation from the other party.
At this moment, Su Shijuan suddenly became worried about Qin Fei. Anyway, although Qin Fei is a little lustful, at least he knows his background.
But what is the purpose of this group of people trying every means to keep them here?
I told you, I will make good use of your immaculate soul. Su Mei smiled coldly, then raised her knife and slashed it down without any hesitation. But the next second, Su Mei widened her eyes and stared at Qin Fei with her head down.
You? What on earth are you?
Qin Fei was numbed by the electric shock and couldn't lower his head, but he secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It really hurts, but it definitely hasn't fallen off yet, otherwise the other person wouldn't have this reaction. It's worthy of being called iron-skinned and strong.
Su Shijuan opened her mouth, secretly surprised. This man is so scary.
However, at this moment, her pupils shrank and a great sense of fear suddenly made her hair stand on end. She turned her head suddenly and saw a pool of dirty water suddenly appeared behind her and slowly turned into a human shape.
Master Su, we meet again. Wang Can. Su Shijuan couldn't help but scream and stepped back repeatedly.
At this moment, it seemed as if she was pulled back to that terrifying and gloomy room.
Wang Can? Are you Wang Can? Li Gang's eyes narrowed and he looked over coldly. Six Gates?
Wang Can narrowed his eyes.
Yes, I am the Wang Can you are looking for.
I was the one who killed more than 1,000 people in the military base.
Now I am standing here, what can you do to me?
After saying that, Wang Can laughed wildly.
Beast! Wang Chang cursed angrily.
Lu Bai also stopped attacking at this time. He had heard Su Shijuan mention Wang Can and knew how powerful the other party was. Then, Wang Can turned to look at Qin Fei and said with a smile, Qin Fei, your growth really surprised me.
It seems that my soul is more successful than I thought.
He had been following Su Mei and the others, hoping to find an opportunity to eliminate these potential threats, but he did not expect that Qin Fei, the experimental subject, could not only grow on his own, but also consume Su Mei and the others to this extent. Hearing what Wang Can said, Su Mei's eyes condensed and she stared at Qin Fei coldly. You two are really in the same group. She had always been curious about Qin Fei's strength, and now that Wang Can said this, everything made sense. He turned out to be just a poor little guinea pig.
Qin Fei opened his mouth, but was numbed by Su Mei's electric shock and couldn't say anything.
Su Mei frowned and analyzed the situation on the field. It is not known whether Lu Bai and Su Shijuan are friends or enemies, but seeing them confronting Qin Fei before, it seems that they can at least be considered neutral.
So the situation now has become 3 against 2.
But even so, she was still at a considerable disadvantage. After all, she really couldn't do anything about Qin Fei. Su Mei narrowed her eyes. Now she could only gamble.
Wang Can's strength was inferior to hers. Skinny monkey, stupid big guy. Leave Wang Can to me, you two can hold on to this kid.
Yes. Big sister. As she spoke, Sumei stopped what she was doing and quickly stepped aside, keeping a sufficient distance from Qin Fei.
At the same time, Li Gang and Wang Chang attacked Qin Fei from the left and right.
After getting rid of Sumei's control, Qin Fei raised the corner of his mouth, slowly stretched his muscles, and then punched and kicked as fast as lightning, hitting Wang Chang's black arm and Li Gang's abdomen respectively, knocking the two attackers far away.
What?
Looking at the receding sky, Li Gang was extremely shocked. Originally, he could not say that he could fight the opponent on equal terms, but it was at least 40% to 60%. Although he was seriously injured at this time, it was now 2 against 1. He quickly turned around, put one hand on the ground, and then rolled over to stand steadily. At this time, Wang Chang had already launched the second round of attack. He jumped high, then gathered his 8 black arms to protect his body, and then stabbed towards Qin Fei. At the same time, Sumei tentatively sent an electric current towards Wang Can. But when the electric current entered Wang Can's body, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, without causing any ripples.
How is it possible? Sumei was shocked. Why was there no reaction at all?
After a simple test, she found that Wang Can seemed to be more difficult to deal with than she had imagined, so she narrowed her eyes, glanced at the high voltage lines above her head, and sighed slightly. At this moment, a figure flashed quickly from behind Wang Can and split him into 2 halves.
Chapter 69: The Reason for Becoming Stronger. That's it?
After the attack, Lu Bai gently lifted the tuft of hair on his head and smiled contemptuously.
Sumei felt incredible.
She didn't expect that Wang Can was not afraid of her lightning ability, but died under this light sword.
How could such a person massacre more than 1,000 people at a military base? What did he do for a living?
But at this moment, Su Shijuan immediately exclaimed, "Brother, be careful." Lu Bai raised his eyebrows in confusion, thinking that Su Shijuan asked him to be careful of Sumei, so he once again distanced himself from her by more than 10 meters. But at this moment, he saw a scene that made him shudder. Wang Can, who was cut into 2 halves by him, began to squirm.
Immediately afterwards, each half of the body turned into the appearance of Wang Can. One consciousness is using 2 bodies. This is obviously the first time that Wang Can has used this ability.
He is still a little uncomfortable and keeps making different movements on the spot.
Damn! What kind of monster is this? Lu Bai secretly clicked his tongue.
Such nice weather as this one is perfect for a massage, but he was dragged here by his junior sister and experienced too much. At the same time, Qin Fei kicked Wang Chang away and also noticed Wang Can's changes. Wang Can, 55 years old, combat power 45, genetic mutation, possessor of demonic power, lives by devouring flesh and blood, combat power is purified, abilities, split, regenerate, devour, absorb.
Is this the change after devouring more than 1,000 people?
If he continues to let it go, Qin Fei can't imagine it at all. Although Sumei was not a good person, she was a beautiful woman. Now she could only put aside the grudge between them for the time being. Thinking of this, Han Xiao strode towards Wang Can. Seeing this, Sumei looked solemn, thinking that if the 2 of them cooperated, everyone present would die here, so she shot an electric current at Qin Fei without saying a word.
Nima!
At this moment, such a small electric current was no different from a tickle to Qin Fei, but it still made him very unhappy, so he turned around and glared at Sumei.
You stinky bitch, wait and see how I deal with you later.
As he spoke, Han Xiao took a few big strides towards Wang Can and punched him twice.
Boom! Boom!
The 2 Wang Can flew out at the same time, but it was different from yesterday. After his combat power was greatly enhanced, Wang Can's body was not broken by his own attack, but only slightly appeared some black water.
At this moment, almost everyone present except Su Shijuan was stunned. Logically speaking, shouldn't they be in the same group? Why did he beat Wang Can? Sumei's face immediately turned red.
I spent so much time analyzing it, and it turns out that everything was wrong in essence.
You guys. Hearing that Sumei seemed to have something to say, Han Xiao interrupted her directly. Shut up.
You bitch, we can deal with our affairs later.
Now that you have the time, you should think about how to solve the current troubles.
While he was speaking, Wang Can had already climbed up from the ground with a smile on his face.
I really didn't expect this, Qin Fei. I'm really curious about what happened to you during this day. I didn't expect that with my current strength, I could still be beaten by you?
At this moment, he even suspected that as he became stronger, Qin Fei would also become stronger. After all, the soul that the other party absorbed was originally in his body.
Could it be that the soul has always been bound to him? If this is true, then how big is the pure soul in Qin Fei's body now?
If he continues to train like this, it is not impossible to train Qin Fei into a pure soul. A hint of greed flashed in Wang Can's eyes, and he decided not to kill Qin Fei for the time being.
But not killing him does not mean letting him go. After all, there must be many people who want a top-grade pure soul like him. As long as you keep the opponent under your control, you can not only study whether it is possible to copy it, but also wait until the opponent is strong enough to swallow it up in one bite, so as to maximize the benefits.
Qin Fei, I can give you another chance. As long as you join my team, I can make you stronger. He walked towards Qin Fei step by step, but what responded to him was a flying kick from Qin Fei. Then, Qin Fei smiled at the other Wang Can and said, "You are nothing special. Although your abilities seem impressive, they are just impressive. With such limited abilities, you dare to show off in front of me? Really?" Wang Can was not angry. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Qin Fei. After all, Qin Fei was an expert in fighting and had rich experience in close combat. He was no match for Wang Can, who had no combat experience at all. He just dodged by slightly turning sideways. Immediately afterwards, Qin Fei swung his fist like a storm and hit the other Wang Can madly.
Pa 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 pa. Wang Can's body exploded rhythmically.
Looking at this scene, everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva.
Isn't this too cruel?
Lu Bai glanced at Su Shijuan carefully and curled his lips.
Junior sister, what a fool. She must be so lucky to marry such a tough guy. And she has to make up so many stories.
Thinking of this, he couldn't help but scratch his crotch and sighed slightly. At this time, Wang Can, who had fallen to the ground, also climbed up and turned into a pool of dirty water and pounced towards Qin Fei.
Be careful.
Su Mei and Su Shijuan shouted almost in unison. But there was no need for the two to remind him. Qin Fei had always been on guard against the other party and had already made a response.
With the current physical body, there will no longer be the burning pain of being corroded by the opponent.
Not to mention facing two Wang Cans like him, even if there were 10 or 8 of them, he wouldn't be afraid at all. But just as he was thinking this, he saw Wang Can's body shaking violently.
Then 1 became 2, 2 became 4, and then 8 really appeared.
Qin Fei, you are in this situation today, but you never think about who is responsible for it.
Do you think that this is all I am capable of? How dare a mere firefly compete with the bright moon?
Qin Fei raised his eyebrows.
Who is the reason for my current situation? It's because I kept chiseling people apart that I got to this point.
But since the other party thinks so, then let me think so.
It doesn't seem like I'm at a disadvantage. Wang Can you please stop bragging every time you lose? Even if you become 8, so what? And you're still talking to me about the bright moon competing for glory?
You're really good at flattering yourself, but in my opinion, you're just a few more sandbags.
Sandbag? Wang Can snorted coldly and raised the corner of his mouth slightly.
8 figures attacked Qin Fei together. The two sides were entangled in an instant, and Qin Fei was too lazy to defend himself. After several confrontations, he found that Wang Can not break his defense at all.
Wrong.
But at this moment, Su Shijuan seemed to have noticed something and frowned slightly.
Chapter 70, Very Angry.
Although it seemed that Qin Fei still had the upper hand, Wang Can's aura did not weaken.
Qin Fei frowned, and he also noticed something was wrong.
Because every time there is contact with Wang Can's body, a small amount of internal energy will be lost. Although the loss is not large at one time, it is particularly obvious after hundreds of confrontations. If we continue to fight, we will be exhausted to death sooner or later. But if he stopped the bombardment, the 8 Wang Cans would be attracted to him, and he would die even faster.
Qin Fei felt very annoyed. How could he kill this guy? Qin Fei, stop struggling. Can a tiny being like you contend with the power of God? Qin Fei was speechless. He didn't expect that Wang Can would do this again.
It seems that he still needs a powerful means of attack. Thinking of this, Qin Fei glanced at the people around him and sighed secretly.
These few idiots can't even break my defense. I can't rely on them at all.
But when his eyes turned to Su Mei, his pupils suddenly shrank. I saw that the other party actually climbed up the electric pole, and looking at her posture, it seemed that she was ready to have an intimate contact with the high-voltage electricity. Su Mei's eyes were determined, and without any hesitation, she pulled down the high-voltage wire with her bare hands. Sparks and lightning flew all the way, and her whole body began to smoke, but the strong electric current did not seem to limit her movements.
The next second, a bolt of lightning shot out from her palm and hit Wang Can's body accurately. Crack! The moment the lightning touched Wang Can, his entire body exploded and shattered into countless pieces of dirty water that scattered all over the ground. Qin Fei felt unbelievable. He didn't expect that this woman could do such a thing. But if it was just this, it might not be enough. Because he knew that this would at most cause consumption to Wang Can, and it would be almost impossible to completely eliminate him. What? But at this moment, the 7 Wang Cans exclaimed almost at the same time. I saw that the sewage scattered all over the ground seemed to be covered by countless electric currents. It was impossible to move at all, let alone heal again. But Su Mei didn't give him time to catch his breath, because she felt her body was swollen and uncomfortable. If she didn't release this energy quickly, she felt like she was going to explode. Ka ka ka. Several more lightning bolts shot out in succession, and Wang Can had no time to react before 3 more bodies fell down. Not only that, the ball of sewage that was hit at the beginning seemed to be unable to gather for a long time, and after a puff of green smoke, it completely lost its vitality. Qin Fei was secretly delighted, thinking that Su Mei was really something. At this time, there were only 4 Wang Cans left on the field. If this continued, wouldn't it be possible to completely leave Wang Can behind in a few more moves? At this moment, Wang Can's face finally showed the long-lost panic. Swoosh! Another dazzling flash of lightning struck straight towards Wang Can. However, Su Mei's body also reached its limit at this time. She fell to the ground and her body kept twitching. Seeing this, a sinister look flashed in Wang Can's eyes. The 3 bodies turned into dirty water and sank to the ground, quickly attacking Su Mei. Big sister. In a hurry, Wang Chang spit out spider silk directly at Su Mei and dragged her to his side. Okay, let's die together. Wang Can made a harsh remark, and then 3 streams of dirty water attacked Su Mei and Wang Chang at the same time. But at this moment, Qin Fei appeared and blocked his way. Wang Can, don't you claim to be a god? Why are you panicking now? It seems that you are not invincible. Wang Can paused for a moment, then angrily said, Qin Fei, you really don't know how to appreciate my kindness. Qin Fei was highly alert throughout the whole process, fearing that the other party might have other tricks up his sleeve. But the next second, Wang Can did not make any move, but fled away into the distance. Looking at the other person's receding back, Qin Fei narrowed his eyes, did not chase after him, but let out a long sigh of relief. Because he knew that with his current means, he could not keep the other party at all, but the next time they met would be different. Then, Qin Fei turned around and looked at Wang Chang and the unconscious Su Mei with a smile. Wang Chang's eyelids twitched when he saw this. Big brother, we are one family. We are all members of your supernatural power department. Have you heard of the 6 gates? It was really a misunderstanding before. One of our own? If you can beat them, then no explanation is needed. If you can't beat them, then they are one of ours? At this time, Li Gang also moved closer to Wang Chang and looked at Qin Fei vigilantly. We are indeed no match for you, but what can you do? Do you also want to be the enemy of the entire Daxia like Wang Can? Wang Chang glanced at Li Gang and sighed helplessly. If the other party was afraid of your threat, he would not have treated Su Mei like that before. Qin Fei snorted coldly, don't take yourself too seriously. Even if I kill you now, who would know it was me? As he said that, Qin Fei turned around and glanced at Su Shijuan and Lu Bai. Seeing this, Lu Bai whistled, his eyes wandering everywhere, and finally looked up at the sky, looking very busy. The negotiations failed, and seeing that Qin Fei was about to take action, Wang Chang had completely given up. Taking advantage of the moment when Qin Fei turned his head, he hurriedly spit out countless spider silks towards Qin Fei. Be careful. Su Shijuan reminded, but she was still a step too slow. Qin Fei only felt a white flash before his eyes, and his whole body was wrapped like a dumpling by the spider silk. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wang Chang and others quickly got on the jeep. When Qin Fei finally broke free from the spider silk, Jeep had already run away for a distance. He thought that it would be easy for his physical body to defeat these 2 little Karamis. I wanted to take this opportunity to drag Su Mei into the villa to have a good chat, but I didn't expect that I was still careless. Qin Fei. If there's nothing else, my brother and I will go back too. That's right, Qin Fei, I'm really happy to meet you today. I will definitely ask you to massage my feet some other day. With that, the 2 turned around and walked away as if nothing had happened before. Where do you want to go? Brother, I still like the rebellious you at the beginning. Have you forgotten why you came here in the first place? Lu Bai was stunned. He naturally knew this, but what else could he do?
Then, he turned around and smiled bitterly. Xin Fei, I didn't know you very well before. A talent like you, handsome and good-looking, it's really a blessing for my junior sister to know you.
Senior brother, what are you talking about?
Su Shijuan was a little anxious, but after thinking about it, it seemed that it was indeed the case. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at Xin Fei again. But when she looked at Xin Fei, she seemed to remember some unfriendly scenes and twisted her body in grievance. Seeing this, Xin Fei grinned. Brother, I have nothing to say if you want to leave, but Master Su, I am very angry now. You don't want to just leave like this, right?
Chapter 71 Threat.
After hearing what Xin Fei said, Su Shijuan naturally understood what the other party wanted to do, but she had just helped him calm down not long ago, so why did he get angry again so quickly?
Very angry? Lu Bai frowned. Why did this sentence sound so familiar? But forget it, something has definitely happened between my junior sister and the other party. What can I do to change it? I can't beat him, and if their relationship suddenly heats up one day, then won't it all be the fault of me, their senior brother? Okay, Xin Fei, since you have something to talk to my junior sister, I won't disturb you. As he spoke, he pinched the slightly yellowed white card in his trouser pocket, waved his hand, and walked away. It has been delayed for such a long time, and I wonder how many families have been broken up because of it. Alas, this is really wrong. Brother, what are you doing? You agreed to help me get revenge. How could you push your sister into the fire pit?
Su Shijuan had tears in her eyes. She never expected that the senior brother who had taken care of her since she was a child would actually sell her out like this, so she quickly stepped forward and tried to grab Lu Bai's arm. But Lu Bai's feet were as fast as the wind. He dodged it in a flash and gave Xin Fei a smile that all men could understand. Xin Fei, you must treat my junior sister well and never let her suffer any grievances. Hearing Lu Bai say this, Xin Fei also gave a smile that all men understand. Brother, I'm here, you can go with peace of mind. Immediately afterwards, Lu Bai moved as fast as the wind and quickly left the sight of the two.
Su Shijuan was dumbfounded. What does it mean to feel at ease with you around? It is because of your presence that I feel uneasy.
At this time, there were only her and Xin Fei left on the field. Looking at Xin Fei's fierce eyes, she felt weak and helpless, and her little heart was about to jump out.
Xin Fei, can we have a good chat?
As soon as he finished speaking, Xin Fei flashed in front of her and reached out to fiddle with the explosive hair on her head.
What are you talking about? Look at how dirty you are now. You don't have any desire at all. As soon as these words came out, Su Shijuan's eyes suddenly lit up. So, I can leave too. Leave? When did I ever say I would let you go?
Xin Fei deliberately released the murderous aura, which was a mental torture for Su Shijuan, who had a strong sense of perception.
Then, what do you want to do? Su Shijuan's lips trembled slightly and her body began to shake. Xin Fei smiled without saying anything. He picked up Su Shijuan and walked into the villa.
Immediately afterwards, Xin Fei personally washed Su Shijuan clean.
Well, it looks much better now. Since you are so cooperative, I can allow you to chat while I cool down. No.
Su Shijuan pouted and cursed Xin Fei 1,000 times in her heart.
How abominable. What is there for me to talk about with a bastard like you? Oh my God. How come I am so skilled? Was I born to do this?
After a short time together, Su Shijuan simply cleaned her car, then stepped on the accelerator and drove away. After entering the Paradise Club, Lu Bai didn't expect his junior sister to come so quickly, and hurriedly cleared out the idle people in the private room.
Immediately afterwards, Su Shijuan walked in.
But this time, she said nothing, just fell on the massage chair next to her and let out a long sigh.
Master, junior sister, have you finished your conversation so quickly? Lu Bai was surprised. He had only talked halfway with the technician. It shouldn't have happened to a tough guy like Xin Fei. Su Shijuan looked at Lu Bai weakly. Brother, do you men really have such an interest in that thing? What the hell? Lu Bai was a little confused. He didn't know if what Su Shijuan said was the same as what he was thinking. Oh, I won't talk to you anymore. I feel like I'm about to have a mental breakdown these days. Then, how about I find a technician to help you press it? After hearing this, Su Shijuan was furious. Press. All you do all day is press. If you practice diligently, would your junior sister be bullied by bad guys? Bad guy? Lu Bai raised his eyebrows. Junior sister, you are still too naive.
In this world, there is no such thing as good or bad.
It's just a matter of different standpoints.
I think Qin Fei is not bad.
He looks good and is strong.
Okay. Stop talking. Su Shijuan felt so annoyed. Ever since she left the villa, the scenes of her time with Qin Fei never stopped. The more she tried to forget, the clearer the scenes became. She even suspected that she was sick. Forget it, let's find a technician so I can see what magic massage has. Lu Bai was extremely surprised. He didn't expect that he would finally lead Su Shijuan onto the path of massage. But there was a difference. Although they entered through the same gate, Lu Bai had a secret in his heart. Junior sister, although we are brothers and sisters, there is a difference between men and women.
How about you change your room? Aren't you just talking nonsense? Su Shijuan glared at Lu Bai.
She naturally knew what Lu Bai usually did, but she just didn't say it out loud. Besides, she didn't want to ruin Lu Bai's good fortune. After all, he was old and it wasn't easy for him. Soon, Su Shijuan was led into a formal private room by the waiter, and then a beautiful female technician walked in.
Hello, distinguished guest. I am technician number 38. I am happy to serve you. Do you have any massage techniques that can satisfy men without sacrificing yourself?
After hearing this, technician number 38 felt contemptuous. It was a waste of having such a face and figure, but in the end she couldn't even catch her own man.
If I had your looks, what kind of man would be unattractive to me? Why would I need to learn how to please a man?
At the same time, in the villa, Qin Fei looked at Su Shijuan's phone number and smiled evilly. At first, when he asked for Su Shijuan's contact information, she actually dared to refuse and even gave him a fake number in the end. Fortunately, Qin Fei said that if he needed her in the future, she would have to be there at any time, otherwise she would definitely go to Qingyang Mountain to visit her master. It was not until this point that Qin Fei realized that he had been cheated. Fortunately, I had a long-term plan, otherwise I would have been cheated and kept in the dark. Now that I have mastered the means to make the other party submit, don't you believe that if I make a short appointment a day or a big appointment every 3 days, I won't be able to develop some feelings for him? Zhang Mengmeng's appearance score is 93, so she was awarded 1,500 points. So Su Shijuan's appearance score is 94, so she should be awarded at least 2,000, right?
I don't know if the combat power value I'll be rewarded with will be enough for me to break through level 45.
Qin Fei was very much looking forward to it, wondering what changes would happen to his body after breaking through 45. But no matter what, the points at that time will definitely be used to exchange for powerful attack methods.
Let's see who dares to say that I am a real warrior without any superpowers? Chapter 72 Commodities.
Provincial capital, Zhang Family Villa. A long rectangular table made of fine rosewood lies across the center of the hall. Sitting around the square table were men, women, old and young, all dressed in gorgeous clothes and with different expressions. At the head, an old man with a gloomy face sat motionless, emitting a majesty and vicissitudes that should not be underestimated. At the end of the table, Zhang Pinggan's family stood out. But no one spoke at this time, and everyone looked solemn. Suddenly, the old man slammed the table, his eyes fixed. Zhang Pinghan,
who gave you the right to act on your own? Just because I made you a small true warrior, do you think you can turn the world upside down?
The invisible pressure spread in all directions, and everyone became extremely careful even with their breathing.
Zhang Pinghan looked aggrieved.
He just said that he used his daughter to win over a talent like Qin Fei, but he didn't expect the other party to react so strongly. If the other party knew, both of his daughters, Qin Fei, would. Thinking of this, he couldn't imagine what the consequences would be. At this moment, Zhang Mengmeng spoke up, "Grandpa, this matter has nothing to do with Dad, I did it voluntarily."
After hearing this, Mr. Zhang sneered, "Oh, volunteering? He's just a lucky brat. With his mediocre skills, is he worthy of the Zhang family's attention?"
After hearing this, Zhang Pinghan secretly thought that this was not good.
This was completely different from what he had imagined. Well, Dad, that kid actually has some strength. Strength?
Mr. Zhang was totally dismissive of Zhang Pinggan's remarks.
With your little bit of Taoism, what do you know? Even if you are more powerful, can you compare with the Xian Tianjinwu of the Six Gates? Zhang Pinghan frowned.
He had some understanding of organizations like the Six Gates. I heard that if you want to become a member of it, you have to be a congenital true warrior to start, and each of them is undoubtedly the elite among the elites. But he had just been threatened by Qin Fei a few days ago, and he was really afraid that Qin Fei would kill him if he didn't do things well. Fortunately, he still had a trick up his sleeve. Before coming here, he contacted Qin Fei in advance.
Didn't you, Qin Fei, say you wanted to meet the old man? Then come.
When the time comes, we'll know whether it's a mule or a horse by taking it for a walk. At this time, Zhang Mengmeng shook her head in disappointment, stood up, and threw a stack of asset certificates on the table.
I have completed the task as you requested. Now I want to pursue my own life. No one can stop me.
After saying that, she turned around and prepared to leave.
Nonsense. Old Master Zhang slammed the table. Quick. Stop her.
As soon as he finished speaking, a young man beside him immediately smiled and said, "Old man, let me do it." As he said this, he pressed his hand downwards, and Zhang Mengmeng immediately felt as if there was 1,000 pounds of gravity under her feet, unable to move at all. At this moment, the butler rushed in hurriedly. He noticed at a glance that the atmosphere inside was a little wrong, but he still spoke hurriedly. "Master, the guests have arrived."
Hearing this, Mr. Zhang's face lit up with joy.
He quickly stood up, quickly checked his clothes, then looked at Zhang Mengmeng and then at Zhang Mengmeng.
Listen to me, both of you.
You must behave yourself and don't mess around like this again. Having said that, he hurried out. After a while, two men, one strong and one thin, wearing dark blue military uniforms came into view. One of them was carrying a large box in his hand. Seeing this, he came forward with a big smile on his face. "Welcome, welcome.
Two leaders, please come in quickly. Wang Chang. Li Gang." The two briefly introduced themselves, and then Wang Chang asked, "Are you the old man of the Zhang family?" That's right, that's right. I didn't expect you two to be so handsome. It's true that seeing is worse than hearing about it.
Li Gang raised his eyebrows. This was what he disliked the most, and he looked impatient.
Stop talking nonsense.
I heard that you have several Xiantianjin warriors here.
Where are they? Mr. Zhang was stunned.
He didn't expect the other party to be so disrespectful.
But he could understand it.
After all, given their identities, it was normal for them to be a little arrogant. At this time, Wang Chang gently pushed Li Gang, then smiled and said, "Don't take it to heart, old man.
This guy is just like that. But do you really have a few Xiantianjin warriors here?" Of course I dare not talk about this kind of thing. Please follow me.
While leading the way, Mr. Zhang continued, "I heard that you two are still unmarried.
It just so happens that you have two beautiful granddaughters at home. Why don't you take this opportunity to get to know them?"
Oh. Hearing the word good-looking, Wang Chang immediately became interested, but it was only a little interest.
Don't bother for so long. If you're still not as good as those technicians in the provincial capital club, what's the point?
Li Gang, however, curled his lips in a lack of interest.
It's not like he hasn't seen beautiful women before. For example, the eldest sister in his family is a great beauty. There are many beauties to be seen, but what does it have to do with him?
If the other person's beauty is not even half as good as the big sister, he would rather be single. But soon, Zhang Mengmeng's beautiful figure came into view, and the clear expression on her face was even more amazing.
Because he often saw this expression on the big sister's face.
Not only that, to say sorry to the big sister, the other person's looks even surpassed the big sister's. For a moment, Li Gang felt like he was in love. He changed his previous attitude and his tone became much gentler.
"Master, who is this?"
Seeing Li Gang's sudden change of attitude, Mr. Zhang was immediately delighted and thought to himself that there was hope. "This is the granddaughter I mentioned earlier, Zhang Mengmeng. She is 28 years old and still hasn't had a boyfriend."
Okay. Li Gang nodded his head happily after hearing this.
Zhang Mengmeng, who was closest to the conversation, could hear it clearly. It felt like someone was introducing a commodity rather than his granddaughter, and her face immediately darkened. Wang Chang smiled and shook his head. If he didn't know that Li Gang had always had a crush on the big sister, he would have even begun to doubt the other party's sexual orientation.
Now that he was interested in this icy beauty, he couldn't say anything more.
After all, this kind of woman who looks frigid is not his type no matter how beautiful she is. Having been hanging out in various clubs for many years, he prefers to be clear-headed and ignorant. Soon, Mr. Zhang led the two of them in. As soon as they entered the door, Li Gang, who was nearly 2 meters tall and had strong muscles all over his body, immediately put great pressure on everyone. Looking at the whole family in front of him, Li Gang felt inexplicably nervous, then he touched the back of his head awkwardly, walked up to Zhang Mengmeng and said with a silly smile.
Hello, Miss Shang, I'm Li Gang, nice to meet you. Chapter 73, No Hardship. Roll.
It is said that you should not hit someone who smiles at you, but Zhang Mengmeng did not treat Li Gang as a human being at all. It was this attitude that hurt Li Gang's heart even more. Both the expression and tone were exactly the same as those of the big sister. At this moment, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the love in Li Gang's eyes was almost visible.
Girl, how can you talk like that?
Old Master Zhang immediately scolded. Zhang Mengmeng closed her eyes tightly, without any response, with a look of pain on her face. If her movements hadn't been restricted by strange means, she would have wanted to leave this home as far away as possible.
At this time, Wang Chang looked at everyone expectantly. If one granddaughter was so beautiful, how could the other one be any worse?
Soon, he noticed the pure and beautiful Zhang Mengmeng among the group of people. Although the other person looked at her with disgust, he had long been accustomed to such looks.
Who made him look like that? But I have to say, even if there are no innate true warriors here, this trip is worth it. Because the other person was completely in her heart, even the moment he saw her, the temperature in his body rose by several degrees. Mr. Zhang saw all the micro-expressions of Li Gang and Wang Chang, then he walked up to Wang Chang and smiled at Zhang Mengmeng. Mengmeng, stop sitting there and come and say hello to the leader. As he said this, regardless of Zhang Mengmeng's reaction, Mr. Zhang continued to smile and said, Zhang Mengmeng, I'm 25 years old and I still haven't had a boyfriend. What do you think, leader?
At this time, Zhang Mengmeng pouted and stood up reluctantly. Qin Fei's handsome face unconsciously appeared in her mind. Comparing herself to the old man in front of her, who exuded a vulgar aura all over his body, she burst into tears in panic and turned back to look at Zhang's mother for help. Seeing this, Zhang's mother felt her heart bleeding, but how could she have the right to speak in such an occasion? So he sighed deeply and shook his head helplessly. Then, she pinched Zhang Pinghan and said in a low voice, Zhang Pinghan, you can't even guarantee the happiness of your own daughter. You are a piece of shit. Zhang Pinghan was speechless for a moment. He knew that he was a good for nothing, but hearing such words coming from his lover still made him feel very uncomfortable. At this time, Wang Chang took the initiative to step forward, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and looking at his posture, he might attack at any time.
Grandpa Zhang was beaming with joy throughout the whole process and didn't care about his granddaughter's reaction, as long as the two of them were happy.
After all, he has seen a lot of things like this, and the Zhang family can be what it is today entirely relying on such means.
Who volunteered at the beginning? But in the end, who doesn't think they are the happiest? Don't be afraid, beauty. I'm not a bad person.
Wang Chang became more and more satisfied as he looked at her. As he spoke, he was about to hold Zhang Mengmeng's hand.
Don't come over here. Zhang Mengmeng screamed and kept backing away.
Her eyes were full of fear and helplessness, and tears were welling up in her eyes. Wang Chang was stunned on the spot.
After all, this was the Zhang family's territory. He really couldn't do anything against a woman's wishes.
But among the dozen people present, no one spoke out to stop it, and Mr. Zhang even angrily said to Zhang Mengmeng.
Nonsense. Mengmeng, what are you doing?
It's your blessing that the leader likes you.
Why don't you take the leader to visit our Zhang family's villa?
At this moment, Wang Chang immediately understood the Zhang family's intention. I didn't expect that the Zhang family, which is so big and well known in the provincial capital, could force a little girl to such an extent just to win me over?
But it doesn't matter. I'm not a good person anyway. Facing such a stunning beauty, what's wrong with being alive and son-in-law of the Zhang family? Don't be afraid, beauty. I'm not a bad person. I just want to visit your villa. Can you take me to see it?
Wang Chang pressed forward step by step, but Zhang Mengmeng had already reached the point where she could no longer retreat. Just then, a figure rushed in. The light coming through the door just happened to illuminate Qin Fei's handsome face. He looked around and saw Wang Chang, who was pressing towards Zhang Mengmeng, and Li Gang, who was standing next to Zhang Mengmeng with a perverted look on his face. The stranger who suddenly appeared behind him immediately caught Mr. Shang's attention.
Who are you? What do the people outside do for a living? This is my Zhang family's villa. It's not a place where people like you can come. Zhang Mengmeng's face was filled with joy, and she was so excited that she couldn't speak.
Zhang Mengmeng showed a worried look on her face. Qin Fei, why are you here? She had personally experienced the strange methods of the Zhang family's son-in-law, and combined with the old man's attitude towards the two people in front of him, she knew without a doubt that these two people were even more difficult to deal with. But now Qin Fei has come to me on such an occasion, I'm afraid there will be trouble. Zhang Mengmeng spoke in a worried tone, but her voice was not loud, but it scared Li Gang and Wang Chang, and they both showed panic in their eyes.
Qin Fei? Could it be such a coincidence?
They both turned their heads to look, hoping that it was just a coincidence. But as soon as he turned around, he saw a whip kick coming towards him.
Pa pa!
The lightning-fast attack almost kicked both of them away at the same time, and it only stopped after destroying a lot of furniture.
The scene before them shocked everyone so much that they couldn't close their mouths. They didn't know whether the people from the six gates were too weak, or Qin Fei was too strong.
Qin Fei's eyes were fixed, and he looked straight at the two people falling to the ground, with a hint of disdain in his eyes.
You two little bastards, dare you covet my woman?
As they spoke, both of them stood up, their eyes avoiding Qin Fei, with mixed feelings in their hearts. Seeing that Li Gang and Wang Chang were both safe and sound, Mr. Zhang finally came to his senses. It seemed that Qin Fei had sneak attacked the two of them, leaving them no chance to fight back.
Are you Qin Fei?
You are so brave. How dare you sneak attack two leaders? A good plan was ruined by Qin Fei, and he was disrespectful to the two of them.
If they were dissatisfied because of this, then all the plans would be ruined.
Thinking of this, a hint of viciousness flashed in Mr. Zhang's eyes, and then he said to the several sons-in-law at the table, "Don't just stand there, why don't you teach him a lesson?" As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Mengmeng suddenly felt that the force acting on her disappeared without a trace.
Immediately afterwards, several sons-in-law directly attacked Qin Fei at the table.
Seeing this, Qin Fei smiled contemptuously and spat directly on the ground. They all look fancy, but none of them can really fight. Because none of the people who attacked him had a combat power value of more than 25. He didn't even bother to pay attention to these little karamis, for fear that he would be crushed to death by them accidentally.
Qin Fei, be careful. Their methods are weird.
At this time, Zhang Mengmeng gave a reminder, and turned around and leaned against Qin Fei. After not seeing him for a few days, she had no idea how strong Qin Fei had become.
I had already prepared to break with my family. If I could die here with Qin Fei, it might be a good ending. Chapter 74, A Man of Distinction.
But at this moment, several sons-in-law who came to attack were suddenly entangled by countless spider silk. Then, Li Gang rushed forward and kicked each of them one by one, just like beating up kindergarten kids. That seemingly light kick actually kicked all the sons-in-law that Mr. Zhang was proud of into the corner.
Old Master Zhang was stunned. It was obviously Qin Fei who kicked them, so why did he hit my people? Two leaders, what are you doing?
After saying this, Wang Chang glanced at Qin Fei out of the corner of his eye, then looked at Zhang Mengmeng who was sitting next to Qin Fei, and then said angrily,
"Why? Mr. Zhang, I think you are pretending to be ignorant. Your granddaughters clearly have such a good home, why did you lie to us and say they are single?
If it were someone else, it wouldn't matter whether the two girls were single or not, but the problem was that the person was Qin Fei. The higher-ups attach great importance to Qin Fei and have listed him as a target that must be won over. The reason why he did this was, on the one hand, to make their position clear to Qin Fei, and on the other hand, to indirectly save these innate true warriors.
After all, how could anyone who was related to the murderer Wang be a good person? This. Old Master Zhang didn't know what to say.
He was so satisfied with his two granddaughters just now, but he turned against him because of such a small matter.
Are the people of Liaoshenmen so moral?
At this point, we should win over as many people as possible.
After all, we still have a granddaughter, right? But that's not right.
He can understand Zhang Mengmeng, but why did Zhang Mengmeng get together with that boy? Thinking of this, his face suddenly darkened. Zhang Pinghan.
I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation.
Zhang Pinghan didn't know what the current situation was, so he lowered his head and said nothing. But Qin Fei pulled Zhang Mengmeng over and hugged her with one hand.
Master, the facts are right in front of us. What else do we need to explain? They are both my women. Do you have any objections?
After these words were spoken, Zhang Mengmeng blushed, and Zhang Mengmeng rarely resisted.
You!
Old Master Zhang pointed at Qin Fei, so angry that he couldn't speak. Now that all the living forces have lost their combat effectiveness, Li Gang and Wang Chang don't seem to be planning to take action.
With his old bones, how could he be a match for the strong young man in front of him?
So he took out his anger on Zhang Pinghan again.
Zhang Pinghan? How on earth are you a father?
Seeing this, Qin Fei felt a little frustrated, but he couldn't do anything to the old man.
It has come to this point, but I didn't expect that the other party still can't tell who is the king?
But he had to let go of the anger in his heart, so he looked at Wang Chang and Li Gang, then smiled coldly.
Aren't you going to express your opinion?
Seeing that Qin Fei's attention was still shifted to him, Wang Chang spoke hurriedly, shaking his head like a rattle.
No objection, none of us have any objection.
Then, Li Gang also shook his head. I have no objection either.
I sighed in my heart, there are many beautiful women in the world, but what does it have to do with me?
He thought it was a good marriage, but he never expected that the other party was already taken, and the woman was someone he couldn't afford to offend. Looking at the two people's statements, Mr. Zhang finally realized that something was wrong. He could understand that the 6 gates were moral, but now Qin Fei was not giving in. It was like he was shitting on their heads.
Didn't he have any temper at all?
Zhang's father and mother had the same idea, but Zhang Mengmeng didn't think about anything and just felt very happy at this moment. Zhang Mengmeng looked at Qin Fei in confusion. She felt that since she met Qin Fei, he had always been subverting her cognition.
She wondered if there was anything in this world that he could not do?
But at this moment, Qin Fei let go of his arms around the two of them and walked towards Li Gang and Wang Chang.
You dare to covet my woman, of course you have no objection.
Qin Fei's eyes were calm, but both of them were a little panicked. They seemed to remember the fear of being dominated by each other, and instinctively took a step back. But just by retreating like this, everyone could see that they were afraid of Qin Fei. Old Master Zhang's eyes lit up and he looked at Zheng Pinghan in disbelief.
Unexpectedly, this time, his useless son made the right investment?
Qin Fei, this is really a misunderstanding.
Do you know the 6 gates? The higher-ups intend to make you the captain of a team. We are all family. Qin Fei smiled without saying anything.
He reached out and patted the two men's shoulders, with a faint smile on his face.
However, in the eyes of Li Gang and Wang Chang, this smile looked like a devil. Let's not talk about that for now. I let you run away last time, and you dare to get close to me and attack me this time? If I don't do something, won't the Zhang family make a fool of themselves?
After saying that, Qin Fei turned around, put his hands behind his back, and walked out.
You two, come out. Practice with me for half an hour, and this matter will be over.
It may seem like a trivial statement, but Wang Chang and Li Gang both know what half an hour means. Especially for Li Gang, the internal injuries caused by Qin Fei had just healed not long ago, and now he is coming again? But Qin Fei had already said that if the two of them didn't go, it would only make things worse.
I think there might not be any danger to life, right?
After the two of them walked out, Mr. Zhang patted Zhang's father on the shoulder and said, "You are good, kid. Although you are not very successful in anything, your vision in choosing a son-in-law is definitely this." As he spoke, Mr. Zhang gave Zhang's father a thumbs up. Father Zhang was so excited to receive the praise from Mr. Zhang that he scratched his neck with a silly smile. He knew that Qin Fei was powerful, but he never expected that the people from the 6 gates would treat Qin Fei like their grandson when they saw him. The old man is really something. He went through so much trouble, isn't he just trying to let his sons-in-law go through the back door and enter the 6 gates directly? What happened to the 6 gates? In front of my son-in-law Zhang Pinghan, isn't it just a pile? Several live-in sons-in-law Mr. Zhang 6 doors Qin Fei eye. All of a sudden, he felt that his status had been infinitely elevated, and his heart was filled with joy. At this time, Mr. Zhang walked up to Zhang Mengmeng and her sister and said with a charitable smile, "Grandpa was wrong. I shouldn't have stopped your happiness. You must get along well with Qin Fei in the future. Do you understand?" After hearing what Mr. Zhang said, Zhang Mengmeng's face immediately became full of smiles. "Don't worry, Grandpa." Zhang Mengmeng opened her mouth. Although she still had some resistance in her heart, she nodded and smiled. "Don't worry, Grandpa. Anyway, I have become Qin Fei's woman. No matter the final outcome is being abandoned or ignored by Qin Fei, it has to be like this. After all, she likes Qin Fei. If there was no Qin Fei, she would be sold like a commodity to someone she doesn't like." At this moment, loud bangs were heard outside the house. Chapter 75 Good Brothers in Heart. Old Master Zhang smiled and said, "Let's go and see how many surprises Qin Fei can bring to our Zhang family." Having said that, Mr. Zhang and his family all walked out. The rest of the people cleaned the spider silk off the bodies of the sons-in-law and then walked out. They know that after today, the entire Zhang family structure will undergo tremendous changes. But in just a short while, Li Gang and Wang Chang had already fallen to the ground, with bruises all over their bodies. Everyone was surprised. That man could easily deal with the Zhang family's son-in-law, but they didn't expect him to be defeated so quickly. Get up! We've only just started. Qin Fei took out his phone to check the time, then waved at the two of them. There are still 25 minutes left, let's do it again. The two of them groaned in their hearts, is this the product of Wang Can? The last time Li Gang fought with the opponent, although he couldn't beat the opponent, he was able to at least defeat him. But now the opponent directly asks you to punch first and then fight back. But the problem is that when you hit him, he doesn't react at all, and he can kill you with one punch. Seeing that the two men were lying on the ground, seemingly trying to delay time, Qin Fei did not tolerate them and jumped high up and rushed towards them. The two of them dodged quickly, and seeing that Qin Fei was not giving in, Wang Chang decided to give it his all and turned into an 8-legged humanoid monster. Seeing such an ugly appearance, everyone watching the show couldn't help but cover their mouths. Zhang's mother was secretly delighted. What would happen if she really gave Meng Meng to the other party? Immediately afterwards, Wang Chang spit out spider silk from his mouth and jumped on the ground with his 8 legs. Qin Fei really had no way to deal with him for a while. But in this way, the powerful Li Gang suffered a lot, because Qin Fei gave all the share that should have been given to Wang Chang to him. In desperation, and having to passively take the beating, he had no choice but to fight Qin Fei head-on. Boom boom boom. Every collision would cause the surrounding air to tremble, but it made everyone feel extremely strange. Regardless of body shape or height, Li Gang is enough to crush Qin Fei. And every time the two of them clashed, Li Gang only took a step back, while Qin Fei took 2 or 3 steps back. It seemed that Qin Fei was at a disadvantage. But why is there no excitement in Li Gang's eyes? Instead he looks more and more painful. When the sons-in-law of several innate true warriors saw the fight between the two, they couldn't help but shrink their necks, with fear in their eyes. Fortunately, my body was entangled by spider silk at that time, otherwise if I had been hit by such a punch, I can't even imagine what the consequences would have been. Maybe I won't even see the sun tomorrow. Isn't this too scary? At this moment, everyone had an idea in their mind. That is, from now on, when talking to Zhang Pinggan's family, you must be polite, and more polite. Ah! Li Gang couldn't bear it anymore and waved his fists wildly. But no matter how loud he shouted, it didn't change anything. Qin Fei's attacks were still like raindrops, one move after another, endlessly. For a moment, Li Gang was a little angry. Skinny monkey. How long do you want to watch the show? But his anger was not directed at Qin Fei, because this was not just his business, but he had to face it alone. After Qin Fei completely locked him down, Wang Chang didn't even bother to spit out a word of advice? What kind of good brother is this? It's too much, isn't it? But Wang Chang pretended not to hear it. At this time, his 8 legs were grabbing the beams and he let out a long sigh. He was also helpless. There was nothing he could do. After all, Qin Fei had no intention of killing. He just wanted to find someone to vent his anger. It was obviously not a wise choice to spit out spider silk to anger Qin Fei at this time. Since there has to be someone to be the punching bag, it certainly can't be me. I have a good brother in my heart and I believe Li Gang will understand my good intentions. Immediately afterwards, one punch after another came, and everyone finally understood why there was no excitement in Li Gang's eyes, but instead more and more pain. Because of the fight between the two, Li Gang seemed to have the upper hand, but his fist was almost broken. On the other hand, Qin Fei's fist was still white and tender except for being stained with Li Gang's blood. Ah! Finally, Li Gang couldn't bear it anymore. Because at this time he even felt that it would be better to die than to suffer like this, so he gave up struggling completely. At this time, Qin Fei's fist was close to his chest. Qin Fei didn't know whether the other party could withstand such a punch, but looking at the other party's current miserable condition, he thought it was better to give up. So he retracted his fist and turned it into a sweeping kick, directly kicking the opponent's abdomen. Immediately afterwards, Li Gang crashed into a pavilion not far away like a cannonball. It's over. At this moment, Li Gang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Qin Fei had held back in the end. But just in case, he covered his head with broken stones. Because he didn't know how much time had passed, but it was definitely less than half an hour, so pretending to be unconscious was the best option now. But his battle with Qin Fei never left everyone's sight. Everyone saw clearly his attempt to cover up his mistake, and they all turned their eyes to Qin Fei, wanting to see what Qin Fei would do. But he didn't know that this was what Qin Fei did on purpose. After all, a person's power is limited. He does not want to be an enemy of the 6 gates, and he does not want to be an enemy of the entire Daxia like Wang Can. All he wanted was a deterrent effect, to deter the Zhang family and anyone who dared to covet his woman in the future. He just wanted to tell these people that I, Qin Fei, am not easy to mess with. Before touching my woman, you should think carefully about yourself. Then, Qin Fei took out his cell phone and looked at it, then put it away, clenched his fists, and walked towards Wang Chang.
There are still 6 minutes left. We agreed to spar. Are you going to keep jumping around like this? After hearing this, Wang Chang couldn't help swallowing. Is it inevitable that this will happen?
But his wave band was originally 2 points lower than Li Gang's, and his close combat was far worse than Li Gang. Not to mention there were still 6 minutes, even if there was only 1 minute he would feel it was torture. But since Qin Fei had said that, he could only nod helplessly and jump down from the beam. At this moment, his brain was working frantically, trying to come up with a solution that would not be as tragic as Li Gang's.
Dread?
Suddenly, an idea struck him.
Got it.
He gathered strength with his 8 legs on the ground, then jumped high, put his 8 legs together, and stabbed directly at Qin Fei. Seeing this, Qin Fei showed a hint of admiration in his eyes. He didn't expect that this guy, who had been jumping around and hiding aside to watch the show in a disgusting way, could actually be brave for once?
And take the initiative to attack yourself?
Immediately afterwards, Qin Fei kept swinging his arms, gathering strength in his fists, and punched directly at Wang Chang, who was flying towards him.
Chapter 76 Band Detector.
But at the moment of the confrontation between the two, Wang Chang suddenly retracted his strength, and with the help of Qin Fei's power, he spread out his 8 arms and threw them far away. Then, there was a click sound, and the 8 sharp spikes on the front of Wang Chang's arm fell off one after another, landing all over the ground. Afterwards, Wang Chang fell to the ground, sweating profusely and with a look of pain on his face, and rolled over.
Ah!
At this moment, Qin Fei was confused. It seemed like the other party was trying to scam him, but he had no evidence.
Mr. Zhang took a deep breath.
On the one hand, he was amazed at Qin Fei's strength, but on the other hand, the people who were crippled by him were from the 6 gates. He didn't know whether the 6 gates would cause trouble for Qin Fei afterwards, and he didn't know whether he would be implicated as well.
Stop pretending. Get up quickly. Qin Fei took 2 steps towards Wang Chang.
In his impression, the other party should not be so fragile. After hearing this, Wang Chang groaned and secretly observed Qin Fei's reaction.
I can't get up, it hurts. Qin Fei frowned.
Looking at the other party's painful reaction and the 8 bare arms with missing parts, it didn't look like he was pretending. He felt that things were going to be a little troublesome. Thinking of this, Qin Fei glanced at everyone in the Zhang family and narrowed his eyes. The best way to solve this trouble now is to kill them, but he can't guarantee that the Zhang family can keep their mouths shut. Wang Chang, who was on the ground, clearly felt the change in Qin Fei's momentum and the vague murderous aura, and was secretly shocked.
He wants to kill me?
Thinking of this, he didn't doubt it at all, because he felt that the other party could really do it. A great fear surged in his heart, and beads of sweat suddenly oozed out of his forehead. He hurriedly said,
Brother, half an hour has passed, right? Are you satisfied with your sparring partner?
Looking at the smile on the other person's face, Qin Fei sighed helplessly, thinking that this guy was just acting, but he still nodded.
Let's stop here for today.
Seeing this, Wang Chang breathed a sigh of relief. It was over, everything was finally over. The Zhang family looked at each other, feeling that there was something wrong with the style of painting.
All of your limbs are gone, but you still care about sparring? But the next second, everyone didn't know what to say.
Wang Chang regained his human form in an instant, stood up well, and gave Qin Fei an apologetic smile.
Brother, is our matter over now?
Qin Fei felt speechless, but it also indirectly showed the other party's fear of him. Seeing Qin Fei remain silent, Wang Chang scratched his head and laughed. Brother, I was just playing a joke on you. That's just a part of my ability, not a real arm.
I believe you don't mind, right?
He was afraid that Qin Fei would have to play another overtime game, and there was worry in his eyes as he spoke.
Fortunately, Qin Fei was still very righteous.
He just snorted to express his dissatisfaction.
Okay, now tell me, what's going on with your 6 doors? Wang Chang finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to introduce Qin Fei.
It turns out that when the person with superpowers appeared, he had already attracted great attention from Daxia.
Try to recruit as many true warriors and innate true warriors as possible within the territory. Although a true warrior can immediately gain powerful internal strength after absorbing the spiritual soul, his strength has almost reached a bottleneck.
If one wants to improve his strength, he must absorb the pure souls of others, which also caused chaos for a period of time. Later, coastal cities were constantly attacked by sea monsters. It was then that people discovered that killing sea monsters could also help true warriors improve their strength.
Unlike snatching the immaculate soul, killing the sea monster is obviously easier.
Therefore, Daxia specially established a department composed of true warriors, the Jinwu army.
However, the innate true warriors have varying degrees of strength. The stronger they are before becoming psychics, the stronger they will be after becoming psychics. But compared to true warriors, they have many more ways to improve their strength.
In addition to devouring the immaculate soul and killing sea monsters, you can also undergo physical training, mental training, and training to enhance supernatural attributes. According to the final strength calculation, the most outstanding ones were assigned to the 6 gates, responsible for solving many unsolvable problems. They are also the backbone of Daxia, capable of dealing with any crises that may arise in the future.
As for those innate Jinwu practitioners with average strength, if they are not recommended by the 6 gates, they will be directly incorporated into the Jinwu army and sent to the coastal battlefield for training.
At this time, Li Gang popped half of his head out from the ruins, and seeing that his sparring with Qin Fei was over, he walked over with a silly smile on his face.
So why do you insist that I am just a true warrior? And after you have determined that I am a true warrior, you still want me to join the 6 gates and be a team leader? Qin Fei asked puzzledly. That's of course because of technology. We have a band detector.
Wang Chang smiled confidently, then shot out spider silk and dragged the big box out of the house.
Then, the box opened, and a machine that looked like a radar suddenly appeared in everyone's sight.
Upon seeing this, many members of the Zhang family were eager to see what was going on. But due to his status, he could only look at the outline of the instrument from a distance. Qin Fei stared at the machine seriously and found that there were 9 blue dots and 3 red dots on it. Each dot was marked with a number and there was an introduction on the side. The blue dot represents the innate true warrior. The red dot represents the true warrior. The numbers represent the band and are also a reflection of strength. Based on his current position, Qin Fei carefully studied the contents of the picture. A blue dot band 40 represents Li Gang, and a blue dot band 38 represents Wang Chang, which are exactly the same as his own illusory eyes. Next to the two of them, there was a red dot, and the band showed 44. Who else could it be but them? For a moment, Qin Fei didn't know whether he should believe in science or metaphysics. So what if he is just a real warrior? Can't he easily beat a real warrior to death? But the problem arises again. Among the Zhang family, there are 7 innate true warriors and 2 true warriors. Zhang's father was a true warrior, and he knew that, and the other true warrior didn't care too much about it. But apart from the 5 sons-in-law, who are the other 2? Not only him, but even Li Gang and Wang Chang were stunned. When did the innate true warriors become cabbages in the vegetable market, found everywhere? The 2 more experienced ones could tell the positions of the other 2 Xiantianjin warriors at a glance. But he never expected that the 2 innate true warriors were actually Qin Fei's 2 women? Chapter 77 Awakening. Qin Fei also realized some clues later. One band is 10, the other band is 20, and the 2 are quite close to each other. In order to confirm his guess, Qin Fei directly opened the Eye of Delusion. Zhang Mengmeng, 25 years old, appearance score 90, combat power score 10, cold to the outside, but passionate inside, wants to experience the feeling of love again, and hopes to be with Qin Fei all the time. Zhang Mengmeng, 28 years old, 93 points for appearance, 20 points for combat power, rejection is her protective color. After this incident, she fantasizes about being dependent on Qin Fei and can cooperate with Qin Fei to do anything shameful. She is afraid of being abandoned. After identifying the other 2 innate true warriors, Qin Fei was surprised. I don't know if this is a coincidence or a special case, but the women who are now related to me and will soon have a relationship with me are both innate true warriors? After Su Shijuan swallowed gold for him several times, he discovered that he did have the ability to enhance her strength. Because Su Shijuan only had a combat power value of 26 at the beginning, and later it directly reached a combat power value of 30. Could it be that one of their 2 mouths can directly increase combat power, while the other can directly turn ordinary people into innate true warriors? The former is basically certain, but the latter requires more verification. With doubts, Qin Fei walked up to the 2 sisters and asked, Mengmeng, have you noticed any changes in your body recently? The 2 girls didn't understand what Qin Fei meant, and they were thinking about that at the same time. Since that night, I have been eating well, sleeping soundly, and even my skin has become smoother and more radiant. Thinking of this, both girls blushed unconsciously.
But is that kind of topic something that can be discussed in this kind of situation?
Then, the two girls shook their heads one after the other and said in unison, no. Xin Fei nodded, turned around and looked at Wang Chang and asked, what's going on?
Wang Chang frowned.
I have never made a mistake in using the band detector. It is impossible for them to misjudge two people at the same time.
I guess they are just slow to awaken.
After all, this kind of thing is not an isolated case. Xin Fei nodded, but this was not what he wanted to ask.
Is there any way to wake them up?
Wang Chang shook his head. I really don't know what to do with this kind of thing. At the same time, everyone seemed to have discovered something wrong in Xin Fei's conversation.
Mr. Zhang asked excitedly, Xin Fei, what do you mean? Could it be that my two granddaughters?
Xin Fei nodded and said affirmatively, they are all innate true warriors. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone became excited, but Zhang Mengmeng and Zhang Mengmeng looked confused.
What is an innate true warrior?
After he finished speaking, Zhang's father began to explain to the two girls, while Xin Fei fell into deep thought. I remember that if Nian Yuyu hadn't swallowed the soul, no one would have known that she would be an ice-type mutant.
Could it be that after the mouth below swallowed the gold, it can indeed make ordinary people become innate true warriors, but it just hasn't awakened yet? But the condition for awakening is that it requires the use of soul to activate it?
Thinking of this, Xin Fei walked directly to Mr. Zhang and said with a smile, Old man, can I borrow your spirit for a while? Xin Fei didn't even need to ask, but spoke directly.
After all, he didn't believe that anyone who could recruit so many innate true warriors would not have one or two spiritual souls in his hands. Old Master Zhang was not vague.
He looked at Xin Fei more and more favorably and agreed to all of Xin Fei's conditions.
Even if Xin Fei wanted him to serve him personally, he would agree.
Then he quickly took out 3 porcelain bottles from the house, and inside each of the bottles was a small, crystal clear blue crystal.
Xin Fei only took one and quickly took out the soul.
Ding, special energy is detected and can be absorbed. Because the host's strength has reached a bottleneck, the absorption points can be plus 200.
Does the host choose to absorb it? No.
With a thought, Xin Fei immediately rejected the system's proposal.
Refusing to accept it doesn't mean he isn't tempted.
After all, these 200 points plus the previous 800 points can just make up 1000 points. And to increase the combat power value to 45, you need exactly these 1000 points. But now there are so many people around and there is a band detector watching him closely, so Xin Fei doesn't want to reveal too many secrets. Then, he handed the soul to Zhang Mengmeng who was closest to him.
Mengmeng, come here and try some.
Eh? Zhang Mengmeng dodged with a look of disgust. What the hell are you giving me to eat?
Isn't it dirty?
She didn't mind eating Xin Fei's food, but this was obviously taken from the old man, and she learned about the purpose of the soul from Zhang's father.
Who knows what this soul has experienced before?
At this moment, Xin Fei also realized that he was too abrupt.
I don't know how many people have eaten this thing. How can I let my woman eat it directly?
At this time, Zhang Mengmeng came over directly with a firm look in her eyes. Let me eat. She knows clearly that a person's value is not only reflected in appearance, because no vase will have a good ending. Every time she met Xin Fei, she felt that the distance between them was getting farther and farther, even to the point where he was out of her reach. If she continues like this, she will just be a plaything in the end. When Xin Fei gets tired of her, her value will be gone. Therefore, if she wanted to catch up with Xin Fei, the only way was to become stronger. But before her hand was about to touch the soul, Xin Fei clenched his fist tightly. This grip seemed to hold her heart, so that she couldn't even feel her heart beating. I chose Zhang Mengmeng but not myself.
Am I unworthy? Zhang Mengmeng's face was full of disappointment, and her eyes suddenly became dim. Xin Fei smiled and said, Mengmeng is right. How can I let my woman eat such a disgusting thing?
Seeing that Xin Fei was also so disgusted with the things he gave him, Mr. Zhang hurriedly explained.
Don't worry, the spirit soul has the ability to isolate everything.
Nothing can contaminate it in the slightest.
But aren't both of them innate true warriors?
They can't use their spirit souls. Wang Chang and Li Gang also felt strange, but did not question it. After all, the two words Wang Can were too valuable. As long as the person or thing is related to Wang Can, everything becomes reasonable. Then, Xin Fei finally let go of his hand with relief. Seeing this, Zhang Mengmeng didn't hesitate at all and swallowed the soul into her stomach in one gulp. Many people had expectations in their eyes, but the next second, there was no surprise at all. The rejection reaction made her vomit directly. Old Master Zhang smiled slightly. I've already said that Xin Tianjinwu practitioners can't use spirit souls.
Chapter 78 Germination.
But Zhang Mengmeng just stood there in a daze, and her expression became more and more excited. I feel it, I feel it. As she spoke, she stretched out her finger, and then a flame appeared out of thin air, dancing on her fingertips, shining with dazzling light. When the flames appeared, everyone even felt that the temperature around them had subtly changed. Zhang Mengmeng was staring at the flame in her hand in a daze, with an undisguised look of excitement on her face.
Really?
Li Gang and Wang Chang did not think that Qin Fei would do something without a purpose, and even felt that everything was natural. The other people present had complicated expressions, some were envious, some were jealous, and some even showed fear. Although the flame is small, it can change the temperature of the surrounding area, and no one dares to ignore its power. At this time, Qin Fei walked forward with admiration on his face, stretched out his palm and made close contact with the flame.
Qin Fei.
Zhang Mengmeng was puzzled and a little worried. Because she could clearly feel that the temperature of the flame in her hand almost exceeded the temperature of most flames. Qin Fei comforted him. It's okay, you continue to release the flames, I will feel its power, don't worry, you can't hurt me with your current strength. Although Qin Fei's words were somewhat discouraging, there was still worry in Zhang Mengmeng's eyes. But she was not a hesitant person after all, and she summoned the flame immediately. Immediately afterwards, the flames burned Qin Fei's hands, but he remained unmoved. His hand stayed in the flame for a moment, then slowly took it out. Surprisingly, his hands were completely intact, without even a trace of burns.
Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Is this still a human? There is no difference between this and a monster.
However, Qin Fei was greatly shocked, but he did not show it on his face. Although there was no damage on the surface after a short period of scorching, he could still feel the burning pain. The key point is that Zhang Mengmeng's combat power value is only 20 at this time, while mine is as high as 44, and I have a body of iron and steel, so I should not feel anything.
If the opponent's combat power is equal to yours, I can't imagine how powerful that power would be. Qin Fei even considered whether he should give Zhang Mengmeng special training. After all, with her power, he didn't believe that she would be so arrogant when facing Wang Can. Then, Qin Fei looked at the beams and saw some spider silk that Wang Chang had spit out before and said, "See the spider silk over there? Let's burn it and see." After hearing this, Wang Chang frowned, although fire does have a restraining effect on spider silk. But the gap in supernatural power between the two was too big, and he didn't think it would have any effect. After all, that was a spider silk that could entangle Qin Fei for a moment. But looking at Qin Fei's confident look, he felt a little unconfident again. Zhang Mengmeng nodded, then shot a tiny flame directly at the spider silk. Seeing this, Li Gang and Wang Chang shook their heads at the same time. They had seen fire-type mutants before, but this was the first time they had seen flames with such a slow attack speed. And the flame looks light, like a paper airplane, and it will shake during the flight due to the slight air currents around it. But the next second, there was a loud whoosh. The moment the flame touched one end of the spider silk, a raging fire instantly broke out, covering the entire ball of spider silk, and the flames kept getting higher and higher. What?
Wang Chang and Li Gang exclaimed almost at the same time.
But everyone was a little confused. They didn't know the gold content of the flame.
They just thought it was natural for the flame to burn the spider silk. However, the next second, Mr. Zhang panicked because the fire spread very quickly and in the blink of an eye it burned the aisle guardrail and the beams of the house made of high-quality wood.
Put out the fire quickly.
Old Master Zhang shouted hurriedly. Every brick and tile here carries with him a lot of memories, and he feels as if his heart is bleeding.
The house here is more important to them than their own children.
After hearing this, the rest of the Zhang family members belatedly realized what was happening and started to get busy.
Zhang's father was quick to act.
He quickly pulled out a hose, opened the fire hydrant, and then quickly pointed the hose at the source of the fire. In a blink of an eye, a large amount of water gushed out, and in a blink of an eye, a large amount of water vapor was generated. The ground was already wet, but it couldn't stop the spread of the fire, and what was burning was still burning.
What should I do?
Seeing the fire growing bigger and bigger, Mr. Zhang became extremely anxious and looked at Qin Fei, Wang Chang, and Li Gang for help. Qin Fei didn't expect it to have such a big effect. He was good at setting fires, but putting out fires was not his strong point, especially such a big fire.
Wang Chang and Li Gang also spread their hands helplessly.
The fire that could burn Wang Chang's spider silk into ashes was simply a drop in the bucket with just the two of them. Seeing this, Mr. Zhang stamped his feet anxiously. Seeing her grandfather like this, Zhang Mengmeng felt very sorry. Although it was Qin Fei who instructed, it was she who set the fire. No matter how badly Mr. Zhang treated her, he was still her grandfather. After all, he is the grandfather who doted on me when I was a child. The more she thought about it, the more regretful she felt in her eyes. The blazing flames seemed to sense her call and instantly stopped spreading. Immediately afterwards, the flames turned into graceful and gorgeous lines of fire, converging towards Zhang Mengmeng's body. Moreover, these lines of fire no longer looked as fragile as they did at the beginning. Each one was majestic and powerful, wrapping around her like a goddess walking out of the flames. Zhang Mengmeng felt the flames around her, as if they were a part of her body. Then, with a thought, the flames quickly penetrated into her body and disappeared, without even damaging her clothes. At this moment, Zhang Mengmeng's eyes became more and more confident, and she even fell in love with the feeling of playing with fire. And I feel itchy in my heart, and I want to set a big fire all the time. Good. 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 You are worthy of being my precious granddaughter. Grandpa Zhang praised sincerely. It was not just because the fire had disappeared, but also because the fire that Qin Fei and Wang Chang and Li Gang were both helpless to put out was actually put out by his granddaughter. The Zhang family's innate fire warrior resolved it easily. This is all right? At this moment, Wang Chang was so shocked that he was speechless and stared at the instrument in his hand in a daze. Qin Fei was curious and immediately opened the Eye of Illusion to take a look. Zhang Mengmeng, 28 years old, 93 points for appearance, 21 points for combat power. The seeds of playing with fire are sprouting in her body. She fantasizes about being dependent on Qin Fei, and can cooperate with Qin Fei to do anything shameful, and is afraid of being abandoned. Qin Fei was speechless for a moment after watching Zhang Mengmeng's introduction. Chapter 79 Killer Spirit. Is this even possible? Just by retracting and releasing the flame, the combat power value directly increased from 20 to 21? If you let the other party swallow gold and play with fire every day, wouldn't he be able to reach your level soon, or even surpass you? Working man, Qin Fei was a little confused for a moment. Can he become stronger by picking up girls, or is his existence just to make the girls he picks up stronger? Not only can it allow ordinary people to become superpowers, but it can also continuously strengthen the girl's strength by swallowing gold in the subsequent process. And the benefit I got was only that tiny first time? But fortunately, she is his woman, and as she becomes stronger, his overall strength also increases. At this moment, Qin Fei seemed to understand why he could only be rewarded if he captured the other party's heart. Because easily breaking through before capturing the opponent's true heart can indeed allow you to gain combat power and points for a short period of time, but it also adds an uncontrollable variable. At this time, Zhang Mengmeng also noticed Qin Fei's abnormality. She walked up to him, blinking her bright big eyes and smiling gently. Qin Fei, I didn't disappoint you. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell from her look and tone that she was looking forward to Qin Fei's praise. Qin Fei also praised her generously and explained the changes in her strength before and after. As soon as these words were spoken, it was as if the door to a new world had opened for Zhang Mengmeng, and her desire to play with fire became even stronger. Not only her, but also Zhang Mengmeng's door to a new world was opened. Because she is also a congenital true warrior like her sister, and her sister is also so magical, then does she also have some mysterious and unpredictable methods? Qin Fei, come on, it's my turn. She excitedly waved at Qin Fei and showed herself off. Qin Fei smiled. Looking at her expression, it was as if she was saying, "You've already had your sister's favor, so I want one too." Immediately afterwards, Qin Fei took the soul from Zhang Mengmeng's hand and put it into Zhang Mengmeng's hand. This time, Zhang Mengmeng didn't hesitate at all. Not only because her soul was always extremely clean, she also wanted to see what kind of ability she had, and then swallowed it directly in one gulp. At this moment, there was silence all around, as if witnessing the opening of a blind box. Everyone stared intently, expecting it. However, as time passed, the rejection reaction still did not appear, and there was not even a trace of discomfort on Zhang Mengmeng's face. At this moment, everyone was stunned and had no idea what was going on. Wang Chang and Li Gang stared at the band detector, their brows gradually furrowed. Zhang Mengmeng seemed to have noticed that her reaction was a little different from her sister's previous one. Combined with the way she looked at her, she suddenly became anxious. Qin Fei raised his eyebrows. He didn't know what was going on. Could it be that my previous judgment was wrong, and she was not a congenital true warrior? The reason why there is no rejection reaction is because the other party successfully absorbed the soul and became a true warrior? Thinking of this, Jean Fei opened the eye of delusion again and took a look. Zhang Mengmeng, 25 years old, appearance score 90, combat power score 10, cold to the outside, but passionate inside, wants to experience the feeling of love again, and hopes to be with Jean Fei all the time.
That's not right. If the opponent successfully absorbed the soul, the combat power value should be more than 25. But instead of that, her combat power didn't even increase a bit. Where did the soul go? Could it just disappear out of thin air? Mengmeng, do you feel any changes in your body? Jean Fei asked.
Zhang Mengmeng shook her head, feeling anxious like an ant on a hot pan. She was really afraid that Jean Fei would be disappointed in her and would never make love with her again. Thinking of this, tears suddenly wet my eyes.
Isn't it said that my sister and I are both innate true warriors? Why can my sister do it but I can't? Seeing this, Jean Fei comforted him. Don't worry, can you feel the changes in your spirit? Soul?
After hearing what Jean Fei said, Zhang Mengmeng tried to calm down, then closed her eyes and felt it with her heart. However, the moment she closed her eyes and felt with her heart, she suddenly found that the soul appeared in her mind. Moreover, the location of the soul was actually an independent space in the mind, a space that had never appeared before. At this moment, she seemed to know her own abilities in an instant, and her mind moved. While everyone was still staring at the changes in her body, they saw that the spirit appeared out of thin air in her hands at some point. However, the next second, the soul disappeared, and then suddenly appeared again. Disappear, appear. Disappear, appear. Disappear, appear. Everyone was confused as they looked at the spirit that appeared repeatedly in Zhang Mengmeng's hands. After a few rounds, Zhang Mengmeng seemed to be tired of playing and had mastered the trick, so she stretched out her hand to Mr. Zhang and then shook it. At the same time, the two porcelain bottles in Mr. Zhang's hands suddenly disappeared as she clenched her hands.
This scene left everyone dumbfounded.
But Zhang Mengmeng seemed unsatisfied, so she reached out for the band detector in Wang Chang's hand. Seeing this, Wang Chang seemed to have some guesses in his mind, so he held the band detector tightly. Although it was true that the other party's abilities were strange, he just didn't believe it.
How could a scumbag with only a waveband of 10 snatch things from him?
Jean Fei also narrowed his eyes, didn't say much, but clasped his hands with interest. However, the next second, Wang Chang's hand suddenly grabbed nothing, and the band detector in his hand suddenly disappeared from his sight.
What?
Wang Chang's eyes were filled with fear, just like Zhang Mengmeng's reaction when Wang Chang approached her before. Although the opponent's band is only 10, the unknown is the most frightening. Because that is not a means of stealing things at all, but a real disappearance.
So what if it's band 10?
If the other party can make the band detector disappear out of thin air, does that mean that the other party also has the ability to make himself disappear? Thinking of this, Wang Chang couldn't help swallowing, and even wondered whether he should find some shelter. But now the best shelter in front of him is only his good brotherly gang. While Jean Fei was shocked by Zhang Mengmeng's strength, he looked at Wang Chang with contempt.
Is this guy also born a killer?
In his impression, a killer should be cold-blooded, decisive, and would rather kill than humiliate.
Unlike these two cowards, they don't have the spirit of a killer at all.
If they were in the war era, they would definitely be the first batch of traitors.
However, he didn't know that there are many types of killers.
Some people choose this path and have no way out at all, just to make a living.
And some people are born to kill. Chapter 80 Addicted Su Shijuan. Jean Fei, am I awesome? The second girl's move instantly overshadowed the strengths of several sons-in-law.
They found that their special abilities were nothing compared to the two girls.
Mengmeng, where did you put all the things? Jean Fei was curious.
Zhang Mengmeng smiled slyly after hearing this, and immediately took out the spirit soul and band detector in an instant. It seems like there is an independent space in my body, and I can put any objects around me into it at will.
Jean Fei nodded. In that case, isn't it a mobile warehouse? And he can also forcibly take away other people's things. Isn't this 100% taking something away with bare hands?
But he was even more curious. He wondered if Zhang Mengmeng's ability could absorb living things.
If so, wouldn't she be invincible?
Just at this moment, a few birds happened to fly across the sky, and Jean Fei jumped and caught one of them.
Mengmeng, are you trying to see if you can take it in?
After trying several times, Zhang Mengmeng finally shook her head. It was unexpected, but also reasonable. But it must be said that the two girls' abilities are more abnormal than each other. At this moment, he actually thought of Nian Yuyu. I hadn't seen her for a few days, but she kept calling me and saying that she had something to do, She also said that she wanted to give me a surprise.
She was so mysterious and I didn't know what she was doing.
She and I have been in love for the longest time, and I don't know if her abilities are as abnormal as those of the Zhang sisters. Afterwards, Zhang Mengmeng returned the things that were stored in the supernatural space to their original owners.
Wang Chang and Li Gang once again invited Qin Fei to join the Six Gates.
After becoming a congenital true warrior, ordinary laws can basically not restrain them, but they are subject to the control of the Six Gates.
However, most people would choose to join the Six Gates.
On the one hand, it is a symbol of status, and on the other hand, they can gain supreme power. However, before joining the Six Gates, one must enter a training camp for training. Only those with a combat power value of 30 and outstanding strength are qualified to become a member of the Six Gates.
But Qin Fei is different.
As long as he nods, he will immediately become the captain of the Six Gates, and his status will be equal to that of Su Mei. They also have the qualifications to recommend and recruit team members on their own.
Qin Fei was still very satisfied with this. Because of this identity, he can have obscene sex with his woman openly.
You can also use the excuse of recruiting team members to expand the number of beauties with scores above 90. So Qin Fei readily agreed, but Mr. Zhang became a little restless. He even fantasized that Qin Fei would accept several of his live-in sons-in-law.
However, Qin Fei is a man and likes women. He neither agreed nor refused.
He just asked them to improve their strength in the training camp and they could talk about other things later. His mind is now full of how to expand his team of beauties. As for those little Karamis, he has no interest in them at all. Immediately afterwards, several sons-in-law were taken away by Wang Chang and Li Gang, but the two sisters of the Zhang family stayed. Because Qin Fei was very interested in the special abilities of the two girls, he naturally had to have a good and in-depth chat with them before taking up his post.
A few days later, at the Paradise Club.
As usual, Su Shijuan opened a formal private room and then carefully learned the techniques from the technician to make men happy. When the technician left, she sat alone in the massage chair in a daze.
Damn it, that bastard hasn't looked for me in a few days. She doesn't even know how powerful I am now.
Thinking of this, she covered her hot cheeks. Although she knew that something was beginning to go wrong with her, she did not resist it in her heart. On the contrary, she felt that as long as she could make Qin Fei happy, she would feel a sense of accomplishment. Once you have a sense of accomplishment, your perception will also be enhanced. However, she didn't know that the reason why her perception became stronger was entirely because she ate the good things Qin Fei had given her, which increased her combat power. As the combat power value increases, the perception ability naturally becomes stronger as well. However, at this moment, the noisy cell phone ring suddenly broke the silence in the private room. Her face suddenly lit up and she quickly picked up her phone to take a look. Then when she saw that the caller was her master, she felt a little lost for some reason. Her master hadn't contacted her for almost half a year, which was something to be happy about, but the joy on her face did not increase because of it. As soon as the call was connected, a young female voice was heard from the other end.
Shijuan, it's time to go back to the mountain gate with your senior brother. There are some things I should let you know.
It was a familiar tone, but a different intonation. Su Shijuan suddenly felt confused.
Master, how come your voice? It's hard to explain in a few words. Once you come here, you will know everything. After hanging up the phone, Su Shijuan looked thoughtful.
However, at this moment, a text message suddenly came into the phone.
The old place, I'll wait for you.
Seeing this, Su Shijuan's face was immediately filled with joy, but was immediately followed by a look of anger.
Damn it! Do you know how I've been spending the past few days? I didn't even call you. Why should I rush over just because you sent me a text message?
Although she complained like this, her body was very honest.
After changing her clothes as quickly as possible, she drove her blue Maserati towards Qin Fei's villa.
After arriving at the villa, Qin Fei did not open the door for her in advance, and this was the case several times before. Because such a height was not a problem for her at all, she climbed in by herself every time. But this time, she frowned and felt secretly unhappy, as if she was stealing someone.
Damn it!
At this moment, she really didn't know what she was in Qin Fei's heart. Soon, she entered the living room and immediately heard the sound of water in the bathroom.
Qin Fei also noticed the movement outside, but was slightly surprised. Because this time Su Shijuan seemed to come a little faster than usual. At this time, Su Shijuan walked in directly without Qin Fei's consent. Looking at Qin Fei's muscular body, although she had seen it countless times, she felt it was more pleasing to the eye each time.
Then, she began to take off her clothes consciously. However, Qin Fei just glanced at her and turned his head to mind his own business, as if he had already taken everything for granted. Su Shijuan was so angry that she gritted her teeth, but she had not been idle these days. She learned everything she should and shouldn't learn. No matter what, we must make this damn bastard face up to our relationship. Then she found that her efforts over the past few days were not in vain. Qin Fei was greatly shocked and praised repeatedly. They say that when a man has been away for 3 days, he should be looked at with new eyes. You really surprised me. Chapter 81 Massage. Having said that, Qin Fei picked up Su Shijuan and walked towards the bedroom, then threw her onto the bed. I thought that since the other party was so proactive today and so skilled that it made me feel distressed, I might be able to get what I wanted. However, he did not expect that at the critical moment, the other party still locked the door tightly and refused to let Qin Fei enter at all. Qin Fei was a little disappointed inside secretly. Okay, in that case, let's see your performance. Having said that, Qin Fei fell headfirst onto the bed. However, Su Shijuan did not disappoint Qin Fei. At one point, Qin Fei couldn't help but exclaim repeatedly. After it was over, Su Shijuan swallowed hard as usual. However, this time she did not choose to leave directly, but instead threw herself into Qin Fei's arms. This made Qin Fei a little flattered. He thought that the other party had thought it through and took the initiative to open the lock of the door. So he turned over, only to find that the door was still welded tightly. Qin Fei, what do you think is our relationship? I didn't expect Su Shijuan to ask this. It was beyond Qin Fei's expectation. Is she finally willing to talk about feelings with him? However, Qin Fei did not answer, but threw the question back. What do you think our relationship should be? Su Shijuan lowered her head, feeling a little unconfident for a moment. She thought for a long time before finally speaking. We've done so much, so it's definitely not an ordinary relationship. Qin Fei smiled playfully after hearing this. Then how complicated do you think our relationship should be? Yes. Su Shijuan suddenly became even less confident. What era are we in now? It doesn't mean that there must be a relationship just because it happened. After all, there has never been any sexual intercourse between me and the other party, so it can be said to be an ordinary relationship. What's more, the relationship between us is not based on emotion at all. If we really want to explain the relationship with each other, it is just a transaction. Seeing Su Shijuan remain silent, Qin Fei continued to smile. If we want relationships to be complicated or simple, we just need to build relationships with each other. However, Su Shijuan suddenly became nervous again and still refused to give in. No. This confused Qin Fei. So, after all, what kind of relationship do you want us to have? When men consider a relationship, it's as simple as having a relationship or not having a relationship. But women have to consider a lot more the first time. I'm not sure what level of relationship I'm thinking about between the other person and myself. It is even more uncertain whether the relationship can continue after this one. If the other party only wants this relationship this time, then she really doesn't know what to do in the future. Thinking of this, Su Shijuan pouted, looking weak, helpless and pitiful. She really wanted to maintain a long-lasting relationship with Qin Fei, but she also didn't want them to have just this one ordinary relationship. She didn't know what to do for a moment. However, Qin Fei laughed again and said, "You locked the door and threw yourself into my arms. I really don't know what you want to express." Well, will you take responsibility? Su Shijuan asked weakly. Qin Fei grinned after hearing this, of course. But you are not the only woman I have. I don't mind. Su Shijuan blushed immediately after hearing that. As a result, Qin Fei's actions the next second made her nervous again. No, I have to get Master's consent first. Master? Qin Fei nodded. He didn't object to such conservative ideas at all. I didn't expect everything to go so smoothly. So he looked Su Shijuan up and down and smiled wickedly. So now, rub it? After hearing this, Su Shijuan was stunned for a moment, then nodded as thin as a mosquito. At the Tianchong Renjian Club, Lu Bai hastily pulled up his trousers, and the technicians in cool clothes fled in all directions. After a while, Su Shijuan walked in. But what he didn't expect was that Qin Fei was following her. He had no objection to the two of them being together. But I never expected that the two of them would appear here at the same time. After all, he only had 3 points of admiration for Qin Fei, and the other 7 points were due to his fear of insufficient strength, which made him fearful from the bottom of his heart. Because whether it is such an occasion or a massage with the technicians, this is always the time when he is most vulnerable.
Xin Fei, why are you here too?
However, Xin Fei sniffed, looked around, and then smiled at Lu Bai. Brother, I didn't expect you to be so good at playing. After saying this, Lu Bai glanced at Su Shijuan and said, Nonsense.
Nonsense, this is a legitimate club.
At this moment, he always had a feeling of shame of watching a porn movie secretly and then being discovered by his family. Even if Su Shijuan really knew, I would never admit it until I was caught in the act.
Xin Fei was stunned. Did I say anything? Why did he just confess?
Lu Bai pretended to be calm at this time, and said to Xin Fei with a smile, Xin Fei, how about I find a technician for you to experience? The techniques here are absolutely first class. He just wanted to verify what he said was true. After Xin Fei experienced a proper massage, he would naturally be able to clear his name. But Su Shijuan knew clearly whether he was innocent or not, but she didn't care at all about what her senior brother had done. On the contrary, now, Lu Bai actually wanted to lead Xin Fei down this road of no return. How could she tolerate this? After all, she had learned many techniques here and knew very well how powerful the technicians were.
If Xin Fei were to sink into this, wouldn't he instantly lose his value?
If that's the case, not only has the skill been practiced in vain, but also the free time has been in vain. But unexpectedly, Xin Fei lay directly on the massage chair, then raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a meaningful smile.
Since you are so enthusiastic, I won't be polite.
Seeing this, Su Shijuan suddenly became a little anxious.
No. I'm also good at massage. If you want to massage it back, I'll help you.
As soon as these words came out, Lu Bai's face suddenly showed contempt. He still clearly remembered at this moment that it would not be a disadvantage for Su Shijuan to be with Xin Fei, but she kept saying that she was unwilling. As a result, she lied to me to help her find a technician, but she secretly learned massage behind my back. It turns out that she did this to please Xin Fei?
And what does it mean to go back? When did the two of them become so familiar with each other?
So the beating I received before was in vain. What had I done before?
Women are really animals who say one thing and mean another. Even my junior sister is no exception. Ah.
But at this moment, he suddenly realized that something seemed wrong.
Why on earth did you come to see me? Chapter 82 Massage to Wear Down the Will. The blue Masha sped along the mountain road.
After a bumpy ride along the way, we soon stopped at the top of a mountain. In a remote place like Qingyang Mountain, you need to walk over several hills to reach your destination. However, for the few people today, this distance is nothing at all, and they soon saw the whole picture of Qingyang Mountain. But at this moment, all three of them were stunned. The entire Qingyang Mountain was in a dilapidated and decaying state, forming a sharp contrast with other hills. The grass and trees withered, the earth and rocks cracked, and the entire Qingyang Mountain was gray, without any sign of life.
Has your house always been so unique? Xin Fei couldn't help but ask.
But Su Shijuan and Lu Bai had frowns on their faces, and it was obvious that they didn't know what was going on either.
How could it turn out like this?
Su Shijuan murmured to herself. Everything was fine before I left, but after a few months, the master's voice changed, and even the place where I grew up was no longer the same as before. At this moment, two men appeared stealthily at the foot of Qingyang Mountain and headed up the mountain one after the other. And looking at their clothes, he instantly connected them with Su Mei and others. Seeing this, Lu Bai suddenly became furious, as if he attributed all the changes in Qingyang Mountain to the two of them. So he moved as fast as the wind and without saying a word turned into a shadow, passing through a large area of trees and vegetation, and soon caught up with the two of them. The two seemed to be aware of the movement behind them, and they suddenly stopped moving forward and turned around. Then a slightly plump man with an angry face pointed the sword in his hand towards him. Immediately afterwards, two wind blades came whistling. Seeing this, the two did not dare to be careless and quickly dodged the wind blade, but they were greatly shocked in their hearts. This time, they had received an order from above to invite the owner of Qingyang Mountain, Qingyang Junyu Luoyan, to come out of the mountain. However, they never expected that Qingyang Mountain would become so dead silent.
I never expected that there would be a master in this remote place. Who are you? What on earth do you want to do in Qingyang Mountain?
As he spoke, Lu Bai sent out two more wind blades. As soon as these words were spoken, the two of them suddenly understood. It turns out that the other party is the master invited by the higher-ups, Lord Qingyang. But for some reason, the two of them suddenly felt sick in their hearts.
Why should a grown man be called you Luo Yen?
And judging from the band detector, the opponent's strength is not strong, but he is quite good at pretending. For a moment, both of them felt unhappy.
Sending a small team leader to personally take action just to invite such a scumbag? Boss, why don't you let me play with him?
After getting a nod from the other person, the man's body suddenly changed color, blending into this world, and disappeared from Lu Bai's sight in the blink of an eye. Lu Bai frowned and immediately became alert, but he could not detect any trace of the other party's breath. Luo Feng, 25 years old, combat power 44, former Taoist disciple, current captain of the Six Gates team, Spirit Soul X1. Song Yuan, 27 years old, combat power 39, formerly an unemployed vagrant, now a member of the Six Gates squad. Although Song Yuan had completely disappeared at this time, his information still appeared above his head and moved with his movements. Qin Feiqing smiled and shook his head.
Shijuan, can you feel his breath? Su Shijuan nodded.
Although I can't see where he is, I can definitely sense his direction. Senior brother might be in danger.
I'll go help.
Having said that, Su Shijuan rushed down from the top of the mountain. At the same time, Lu Bai stared at his surroundings intently, but still could not detect anything wrong. But the other party obviously disappeared right under his nose, so something was wrong. So he could only keep throwing out wind blades in all directions, trying to find out the opponent's position. This indiscriminate attack did work, forcing Song Yuan in secret to give up his plan to approach Lu Bai and constantly change his body shape to dodge.
But this alone is not enough to expose Song Yuan.
Luo Feng was still watching from a distance, and seemed to have no intention of helping. Because of this indiscriminate attack, Lu Bai suffered a lot of damage and was a little panicked for a moment. Song Yuan seized this opportunity and came behind Lu Bai without anyone noticing. At this time, Su Shijuan finally arrived at the battlefield and hurriedly gave a reminder.
Brother, be careful.
Lu Bai naturally knew that he had to be careful, but he didn't know what to be careful of. Even if he reacted now, it was too late because Song Yuan had already attacked him. Immediately afterwards, he heard a bang sound, and Lu Bai suddenly felt stars in his eyes. The pain in his head made him instinctively shed a tear.
Seeing this, Su Shijuan breathed a sigh of relief.
Because of such a good opportunity, the opponent did not attack Lu Bai's vital points, but jumped high and slammed Lu Bai's head, choosing this extremely insulting method. After the attack, Song Yuan retreated quickly, while Su Shijuan had already come to Lu Bai.
Junior sister, you are finally here, where is Qin Fei? Although he was angry, Lu Bai finally faced the reality. These people in dark blue clothes all had something special. If he didn't have Qin Fei's support behind him, he wouldn't dare to make a sound even if the other party set fire to Qingyang Mountain. But as soon as these words were spoken, Su Shijuan gave Lu Bai a cold look. Stop talking nonsense, just hit me wherever I point.
Since coming down the mountain, she found that she completely understood the temperament of her senior brother, who was timid and pretentious.
But I remember that my senior brother was not like this before. Can daily massage really wear down a person's will? For a moment, she even considered whether she should provide massage services to Qin Fei. If one day Qin Fei becomes like his senior brother, I can't even imagine.
Soon, Lu Bai launched a crazy attack according to Su Shijuan's instructions. With Su Shijuan's joining, Song Yuan had nowhere to hide, but he was still accidentally hit by the opponent's precise and crazy wind blade.
Ouch!
He let out a painful howl, and then his figure appeared, with a long cut on his body. Then, he covered his wound and quickly ran to Luo Feng's side.
Boss, it's the perception department.
Luo Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at the band detector in his hand, feeling very surprised. It is difficult for a general perception type psychic to have a band exceeding 25, but the opponent is a perception type innate true warrior with a band of 32.
You are very good. What's your name? Are you willing to join my Six Gates Luo Feng team? Chapter 83 Shock Wave. 6 doors, indeed, 6 doors again.
Lu Bai and Su Shijuan frowned at the same time, and both showed disgust on their faces. The last time the 6 doors appeared was because of Winecan, so this time. Looking at the drastically changed appearance of Qingyang Mountain, it is hard not to doubt their intention of coming here.
I'm not interested. You are not welcome here. Please leave.
Su Shijuan said in a bad tone.
Leave?
Luo Feng smiled coldly. No one can refuse my invitation. However, before he could finish his words, a red dot with a wavelength of 44 suddenly appeared on the detector and was approaching at an extremely fast speed. Just when Luo Feng was feeling confused, Qin Fei had already reached above his head, raised his right leg, and pressed down heavily.
Luo Feng was startled and quickly dodged sideways.
But Qin Fei was extremely fast, following like a shadow, sweeping across with his left leg. Luo Feng had no choice but to jump back a step, but was still kicked in the chest by Qin Fei and took several steps back.
Who are you?
Luo Feng frowned and looked at the band detector again. Not long ago, I heard that a new true warrior of Band 44 had joined the Six Gates, and he had been appointed as the team leader by his superiors.
He was very puzzled by this. Let's not talk about how a true warrior can reach such a height. He is just a true warrior. What qualifications does he have to be on par with me?
Thinking of this, he felt very unhappy. Regardless of whether this is a coincidence or the other party is really that person, he is just a Jinwu and is only fit to be someone else's food.
However, at this moment, Qin Fei spit on the ground and laughed contemptuously. You dare to hit my people in front of me, don't you want to give me an explanation?
Having said that, he took a step forward and attacked again. But this time the target turned to Song Yuan, who was in shock and had just merged with the surroundings. Song Yuan dodged hurriedly, but was still hit on the head by the opponent, causing him to see stars in pain. But at this moment he didn't care about the pain, and was confident that as long as he changed a few positions, the other party would definitely not be able to find his position. However, the next second, Qin Fei's fist was like equipped with radar, punching Song Yuan on the head again and again, making him scream. Su Shijuan curled her lips from a distance. She admitted that she was amazed by Qin Fei's appearance, but she didn't like what Qin Fei said.
What does it mean to be someone who dares to hit me? If senior brother is yours, then what am I?
Lu Bai nodded and praised. Qin Fei is a good guy.
He really goes there when there is something going on. Junior sister, you really won't lose out by following him.
These words seemed to wake Su Shijuan up. She didn't understand what kind of jealousy he was feeling, as he even didn't let his senior brother go. And I heard from Qin Fei that he has several women.
Wouldn't I become a vicious woman then? It seems like I remembered the scenes in TV dramas and novels.
I know that jealousy can easily change a person beyond recognition.
If you want to be valued, you can only influence them with love. Thinking of this, she even wondered whether she should go to the club to train in training skills after coming down the mountain. At the same time, Luo Feng was not idle.
He waved his hand, and the air around him was immediately compressed into substance and continuously shot towards Qin Fei.
Pa 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 pa.
One attack after another hit Qin Fei's back directly and accurately, instantly smashing Qin Fei's body and splashing countless debris.
Qin Fei! Lu Bai exclaimed nervously. However, Su Shijuan glanced at Lu Bai sideways and said, shouldn't this be my line?
However, she was not nervous at all, because the seemingly powerful air cannon only tore Qin Fei's clothes and did not cause any substantial harm to Qin Fei. Because she could clearly feel that the air cannon hitting Qin Fei did not weaken his breath.
What? Luo Feng's pupils shrank in disbelief. I don't understand what kind of monster the other party is. How can a mere real warrior face my attack without any harm?
Unconvinced, he compressed the air around him again, and this time the density of his attack was much greater. Soon he launched more than 10 rounds of attacks on the same part of Qin Fei in a row, but it only made the opponent's back slightly red. Immediately afterwards, Song Yuan revealed his true form, and he curled up into a ball, covering his head in pain. However, Qin Fei just looked back at Luo Feng and smiled contemptuously. At this moment, a deep feeling of powerlessness suddenly surged into my heart.
Luo Feng thought that with his ability, few people would dare to provoke him even in the Six Gates, but it was ineffective against a true warrior?
Luo Feng looked at Qin Fei in shock, his heart filled with frustration. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Qin Fei was already walking towards him step by step. He looked calm and composed, but he was secretly cursing in his heart, it hurt so much. However, as long as the opponent's ability does not have a paralyzing effect like Su Mei's, it is within an acceptable range. At this moment, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Luo Feng's eyes, and he slowly put his hands behind his back. Seeing this, Qin Fei stopped. Although there was no change in his expression, he had already become alert in his heart. Because he is familiar with this feeling, no matter how he looks at it, it seems like the opponent is holding back some big move. As long as the opponent makes any move, he will definitely jump away at the first opportunity. Come over here. Qin Fei took the initiative to wave at Luo Feng with a contemptuous smile. At this time, Luo Feng's hands hidden behind his back had compressed the air to the extreme, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, looking as if he was sure of victory. Immediately afterwards, without any warning, a powerful shockwave shot towards Qin Fei.
Boom, boom, boom.
The powerful impact force was as fast as lightning, directly shattering the dead wood and rocks in front of him. Even though Qin Fei had been prepared, he was still hit by the shockwave in the blink of an eye. He was rushed dozens of meters away and rolled down the mountain, his life or death unknown. Lu Bai's pupils suddenly shrank and his mouth opened in disbelief. Su Shijuan clenched her fists nervously, and then a tear rolled down her cheek. But the next second, what was heard was not her sobbing, but a happy chuckle. Because at this time, she had already felt Qin Fei crawling up from the ground. Qin Fei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling a little unhappy. I didn't expect this guy to be so capable. Even with all the preparations in place, he was still able to fall victim to the opponent's ultimate move? But that's all. I'm glad again that the skill I exchanged for his iron skin and iron bones. If I didn't have a body of iron and steel to protect me, I would have died 800 times already. It seems that in the face of opponents of the same level, apart from those powerful means of control, there is really nothing that can threaten me.
Chapter 84. This is too cruel. After the blow, Luo Feng was almost exhausted. I didn't expect that a small real warrior could push me to this point. I don't know how the other party did it, but now I am even more certain that he is the designated team leader of the Six Gates. But none of it matters anymore, because the dead have no chance to reveal their identity. And I accept your pure soul with reluctance. But just after he took 2 steps towards Qin Fei, he was like seeing a ghost, and the smile on his face completely froze. Qin Fei walked up leisurely, still with a disdainful smile on his face. At this moment, Luo Feng and Song Yuan were completely panicked. Brother, I'm Luo Feng, the captain of the Six Gates squad, and this is my team member Song Yuan. I'm really sorry for offending you just now. I think there must be some misunderstanding between us. Another misunderstanding?
Qin Fei narrowed his eyes. He had no idea how many times he had heard such words. However, he had no intention of talking nicely to the other party, because his target from the beginning was the other party's soul.
Immediately afterwards, Qin Fei's expression froze. Kneel down. Ha? What did you say? Luo Feng raised his eyebrows, even wondering if he had heard it wrong. I have already revealed my identity, why is the other party still so tough?
No, brother, maybe I didn't make it clear just now.
I said I am Luo Feng, the captain of the Six Gates squad. Qin Fei scratched his ears and sneered, what Six Gates? I've never heard of them. I ask you to kneel down.
As he spoke, Qin Fei strode towards Luo Feng. He jumped high up at a distance of 4 or 5 meters from the opponent, and then kicked hard from top to bottom, bending the opponent's body. Under the influence of the huge force, Luo Feng's legs trembled continuously, and finally he could no longer hold on and knelt down. Then, Qin Fei glanced at Song Yuan. Meeting Qin Fei's gaze, Song Yuan immediately looked around in a busy manner, and finally looked back at Qin Fei with a bitter expression. I can do it myself. Having said that, he knelt down directly. Sweat flowed down Luo Feng's forehead to his face. He stared at Qin Fei in confusion, feeling that everything that happened today completely overturned his cognition. Having personally experienced the other party's terrifying strength, he had already accepted the fact that Qin Fei was the designated team leader. It turned out that the other party didn't even know what the Six Gates were. If that's true, then we're in dire straits now. His eyes darted around, as if he had thought about why he came here, and how he could meet such a master in a place like Qingyang Mountain. Thinking of this, he suddenly realized. Brother, could it be that you are the Qingyang Lord of the Qingyang Taoist Temple? What a misunderstanding. We really received an order from above this time, and the purpose is to invite you to come out of the mountain. Qingyang Jun? Qin Fei raised his eyebrows and subconsciously glanced at Su Shijuan and Lu Bai, only to see that their expressions suddenly became solemn. If I'm not mistaken, the Qingyang Jun the other party mentioned is their master, but wasn't it because of this that I was able to successfully threaten Su Shijuan into the water? This requires the Six Gates to personally invite the other party to come out of seclusion. Could it be that this Lord Qingyang is some powerful being? Seeing Qin Fei remain silent, Luo Feng became even more panicked. As if afraid that Qin Fei would not believe him, he hurriedly said, Do you know Minister Wang Er? I heard that you two are old acquaintances. We received orders from him. Minister Wang Er? Qin Fei had heard Wang Chang mention him before. He is 2 levels higher than the team leader and is also the highest leader of the Six Gates headquarters in the provincial capital of Y Province. Qin Fei turned his head and looked at Su Shijuan again, and saw Su Shijuan shaking her head. Obviously, she had never heard that her master had such a friend.
Stop talking nonsense to me.
Qin Fei slapped Luo Feng and Song Yuan on the face with 2 big slaps, and then punched and kicked Luo Feng. You trespassed into my mountain without my permission, and just now you beat me up and seriously injured me.
You don't think you can let it go like this, do you? Luo Feng was confused. Is this how a seriously injured person should behave? How could a seriously injured person attack so hard? Aren't they said to be old acquaintances? He thought that by revealing Minister Wang Er's identity, the matter would be over, but he did not expect to be severely beaten in return. Song Yuan was also confused. Although he was only hit by 2 big punches, he was being beaten the whole time and didn't say anything.
Ah!
Brother, stop hitting me.
I'm the captain of the 6 gates.
Luo Feng desperately protected his vital parts and kept begging for mercy.
However, Qin Fei still hit him with 1 punch each time, light and heavy. Originally, I just wanted to intimidate the other party and make him hand over his soul. As a result, the opponent actually dared to use a big move on him, and actually caused internal injuries to him.
Anyway, the one who is hitting you now is Qingyang Jun, not me, Qin Fei. How can you not take this opportunity to swallow your anger?
Ah!
Stop fighting. Song Yuan and I came here together. It's his turn now. After hearing these words, Song Yuan opened his mouth in shock.
The Captain Luo Feng, whom he admired, always gave him the image of a domineering and powerful man who would fight back if he disagreed with someone.
Now instead of begging for mercy, you're actually trying to drag him down with you? Also, what do you mean I came with you? It was you who attacked just now, and I was the one who was being beaten the whole time, okay?
Fortunately, Qin Fei was relatively sensible and kept punching and kicking Luo Feng without stopping.
Lu Bai, who was far away, watched this scene and couldn't help swallowing. This is too cruel. Why didn't I understand why I dared to cause trouble for Qin Fei?
Fortunately, his junior sister and he have a special relationship, otherwise his already bloated body would have become even more bloated. Gradually, the voices begging for mercy became quieter and quieter, and Qin Fei finally stopped what he was doing.
Do you want to die or live?
As he spoke, Qin Fei half squatted down, stared at Luo Feng who was beaten beyond recognition and asked. However, Luo Feng was already slurring his words and couldn't express his demands clearly, so he could only nod his head vigorously. Seeing this, Qin Fei smiled and said, if you want to live an easy life, the medical expenses will cost 8 souls, and the lives of both of you will cost 1 soul each, which adds up to a total of 10 souls. As soon as these words came out, Luo Feng's face was filled with horror, and he nodded and shook his head. He nodded because he really wanted to live, and shook his head because he simply couldn't come up with that much spiritual energy right now.
Song Yuan kept his head down. As long as Qin Fei's attention was not on him, silence was the best choice.
However, Qin Fei seemed to understand Luo Feng's sign language, took out the soul from his body, and then patted his chest heavily.
We will meet again. This is interest.
Within 10 days, I want to see 10 souls.
Do you understand?
After Qin Fei finished speaking, he finally set his eyes on Song Yuan.
Feeling Qin Fei's gaze, Song Yuan still lowered his head and said carefully, I know.
Seeing this, Qin Fei nodded with satisfaction.
Go away. Chapter 85 Threat Level, SSS+.
After watching the two leave, Qin Fei directly converted his soul into points. System, use points to redeem combat power. Ding, 1000 points consumed, combat power +1, current combat power 45, remaining points 0.
Internal force is transformed into true energy. Effect of the false eye is enhanced.
Improved copper skin and iron bones effect. At this moment, Qin Fei felt that his whole being had undergone a complete transformation. The Eye of Falsehood can not only know the other party's supernatural powers, but it seems to have another ability. Su Shijuan was stunned with shock and had no idea how Qin Fei did it. Because in just the blink of an eye, she discovered that Qin Fei's strength had increased several times in an instant.
Junior sister, what's wrong with you?
Lu Bai couldn't feel the change in Qin Fei's strength, but he noticed that Su Shijuan's expression became a little strange. However, the next second, Lu Bai felt a black screen in front of his eyes, his vision instantly became dull, and the whole person seemed to have lost his soul. He stood there motionless, and he didn't even know what Su Shijuan said. After a moment, the color gradually returned to his eyes. After looking around, he frowned tightly. He had no idea what was going on. He just felt like his brain suddenly crashed and he lost the ability to think.
But then, darkness fell again. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Su Shijuan was full of confusion. How could he suddenly become stupid when he was speaking fine? Was it a side effect of staying in the club for a long time?
Thinking of this, she reached out to feel Lu Bai's pulse, but apart from kidney deficiency, there was nothing unusual in his body. Afterwards, color returned to Lu Bai's eyes once again, and he looked around with the same expression. But this time, he found the feeling quite familiar, and he immediately broke out in a cold sweat.
"Master, junior sister, what happened just now? Why is my mind going blank?"
Seeing Lu Bai's cowardly look, Su Shijuan was so angry that she rolled her eyes at him. "Brother, you are in good health, but your kidneys are severely deficient.
I told you not to spend all day in the club. Look, something is wrong, right?"
After hearing what Su Shijuan said, Lu Bai thought, so that's how it is, and nodded absent-mindedly. Just think that it is probably because you left the club and your body is still a little uncomfortable. As long as there is a technician by your side, the disease will be cured in minutes.
However, they didn't know that all this was done by Qin Fei. "I have just acquired a new ability and I have to find someone to try it out.
But the only people around me are Lu Bai and Su Shijuan.
It's not good to use my own woman as an experiment, right?"
After 2 experiments, Qin Fei found that each time he could make Lu Bai lose consciousness for 30 seconds. I just don't know if this effect applies to everyone. It seems I need to find a few more experimental subjects. But it goes without saying that it is mostly related to the opponent's combat power. The higher the combat power value, the weaker the effect. But let alone 30 seconds, even just 1 second of distraction is enough to be fatal. Although this move consumes a lot of energy, it is not a one-time move, but a continuous one. Then, the 3 of them went up the mountain and soon saw a plaque with the ancient words Qingyang Taoist Temple written in large letters. Below the plaque is a stone path that extends to several dilapidated buildings on the mountain. The higher they went up the mountain, the more solemn Su Shijuan's expression became. Because she felt a very dangerous atmosphere on the mountain, and it was accompanied by the terror of being infinitely close to death, which was exactly the same as the changes in the entire Qingyang mountain. But she didn't say it, nor did she choose to retreat, because this breath came from her master. At this moment, she felt mixed emotions, as if everything was connected together.
Why was the master in a hurry to drive them down the mountain, and why has Qingyang mountain become like this now?
She remembered that the master's aura was not strong at that time, but now it is so terrifying. Combined with the fact that the master's voice suddenly became childish, she immediately thought of someone. She didn't know what had happened to her master during this period of time, and she was not sure whether the current master was still the person she knew.
As he approached the building, even Qin Fei couldn't help but frown.
The surroundings looked gloomy no matter how he looked at them, and had nothing to do with the word Qingyang at all, which gave him a creepy feeling.
But Lu Bai didn't think too much about it. He just thought that now that the gym has become such a mess, then will even the master have no reason to stay here in the future?
By then, I will buy a house for my master in the city and settle him down, so that I can still save fallen women every day. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to walk in, and saw a woman in her 20s wearing a master's Taoist robe sitting cross-legged, and she looked somewhat similar to Su Shijuan. At this time, Qin Fei and Su Shijuan also walked in one after another.
Su Shijuan blurted out with a serious expression, "Master, master? Master?"
As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Fei and Lu Bai exclaimed at the same time. It was then that Lu Bai discovered that apart from the huge change in the other party's appearance, his posture and demeanor were exactly the same as his master. At this moment, the other party only showed a faint smile.
"Are you back?"
Name, Yu Luoyan, age, 51, combat power, 60, appearance, 93, Taoist name, Xingyang Jun, special powers, death and decay, life rewind can make all things wither and feed themselves, Su Shijuan's biological mother, threat level, SSS+. Looking at the other party's introduction, Qin Fei couldn't help but glance at Su Shijuan. Thinking about how she actually used her to threaten Su Shijuan to do something bad, she felt a little scared. At this time, Yu Luoyan also noticed Qin Fei, especially the close distance between him and Su Shijuan, which showed that the relationship between the two was unusual. A hint of murderous intent flashed by, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Qin Fei subconsciously took a step back with a look of alertness on his face. Yu Luoyan stared at Qin Fei with a cold look, as if she wanted to see through him. Fortunately, at this moment, Lu Bai came back to his senses and laughed. "Master, how did you become so young all of a sudden?
I almost didn't recognize you. Do you have any tricks?"
I also want to be a dozen years younger. Yu Luoyan smiled slightly, and the hostility in her eyes disappeared.
That's not a problem. This is why I asked you to come here this time.
But Yu Luoyan changed the subject and looked at Qin Fei. What is your relationship with my disciple? After hearing this, Qin Fei suddenly became nervous. I had been feeling fearless before coming here, thinking that I was not here to negotiate with the other party. In the face of absolute strength, some things have to be done whether they are possible or not.
But now it seems that I don't know if it is okay for me to leave now? Chapter 86, Picking Up Girls is a high-risk technical job.
Su Shijuan was not sure whether she should reveal her relationship with Qin Fei at this time, because she could clearly feel her master's hostility towards Qin Fei. So she chose to change the subject.
Master, what is the matter that brought you back at this time? And are the changes in Xingyang Mountain related to you?
It is indeed related to my master. Yu Luoyan nodded, but now there are outsiders here, so many things are inconvenient to tell you. After the words fell, Lu Bai, who knew nothing, smiled foolishly and said, his name is Qin Fei, he is not an outsider. Before he could finish his words, Qin Fei clasped his fists and said, My dear boy Qin Fei, I meet Xingyang Jun.
But at this moment, Yu Luoyan's whole face sank, as if it brought back some painful memories.
She just felt that the more handsome a man was, the more likely he was to lie, and she didn't want Su Shijuan to repeat her mistake.
Watching Yu Luoyan's expression change, Su Shijuan thought to himself, is it really not possible?
In view of the terrifying strength of her master, she felt that now was not the time to confess, Master, don't listen to what my brother said, he is just a friend I met outside. Yu Luoyan frowned, obviously not satisfied with the answer. Remember, a cultivator should avoid having distracting thoughts.
Su Shijuan nodded.
She understood that this was the master criticizing her. But no matter what, her whole heart and half of her body belonged to Qin Fei.
After we figure out the changes in the master, we can just make it a fait accompli.
But for the master, this would be a bit of a big harm. Qin Fei scratched his head. Yu Luoyan had said so much, and it was not that he didn't have any insight at all. So he looked at Su Shijuan and said with a smile, Since your master has something to say, I think I should step aside for now. Su Shijuan immediately looked apologetic. I'm sorry, Qin Fei, you should have sensed some things. After this matter is over, I will definitely explain it to you. She felt empty inside and was afraid that Qin Fei would feel lost because of this. She was also afraid that Qin Fei would no longer play games with her in the future, and she was even more afraid that the massage techniques she learned would be of no use. Little did he know that Qin Fei was eager to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible, because he knew that Yu Luoyan and Su Shijuan were not master and disciple, but mother and daughter.
But this is not the point. The most important thing is that he can't beat Yu Luoyan, otherwise he wouldn't be so humble.
I just don't know if she can continue her relationship with Su Shijuan in the future now that she has lost the means to threaten her master. After walking out of the gym, he let out a long sigh, feeling as if the duck in his mouth had flown away again. As expected, if you want to become stronger, there is no easy way, and the same is true with plug-ins.
But that's not right. Even if we are mother and daughter, why would they show such hostility towards me? Could it be that in Yu Luoyan's eyes, I saw a yellow-haired ghost fireboy wearing ripped jeans and earrings?
Thinking of this, he paced back and forth outside the gym, feeling vaguely uneasy.
My life is more important, so I think it's better to avoid it. The gap in strength between us and the opponent is too huge, we might not even know how we died.
There is no need to give up the entire forest for a blade of grass.
So he no longer hesitated and walked straight down the mountain. But he didn't know that his every move was completely under Yu Luoyan's control.
If she was just worried about Su Shijuan repeating her mistakes at the beginning, then Qin Fei's unimpeded departure seemed to have touched a switch in her body, and even evoked her ancient memories. At this time, Qin Fei had already reached the halfway point of the mountain, and suddenly he was struck by a great sense of crisis. He turned his head suddenly, scanning every inch of the surrounding space with his sharp eyes. But the surroundings were still as peaceful as usual, with only the gentle mountain breeze and a few withered and fallen leaves.
What's going on?
Qin Fei whispered to himself, his brows furrowed, a hint of doubt and uneasiness flashing in his eyes. He knew very well that the sense of crisis was not groundless, because the violently beating heart and the goosebumps on his arms said it all. So he hurriedly opened his eyes of delusion.
Boom!
Suddenly, a terrifying energy swept in from a distance at an extremely fast speed, like a ferocious beast, devouring everything. Wherever the energy went, the ground cracked and dead trees exploded, as if the end of the world had come. In just a blink of an eye, Qin Fei was covered by the energy. In an instant, he felt his mouth dry, his throat felt like it was burning, and his body became unusually heavy. He was horrified to find that all the water in his body was being drained away at a speed visible to the naked eye, his skin was gradually drying up and cracking, and his blood seemed to be boiling, as if it would evaporate at any time.
Death and withering? His pupils suddenly contracted and he felt extremely anxious. Could it be that Yu Luoyan knew that Su Shijun had swallowed my gold?
Apart from this, he really couldn't think of any other reason that would make her kill me.
What should I do? Qin Fei tried to calm himself down.
Concentrate all your energy, try to mobilize the true energy in your body to resist this powerful force, and escape from here as much as possible. Although the situation did improve as a result, no matter how he struggled, that mysterious energy always followed him. At this moment, sweat was dripping down his forehead, his vision was gradually blurring, and his brain was becoming heavier and heavier.
Am I going to die here today?
Barrier, lock. However, at this critical moment, a grand and majestic voice suddenly sounded. Qin Fei felt his eyes suddenly brighten, as if he was enveloped by a mysterious light shield, and the uncomfortable feeling disappeared without a trace at this moment.
Ha, ha. Qin Fei breathed heavily.
They say you live and die for sex, and fight for sex your whole life, but I haven't even had a taste.
It seems that this is a high-risk technical job. I almost died here, but how did I survive?
Then, two figures, a man and a woman, slowly emerged. At the same time, a woman's half-mocking laughter was heard. Qin Fei, you are really in a mess.
Su Mei? Qin Fei couldn't help but blurt out.
The man next to her was an extremely calm and gentle-looking young man. Su Mei, 27 years old, combat power 44, appearance 92, lightning-type psychic, captain of the Six Gates Squad. Name, Wang Chuan, age, 52, combat strength, 60, ability, barrier, director of the Six Gates headquarters in Province Y, calling himself Wang Er, has an unclear relationship with Yu Luoyan, threat level, SSS+.
TSK, Qin Fei, I didn't expect you to know my name. You care so much about me, should I be touched or not? Chapter 87, Adultery.
Su Mei's eyes kept wandering over Qin Fei, and that greedy look did not change from beginning to end. Qin Fei didn't care about this at all, but bowed slightly to Wang Chuan.
Thank you very much.
Seeing this, Su Mei slapped her forehead and introduced, Qin Fei, this is our Six Gates top leader in Province Y, Minister Wang Er. After the words fell, Qin Fei pretended to be surprised and said, so you are Minister Wang Er, it's really better to see it in person than to hear about it.
Wang Chuan just nodded slightly, frowned slightly, and said seriously, Qin Fei, what happened here? Do you know who attacked you? And, what about Qingyang Jun, is she okay?
After hearing this, Qin Fei raised his eyebrows. Logically speaking, the relationship between Wang Er and Yu Luoyan should not be simple, but why would he ask such a question?
Doesn't he know how powerful the Qingyang Jun he is talking about is now?
If he knew that the person who attacked me was the Qingyang Jun he mentioned, he would probably attack me himself, so he shook his head.
I don't know who attacked me either. Thank you for your timely rescue, Minister. As for the Qingyang Jun you are looking for, I just met her. She is on the mountain. What Wang Chuan was most concerned about was Yu Luoyan's safety.
When he heard that she was safe and sound, his brows instantly relaxed.
Take me there now.
But Qin Fei paused.
What's wrong? Qin Fei, didn't you hear what the minister said? Why don't you lead the way? Lead the way? How is this different from seeking death?
But looking at Wang Er's unquestionable attitude, it seemed that he was not discussing with him.
That?
Qin Fei felt torn for a moment.
Minister Wang Er, although I haven't reported in yet, I should be your man, right? Of course. Wang Er nodded, not understanding what Qin Fei meant. Then don't get me wrong, I mean if Qingyang Jun wants to attack your subordinates, you won't stand by and watch them die, right? Hearing Qin Fei's words, Wang Er narrowed his eyes.
He knew that Qin Fei was not giving an example, and had some guesses in his mind.
But according to his understanding, Yu Luoyan's strength should not be very strong. Someone like Luo Feng could be injured by Qin Fei, so why would he be so afraid of Yu Luoyan? Of course I won't stand by and watch someone die. Wang Chuan snorted coldly. That's good. That's good.
Qin Fei seemed to have obtained a golden medal of immunity from death, and hurriedly led the way. Looking at Qin Fei's various reactions, Wang Chuan always felt that Qin Fei and Yu Luoyan had a grudge, but he didn't know how big the grudge was.
But no matter what, the truth will come out after seeing Yu Luoyan. I can save you then, but I can also kill you afterwards.
Soon, Qin Fei came to the top of the mountain again, and the conversation between the master and his 3 disciples seemed to have just ended. Su Shijuan and Lu Bai walked out thoughtfully. When she saw Qin Fei, Su Shijuan immediately came up to him with a smile on her face. But then, when she saw Su Mei, hostility suddenly appeared in her eyes.
It's you 6-6 again. What on earth do you want to do in Xingyang Mountain?
The last target was Wang Can, because Wang Can killed more than 1,000 people.
This time, it was completely aimed at her master, but her master at most absorbed the essence of the entire Xingyang Mountain and did not hurt anyone. Is there anything wrong with absorbing the essence of your own mountain?
If it was just Su Mei, it would be fine as she wouldn't pose any threat to his master.
But what about the man next to him? His aura was almost the same as his master? Shijuan, do you still recognize me?
I didn't expect time to pass so quickly.
You've grown up so fast.
Wang Er suddenly asked. After hearing this, Su Shijuan frowned involuntarily, then shook her head with a serious look on her face.
Lu Bai's eyes suddenly lit up. Uncle Wang? You are Uncle Wang Chuan? Ha! How come you have become younger too?
As he spoke, Lu Bai rushed forward happily and poked Wang Er with his hand.
You kid, your irritable personality hasn't changed at all. Uncle Wang Chuan?
Su Shijuan narrowed her eyes, seeming to recall some fragmentary memories. It's just that the time is too long, and even if the other party's identity is confirmed, it still seems a little strange.
But why is he with the people from the 6 gates? He shouldn't be here to cause trouble for the master, right?
And at this moment, a figure slowly walked out. It was Yu Luoyan. There was a hint of apology in her eyes, and she said softly, Wang Chuan, long time no see, how are you these days? The familiar voice flowed into Wang Er's ears like a stream of clear spring, causing his heart to tremble. As if time had gone back to his youth, Wang Er looked over with anticipation, tears glistening in his eyes.
When he saw Yu Luoyan's face clearly, his eyes gradually became moist. Sister Luoyan, great, great. I didn't expect you to become younger.
Wang Er was so excited that he choked up and his vision was blurred by tears. Many memories came flooding back to him, seemingly taking him back to more than 20 years ago.
Wang Er's eyes were almost tearing when he looked at Yu Luoyan at this time.
Qin Fei raised his eyebrows, as if he smelled a hint of adultery. But the next second, he realized that he was overthinking.
Yu Luoyan sighed, yeah, I didn't expect that we have both become younger. Are you still alone after so many years?
After saying this, the expression on Yu Luoyan's face was gradually replaced by guilt.
You know me, Sister Luoyan.
More than 20 years have passed.
It's time to let go of some things, right?
Wang Er nodded with a wry smile. After she finished speaking, a complex emotion flashed across Yu Luoyan's eyes. She sighed softly, and seemed to recall every little detail of the past. She was born into a family of medicine and had been childhood sweethearts with Wang Chuan. They grew up together and had a deep relationship. As time went by, the parents of both families arranged a marriage for them. However, fate played a joke on her during her best time. More than 20 years ago, when she was young and beautiful, she took care of a patient, who was someone she would never forget in her life.
The man is handsome and talented.
As they spent more time together, their feelings gradually heated up. Although she was already engaged to Wang Xuan, her heart was involuntarily attracted to that man. Until it finally led to a series of irreversible consequences. Yu Luoyan became pregnant, but the man cruelly abandoned her and resolutely chose to leave.
Sister Luoyan, let the past be the past. There is still a long way to go in the future. Let me take care of you from now on, okay? Su Mei looked at Wang Er in disbelief.
She had thought that he attached great importance to Qingyang Mountain and it was some important mission, but it turned out that he came here to seduce a Taoist nun? Qin Fei also opened his mouth, feeling speechless. I originally thought that the two of them had some kind of affair, but after a while it turned out that they were the ones who took over.
Chapter 88 Warning.
Yu Luoyan remained silent, but she was indeed touched in her heart. She has been living alone for so many years and has almost become accustomed to such loneliness, thinking that time will pass in the blink of an eye. But fate always likes to play jokes on her, and one day she suddenly gains the ability to deprive others of energy to strengthen herself. Before reaching her current state, her body was completely out of control and she would always destroy things around her unintentionally. This was also the reason why she drove Su Shijuan and Lu Bai down the mountain. But now, not only can she control this ability very well, she has also regained her youthful beauty, and her lifespan has increased by an unknown amount.
However, at this moment, Yu Luoyan's eyes narrowed. Qin Fei, this is strange.
You only came out to wait for a short while, why is your skin so dry? Su Shijuan's face was full of curiosity, and her fingers kept moving around Qin Fei's body.
Following Yu Luoyan's gaze, Wang Er also noticed the intimate behavior between the two.
In an instant, the two of them became the focus of everyone. Lu Bai had long been accustomed to this and felt that this was how it should be given their relationship. Su Mei, however, had a look of disdain on her face. The old ones went to the old nuns, and the young ones went to the young nuns. She really didn't understand what was so good about Taoist nuns.
In this way, isn't Qin Fei indirectly related to Minister Wang Er? Then what should I do with his immaculate spirit?
Maybe I'm not used to the local climate.
My body is a little dry. Qin Fei glanced secretly at Yu Luoyan, secretly groaning in his heart.
If I tell the truth, it would be equivalent to tearing my face off with Yu Luoyan in person. Although Wang Er did make a verbal promise, an old bootlicker like him might be the first to take action against him. Su Shijuan didn't know how powerful it was, or perhaps she did it on purpose. She kept an extremely subtle distance from Qin Fei and spoke softly.
Then, how about I moisturize you later?
As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Fei's pupils suddenly shrank.
Although he knew that Su Shijuan was very moist and he really wanted to be moistened, was this the time to talk about this? Could it be that she wanted to deliberately provoke Yu Luoyan so that she could use Yu Luoyan to eliminate me and avenge all the trouble she had during this period of time?
At this moment, Yu Luoyan suddenly let out a loud shout, and her face became even more terrifyingly gloomy.
Shijuan! Come here quickly!
However, Su Shijuan was indifferent and smiled softly. Master, I don't know why you have a problem with Qin Fei. You can reject the love of Uncle Wang Chuan, but you can't stop my right to pursue happiness.
Because I am already Qin Fei's person. After he finished speaking, Wang Er couldn't help but open his mouth. No, Yu Luoyan hasn't even opened her mouth yet, but you rejected me on her behalf? Also, why does this scene look so familiar?
Wang Er narrowed his eyes, as if he was pulled back to more than 20 years ago, and his heart ached slightly.
I remember that Yu Luoyan was like this at the beginning.
She refused to listen to anything I said and even deliberately said some provocative words to prove that she had a deeper relationship with the other party.
What? Are all handsome people great? Are all handsome people lawless? Ahem. That.
Sister Luoyan, let the young people walk their own path.
Look at how bad the environment in Qingyang Mountain is now. Why don't you all move to my place?
Wang Er said this happily in his heart, but he found that Yu Luoyan closed her eyes, clenched her fists, her chest heaved up and down, and she kept taking deep breaths.
She was extremely angry at this time and very confused about the future.
Everything had been planned, but it turned out that Su Shijuan had just gone down the mountain for a few months, and the cabbages that she had taken such careful care of became dirty. And he could say such words in front of so many people, openly disobeying me. As it was her first time being a mother, she really didn't know what to do with Qin Fei. If she really did something to Qin Fei now, she had no doubt that Su Shijuan would break off relations with her in a minute, and might even become extremely depressed.
Well,
for a moment, she felt her body was filled with unknown energy, which would make her feel suffocated if it was not released. However, just when she didn't know what to do, a mosquito started buzzing in her ear.
Sister Luoyan, Sister Luoyan?
Yu Luoyan suddenly opened her eyes, and a cold light pierced Wang Er's spine. She snorted coldly, and a complicated smile appeared on her face. Shijuan, you are curious about my strength, then now, let your uncle Wang Chuan come and practice with me. Wang Er was stunned for a moment, and secretly sighed in his heart that he was unlucky.
Was he planning to vent his anger on me? Stop it, Sister Luoyan. My old arms and legs can't stand your torture. Humph. Yu Luoyan chuckled, stop pretending. If you don't have any strength, why are you talking about taking care of me?
When Wang Er heard the word take care of, he was immediately overjoyed. He couldn't hide the excitement in his heart, and even his hands began to tremble.
Shijuan, watch out.
Yu Luoyan deliberately raised her voice, but her eyes were directed at Qin Fei. It seemed like she was warning Qin Fei, but it also seemed like she was indicating that she had accepted their relationship.
But if you want to let my daughter down in the future, think about yourself first. Then, Yu Luoyan's eyes narrowed.
From the moment she saw Wang Er become younger, she knew that Wang Er's strength was not simple, so she did not plan to hold back. Then, a terrifying energy surrounded her body, and even the air around her seemed to have a withered and dying aura because of this energy. Everyone could feel a palpitation in their heart just by looking at it. However, Wang Er was not frightened by this momentum. Instead, he looked relieved and said with a calm smile, "I am just worried about hurting you." As he spoke, Wang Er slowly opened his hands and quickly pressed them down. A stream of energy filled with holy aura quickly filled his body, forming a rivalry with Yu Luoyan. Seeing this, Yu Luoyan was secretly a little surprised, then she raised the corner of her mouth and slapped Wang Er out of thin air. With a wave of his palm, the space seemed to be torn apart. Wherever it passed, a long gully appeared on the ground, and dust was stirred up all over the sky. Wang Er's face changed slightly, and he quickly summoned a barrier to resist. When the two collided, there was a dull loud noise. Wang Chuan, not bad. All the bad emotions seemed to disappear at this moment. Yu Luoyan's brows were completely relaxed, and this moment seemed to bring back all the memories of her past with Wang Er. Feeling Yu Luoyan's familiar energy, Wang Er seemed to understand everything at this moment. It turned out that the person who attacked Qin Fei on the mountainside was indeed Yu Luoyan, and he also understood the reason why Yu Luoyan attacked Qin Fei. That was the doting on Su Shijuan, and it was also comparing Qin Fei to that man and the harm he brought to her. We're just getting started. Sister Luoyan, get ready. I'm coming. Chapter 89 Su Shijuan's Revenge? As he spoke, Wang Er lightly tiptoed and quickly leaped towards Yu Luoyan. Good. Yu Luoyan's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Instead of retreating, she advanced and immediately started fighting with Wang Er. Every time the two collided, a dull sound would be heard, as if it contained infinite energy, causing the space to fluctuate. Then, the two of them fought faster and further away. It was not known whether it was necessary for the battle or the two of them did it on purpose, but they soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Qin Fei watched the whole process in amazement. He knew that Yu Luoyan must have held back, otherwise he would not have been able to hold on for so long. Could it be that the other party was not prepared to take his life at that time, but just wanted to teach him a lesson? At this moment, Su Shijuan quickly grabbed Qin Fei's arm. Qin Fei, stop looking. Let me help you moisturize it before they come back. Having said that, Su Shijuan pulled Qin Fei and walked towards her residence. Qin Fei was completely stunned, with a look of bewilderment on his face. Could it be that Su Shijuan's behavior just now was not for revenge at all, but was for real? Or if one plan fails, what other conspiracy is waiting for me? Although he was extremely alert in his heart, his feet were out of control and he honestly followed Su Shijuan into her residence. For a moment, Lu Bai and Su Mei were the only ones left in the originally lively venue, and the atmosphere inexplicably became somewhat awkward. That? Lu Bai scratched his head. Beauty, standing like this is not a good idea. My massage skills are first rate. How about we find a place to moisturize? After she finished speaking, Su Mei narrowed her eyes and glanced at Lu Bai, and her face suddenly filled with disgust. Don't you have any idea what you look like? No, I look okay. Besides, when judging a person, don't judge by appearance. If you don't even press me, how can you know my inner self? Lu Bai tried to persuade Su Mei, but before he could finish his words, he felt his whole body numb and filled with electric currents. In the blink of an eye, he fell to the ground, his body twitching continuously. In the room, Su Shijuan's initiative made Qin Fei feel scared. I even suspected that the other party had tricked me in and wanted to bite it off myself. Ah. Oh. Bashi. But Qin Fei was not afraid at all and was enjoying the happy time to the fullest. Su Mei's dagger didn't cut me down at that time, and now her strength is several times stronger. Do you really not believe that I can still suffer a loss? It's almost done, just lie down. Su Shijuan pursed her lips with a charming look and smiled softly. Qin Fei nodded and responded softly, feeling that the process was very different from before. He always swallowed the gold in one breath, even if he was sweating profusely. Is there really some conspiracy? I can't figure it out, so let's just wait and see how Su Shijuan plans to take revenge. But the next second. Ha! Qin Fei's eyes suddenly widened. Qin Fei had thought of every possibility and there were many ways to take revenge, but Qin Fei had never thought that there would be such a way of revenge. Could it be that her perception ability is strong enough to sense that I become strong by picking up girls and that I must capture their true love? Is she doing this to make me feel the pain of getting nothing in the end? Ah.
But isn't this too much? Killing 100 enemies and losing 10,000 of your own? Ah. Ugh. But when he saw the system prompt, Xin Fei was completely dumbfounded.
Ding, true love is captured successfully, combat power value plus 5, current combat power value 50. Points plus 5,000, current points 5,000, can increase combat power, can exchange skills.
Xin Fei was confused. Have I become stronger?
Even after the combat power value exceeds 45, the combat power value of capturing true feelings can still be increased by 5 points.
When did the system become so generous? That's not right. Why was the capture successful?
For a moment, Xin Fei recalled every detail between him and Su Shijuan, and felt that his previous notions were completely overturned.
Is this even possible? A masochist? Xin Fei, what's wrong with you? Are you unhappy?
I'm sorry, I
didn't mean to do that, it's too slippery.
After he finished speaking, Xin Fei finally came back to his senses. Looking at Su Shijuan's appearance, Xin Fei smiled evilly. At this moment, he didn't want to think about anything else, just wanted to enjoy this moment. I also want to give Su Shijuan a wonderful life experience.
Good times are always short, but boring times are so long.
Lu Bai's body was a little burnt, and he sat alone under a dead tree, throwing stones in a depressed mood.
He didn't know why his master and Uncle Wang Chuan hadn't come back yet, but he knew that Xin Fei and his junior sister would definitely not be able to come out for a while.
He always has the idea of running away in his mind. I don't know if technician number 68 misses me after not seeing me for such a long time.
Oh. He sighed again.
If it were in the past, he would definitely rush to the club without hesitation.
But now the master has become so strong.
Sume stood there with her eyes closed and her arms folded across her chest, but she could hear the clacking sound of stones and Lu Bai's occasional sighs in her ears.
Her brows gradually became more and more furrowed until she completely exploded. I'm asking you, are you annoying? Isn't it good to just be a quiet person? Lu Bai glared at Sume angrily but dared not say anything.
He felt that this person might have some serious illness. I sincerely invited the other person to have a massage, but what I got in return was a beating.
My kindness was really taken for granted. The first time I took the initiative, I ended up being an introvert for the rest of my life.
I really wanted to grow wings on my arms and fly straight to the club. Technician number 68 is still the best, he knows how to care for people and most importantly, he is obedient.
Snap. Snap. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Why did they call him to the mountains for no reason?
He really couldn't stay in this godforsaken place for even a moment, and he didn't even notice when the stone was thrown at Sume's feet. But when he noticed it, it was too late, because he was numb again. The man was leaning against a dead tree, foaming at the mouth and shaking wildly. After a long while, his body gradually recovered. He kept cursing the other party in his heart, but he dared not make any sound and sat there motionless.
There was nothing I could do. She was the butcher and I was the meat.
I couldn't beat her, and I couldn't tell my master either. But he remembered all the grievances he suffered from being bullied by the other party.
He must have a good talk with Xin Fei afterwards and teach her a memorable lesson for me. And at this moment, Yu Luoyan and Wang Er finally came back. Chapter 90, Bloody. Lu Bai suddenly felt his nose sour and he was inexplicably moved. Finally, I don't have to be so bored anymore, and finally I don't have to face this vicious woman alone. But the next second, he immediately frowned.
Although Yu Luoyan and Wang Er were walking one after the other, their demeanor, expressions and movements looked wrong no matter how you looked at them. Even their clothes looked a little messy, but it didn't look like it was caused by fighting.
Strange.
He couldn't help scratching his head. At this moment, Wang Er confidently pulled up his trousers, with a smug look on his face, and his heart was filled with joy.
Finally. Wang Er, you finally fulfilled your wish and became Yu Luoyan's second man. It is said that everything is difficult to start. This first time is a good start, because it will become much easier for countless times in the future. He was thinking happily in his heart, when he saw Yu Luoyan's feet becoming unstable, so he hurried forward and picked up Yu Luoyan. Sister Luoyan, are you okay? Yu Luoyan nodded slightly.
I don't know whether it was intentional or not, but she leaned in Wang Er's arms with a sweet look on her face. She always thought that the obsession in her heart came from love. It was not until Wang Er cleaned up the spider web that had been covered in dust for more than 20 years that she suddenly realized.
I even blame myself, wondering why I couldn't wake up earlier. In this case, can Su Shijuan also have a complete family?
Looking at the intimate actions of his master and his partner, Lu Bai was instantly petrified.
I even suspected that it was an illusion because Su Mei had electrocuted me twice.
But soon, the two of them came in front of him. Yu Luoyan jumped down from Wang Er's arms and said, "Lu Bai, go pack up.
We are ready to move." Eh? Where's Shijuan? Master. You and Uncle Wang Chuan.
Without waiting for Lu Bai to finish, Yu Luoyan nodded and said, "Yes, it's just as you thought.
From now on, just call me Master instead of Uncle Master." Isn't that unpleasant to hear?
Lu Bai was completely stunned and was caught off guard by the dog food. The junior sister has Qin Fei, and even the master has Uncle Wang Chuan. But fortunately, the master finally agreed to move away. And I still have technician number 68. At this moment, Qin Fei and Su Shijuan came out one after another. The former still had a confused look on his face, while the latter was staggering, being extremely cautious with every step he took. But they have one thing in common, which is that the relationship between the two feels more intimate.
Yu Luoyan frowned tightly. "Shijuan, where did you go just now?"
Hearing the master's question, Su Shijuan suddenly panicked. She didn't expect the master to come back so soon, and she didn't expect Qin Fei to take so long.
I took Qin Fei around." After saying this, Su Mei couldn't help but pursed her lips. "Why do I remember that you two entered the room and never came out? Could it be that you were focusing on Qin Fei?"
Hearing Su Mei say this, Yu Luoyan's face suddenly turned cold. But now that it has come to this, she has no other options. "I just feel that my daughter does not know how to behave herself, and I'm afraid she will suffer a great loss in the future."
"Sister Luoyan, don't worry about the affairs of young people. Don't you still have me?"
Yu Luoyan glanced at Wang Er and sighed slightly.
"Okay, remember what you said. Don't worry, Sister Luoyan, I will take good care of you and your daughter. If Qin Fei dares to let Shijuan down, I will be the first one to." Before he could finish his words, Yu Luoyan immediately covered his mouth. But Su Mei still exclaimed immediately. "Mother and daughter?" She looked around and confirmed again and again, thinking that the two looked somewhat similar, because the local climate and soil shaped the people. After all this time, they actually have such a relationship? Lu Bai also widened his eyes at this moment, and it seemed that he suddenly understood everything. No wonder I was so partial to my junior sister. When she was still young, I kept instilling in me the concepts of kinship and family. I am still touched by this. So they are afraid that I might have bad thoughts? This is totally a defense against me. Is this really necessary? Am I, Lu Bai, so unbearable? But Su Shijuan frowned deeply at this time, and felt her heart beating violently. Su Shijuan has always believed that she is an orphan without a father or a mother, and was raised by her master since she was a child. However, at this moment, she suddenly learned that she was not a real orphan, but a child with parents. This made her extremely shocked and confused, and her mind was full of questions. Why didn't she recognize herself? "Master, is what Uncle Wang Chuan said true?" Su Shijuan asked in a trembling voice, staring at Yu Luoyan in front of him. How she hoped to get a negative answer from her master, but the reality was too cruel to accept. Yu Luoyan's eyes flickered, and she didn't dare to look directly into Su Shijuan's eyes. Facing Su Shijuan's questioning, she neither admitted nor denied it, but just lowered her head silently with a guilty look on her face. The reason she concealed it was because she didn't want Su Shijuan to know that she had a father like that, and it also made numb. In fact, she had long planned to confess to Su Shijuan, but so many years had passed and she still could not find the right time and method. She knew that this truth would bring a huge shock to Su Shijuan, so she was hesitant and didn't know how to start. And now, when Su Shijuan asked her in person, her heart was plunged into endless pain and struggle. At this moment, Su Shijuan looked at Yu Luoyan's reaction and already had the answer in her mind. Tears instantly blurred her vision, her emotions completely collapsed, and her body began to tremble violently. Why didn't you tell me? If Master Wang Chuan didn't tell her, was he going to keep it a secret from her for the rest of her life? She cried and giggled at the same time, as if the whole world had become dark and gloomy. Qin Fei on the side felt a little helpless. He felt that he had experienced too many things in this day. Each one of them was so bloody and bizarre, yet he had witnessed it with his own eyes. Qin Fei patted Su Shijuan's shoulder gently, trying to comfort her. "Shijuan, maybe she has her own difficulties.
Feeling Qin Fei's warmth, it seemed as if the world finally had color. She threw herself into Qin Fei's arms and hugged him tightly, as if Qin Fei was everything to her at this moment.
Wow, I don't know what to do. I always thought I was a wild child that no one wanted. Whoa. I'm sorry, Shijuan, can you forgive me? Yu Luoyan walked over and said to Su Shijuan in Qin Fei's arms.
At this moment, Qin Fei was no longer so conspicuous in her eyes. Instead, she felt that it would be good for Su Shijuan to have someone to rely on at this time. However, Su Shijuan pretended not to hear it and seemed not to know how to face it. She buried her face deeply in Qin Fei's arms and sobbed softly.
Chapter 91 Identity.
Wang Er felt that he should say something at this moment. After all this was caused by him. Feeling guilty, he took 2 steps forward. But at this moment, Su Shijuan and Qin Fei disappeared in front of everyone. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded.
Yu Luoyan and Wang Er were even more anxious.
They hurriedly mobilized the energy in their bodies to sense the surroundings, but they could not detect any breath of Qin Fei and Su Shijuan.
The next second, Qin Fei's vision was confused. The originally withered scenery was suddenly replaced by a dense forest. He glanced at the blue Martha beside him, then looked at the withered and yellow hills in the distance, his face full of confusion. Shijuan, what's going on?
Hearing Qin Fei's doubts, Su Shijuan raised her head in confusion, and then suddenly showed surprise on her face.
This seems to be my ability?
She looked around again with some uncertainty, and seeing that she and Qin Fei were the only ones there, she left Qin Fei's arms and tried to take 2 steps. She remembered that at the moment when her martial soul merged with Qin Fei's, her perception was greatly enhanced.
I really didn't know how to face it just now. I just wanted to escape as soon as possible. Maybe.
Before she finished her words, she thought about it and disappeared again.
Qin Fei couldn't help but open his mouth. It was just slept with me. Do you have to be so awesome? Qin Fei, I'm back again.
Su Shijuan hugged Qin Fei from behind with a happy tone.
Qin Fei was now completely certain of his guess. Teleportation? Your ability is quite powerful.
Looking at Qin Fei's surprised expression, Su Shijuan suddenly looked very proud. Immediately afterwards, Qin Fei felt visual confusion again, and what he saw before him was a completely unfamiliar forest.
Qin Fei, am I awesome? As long as it's within my sensing range, I can go there at any time, but I just feel a little dizzy. You can go wherever you want within the range of perception? This cannot be explained by just being powerful.
If he were given such ability, Qin Fei felt that he would be able to fight even against Yu Luoyan or Wang Er. Su Shijuan pressed tightly against Qin Fei's back and said softly, Qin Fei, I find that all this seems to be because of you. When you asked me to eat that thing at first, I was a little resistant, but later I found that my perception ability has been significantly improved, and the reason I can have this ability now is mostly because I have merged with you. Speaking of this, Su Shijuan's face flushed, and she wished she could bury her face in Qin Fei's body. Qin Fei turned around, took Su Shijuan into his arms, and smiled wickedly.
I told you it was a good thing. Now that no one is around, should I give your body some more strength? You're annoying.
Su Shijuan gently hit Qin Fei's chest, but the expression on her face had already given the answer. On the branches, the birds sang happily, making melodious moans. Soon, a drizzle began to fall from the sky. The 2 of them got on the blue masha, and Su Shijuan covered her forehead and shook her head. This ability is indeed convenient, but it can cause dizziness if used frequently.
That's almost enough. Qin Fei tapped Su Shijuan on the head, smiled slightly, and then returned to the topic. Where are we going now? Are you really not going back?
Su Shijuan sighed softly and started the engine.
I don't know how to face it now. Can you let me stay at your place for a while? Aren't you just talking nonsense?
Qin Fei pretended to be angry and pinched Su Shijuan, then climbed to the back seat. Su Shijuan thought Qin Fei was angry and was thinking about how to get Qin Fei's forgiveness, but she heard Qin Fei's sinister laughter.
I think you haven't figured out your identity yet.
But when Qin Fei mentioned the word identity, Su Shijuan frowned immediately, and immediately remembered that Qin Fei said he had several other women.
Are we all like this and not qualified to be his woman?
Qin Fei didn't know what Su Shijuan was thinking, he just felt that he had already hinted at that point, but she was still standing there like an idiot.
Wasn't she too ignorant?
So he waved to Su Shijuan, come down, I'll let you get to know yourself better.
Oh.
With doubts and trepidation, Su Shijuan got out of the car and opened the back seat. But as soon as he opened the car door, he was pulled in by Qin Fei in an instant.
Ah! Qin Fei, you, let me help you. The powerful engine was still roaring, causing the entire blue Maserati to shake violently.
The sky was covered with dark clouds and heavy rain poured down.
The sky suddenly darkened.
The vehicle automatically recognized the situation and turned on the lights, illuminating the whole world.
However, on the other side, Yu Luoyan and her group of 4, led by Lu Bai, soon saw the woods with flashing lights.
See, Master, I told you that as long as Qin Fei is here, how could anything happen to my junior sister?
They will definitely come back here eventually,
Lu Bai said, pointing at the woods with flashing lights. But he himself felt a little bit unbelievable and inexplicably moved. Originally, I just wanted to confirm whether the vehicle was still there. If it was not there, it would prove that my junior sister was safe and had left. But unexpectedly, my junior sister and Qin Fei did not choose to leave, but turned on the lights.
Could they be waiting for me? We came as 3 people, and we have to be whole when we leave?
But the next second, he felt the air around him suddenly turn cold. He looked around at everyone and saw Yu Luoyan clenching her fists tightly, with an extremely ugly expression on her face. The woods were too dense, and Sumei and Lu Bai had no idea what was happening behind the woods, but they could not hide it from Yu Luoyan and Wang Er.
Even if the 2 of them had not experienced it, they knew what kind of story happened in the car.
Lu Bai, who knew nothing, was confused and laughed. Master, junior sister didn't mean to avoid you. You see, such a big thing has happened, you should at least give her some time to calm down, right?
How about I go up and help you persuade junior sister?
Having said that, he set off immediately. It didn't matter whether I persuaded her or not.
By the time my junior sister waited for me and then drove away directly, she couldn't blame me then, right? Broken family, I, Lu Bai, am here. But at this moment, Wang Er suddenly blocked his way. Disciple Lu Bai, don't worry about it. Just stay here obediently. Having said that, he seemed still uneasy and immediately released a barrier to block everyone's way. Then, he took Yu Luoyan into his arms with great power and domineering.
Forget it, Sister Luoyan, let's not worry about that right now. Anyway, with me watching over you, the things you're worried about will never happen.
Chapter 92 Difficulty. After hearing what Wang Er said, Yu Luoyan's expression eased a lot. Well, thank you, Wang Chuan. Let's go back. Let's not disturb the young couple. Move to my place first. As for Su Shijuan, I'll think of a solution later. After Wang Er finished speaking, Yu Luoyan nodded slightly, and then, under Wang Er's guidance, the 2 turned around and left. The confused Lu Bai became even more confused. He looked at the barrier blocking the way, and then looked at the intimate behavior between Wang Er and his master. Combined with the conversation between the 2 just now, Lu Bai kept scratching his head and muttering to himself. This is weird. My junior sister is right in front of me. What's wrong with asking me to persuade her? He looked back every few steps and walked reluctantly back the way he came, feeling so angry. I haven't returned to the club for such a long time. Could my sister, technician number 68, think I'm dead? Well. However, at this time, Su Shijuan's perception was still all focused on Qin Fei, and she had no idea what was happening outside. In the next few days, Su Shijuan stayed with Qin Fei. Yu Luoyan and Lu Bai had already moved to the provincial capital and lived in Wang Er's villa. In the director's office at the Six Gates provincial capital headquarters, Wang Er tapped lightly on the table with a serious look on his face. Soon Sumei knocked on the door and walked in. Minister, Qin Fei's latest information has been sorted out. Wang Er nodded. Put it there. Sumei placed the information on Wang Er's desk and left tactfully when she saw that there was nothing else to do. Etc. At this moment, he was stopped by Wang Er. Minister, do you have any other instructions? That. Wang Er stretched out his hand, then retracted his fist, leaned forward a few centimeters, and spoke softly. You didn't tell anyone about what happened that day, did you? Don't worry, Minister. Your secret will never be revealed to me. Sumei's eyes were firm, but her words were airtight, which made Wang Er feel a little uneasy. Well, I'm just asking casually. Don't think too much about it. It's just that this is a serious matter. Some things are bound to be shameful. If it gets out, it will easily bring shame to our Y province. Sumei smiled and said, I understand. Don't worry, Minister. Don't forget what I did before. I still have the self-cultivation of a killer. Well, go down. After Sume left, Wang Er couldn't wait to open Qin Fei's information. Name, Qin Fei. Age, 23. Red band, 44 true warrior. Known abilities, strong body, space movement.
Next comes the conversation between Qin Fei and Wang Can, as well as some of his character relationships. Looking at Qin Fei's character relationship introduction, Wang Er sighed slightly, then found the contact information column and quickly dialed the number. On the other side, Qin Fei was very busy at the moment when his cell phone suddenly rang. I didn't intend to answer it, but I saw Su Shijuan suddenly covered her mouth tightly, afraid of making any sound. A sense of stealing pleasure arose spontaneously, and Qin Fei picked up the phone directly and pressed the answer button. But when I took a quick look, it turned out to be an unfamiliar number, which immediately disappointed me.
No insurance or house purchase, thank you. Just as I was about to hang up, I heard an anxious and angry roar from the other end of the phone. Qin Fei, I'm Wang Er. How many days has it been? Do you want to report in or not?
Qin Fei was slightly stunned, then glanced at Su Shijuan and said with a smile, "Oh, it's Minister Wang Er." Hearing that it was Wang Er, Su Shijuan was so embarrassed that she wanted to be herself again as soon as possible, but she found that once the spell was cast, it could not be interrupted halfway, so she could only cover her mouth desperately. But the engine seemed to have been filled with number 98 gasoline at this moment, and even though it was covered tightly, it still made a noise.
Ah. Is it Shijuan? Is Shijuan with you? Is she okay?
Qin Fei looked down at Su Shijuan and chuckled.
Don't worry, Minister.
Shijuan is doing fine now because I'm taking care of him.
If everything is fine, I can report in tomorrow.
Well, that's fine, then let's talk about it face to face when we meet tomorrow. After saying that, Wang Er hung up the phone and muttered to himself. This guy Qin Fei really makes it difficult for me to deal with him. There is no way of knowing what kind of person Qin Fei, a product of Wang Can's command, is. At first, he thought of recruiting Qin Fei into the Six Gates, not only to monitor him at all times, but also to use him to draw out Wang Can's movements. But he didn't expect that this guy actually had such a relationship with Su Shijuan. It really made it difficult for him. If it were just that, it would be fine. As long as Qin Fei was not a very evil person, he would not make things too difficult for Qin Fei. But now it's not a question of whether he is making things difficult for Qin Fei or not, but Qin Fei is making things difficult for him. It was only after he came back from Qingyang Mountain that he learned that, in addition to Su Shijuan, Qin Fei seemed to have had a romantic relationship with the two sisters of the Zheng family.
How could he explain this to you, Luo Yan? And this is only the information we have so far. How many unknown women are there behind him? Ah.
The more he thought about it, the more headache he got, and he kept slapping his head. On the other side, Su Shijuan looked at the shaking ceiling and released her emotions wantonly.
The phone call just now almost made her suffer internal injuries.
After a while, Qin Fei lay on the bed, breathing heavily, while Su Shijuan lay in Qin Fei's arms, speaking unhappily.
Qin Fei, you are so annoying. He.
Qin Fei patted her lightly. Just now you didn't seem to express it that way.
Hate it, you are so bad.
Why, you don't like it? Su Shijuan blushed and responded in a whisper, yeah, I like it.
What did you say? I didn't hear it clearly.
Qin Fei smiled wickedly. Su Shijuan suddenly became extremely shy. Then he took a deep breath, and then mustered up the courage to say loudly, I said I like it. He felt that the time he was spending with Qin Fei at this moment was so wonderful, and he really wanted to stay with Qin Fei like this for a long time. But obviously this is just a luxury, because it is impossible for her to have it all to herself.
So do you like me more as a person, or do you like me more for the happiness I can bring you?
Oh, Su Shijuan was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, but her mouth was blocked by Qin Fei.
Since you can't explain it, I will find the answer myself.
After spending a few days together, Qin Fei found that he had completely mastered Su Shijuan. It is said that the more beautiful a woman is, the harder she is to deal with. Now he has completely turned this idea upside down. And after the stories he had with Su Shijuan along the way, it seemed that another line of thought had opened up for him. I originally thought that if I wanted to capture the heart of a beautiful woman, I would need to put in a lot of effort. But now it seems that starting from swallowing gold is a more convenient method.
Chapter 93, A place where you can't return. Night, provincial capital.
From a dim private room, 8 scantily dressed and good-looking women walked out one after another. With the departure of the 8 women, the originally bustling private room became exceptionally deserted. Lubai lay on the massage bed and breathed a sigh of relief, with a look of unsatisfied feeling on her face. Love starts with the bell, and it's hard to calm down when the bell stops. Ever since he moved to the provincial capital, he could never forget his technician number 68. After visiting more than a dozen clubs in the provincial capital, he could never get that feeling back. Until today, he met Wang Chang. "How is brother Lubai? I didn't lie to you, did I? Isn't he no worse than your technician number 68? Wang Chang gave a lewd smile on the massage bed nearby. Having said that, Lubai still has stubbornness in his heart. "Brother Wang Chang, I have to admit that you are good at finding places, but compared with my technician number 68, you are still a little bit inferior." If Lubai said this at ordinary times, Wang Chang would definitely argue with him and might even take him out for practice. But since the big sister told him that Lubai had a special relationship with Minister Wang Er, his attitude towards Lubai completely changed. Brother Lubai is right. I understand that love grows over time. I didn't expect that brother Lubai is such a loyal person. But, having said that, Wang Chang changed the subject and smiled sinisterly. But the world is so big, why should we love only one flower, don't you think? Unexpectedly, Wang Chang's words turned his hobby into a sign of loyalty and righteousness, and I immediately developed a good impression of Wang Chang. However, when Lubai was about to say something to emphasize that he was indeed a person who valued friendship and loyalty, he was interrupted by Wang Chang. "Brother Lubai, I understand. I didn't think it through. Let's go." Having said that, Wang Chang got out of bed. "Where are you going?" Lubai suddenly panicked and thought to himself, "I was just talking casually, how could you take it seriously?" However, at this time, Wang Chang had already pulled up his pants. Seeing this, Lubai could only get out of bed reluctantly. Then, the two of them went out. Lubai looked at the magnificent building reluctantly inside. Are we really going back like this? However, how could he hide his little tricks from the shrewd Wang Chang? This was exactly the effect Wang Chang wanted, so he smiled confidently. "How is that possible? This is just an appetizer. Since brother Lubai can't find the long-lost happiness here, then we have to increase the intensity for brother Lubai next time, right?" Intensity? Lubai's eyes immediately lit up. It's worthy of being the provincial capital. Even in such a bad situation, it can still increase its intensity? Afterwards, Wang Chang did not disappoint Lubai. He helped Lubai change 2 families, which were things Lubai had never thought of or dared to imagine. What he didn't expect was that Wang Chang had such rich experience. This instead gave Lubai some different ideas. He pretended to find some shortcomings in both companies and made some random comments. The purpose is to remember the locations of these good places so that he can come by himself when Wang Chang is not here in the future. As a result, Lubai went from one store to another and found that he couldn't use up all the money, so he stayed and didn't want to leave. "Brother Lubai, you're not feeling tired already, are you?" Who said that? How could I feel tired? I just feel like it's okay. I've found that feeling now. How about we stay here tonight? We're just getting started. Wang Chang raised his eyebrows. With our identities, how could we be in the same place more than twice? Lubai thought about it and seemed to understand everything in an instant. It seems to be the truth. Not only can you change your taste frequently, but a cunning rabbit also has 3 burrows. As long as you keep moving between major clubs, even a god will not be able to catch you. You city people really know how to have fun. Really? I didn't lie to you, did I? Wang Chang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was waiting for Lubai to say this. If he continued like this, he really wouldn't have any good places to recommend. So Wang Chang made a gesture to check the time, and then said, "Brother Lubai, I think it's getting late. Why don't we just increase the intensity to the ultimate level and stay there tonight?" Ultimate strength? Great. Then what are we waiting for? There was a gleam in Lubai's eyes, and it seemed that he could feel the joy just by thinking about it. Soon, the car was speeding on the road. Lubai sat in the passenger seat looking at the skyscrapers that shone brightly like stars. He couldn't help but stretch his hand out of the window and made a pinching gesture. "Brother Lubai, the car is going this fast, so it should be at e-speed, right? Can you catch it with one hand?" Lubai coughed twice awkwardly. He didn't expect that such a small action would be discovered, so he quickly retracted his hand. Brother Wang Chang, I was the ignorant younger brother.
I actually quarreled with you just for a mere technician number 68. I really feel a little guilty. Hey! That's not a big deal. You don't have to take it to heart. Now that you've experienced the prosperity of the provincial capital, what do you think? Do you still want to go back to find technician number 68? Lu Bai kept shaking his head.
No, I won't go in this lifetime.
Brother Wang Chang, I can't wait any longer. When can we get there? Don't worry, brother. Good things naturally require some expectation.
After nearly an hour's drive heading west, the two of them almost crossed the entire provincial capital and stopped in the suburbs. Then, the two walked through several dark alleys, which seemed to be passages to another world. When they walked out of the last alley, a brightly lit street suddenly appeared before them. This block was full of prosperity and noise, in stark contrast to the dark and quiet alley just now.
The streets are lined with various bars, nightclubs, and entertainment venues, with flashing neon lights that dazzle the eyes.
Such a place is obviously a paradise for men, which inevitably makes Lu Bai, who has not seen much of the world, feel introverted.
Brother Wang Chang, where are we going now?
Of course, this is the best place to go. Wang Chang did not explain too much, but smiled obscenely and led the way in front with ease.
The best place?
Lu Bai couldn't help swallowing his saliva, his heart was beating so hard that it almost jumped out. However, along the way, Wang Chang felt confused from time to time.
How long has it been since I last came here? The originally messy and decadent streets now have a completely different flavor.
And every 10 or so meters, he could see one or more burly men in black suits walking back and forth, which made him wonder if he had come to the wrong place. But when he saw the familiar signs and neon lights, he didn't think much about it.
Arrive! Chapter 94, Life is Hopeless. The two were led into a private room.
Then, rows of women came in from the door and introduced themselves one by one. However, Lu Bai was already going crazy at this moment, because these women not only came from all over the country, but there were also several foreigners among them.
Brother Wang Chang, look. Brother Lu Bai, what are you looking at?
Wang Chang said with a proud smile.
Then he waved to the manager and said, "You go down, they all stay."
After he finished speaking, the manager walked out with a smile, and the women bowed to Lu Bai and the other man at the same time.
Thank you, boss.
At this time, Lu Bai had already started taking off his clothes.
Brother Lu Bai, don't be anxious. Let's do something interesting first.
As he spoke, Wang Chang crossed his legs like a big boss and snapped his fingers at the girls.
Show us your talents. If you can make me and my brother happy, I will give you extra rewards.
After the words fell, the girls looked at each other, then began to twist their bodies at the same time, humming a little tune.
Let's learn to meow together, meow 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 meow.
As soon as the little tune came out, Wang Chang frowned immediately, thinking that it was not like this in the previous times. However, at this time, Lu Bai was dancing excitedly and humming along.
Seeing that Lu Bai liked it, Wang Chang didn't say anything, but patiently joined Lu Bai in having fun. You know what, this magical little song made Wang Chang regain his former innocence and he naturally immersed himself in it.
But the girls were still meowing song after song, which made Lu Bai remember why they came here.
Is this the ultimate that the city people are talking about?
He couldn't help feeling a little disappointed with this so-called ultimate, and regretted why he didn't insist on staying in the previous place. But seeing that Wang Chang was so excited, he couldn't act like he had never seen the world.
Maybe this is just an appetizer. With such a show, the ultimate show will be more interesting. Well, that must be the case. After a brief period of self-hypnosis, he became high again. Wang Chang wanted to say something several times, but he hesitated. He didn't know how long this country bumpkin would have fun, but in the end he couldn't open his mouth. The girls sang more and more happily, with excitement in their eyes. After the Black Tiger Gang's rectification, today was the first time they tried to work in their underwear. Originally, they were all dissatisfied, but due to the tyranny of the other party, they could only obey and do as they were told. But I didn't expect that there are still so many good people in the world. People once came for their bodies, but now people come for their talents. Now that you can make money just by singing, I really don't know what kind of hard life you had to go through before. Even everyone began to look forward to a better future. If they continue like this, maybe one day they can all enter the entertainment industry.
For a moment, their self-esteem, which had long been discarded, was infinitely elevated at this moment, even to an unprecedented height.
Ding ding.
Happy times are always short-lived, and the girls soon reached the end of their singing.
However, Wang Chang and Lu Bai had their own thoughts.
They felt that time was passing so slowly. At this moment, Lu Bai felt a little confused. He listened to the meowing for a long hour and did nothing.
Just like that?
But it's really not easy to show too much dissatisfaction, so I hinted to Wang Chang, I have been with you for so long, it's time to do something meaningful next, right?
Brother Wang Chang, this isn't the end, is it?
After hearing what Lu Bai said, Wang Chang thought that the other party had not heard enough, so he couldn't help but open his mouth and looked at Lu Bai with a look of despair.
Brother Lu Bai, that's enough. Shouldn't we do something else?
Right. Lu Bai pointed at Wang Chang and almost jumped up in excitement, that's what I meant. Seeing that they had reached a consensus, the two finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the women were preparing to leave one after another.
Don't leave yet, we need to add extra time.
After hearing what Wang Chang said, the girls turned around and expressed their gratitude. Although his singing voice was a little dry, this was the first time that a customer appreciated his talent after his transformation.
Immediately following. Let's learn to meow together, meow 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 meow.
Stop.
Wang Chang immediately stopped them, besides this, don't you have any other talents?
Hearing that it was another talent show, Lu Bai went completely crazy.
Brother Wang Chang, I think I'm ready now, just come on.
Having said that, Lu Bai took off his clothes. Seeing this, Wang Chang frowned slightly. He felt a little regretful when he thought that his wonderful talents in the past could not be seen by Lu Bai.
But never mind, let's talk about it later. Just serve.
As he spoke, he also took off his clothes. The girls looked at each other, then two people walked out and massaged Wang Chang and the other man's shoulders. The others continued to twist in place.
Let's learn to meow together, meow 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 meow.
At this moment, Lu Bai was stunned for a moment.
Wang Chang even shook his head from side to side, and inexplicably had an urge to die.
He felt as if he didn't recognize this world. He remembered that he had been here once not long ago, and it wasn't like this.
Wait, are you sure this is the Dark Horse Club?
Yes, boss, this is the Dark Horse Club. After receiving the other party's affirmative answer, Wang Chang became even more confused.
Is this how you provide services at the Dark Horse Club?
Yes, boss. This is how we at the Black Horse Club have always served you. After these words were spoken, Wang Chang suddenly felt a little embarrassed.
Go, everyone, step back and call your manager over here.
After all the girls left, Wang Chang frowned and scratched his head.
Lu Bai asked in confusion, Brother Wang Chang, what's going on? Wang Chang himself couldn't figure out what was going on. Could it be that I didn't touch some hidden switch? But that's not right. The manager knows me and he can't do something like that. I'm not sure either. I think the manager misunderstood what I meant. I'll ask him when he gets here.
Soon, the manager came in with a smile on his face.
Boss Wang, what happened? Did my sister fail to serve you two properly? What do you think? Wang Chang didn't give the other person a good look, and then continued, tell me how many times I have come to your place? What kind of things did you arrange for me? I'm sorry, Mr. Wang, I understand what you mean. What kind of service do you want? Nonsense? Okay, Boss Wang, you two take a rest first, I'll go down and make arrangements.
After the manager left, Wang Chang pointed in the direction the manager left and smiled, this guy is really ignorant.
Brother Lu Bai, let's take a break. The real show is about to begin. Chapter 95 Shivering. Lu Bai nodded.
He no longer had the same expectations for this so-called ultimate goal and really wanted to go back to his original place. But seeing that Wang Chang was already lying on the bed, he also lay down in the same manner. After a while, there was a creaky sound and the door was pushed open. Then, hearing the faint sound of footsteps, Lu Bai's lost sense of anticipation quickly returned. Is it finally starting? At this moment, he seemed to have imagined the other person's appearance and amazing figure. Should I introduce myself first, or take off my clothes and give myself a smooth massage right away? Thinking of this, an inexplicable expectation and nervousness made him reluctant to look back. Perhaps Wang Chang had the same idea as him. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and even their breathing began to quicken. However, the next second, they both felt a big hand pressing on their backs. Through the sensation on the back, the thick calluses are transmitted directly to the brain, and one can fully imagine how rough the owner of the big hand is. The beautiful dream was like a glass mirror, which was completely shattered at this moment. Lu Bai couldn't help but shiver and looked back in horror. Suddenly, a burly man came into view and gave him a malicious smile. The strong visual impact made him almost forget that he was an innate true warrior. He hurriedly squeezed his buttocks and climbed up. At this moment, his mind went blank, as if the whole world had become unrecognizable to him.
You, what do you want to do?
He kept moving backwards, countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but they all finally converged on Wang Chang. He once doubted Wang Chang's purpose of bringing him into the club, and was wary of him at first. But after tasting the sweetness time and time again, he had already regarded Wang Chang as a good brother with the same hobbies. But I didn't expect that this was actually a trap set by the other party step by step.
I just don't understand why the other party plays him like this. Is he doing it for money? Or lust?
The thought flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but shudder again. However, at this moment, a dull loud noise suddenly came from the side.
Roll! Immediately afterwards, a strong man was seen slamming heavily into the wall. And the location where the sturdy man was before seemed to be in the direction of Wang Chang? Where's the manager? Where is your manager? Call him in. Wang Chang roared angrily, his face looking terribly gloomy. Lu Bai was completely confused and didn't know what was going on. However, the sturdy man in front of Lu Bai was scared silly. He just came to go through the motions and then charge a high massage fee. Didn't expect that the first time I tried to make money as a technician, I would encounter a tough opponent? Wait a moment. A master of this level was no match for a little karami like him, so he stumbled out of the private room in a hurry. Brother Lu Bai, are you okay? Wang Chang smiled awkwardly. Is this how you city people play? Lu Bai's eyelids twitched. He felt that he no longer trusted Wang Chang. I wonder if all this is really an accident. Or is this just the beginning, and there are deeper traps waiting for him? He thought about it and seemed to have come up with a scenario where a hero saves a beauty. I thought that I would not have any interaction with Wang Chang, but the other party took the initiative to please me. Step by step, you are sinking yourself into the quagmire, and then trying to win my favor, with the purpose of turning yourself gay? Yes, this is the only explanation that makes sense. It turns out that Wang Chang is that kind of person. I haven't been here for a while, and I didn't expect it to be like this. I must ask the manager later. If it really doesn't work, I can only go back to my original place. Wang Chang sighed slightly. Lu Bai nodded, but in his heart he despised Wang Chang 1,000 times. I don't believe you. If Wang Chang really had some purpose towards me, things would not be over so soon. There must be some trap waiting for me to fall into. For Wang Chang, it is no longer a question of whether to provide service or not. With nearly 20 years of experience in clubs, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? And especially in front of Lu Bai. As a result, he, an experienced city man, really lost face. However, after waiting for a while, there was still no sign of the manager, and the room became increasingly quiet. Lu Bai felt vaguely uneasy, and kept wondering whether he had eaten or drunk anything strange that Wang Chang had given him today. However, at this moment, the sounds of countless heavy footsteps came into his ears. At the same time, members of the Black Tiger Gang, either on the streets or in nightclubs, were constantly gathering towards the Black Horse Club. In a blink of an eye, the Black Horse Club was surrounded by people inside and outside. Lu Bai paid attention to Wang Chang's changes throughout the whole process. As long as Wang Chang dared to do anything out of line, he would definitely strike first. However, Wang Chang just snorted coldly. Oh, so that's what's going on. What do you mean, brother Wang Chang? As soon as Lu Bai opened his mouth to ask, he saw Wang Chang jumped up from the bed, which scared him and he immediately took a defensive posture. However, Wang Chang did not do anything to him. Instead, he put on his clothes and smiled coldly. They are so brave that they actually set up a trap for me? Brother Lu Bai, let's go meet them. Lu Bai narrowed his eyes and started to put on his clothes. Sure enough, there is a trap waiting for me. Let's just see how Wang Chang plans to act. As long as she keeps her legs closed, he won't be no matter how much tempted Wang Chang does. Then, the two of them left the private room, and the entire corridor was silent. As I walked out of the clubhouse door, I saw a large number of strong men wearing black suits and holding machetes. According to preliminary estimates, the number of people is at least over 500.
Lu Bai glanced at Wang Chang out of the corner of his eye and thought that Wang Chang really had good intentions.
It must have cost a lot of money to find so many extras, right?
You know what? Lu Bai was indeed touched, but no matter how much you do, Lu Bai, will always be a normal man. Suddenly, a spotlight came from somewhere and shone behind the strong man. As the spotlight slowly moved, the strong men made way for it. Immediately afterwards, a yellow-haired shamat young man walked out of the crowd with an arrogant smile on his face. When he reached the front of the crowd, the strong men gathered again and blocked the path they had previously cleared. Afterwards, the strong men bowed their heads respectfully and shouted, "Brother Hanan." Lu Bai admitted that he was shocked by this high-end appearance. After coming down the mountain, I basically stay in the club and rarely interact with the outside world. Regardless of whether these were actors invited by Wang Chang or not, whenever he saw a similar big scene, he would feel introverted from the bottom of his heart.
Chapter 96, Escape.
Wang Hanan gradually lost himself in the calls of Brother Hanan. He squinted at the plain-looking old man in front of him and walked over slowly. "You've watched the show, had the massage, and even injured my people.
You two are not going to leave just like that, are you?"
At this time, Wang Chang came up to Lu Bai and whispered, "Brother Lu Bai, don't do anything later.
If someone dies, I will be punished again."
Lu Bai nodded silently, thinking to himself, "I'll just watch your performance quietly, don't think I can't see your little thoughts."
Then, Wang Chang said to Wang Hanan calmly, "What do you want?"
"It's not what I want to do.
You should think about what you should do next."
Wang Hanan smiled coldly, "Don't you know what you did?"
"2 options.
First, leave 10 million and pretend nothing happened today."
10 million?
Lu Bai took a deep breath. All his expenses were covered by his junior sister, and he only had a few $100,000 on him now, which made him doubt Wang Chang's intentions again.
Could it be that he is not after my body at all, but wants to steal my money? You're a shady shop, right? We haven't done anything yet, how dare you ask for 10 million?
Ha ha.
Wang Hanan smiled contemptuously.
He even felt that 10 million was too little.
Would someone who dared to hire so many technicians at once care about these 10 million?
Wang Hanan looked Lu Bai up and down, and then continued, "I see that you are old, you don't think it's just a massage now, right?
Add in the medical expenses of the people who injured us, and the lost wages of so many of us present, 10 million is not too much, right?"
Lu Bai narrowed his eyes. What he said really made some sense. It seemed that Wang Chang had planned it in advance. But I didn't do anything from the beginning to the end.
What does it have to do with me? Brother Wang Chang, look at this.
Wang Chang sighed inwardly and expressed his contempt for this country bumpkin again. I was originally worried that Lu Bai would be too impulsive and cause someone's death, but I didn't expect that he would be so cowardly.
With such a background and strength, he actually wanted to reason with the other party?
10 million is indeed not excessive, and it is not a large sum for me, but why should I give it to you?
Why don't we talk about the second option?
After he finished speaking, Lu Bai also expressed contempt for Wang Chang.
Just keep pretending.
10 million is not a small sum.
Do you have to act like this with me for so long? The second way is simple.
You two can try to walk out from here and see whether the brothers under me agree or not.
Wang Hanan's eyes narrowed.
As soon as these words came out, the strong men raised their machetes and shouted, "No!
No!"
It was a huge scene, and it was also Lu Bai's first time seeing such a scene, which made him feel uneasy. At this time, Wang Hanan kept looking at the two of them and found that Lu Bai was easier to bully, so he stretched out his palm and kept patting his cheek and smiled. I have already explained the two paths very clearly.
I don't need to say more about which one to choose, right? Endure it. This is all Wang Chang's conspiracy. I must endure it.
Lu Bai clenched his fists tightly, secretly remembering this humiliation, and was determined to ask Qin Fei to help him get it back later.
Wang Chang couldn't help but open his mouth. He was shit on in front of so many people, and he didn't have any temper at all?
It's a pity that I still wanted to have a good relationship with Lu Bai.
I really disappointed him.
Although he was not hit in the face, it was almost the same. When had Wang Chang ever felt so aggrieved outside?
Lu Bai could endure it, but he couldn't. At this time, Wang Hanan looked at Lu Bai's ugly appearance and felt secretly happy. Meritorious service, and again. It looks like the 10 million is secure.
But just as he had this thought, he felt the scenery around him stretching rapidly, and he was thrown backwards.
Bang!
He fell to the ground like a sandbag, making a dull sound. The next second, the whole street became silent. Hundreds of strong men were all confused and had no idea what had just happened.
Why did their deputy gang leader fly away?
However, Lu Bai saw clearly that it was Wang Chang who took action just now, but why? But then, the blow that seemed enough to knock an ordinary person unconscious did not cause any harm to the yellow-haired man. I saw the other person suddenly get up from the ground, look around, and then look as if the sky has fallen. Then he pointed at the two of them in anger and shouted, You, brothers, kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of strong men rushed up shouting.
Ah!
At this time, Lu Bai knew why. It was obvious that he saw that he had been patient and refused to pay, so he came up with another plan when his first one failed.
Now he was preparing to use force? But that's it?
Anyway, I won't touch them, and they can't touch me either. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't steal my money. Thinking of this, Lu Bai's feet suddenly became as fast as the wind. Seeing this, Wang Chang looked at Lu Bai in surprise. They were just a group of ordinary people.
Did they need to use their supernatural powers? Could it be that he just got slapped in the face and wanted to vent now?
He was just about to remind Lu Bai not to kill anyone, but he was a step too late. Because of Lu Bai beside him, only a shadow remained at this time, while Lu Bai himself had already rushed into the crowd.
Finished.
He had even thought of the miserable situation of this group of people, and what he would face. Lu Bai has someone behind him, but he has nothing. If things really get out of hand, he will have to take the blame regardless of whether he did it or not. Thinking of this, he suddenly panicked and hurriedly spoke out to dissuade him.
Brother Lu Bai.
But as soon as the words came out, the worry on his face was immediately replaced by doubt.
Brother Lu Bai?
Normally, if one wants to vent, one should take a straight line, but Lu Bai took a curved path. And she walked further and further away, disappearing from his sight in the blink of an eye. At this time, the strong men had already rushed forward, but they all froze in place at the same time. They could only feel a breeze blowing by, and suddenly one of the two people standing there was missing.
What's going on? I was just distracted for a moment, is this a ghost? Wang Haonan muttered to himself. But he quickly reacted. No matter how that person disappeared, wasn't there another one in front of him? What are you all standing there for? Kill him. No, leave him a breath. The strong men also had good psychological qualities.
After hearing Wang Haonan's words, they immediately surrounded Wang Chang in 3 layers inside and outside, and launched an attack from all directions at the same time.
Chapter 97 Big Brother's Woman. I wonder how you can run away.
Wang Haonan smiled contemptuously, as if he had already seen the performance of 10 million beckoning to him.
He has seen many people who are stubborn in words, at least on TV.
In the moment when life is at stake, money and other things are just external things.
But the next second, what was heard was not Wang Chang's plea for mercy, but the waiting of many brothers.
Wang Chang's fist was so fast that it almost left an afterimage. Every strong man who came into contact with it fell to the ground in pain instantly.
Nima. Wang Haonan raised his eyebrows.
He had heard that the other party was a tough guy, but he didn't expect that he was also a master.
But what if he's an expert? No matter how tough he is, can he be tougher than me? Everyone, get out of here. As he spoke, Wang Haonan took off his suit jacket and walked towards Wang Chang under the admiring gazes of the strong men.
However, Wang Chang didn't even look at him, but frowned as he looked in the direction Lu Bai left.
This coward, he's not going to run away now, is he? Is this necessary?
I originally thought that it was outrageous enough for Lu Bai to use his superpowers against ordinary people, but I didn't expect that he used his superpowers against ordinary people just to run away.
At this moment, he really didn't know what to say.
He felt that his attempts to show goodwill that day were a complete waste of time. I also lament the injustice of this world. Some people have been born into a poor family and have to rely on themselves if they want to succeed. Some people are not only Band 37 and 8 true warriors, they also have such a powerful master, and have 2 big backers, Wang Er and Xin Fei.
But they ended up in such a mess? They are just ordinary people, okay? Can this scare you? I felt so miserable every day.
First, I was tricked by the Zhang family into going on a blind date, and then I was beaten up by Xin Fei. I thought I came here to relax, but not only did I do nothing, I even sang a meow for an hour and was blackmailed by this group of people. It was really too frustrating. If possible, he really wanted to have a soul swap with Lu Bai.
Just as he was feeling emotional, Wang Haonan had already charged at him. Haonan charges.
Wang Hanan shouted loudly and rushed directly towards Wang Chang. Bang! This collision brought Wang Chang back to reality, but it did not make him move even a step.
Wang Hanan felt as if he had hit a thick iron wall, which bounced him back.
This gave him a sudden shock.
I didn't expect that even my strongest skill couldn't hurt the opponent.
He cautiously glanced at the younger brothers around him and felt very embarrassed at this moment. He admitted that he was reckless, but he couldn't hurt the other person.
How could the other person hurt him?
Thinking of this, he pointed at Wang Chang and hooked his finger. Just now I let you have one move, now I'll let you have a few more moves, you.
Come here. Let me? Wang Chang raised the corner of his mouth and smiled gently.
At this moment, he seemed to have found an outlet for his anger.
You said it.
As he said that, he slapped Wang Hanan in the face. Immediately afterwards, Wang Hanan was like a madly spinning top, spinning 7 or 8 times in the air before falling to the ground.
Brother Hanan!
All the younger brothers cried out in surprise, but no one dared to step forward. Wang Chang opened his mouth slightly, but felt that he still couldn't control his strength well. He thought that dealing with ordinary people would be troublesome and he could easily kill them if he wasn't careful. However, the next second, the yellow-haired man in front of him swayed his body and climbed up, and hooked his finger at him again as if nothing had happened.
You, come here.
Interesting, it turns out he is a true warrior. Wang Chang chuckled and shook his head. Just now, the yellow-haired man's collision with him was similar in strength to that of an ordinary person, yet he was able to withstand his attack without any injury. He couldn't think of any other possibility except that he was a true innate warrior.
Wang Hanan was surprised and said in astonishment, You also know about Xiantian Zenwus? Are you one too?
Wang Chang did not explain, as he felt there was no need to do so.
Since he is a true warrior, it will be easy to deal with him.
Just vent your anger as much as possible without killing him. Then throw him into the training camp, and if you feel unhappy one day, you can use your authority to pull him out for training.
Then, Wang Chang tried to increase his strength and hit Wang Hanan in the chest.
Wang Chang knocked Wang Hanan away with a palm and subconsciously looked at his palm.
Why does that feeling feel somewhat similar to the one that hit Qin Fei?
Thinking of this, he was suddenly delighted. Without waiting for Wang Hanan to get up from the ground, he rushed up and started punching and kicking him, gradually increasing the strength with each blow.
As a result, Wang Hanan went from being numb at first to howling in pain later. Brother, I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Stop hitting me. Brother. I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I won't let you. Is it my turn to take action now? However, Wang Chang couldn't stop at all.
The more Wang Hanan begged for mercy, the more excited he became. Every punch and kick seemed to hit Qin Fei's body literally.
Ah!
Wang Chang let out a loud cry in his heart. It turns out that one day such waiting will be so beautiful. For a moment, he was reluctant to hurt the other person, and he reduced the strength he used again and again until the other person stopped begging for mercy.
Pa 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 pa.
Time passed minute by minute, and the group of strong men didn't know how much time had passed.
Looking at Wang Chang who was still dancing, they couldn't help swallowing.
Wang Hanan curled up into a ball, looking as if he had lost all hope in life.
Stop! At this moment, a sharp shout came from not far away. Sister-in-law!
Upon hearing this, the group of strong men made way for him and bowed in greeting.
Sister-in-law?
Wang Chang raised his eyebrows, then stopped what he was doing and looked over. I saw a graceful and elegant little beauty walking out of the crowd, with a pair of clear big eyes carrying a hint of anger. Except for her slightly smaller breasts, she is better than Zhang Mengmeng in all other aspects. Such a beauty is completely in his heart. Since everyone called her sister-in-law, they knew what was going on without thinking, and couldn't help but kick Wang Hanan hard again. However, at this time, Wang Hanan shouted, Sister-in-law, be careful, this guy is a master, quickly notify brother. After hearing this, Wang Chang was a little confused. He thought that the yellow-haired guy was the boss of this group of people, but it turned out that he was just a henchman? All of a sudden, he developed a strong interest in the big brother behind the yellow-haired man.
He wanted to see which blind guy was lucky enough to have such a beauty in his pocket. But I don't know if he would still be so fearless if he really met the person he wanted to meet. Because the person who came was Qin Fei's first woman in the true sense, Nian Yuyu. Chapter 98 Ice Spikes.
From the moment I obtained the ice power, the desire to become Big Brother's woman became stronger. But he didn't expect that he would encounter such a change just when he was leading the gang to start.
But even so, she had no intention of informing Qin Fei.
She said she wanted to give Qin Fei a surprise, and she must make Qin Fei look at her with new eyes. What's more, she is no longer the weak and helpless girl who was bullied by others. Therefore, she did not take Wang Haonan's reminders seriously.
You spent money here but didn't pay?
Nian Yuyu said coldly, looking at Wang Chang.
Consumption? How dare you mention consumption to me?
Wang Chang raised his eyebrows. Whenever this was mentioned, Wang Chang felt very unhappy, as it always reminded him of learning to meow like a cat, so he kicked Wang Haonan a few more times. What a beautiful Bobo Street it used to be.
What has it become after all this mess?
After these words were spoken, Nian Yuyu understood. Turns out he's a regular client, so there's no need to be lenient with him. The reason why she cleaned up the entire Bobo Street was because she couldn't stand the fact that many people were forced to take this path due to the helplessness of life. If she hadn't met Qin Fei at the beginning, she might have ended up like this. Thinking of this, Nian Yuyu looked at the wretched old man in front of her with a cold gaze. I'll give you one last chance, leave the 100 million and get out of here.
100 million? Hearing this, Wang Haonan was stunned. This is simply an astronomical figure.
As expected of the eldest brother's woman, she is courageous and has a vision.
Before, I only dared to ask for 10 million.
Compared with others, it's really a drop in the bucket.
But that's not right. Big brother is not here right now. Even if everyone calls her sister-in-law, how dare she do that? Don't you know how fierce this old man is?
However, at this time, Wang Chang gently touched his chin, and then looked up and down at Nian Yuyu. He never expected that the seemingly weak woman in front of him would ask for such a high price. If it weren't for the fact that the other person had a pretty face, skin as white as snow, and a pair of big watery eyes that revealed a sense of stubbornness and innocence, he would have been unable to hold back his anger. Not only that, the more tough and naive the other party was, the more Wang Chang felt the other party was beautiful. He suddenly felt that he saw the youthful and beautiful shadow of his first love in Nian Yuyu, and ripples appeared in his heart.
100 million is not a big problem.
Wang Chang smiled obscenely, but if you can personally make up for the services you owe me before, I can consider giving you the 100 million. After saying this, he raised his head triumphantly, as if everything was under control. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt the temperature around him drop sharply, as if he had instantly entered the coldest time of winter. He was startled and looked quickly, only to see that Nian Yuyu opposite him was covered with a thick layer of frost. The frost was crystal clear and flashed with cold light. Not only that, even the air around Nian Yuyu's body seemed to be affected by the cold and began to distort.
At this moment, everyone was shocked, even Wang Haonan was secretly amazed. He knew Nian Yuyu's strength.
She awakened her superpowers at a shorter time than him, and the power she used last time was not as strong as his. However, the next second, he was so shocked that he was speechless. I saw snow-white ice spikes appearing out of thin air like ghosts in the distorted air and shooting towards Wang Chang at an astonishing speed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. These ice spikes flashed through the void like lightning, making crisp sounds of breaking through the air and leaving behind white trails. And each ice spike was accurately aimed at the vital parts of Wang Chang's body, obviously intending to kill him.
Looking at the incredibly fast ice spikes, Wang Chang did not dare to be careless at all. He quickly twisted his body to dodge, and completely avoided the ice spikes in a few moves. He smiled at Nian Yuyu. He didn't know what day it was. He didn't expect that there would be another innate true warrior. Although the current strength of the two is not very strong, the practicality of their abilities is even better than his, which is a great achievement. The more he thought about it, the bigger his smile grew. No matter what, he was going to throw the two of them into the training camp. One is used as Qin Fei's long-term punching bag to vent his anger, while the other is looked for an opportunity to include her in his own team and then slowly make her fall in love with him. Looking at Wang Chang's obscene smile, Nian Yuyu felt nauseous, but the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Wang Chang didn't know what the other party was so proud of. He lowered his head and spit out spider silk to wrap Wang Haonan like a dumpling. Then he was about to spit out spider silk at Nian Yuyu. A series of sounds of breaking through the air suddenly rang out from behind. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. He was instantly frightened and broke out in a cold sweat, and hurriedly tried to change his body shape to dodge. However, the ice spikes came too fast, and just as he was about to make a move, they hit his back. Pa pa pa. The white ice spikes hit accurately, and the impact immediately created snowflakes all over the sky.
However, Wang Chang did not fall down. Instead, he turned his head to look at his slightly red back, then raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, feeling a little scared.
Damn it, I'm scared to death.
Just now, he thought he was going to be killed. Luckily, the gap between him and the opponent's frequency range was too big, otherwise, he would have been in trouble.
Chapter 99 Acquaintance. At this moment, Nian Yuyu finally realized the gap in strength between her and the opponent, and couldn't help but frown.
She was not sure whether Qin Fei would be his opponent, but as the eldest brother's woman, she could not let the eldest brother embarrass himself.
You do have some skills. You have withstood my test. Do you want to join my Black Tiger gang? Interesting. Wang Chang looked at the woman in front of him and couldn't help laughing out loud.
However, Nian Yuyu continued, if you join the Black Tiger gang, I will forgive you for what happened today.
Otherwise, you can stay here today.
After he finished speaking, Nian Yuyu turned to a younger brother not far away and said, gather all the brothers here. I think you still don't understand the situation. Wang Chang narrowed his eyes, raised his hand and threw a few spider silks at Nian Yuyu. He is not afraid of any number of ordinary people coming, but he is afraid that he might accidentally kill a few people. At this point, he was too lazy to continue wasting time with the other party, so he decided to capture the leader first. Once the other party enters the training camp, he will naturally know his status. However, the resilient spider silk suddenly stopped when it was about to touch Nian Yuyu, and instantly turned into popsicles. Seeing this, Wang Chang was not worried but happy, and couldn't help but praise, there is something here. It stands to reason that given the opponent's strength, it is impossible for it to pose any threat to his spider silk. For a moment, he actually thought of Qin Fei's two women. He didn't expect that when he came out for a foot massage, he would actually meet a woman with such powerful superpowers. At this moment, he became more determined to let the other party join his team. However, at this moment, there was a commotion not far away. Wang Chang looked up and saw a middle-aged man leading hundreds of people walking towards him. When the other people present saw this, they all bowed their heads respectfully.
Boss! What's going on? Wang Hongliang looked around and said angrily.
Then he narrowed his eyes and finally set his gaze on Wang Chang. While he was staring at Wang Chang was also looking him up and down, wondering if the man behind her was such an old man.
But it is easy to understand.
After all, many women care not about their partner's appearance, but power.
But in terms of power, who can compare to the Six Gates?
But for some reason, he always felt that Wang Hongliang looked familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was for a moment.
Are you their boss?
As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Hongliang suddenly opened his mouth.
He no longer had the momentum he had before.
His face showed surprise, fear, and helplessness.
In an instant, he turned into the appearance of an old sister-in-law. Leader? Why are you here? Wang Hongliang felt mixed emotions.
The other party's expression and tone were exactly the same as the man who rescued him from prison. Wang Chang frowned and tried hard to recall his interactions with the other party, but he couldn't remember anything.
Who are you? Wang Hongliang didn't expect that the other party would forget him so quickly.
He felt a little regretful, but there was nothing he could do at this time.
It's me.
I'm Xiao Wan, Wang Hongliang, from Seoul Prison.
Do you remember me? Hearing Wang Hongliang's reminder, Wang Chang suddenly remembered, and couldn't help but look at Nian Yuyu, then grinned. So it's you, old man. I forgot about you. Why did I pull you out just to let you show off in front of me?
The sound was not loud, but it was deafening, and everyone present was shocked and at a loss as to what to do.
Know him? Nian Yuyu raised her eyebrows and asked Wang Hongliang. Misunderstanding, this is all a misunderstanding.
Wang Hongliang clasped his hands together, then moved closer to Nian Yuyu and whispered, the other party is the leader of the Daxia military.
We can't afford to offend him. Military leaders?
A hint of surprise flashed in Nian Yuyu's eyes. He knew very well the weight of these words. It would be fine if you were playing young and dangerous in front of ordinary people, but doing so in front of others is simply courting death. Wang Chang kept looking at Wang Hongliang and Nian Yuyu. After finding out Wang Hongliang's background, he felt that Nian Yuyu was basically in his pocket, it was just a matter of time.
Alright, I won't say any more nonsense. Now is the time when Daxia needs people. You two should follow me. As he spoke, Wang Chang carried Wang Hanan, who was wrapped like a dumpling in spider silk, on his back. Where are you going? Nian Yuyu asked. Wang Chang smiled pretentiously, of course, we will go to the place you should go. But don't worry, once you get there, your strength in all aspects will be greatly improved. If you have a good foundation, you may have a chance to join the Six Gates, or even my team.
Although it is not clear where the 6 gates are, I think it must be a place that is not simple.
Can all aspects of strength be greatly improved?
Nyin Yu thought to herself, this might be an opportunity to change her fate. Maybe by then, Xin Fei will look at her differently.
Chapter 100, Hidden.
In a villa in the provincial capital of Y Province, a man was lying leisurely on the bed, looking at 2 young models coming out of the bathroom, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Who would have thought that not long ago, I was a loser who was heavily in debt, earning 3,000 yuan a month and had no future. Now, not only has he moved out of the dark and damp rental house, but he can also sing and dance with different young models in his own villa every day. And all this is thanks entirely to a mysterious organization called Shenin. Not only did it give him a strong physique, it also gave him the wealth to start a new life. However, the next second, the 2 young models exploded on the spot, turning into a blood mist that filled the sky and splashed all over him. Before he even had time to be frightened, a mysterious masked man suddenly appeared before him. Then, his eyes went dark and he completely lost consciousness.
Codenamed Rose, seed number 377 of Province Y has matured and is now being collected.
A few days later, Xin Fei walked in with his nose covered. Looking at the man lying on the ground in a miserable state of death, he couldn't help but frown. This was the 11th Shinmusha murder case he had handled. Since he joined the 6 gates, a lot of secret information has been revealed to him, and he also knows his responsibilities. That is to serve Daxia, maintain the stability of Daxia, devote everything to prepare for possible disasters in the future, and continue the entire civilization. Putting aside the threats from the sea, the biggest threat in the country right now is the disappearance of gods. No one knows how many people there are, but each of them is extremely powerful. Many brothers from the 6 gates have been killed by them without getting any intelligence from them. When Xin Fei returned to the headquarters, he ran into Luo Feng and Song Yuan. Seeing Xin Fei, Luo Feng threw 3 souls to Xin Fei without saying a word. Xin Fei was stunned at first, then he reacted, I thought you wanted to default on your debt, but it's been more than 10 days, is this all? Luo Feng snorted coldly after hearing this, we have been carrying out missions all this time.
It's just a mere spirit soul. Luo Feng, don't take it seriously. After saying this, Song Yuan rolled his eyes at Luo Feng.
They are cowards, what's the big deal about just 3 spiritual souls? The 2 of them put in a lot of effort for these 3 spiritual souls. However, it was precisely because of collecting spiritual souls for Xin Fei that the 2 of them gained unexpected rewards. Well, Captain Xin Fei, we all belong to the 3rd Brigade, and we should help each other in the future. This time, Captain Luo Feng and I got some great news. Why don't we count you in as a part of it to offset the remaining 7 souls?
What news? Xin Fei suddenly became interested. Song Yuan looked at Luo Feng.
He was just offering a suggestion, and Luo Feng had to decide on what to do specifically. But Luo Feng did not hesitate and said it directly.
We found the hiding place of Kamikakushi.
When it comes to the disappearance of the gods, he also knows that he can't handle it alone, and he came back this time just to call for help.
Xin Fei felt that such news was nothing compared to the 7 spiritual souls.
But he didn't have much hope at the beginning. Now that he can get 3 souls, it is actually beyond his expectations. He might as well give the other party this face, so he decisively agreed.
How many people are there on the other side? 1. 1? Xin Fei was a little surprised. Yes, you have to know that he is a mysterious person.
Maybe even if the 2 of us join forces, we are no match for him. Luo Feng said seriously.
So what do you mean? Xin Fei asked.
The limit of the band detector is 44, but now my combat power is as high as 50, and I still have 5,000 points to use. I am not at all weak, but it would be good to have some more backup. If another team leader joins, then this matter will basically be settled.
Then which team leader should we look for?
Xin Fei frowned, wondering if this might be a conspiracy against him, so he spoke hurriedly.
Why not choose Su Mei? She can still touch the high-voltage wire at a critical moment.
Luo Feng decisively, which dispelled Xin Fei's concerns.
Chapter 101, There are stupid fruits on the stupid tree, and you and me under the stupid tree.
Thank you, Big Brother Bang, for sending me 10 carnivals. In an abandoned warehouse, a handsome man leaned back in a chair, happily watching a beautiful girl dancing on his phone, one of his hands unconsciously moving down. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back, so he turned around sharply. I saw a masked woman with a hot body, who had been standing behind him at some point. Seeing this, he quickly turned off his phone, then stood up and smiled awkwardly. Sister, why are you here? The woman rolled her eyes and said unhappily, Zwayaking, don't forget who we are now. Why can't you change your bad habit of watching live broadcasts?
Yes, Jiangwei, I understand. I was just taking a look in my spare time. Who could know that I, Yuchua, was the mysterious bamboo leaf green? You. You will die from this sooner or later, do you know that? Rose frowned.
Her parents died early, so she couldn't be angry with her own brother, and then she sighed slightly.
Forget it, forget it. Our mission in Province Y will be completed in a few days.
You should behave yourself these few days, okay?
I know, sister. Is there going to be a big move at Bailao Mountain soon? Well, this mission is extremely important.
We must not let anything go wrong at this time.
Xiangwei nodded, a trace of solemnity flashing in her eyes. Hey, sister, don't you still have a mission to complete? Go quickly. You can rest assured with me here. Yuchua patted his chest and promised.
Seeing that the other party kept urging her, Xiangwei knew what the other party meant. But it was only a few days, and he thought nothing would go wrong, so he shook his head helplessly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Sure enough, after Xiangwei left, Yuchua took out his cell phone again and took out the tissues he had prepared long ago. After a while, he stared at the roof of the abandoned warehouse in a daze, feeling extremely empty, and casually gave away a few more carnivals. What followed was the host in the live broadcast room's thanks, calling him big brother and family one after another, which brought a little comfort to his empty heart. However, at this moment, a strong air pressure shot over from a distance. Caught off guard, he had no time to dodge and was shot dozens of meters away along with the seat behind him.
It didn't stop until it hit a solid wall with a loud bang.
At the same time, Qin Fei, Luo Feng, and Su Mei slowly walked out from the darkness.
Su Mei raised her eyebrows with a hint of curiosity. Luo Feng, are you sure the other party is a hidden god? Why is he so vulnerable?
But as soon as he finished speaking, there was a noise from the other side. Countless building materials flew up out of thin air, accompanied by strong electric currents, and attacked the three people.
Boom!
With one blow, dust filled the sky.
However, the three were prepared and jumped far away before the building materials fell. Are you, the Six Gates? Yuchua wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and frowned. Since you know we are from the Sixth Sex, why don't you surrender? As he spoke, Luo Feng gathered strength in both hands and quickly shot a shock wave towards Yuchua.
Seeing this, Yuchua smiled contemptuously.
He flicked his finger and a thick bolt of lightning directly dispersed the shockwave, and continued to shoot towards Luo Feng with unabated momentum.
Looking at the violent thunder and lightning in front of him, Luo Feng's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly compressed the air around him to resist. When lightning comes into contact with the compressed air, it instantly begins to distort and its speed slows down a lot. Luo Feng retreated while resisting, and only stopped when he had completely neutralized the lightning. At the same time, Su Mei quickly slapped Yuchua out of thin air, and the electric current quickly gathered in the air to form a small lightning dragon, whistling towards Yuchua. However, Yuchua did not dodge, but looked up and down at the beautiful woman, who was no worse than those anchors with level 10 beauty filters that he rewarded.
Want to play video games with me?
He couldn't hide the smile in his eyes. As he spoke, he lightly hooked his fingers, and Su Mei instantly lost contact with the Thunder Dragon, and the Thunder Dragon stopped immediately when it came close to Yuchua. Afterwards, the little Thunder Dragon quickly circled around Yuchua, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a giant Thunder Dragon. Seeing this, Su Mei's face changed drastically. She knew that she had met a person with the same thunder-related ability, and that the other party's strength was far superior to hers.
How about it, little beauty? Why not join Shanine? I can give you a chance to discuss thunder and lightning with me.
As soon as he finished speaking, the Thunder Dragon raised its head and roared, carrying endless power, and pounced towards Qin Fei with its fangs and claws bared.
Qin Fei was speechless. You wanted to discuss thunder and lightning with her, why did you shoot me?
Name, Yuchua, age, 22, combat power, 48, codename, Zwayaking, member of the God of Destruction, lightning power user, threat level, A. After reading the other party's message, Qin Fei clenched his fists tightly. He wanted to see what kind of strength this high-profile member of the Shanine group had. I also want to see how much threat this so-called A-level threat level can bring to me. However, at this moment, Su Mei quickly stood in front of him, as if wanting to use her body to block the Thunder Dragon. Seeing this scene, Qin Fei was somewhat moved, but he still put away his clenched fists. He knew that a woman who dared to play with high-voltage wires should not be afraid of a small Thunder Dragon, right?
The next second, the entire thunder and lightning dragon sank into Sumei's body.
Sumei groaned and staggered forward a few steps due to the powerful impact, almost falling into Qin Fei's arms. Then, with madness in her eyes, she gently wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, turned back and snorted at Yuchua, "We are both thunder type.
I can't hurt you, so how can you hurt me?"
But as soon as he finished speaking, he spat out another mouthful of blood, which instantly made Yuchua laugh.
Ha ha. Ha 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 ha.
Qin Fei shook his head helplessly. What a strong woman she was all her life.
Qin Fei stepped forward and patted Sumei on the shoulder, then glanced in the direction of Luo Feng and said, "You, stay behind, I'll take care of him."
Sumei turned around and glared at Qin Fei, then fell headfirst into Qin Fei's arms. Weakness was just her disguise, but in fact she had something to say to Qin Fei. "Qin Fei, we are no match for him.
Leave this to me first. Go back and call for help."
Hearing this, Qin Fei grinned and hugged her tightly in his arms. In Yuchua's eyes, the two's actions looked like a couple of lovers, which made him feel very unhappy. Then, Qin Fei kissed her.
Amum.
Sumei widened her eyes, somewhat incredulous. Then he quickly broke free from Qin Fei, opened his mouth slightly, and looked confused.
Chapter 102 Qin Fei's sense of oppression.
However, before she could react, she saw Qin Fei gently licking the bright red blood at the corner of his mouth, and a faint chuckle appeared on his face.
I.
Sumei pursed her lips, but a blush involuntarily climbed up her fair cheeks. She looked at the man in front of her with astonishment.
There is a strong man like Yuchua on the other side who is eyeing him covetously. How can he?
I have long known that Qin Fei is not a good person, but I never expected that he would be so shameless and unscrupulous.
What? Are you worried about my safety?
Qin Fei smiled softly, as if he could easily see through Sumei's concerns. Seeing that Qin Fei was still cynical and frivolous, Sumei couldn't help but got angry and shouted, "Qin Fei,
do you know what you are doing?" "Ah, of course I know it very well. Do you have so little confidence in me?"
Qin Fei shrugged nonchalantly, and then strode straight towards the direction where Yuchua was. Yuchua stood there, looking at Qin Fei, who was much more handsome than him in every way, and Qin Fei's bold actions just now, his eyes instantly became extremely cold.
"You are such a good pretender." Yuchua gritted his teeth and squeezed out these words.
It was so hard to see such a stunning beauty who also belonged to the thunder element. It seemed that Qin Fei was not just an enemy in his eyes, but an irreconcilable rival in love. He was filled with a mixture of jealousy and resentment, and wished that Qin Fei would disappear from this world immediately. Even letting Qin Fei live for one more second would be a great insult to him. Then, he suddenly stretched out his right hand with 5 fingers spread out. In an instant, a powerful energy gushed out from his fingertips and turned into thick lightning, which shot towards Qin Fei at lightning speed. Seeing this, Luo Feng and Sumei were immediately shocked.
"Careful!"
But the speed of the lightning was so fast that when they just shouted these 2 words, the lightning had already pounced in front of Qin Fei like a ferocious dragon. Although everyone knew that Qin Fei's defense was quite amazing, when faced with such a fierce and thick lightning with unparalleled power, no one could predict what would happen next. However, the next second, a strange scene appeared. I thought that the incredibly fast lightning hitting Qin Fei was a foregone conclusion. However, these lightning bolts were less than 1 meter away from Qin Fei, and they were like misfired firecrackers. They instantly lost all their power and became silent, as if nothing had happened just now.
Sumei and Luo Feng looked bewildered and had no idea what was going on.
Qin Fei slowly turned his head, his eyes fell on Sumei's beautiful face, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a gentle smile.
"What do you want me to be careful about?"
Sumei was stunned by this sudden question, and countless thoughts flooded into her mind like a tide.
Could it be that Qin Fei was secretly related to Shanin?
But as soon as this idea came up, even she herself felt that it was a bit absurd, but she could not completely rule out this possibility. After all, everything that happened just now was too unbelievable.
She thought she knew Qin Fei's strength well enough, and it was absolutely impossible for Qin Fei to do it. Could it be that Qin Fei and Shanin were the real nexus?
Just as Sumei was daydreaming, her body involuntarily looked in the direction of Yuchua, as if she wanted to get some answers from him. However, when her eyes fell on Yuchua, she found that his face was terribly gloomy and full of anger, with a puzzled look in his eyes. It was obvious that he had no idea about the current situation. At this moment, I suddenly heard a hot voice in my ear, "Wipe your mouth and wait for me, the kiss just now tasted a bit fishy." Hearing this, Sumei trembled all over and came back to her senses as if she had just woken up from a dream. She was horrified to find that Qin Fei had come to her quietly at some point, and the distance between them was so close that they could almost feel each other's breathing. What's worse is that because Qin Fei's tall body was pressed tightly against her, the softest part of her chest was strongly squeezed and severely deformed.
Sumei's cheeks turned red instantly, as tempting as a ripe apple.
She didn't dare look directly into Qin Fei's burning gaze, so she could only look away in panic, absent-mindedly recalling what Qin Fei had just said. However, before she could savor the meaning, she felt the warm atmosphere that had been lingering around her suddenly disappear. She subconsciously raised her head, but only saw Qin Fei's tall and slender figure walking towards Yuchua step by step. At the same time, she was surprised to find that Yuchua, who had never taken them seriously since entering the warehouse, showed vigilance for the first time.
"Who are you?"
Yuchua kept recalling Shanin's warning about the dangerous person in Liaishanmen, but he didn't remember that there was such a person. He remembered that just now, he launched an attack on Qin Fei and was about to beat the opponent into pieces. However, at that critical moment, his brain nerves seemed to be tampered with by the opponent. They became blank in an instant and all his thoughts disappeared without a trace in an instant. "A small character like you is not qualified to know who I am." Qin Fei raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. He did not stop at all, as if he did not take Yuchua seriously at all. At this moment, Yuchua felt an unprecedented pressure coming towards him, as if the air around him had become heavy, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. At the same time, his body began to react involuntarily, and a large amount of thunder and lightning power gathered around him continuously. Those electric currents flashing with dazzling light were like nimble silver snakes interweaving and entwining in the air, making deafening crackling sounds. Every flash and collision of lightning exuded a terrifying aura that seemed to tear the entire world apart. However, Qin Fei still appeared so calm, and there was not even the slightest energy fluctuation around him. He was like an ordinary mortal, calmly facing the god who controlled thunder and lightning and had the power to destroy the world.
But Yuchua's mood at the moment was completely the opposite.
The powerful feeling of oppression from Qin Fei made his chest rise and fall violently uncontrollably.
Beads of sweat the size of beans kept emerging from his forehead and then slid down his cheeks. Chapter 103. Do whatever you want. Go to hell. Thunder, thunder.
The fear of the unknown seemed to have stimulated Yuchua's potential.
Powerful lightning attacks spread from Yuchua's body to the entire warehouse indiscriminately in an instant.
Luo Feng couldn't help swallowing, knowing full well that he had no way of avoiding such an attack. Qin Fei thought to himself, this Yuchua does have some skills, but since he has met me, he is destined to be defeated today. Originally, he had thought of taking on the opponent's attack and testing his strength, but he had never expected that his upgraded version of the Eye of Illusion would achieve such a good effect when used in actual combat for the first time. Just a glance made Yuchua fall into a daze for 3 seconds, and more importantly, this brief absence of consciousness actually successfully interrupted Yuchua's spell casting. Then there is no need to make any more unnecessary attempts now.
Eye of Falsehood, second form, open.
As Qin Fei's eyes focused, the countless lightning bolts that were originally raging, flashing, and jumping suddenly stopped as if they were cast under a spell. The next moment, the thunder and lightning seemed to have gone silent. They disappeared without a trace at an astonishing speed, without even leaving a trace. The crisis was inexplicably resolved, but Luo Feng frowned tightly at this moment. His eyes were fixed on Qin Fei, and he was thinking about something in his heart. At this moment, Qin Fei flashed and rushed quickly towards Yuchua not far away. At the same time, he was silently calculating the time in his mind. When 3 seconds were up, Qin Fei once again gave Yuchua the second form of the Eye of Illusion.
Then, a heavy blow from the hand hit Yuchua's neck.
There was a muffled bang sound, and Yuchua, still in a daze, felt a black screen in front of his eyes and fainted. After doing all this, Qin Fei clapped his hands lightly and a relaxed smile appeared on his face.
Done. The whole action was done in one go, cleanly and neatly, as if it was just a trivial task. Seeing this scene, Sumei's originally charming face was instantly filled with astonishment. She subconsciously raised her hand to cover her small and delicate cherry-like mouth. Her beautiful eyes widened, and she looked at Qin Fei in front of her in disbelief, stammering. Qin Fei, what did you do just now?"
However, in the face of Sumei's question, Qin Fei acted as if he had not heard it and had no intention of explaining at all. He flashed and took a step forward at lightning speed. He stretched out his arms and easily hugged Sumei around the waist. Due to excessive force, Sumei's delicate body was squeezed and deformed slightly again, but she had no time to care about these at the moment. Her heart was full of shock and confusion about what had just happened. "As you can see, I just knocked him out." Qin Fei finally spoke. His voice was low and magnetic, revealing an unquestionable confidence. Then, he lowered his head to look at Su Mei in his arms, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and continued with a teasing smile, "What about you? You told me to be careful before. What did you want me to be careful about? You. Let me go." The seemingly affectionate hug before was completely just a show. But now, everything has obviously come to an end, but Qin Fei is still so frivolous and rude. What does he think of me? She twisted her body desperately, trying to break free from Qin Fei's restraints, but no matter how hard she struggled, it all seemed in vain. In desperation, she had no choice but to release her special abilities. But in an instant, Qin Fei surprised her again. Now both of them are filled with a large amount of thunder and lightning power, but even facing such a powerful impact, Qin Fei is still as if nothing happened. There was still a faint smile on that handsome face, and he was getting closer to her. At this moment, she was completely panicked, and all her emotions were replaced by the fear in her heart. It was really hard for her to imagine that in just a short period of time, Qin Fei was able to deal with her attacks so calmly, and it could even be said that he was not afraid at all. What exactly do you want? Ugh. Su Mei hit Qin Fei's chest hard. However, after the kiss, Su Mei was extremely worried, thinking that Qin Fei would make even bolder moves, but Qin Fei once again unexpectedly let go of her hands. He raised the corners of his mouth slightly and chuckled, "Just now I asked you to wipe your mouth and wait for me, and you really didn't disappoint me. Well, now my experience is much better." Su Mei widened her eyes and looked at Qin Fei in disbelief, wondering how there could be such a shameless person in the world. Who? You say that as if I care what you think. Not far away, Luo Feng sighed slightly. He really didn't know what to say. Could it be that people with power can really be lawless and do whatever they want? Even if you do whatever you want, can you please stay away from me? I really don't want to see such a scene for even a second. Chapter 104 Ending. Beilao Mountain is covered with vegetation all year round, never sees sunlight, and is full of all kinds of bizarre dangers. Even the locals don't dare to go too deep. It is said that there is some kind of formation inside, imprisoning an ancient ferocious beast. Inside the interrogation room, everyone tried various methods but were unable to pry open Yuchua's mouth. In the end, Qin Fei used the power of the Eye of Illusion to make the other party become stupid and confess everything. It turns out that the reason why Shanin was able to grow so quickly was that he mastered the secrets of Beilao Mountain. Only a certain amount of immaculate souls are needed to allow an innate true warrior with a combat power value of 44 to directly convert the internal force in his body into true qi. So all the members of the 6 gates of Province Y went out and caught Shanin off guard. Shanin discovered that the truth had been revealed and realized that there was a traitor within the organization, so Yuchua, who had been out of contact for a long time, became the target, and naturally he took his anger out on his sister. Qin Fei took advantage of this opportunity to capture Su Mei and his sister, and his combat power value successfully reached 60. Later it was learned that there were a total of 7 mythical gods in Kamikakushi, and the god of destruction was only one of them. The supreme god among them is Su Shijuan's biological father. Afterwards, he fought with the Shanin group many times, but never saw the supreme god. At this time, the crisis in the sea broke out completely. With the mutation of marine life, cities across Dacia fell one after another. Wang Can fled to Japan and took advantage of this time to transform all the Japanese into fighting forces. After returning to his country, a large number of people with superpowers fell into his hands, and Shanin was no exception. At this time, the entire Dacia was in a crisis of life and death. Qin Fei stepped forward and took the initiative to tell his secret. Through communicating with a large number of beauties, Qin Fei's strength improved by leaps and bounds, and he finally kept Wang Can. The land occupied by marine life was also recovered little by little. In the end, Qin Fei took the initiative to dive into the depths of the ocean in order to explore the secret of the meteorite. It turned out that the so-called meteorite was nothing more than the system's main body, the jade butterfly of creation, and those pieces of spirit souls were actually contaminated spirit stones scattered from the internal space of the jade butterfly of creation. However, they didn't know that the bottom of the sea was actually the entrance to the demon world. Through the long-term nourishment of the large amount of spiritual energy in the jade butterfly of creation, the door to the demon world was opened. Qin Fei was accidentally sucked in, and exchanged the transformation technique through the system mall, turning into a low-level demon. Then, through the power of the system, he grew step by step, and finally defeated the queen of the demon realm completely. I thought that after conquering the demon world, the earth would finally return to peace. But they didn't know that this was just a small dimension among the 3,000 worlds. With the help and guidance of the system, Qin Fei finally reached the hometown of the system, the world, and began his journey of cultivating immortals. After Qin Fei came to the Great Thousand World, he found that the cultivation resources here were extremely rich, so he practiced even harder. By chance, Qin Fei met a mysterious old man, who saw the potential in him and taught him a peerless magic technique. With the assistance of the system and his own talent, Qin Fei's cultivation improved day by day, and his reputation in the fairy world grew. However, his achievements aroused the jealousy and covetousness of some forces, and they began to unite and try to suppress Qin Fei. Facing the enemy's siege, Qin Fei was not afraid. He used the magic he had learned to fight a thrilling battle with the enemy. Afterwards, he hooked up with fairies in heaven, seduced the female disciple of Master Tan Tian, and abducted a female monster. Step by step, reached the top of the fairyland.
End.